Shunned Orphanage. An orphanage located in a remote countryside surviving for years on the charity of local wealthy merchants. The children rescued by this orphanage had two choices: to struggle at the bottom of society after coming of age, or to become the kept pets of wealthy merchants. Obviously the latter could only be found among those beautiful, innocent children. Thus in this small, distorted society, children were stratified by appearance. The beautiful ones always received abundant resources such as warm clothes, comfortable beds, and ample food. Itakuya was once the best among them. She was discovered by the director near the orphanage at the age of 9 and brought back. And on the very day she arrived at the orphanage, she ruthlessly usurped the position, becoming the good child who enjoyed the most privileged treatment. Because Itakuya was simply too beautiful, not just in her face, but also in the charming, holy, and aloof aura she exuded. Mind you, this was extremely rare in a child under 10. However, it all came to an end 6 months later. This beautiful girl's behavior revealed a strangeness, an indescribable eerie feeling that made several families who wanted to adopt her back away one after another. No one wanted to approach a child who could instill fear in adults, even if she had an angelic face. Realizing this, director Shunned, almost in a fit of rage, revoked all of Itakuya's privileges. In less than a year, Itakuya fell from the top of the orphanage to become the freak in the mouths of all the children. Yet the protagonist of all this, Itakuya, showed no emotional fluctuation. No matter how others treated her, she maintained her own rhythm of life, reading alone or doing strange things. The peaceful life was broken when Itakuya, one day, 2 strange visitors arrived at the gate of Shunned Orphanage, a giant pulling a thin boy. The giant's face was obscured by his long messy hair and tangled beard, revealing only a pair of eyes shining like beetle shells. The boy beside him wore ill-fitting clothes, and a broken pair of glasses beneath the lenses were a pair of beautiful green eyes. Director Shunned immediately concluded that these must be relatives wanting to abandon a child, and his eyes scanned the boy several times. Until the tall giant spoke him, looking for her. Miss Itakuya. She has been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I've come to fetch her. What? Before Director Shunned could react to what this Hogwarts was, Itakuya had already appeared with her small suitcase. I am Itakuya. Itakuya calmly looked at Hagrid and the thin boy behind him. I am ready. We can depart. At the same time, the thin boy Harry Potter was also looking at Itakuya with curious eyes. Although Director Shunned was still bewildered, he was always more than willing to get rid of the freak Itakuya. As for the school with the strange name, whatever, it was Itakuya's business. And so Itakuya, carrying her small suitcase, followed Hagrid and Harry, and they left the director's office. As they passed through the corridor and stairs, the other children in the orphanage seemed to have heard the news and gathered not far away, making faces at them. Look, freak Itakuya and another freak are leaving. I guess Itakuya must be happy to have found a kindred spirit. The harsh words made Hagrid and Harry uncomfortable, especially Harry, who instantly felt a bond of sympathy with this new strange companion. Itakuya, however, ignored the unpleasant words as if she hadn't heard them. When they stepped off the grounds of Shunned Orphanage, Harry was the first to greet Itakuya. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. You can call me Harry. Hello, Harry, I'm Itakuya. Itakuya replied with a smile. Hello, Miss Kuya, may I call you Ida? Harry said shyly. His experience of normal conversation with peers was pitifully little, and most of the time, he was bullied by Dudley's friends. Harry, Itakuya is my name. I don't have a surname, Itakuya continued to explain. But you can call me Ida? Harry showed a puzzled look. Even orphans usually had a surname, mostly the director's or teacher's surname. Itakuya guessed Harry's confusion and explained calmly, I don't want to share a surname with someone who tried to sell me for money. Young Harry looked at Itakuya with a blank expression. He clearly had not yet witnessed the evil of human hearts. Hagrid, however, instantly understood. First, he angrily waved his umbrella toward the orphanage, then, as if thinking of something, he gloomily withdrew it, and then looked at Itakuya with a loving gaze. Oh, my poor child, perhaps you can use my surname, or choose one from the professors at Hogwarts. I think they won't refuse. Itakuya shook her head. Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Hagrid. But I like Itakuya very much. It's fine as it is. So, Itakuya, did you already know about Hogwarts and, you know, magic and stuff? Actually, I only learned about Hogwarts when I received the owl's letter. Itakuya remained calm, maintaining a serene smile. But I knew about the existence of magic a long time ago. The person who left me at the orphanage, I think it was my mother, also left me some books about spells and potions. Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. Spells? Do you mean magic incantations? Can I see them? Itakuya shook her head helplessly. They were all destroyed by the other children at the orphanage. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. After that, they walked in silence. Hagrid led the 2 first-year students by hand to their destination, Diagon Alley. Upon entering the magical world, Harry almost instantly became the center of attention. The boy confusedly enjoyed the stares directed at him. On the other side, Itakuya had clearly become a backdrop, but she herself didn't care about the disparity. In fact, she didn't even show the shock and excitement one would expect from a first encounter with the magical world. She just quietly followed behind Hagrid, occasionally glancing at the surroundings. Hagrid, how can I afford anything? I have no money. Your money is here, Gringotts, the safest bank in the magical world. Hagrid pointed to the building ahead, then remembered Itakuya beside him. Don't worry, Itakuya, Hogwarts will cover these expenses. Itakuya nodded and politely thanked him. She didn't want to follow Harry and the others to see Harry's vault. Just by looking at Hagrid's expression, she could tell that this gentleman must have a secret mission he didn't want too many people to know about. Itakuya's curiosity had never been very strong. She stopped in the open space outside Gringotts and said, "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. I think I can wait for you here. Don't worry, I won't wander off." Oh, alright, Itakuya, be careful on your own. Hagrid seemed relieved. After all, the fewer people who knew about the task Dumbledore had given him, the better. Itakuya watched Hagrid lead Harry, who was looking around, away, and then she relaxed. In fact, she was not as pitiful as Hagrid imagined. Ever since she came to Shunned Orphanage, she had often sneaked into Diagon Alley to find ways to earn money and then deposit her earnings in Gringotts. Plus the galleons she had taken from that woman before. She now had a total of 673 gold galleons, along with various potion ingredients and gemstones. This was not all her belongings. More precious things were hidden elsewhere in an absolutely safe place. This amount of money was not huge, but it was definitely enough to cover the expenses at Hogwarts. However, doing so would expose her, and Itakuya didn't want that. She was just playing the role of an ordinary Hogwarts first year. This was also why she refused to enter Gringotts with Hagrid. Although she always found a way to cover her face, who could guarantee she wouldn't be recognized? Unlike other eager children, Itakuya had been waiting for Hogwarts Owl to deliver her admission letter with her own ulterior motives from the very beginning. Itakuya. Harry's excited voice interrupted Itakuya's thoughts. Itakuya, I just found out I'm rich. I think if you want I can help you pay for the items on your shopping list. Itakuya looked up at Harry. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the legendary savior. Itakuya had known about his legend long ago, but she still pretended not to know during their first meeting. In fact, she didn't care much about the title of savior, nor about the name that everyone feared, Voldemort. None of this mattered to her. Itakuya knew very well her reason for going to Hogwarts. She had something she must accomplish. But the current savior seemed just a simple and shy 11-year-old boy, Itakuya thought. Although having too much interaction with the savior was not beneficial to her, getting on good terms with him was obviously beneficial with no harm. And such an opportunity seemed right before her. Thinking this, Itakuya put on an expression of "That's great, that would be a huge help," and said to Harry's beautiful green eye, "If it's possible, then thank you so much, Harry. I need a wand, and so does Itakuya." "A wand? Then go to Ollivander's fine wand shop. You'll find the wands you want there." Hagrid said, "Children, you wait there. I have something to do, and we'll be back soon." Itakuya and Harry walked into an old-looking shop, walls lined with wand boxes. Even Itakuya became curious, as she had never been here before. She had been secretly using that woman's wand. After several failed attempts, Harry successfully chose his wand. But when it was Itakuya's turn, she was not so lucky. She tried 4 wands, none worked. "This is difficult, Mr. Ollivander frowned. Itakuya had a bad feeling and immediately said to Harry, "Harry, I think it'll be a long time. I'm afraid Hagrid won't find us. Why don't you go to the meeting place first? He'll come later." Harry hesitated, but seeing Itakuya nod slightly, he agreed. Before leaving, Harry left the money for their wands. "Miss, the aura inside you is too fierce. It rejects the wand core. I regret to say you cannot find a suitable wand among existing ones." Ollivander saw the child's uniqueness at a glance. Itakuya raised her hand to her chest, her gaze turning cold, as if tearing off a mask, her black eyes faintly flashing purplured light. "Oh, don't be afraid, miss. I'm just an old wand seller. No one will learn anything from me. Mr. Ollivander ignored her look and smiled kindly. Itakuya was silent for a moment, seeming to accept Ollivander's words, but still felt wary. She hadn't expected this gentleman to so easily discover her secret, which made her feel very unsafe. "Then, sir, will I never have my own wand?" Itakuya asked. "No, my dear miss. You need a custom wand. You must find a material that matches your aura as the core. Once you find it, bring it to me, and I will make your wand." Itakuya nodded, then thought of Hogwarts and frowned. "Sir, can I have a temporary wand that is not quite suitable? You know, life at Hogwarts might be impossible without a wand." "Oh, of course, my child. Let's try a few more wands." A few minutes later, Itakuya left Ollivander's fine wand shop with her new wand, a 10-inch hawthorn wood wand with a White River monster spine core. This was almost the only wand that didn't resist her as much. "Itakuya, over here." Harry and Hagrid stood in the distance. Harry called out warmly, holding a snowy white owl, a gift from Hagrid. Hagrid took the 2 children to buy the rest of the supplies in Diagon Alley. Soon it was the day of the Hogwarts Express departure. King's Cross Station. Itakuya said goodbye to Hagrid, who still wanted to give Harry some advice. She learned from a magical family and passed through the barriers, smoothly arriving at platform 9 3/4. Itakuya admired the vintage Hogwarts Express for a moment, then boarded the train and found an empty compartment to sit in. Itakuya sat by the window. It was still a long time before departure. Young witches and wizards were not in a hurry to board. They stood with their parents, talking, some excited, some reluctant. Most hugged their parents. Loneliness is easier felt in a crowd. Itakuya stared out the window, a bitter feeling of sadness welling up inside her. A cool breeze inexplicably blew through the closed compartment, lifting the hair on Itakuya's forehead. Itakuya took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and forced herself to empty her mind. But fear of the unknown and pervasive loneliness kept her from calming down. Itakuya sighed softly. She hummed a tune, something someone used to do for her when she couldn't calm down. But now that person wasn't there to soothe her, so she had to soothe herself. An ancient, elegant melody was absently hummed by the girl, ethereal and mysterious, like the whisper of an elf. Merlin's socks were his pansy. A young boy passing by was attracted by the wonderful singing. He stopped, finding a girl with red lips, white teeth, black hair, and black eyes. Her skin looked even fairer against her black hair. The girl sat quietly by the window looking outside and humming a tune he didn't understand. Young Master Malfoy had never met a girl like Itakuya before. The girls around him, those purebloods, were like precious gems. But Itakuya was more like the dancing figure in a music box he received for his birthday last year. More than elegance, she had a sense of untouchable distance. At the same time, Itakuya noticed the stranger watching her. She stopped humming and turned to look at the young boy. Behind him was a vast, bright sunlight. His expression was noble. He was like a rare, precious gem. Merlin, the kind of gem I want to collect, she thought. What are you looking at? You're beautiful. Draco and Itakuya spoke at the same time. The former was a bit embarrassed by the prolonged eye contact, while the latter said it in an almost admiring tone. What? Draco seemed surprised. Light blonde hair, blue eyes, you're like a ray of sunshine by the sea at dawn. I think you must be a masterpiece designed by the gods. Itakuya gazed at him appreciatively, praising with sincere eyes. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. The young Master Malfoy, probably receiving such pure, sincere praise from someone other than his parents for the first time, had a suspicious blush on his face. But he immediately remembered the gentleman's code his father taught him. He pressed down his rising smile, raised his chin haughtily like his father, and gave Itakuya an expression of, I'm very satisfied with you. Itakuya, who had witnessed it all, almost laughed out loud. This haughty gesture on Mr. Malfoy Sr. might represent nobility, but on young Malfoy, especially an 11-year-old delicate boy, she could only find acutely hypocritical charm. Draco Malfoy. Draco introduced himself. Itakuya. Draco frowned, thinking. He didn't remember any family called Kuya. I have no surname, Mr. Malfoy. Itakuya explained calmly with her usual spring breeze-like smile. My name is Itakuya. I am an orphan. Draco almost immediately showed disgust. He clearly understood what Itakuya's words meant. She might be a mudblood abandoned by her muggle parents after her magic awakened. But this feeling paused when he met Itakuya's calm eyes. Draco remembered Itakuya's earlier praise. He felt he should at least maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. He nodded to Itakuya and left without a word. Itakuya watched Draco disappear from her sight, then calmly looked away. She knew her identity, yet allowed Draco's misunderstanding because she didn't care about it. In fact, Itakuya thought the insulting vocabulary of the wizarding world was too poor. Even if someone called her mudblood to her face, she wouldn't care. The malice she had seen far exceeded a light curse. In the orphanage of that remote village, without proper guidance, children full of malice and adults full of evil. You can imagine how many dark things happened. Itakuya had seen a nearly grown-up older sister being dragged crying into the matron's luxurious office, never coming out the next day. All night, every child could hear the man's obscene words and desperate screams. Compared to that, Itakuya felt the word mudblood meant nothing. After all, it wouldn't make her go hungry for a day or add a scar. Soon after Draco left, Harry finally found Itakuya. Hi, Itakuya. Hi, Harry, coming quickly. Itakuya smiled. Harry sat opposite Itakuya, watching through the window as families said goodbye. Even after the train left the station, he still looked troubled. Clearly the little savior felt the same loneliness. Itakuya felt that such emotions should be resolved by oneself. So she quietly looked out the window too. Hello, can I sit here? Everywhere else is full. A red-haired boy broke the silence. A few minutes later, Itakuya looked at the scattered snack wrappers on the opposite seat, and the two boys eating and chatting heatedly, her mouth twitching. She had to admit boys' friendships are easier to build. For example, Harry and Ron, just because of a pile of snacks and a few collectible magic cards, became close friends. Ron even enthusiastically demonstrated his magic with his pet rat. This attracted the attention of a girl with bushy curly hair but an extremely cute face. Although it ended in Ron's failure. My name is Hermione Granger. The little doll introduced herself, charmingly sitting next to Itakuya. After giving her name, Itakuya again received the same puzzled look. Itakuya thought, now I kind of regret not making up a decent surname. I'm an orphan, so I have no surname. My name is Itakuya, but you can call me Yita. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yita. Girls are always more mature and sensitive than boys. Hermione looked at Itakuya with guilt and sympathy and hugged her tightly. Itakuya smiled and shook her head. It's okay, Hermione. Being hugged by a girl as beautiful as the reincarnation of the goddess of beauty is enough to heal me. Hermione blushed. But before Hermione could speak, a discordant voice sounded outside the compartment door. It seems you say the same thing to everyone, Miss Itakuya. I'm starting to wonder if you were hit in the eye by a troll so that everyone looks the same to you. Oh, I forgot, poor Miss Itakuya probably doesn't even know what a troll is, does she? Draco stood with his arms crossed, staring in Itakuya's direction, sneering at her with sarcasm. The exasperated young master knew exactly how to strike where it hurt. Draco subtly mocked Itakuya's background, waiting for her to retort with anger or embarrassment, but Itakuya showed no reaction at all. This was hardly surprising, since in the orphanage Itakuya endured insults like freak, bastard, and brat almost every day. Who are you? Itakuya didn't respond, but Hermione on the side couldn't sit still. She questioned Draco indignantly, like a protective mother hen, and the atmosphere grew tense. Itakuya frowned, almost imperceptibly, pondering what to say to ease the conflict. She had no desire to become a troublesome mess involved in a brawl before school even started. Moreover, the handsome boy before her was clearly a young master of prominent status. Itakuya simply wanted to avoid trouble and keep things peaceful. Ron from across the way subtly curled his lip, then secretly nudged his pet rat Scabbers. The rat, as if possessed with intelligence, squeaked and charged toward Draco. Startled by the sudden creature, Draco stumbled backward with a yell, but he was no match for the rat's meteor-like momentum. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring blankly except for Itakuya. She reacted almost the instant the rat shot forward, swiftly rising and rushing toward Draco. Itakuya wrapped one arm around the falling Draco, while precisely catching the rat with the other. Ron's pet squeaked in pain before being flung back to its owner. It would have been a very dashing move, but Itakuya was a full half-head shorter than Draco and pitifully thin. She looked even more malnourished than Harry. As a result, she was nearly embedded in Draco's embrace. Rather than a heroic rescue, it seemed more like Draco was holding her affectionately. Draco belatedly realized this, his ears turning crimson. Itakuya released him, still calm, and asked, "Are you all right, Mr. Malfoy?" "I am fine." "Good heavens, Ida, your hand!" Hermione exclaimed. Itakuya raised her hand belatedly only, then noticing that Scabbers had bitten her right hand deeply, and it was dripping with blood. Draco noticed, as well, his expression growing even worse, and he looked at Itakuya's hand with some helplessness. Itakuya felt a sudden sense of exasperation, as if dealing with a troublesome child, and shook her hand dismissively. "I'm fine, Hermione, it's just a small wound, not worth worrying about." Itakuya first calmed Hermione, then met Draco's complex gaze, seeking an excuse to send him away quickly. For some reason, Itakuya had the illusion that this young Master Malfoy and the duo of Harry and Ron were naturally at odds. "Mr. Malfoy, I apologize for soiling your robes. Perhaps you should go take care of it first." Draco followed Itakuya's gaze downward, and saw that her blood had stained the hem of his clothes. Draco shot Itakuya a glare, his expression screaming, "You have the nerve to worry about that now." Itakuya caught his look and thought to herself that this young master, when angered, resembled the little stray cat outside the orphanage. Draco snorted coldly, pointing at Itakuya. "You're the one who needs treatment. Who brings a rat to school? I thought such creatures only belonged in filthy drains." Draco's words practically had "you're so poor" plastered across his face. Ron's face flushed crimson, but he couldn't utter a word. The atmosphere in the compartment froze over. Itakuya felt she should never have entered this compartment at all. "I think we're almost at Hogwarts. I need to change into my robes. I don't want to get off looking so disheveled." Itakuya hinted subtly. Draco paused, observed the scenery outside the window, and realized the same issue. As a pure-blood aristocrat bearing the Malfoy name, he must always maintain his... He glanced up and down at Itakuya's calm expression and her wounded hand, then left without a word. After seeing Draco off, Itakuya found a piece of cloth to bandage the wound hastily, then bid farewell under the complex gazes of the trio. "They'll find another place to change my robes. Ida, you can change here. Ron and I will step out," Harry called after her. Itakuya nodded. The Hogwarts Express finally arrived safely at its destination. Hagrid, holding a square lantern, urged the first years to follow him quickly. A group of little ones followed Hagrid onto the boats. On the misty, frigid lake, the mysterious Hogwarts castle revealed its true visage. Itakuya stood with Harry, Ron, and the others. They stopped on a staircase where a graceful witch in green robes awaited them. Professor McGonagall gave a brief speech and then left. Amid the crowd, the gem Itakuya had noticed fluttered before Harry, loudly drawing everyone's attention. "So you must be Harry Potter." Upon hearing the first words, Itakuya sighed inwardly, already foreseeing the ensuing scene. For some reason, Itakuya instinctively felt that Draco and Harry would not have a pleasant time together during their 7 years at Hogwarts. Perhaps it was fate. Itakuya shook her head, turning her thoughts to the direction Professor McGonagall had gone. She knew that soon the closed doors would open and they would be sorted into different houses. Which one would it be? Would it be Slytherin? If it were Slytherin, With a cold snort from Draco, the first confrontation between the Malfoy heir and the boy who lived ended awkwardly for Itakuya withdrew her gaze and looked toward Draco only to meet his eyes. Then Itakuya received a stare from Malfoy, who first scanned her up and down, paused on her cloth-wrapped hand, and then noticed Hermione standing behind Itakuya. Draco snorted and turned his head away from her. Itakuya. Itakuya was the last first year to be called. She looked at the professors seated at the long table. First, Hagrid in the corner gave her a reassuring smile. Then, meeting Dumbledore's kind gaze, the old man always put. Itakuya turned her head slightly. She saw the dark-haired, stern-faced professor intently listening to Professor Quirrell beside him, his gaze fixed on the Gryffindor table. Itakuya's eyes remained on the stern professor, and a flicker of emotion finally crossed her usually calm gaze. Such blatant staring finally caught Snape's attention. He looked coldly at Itakuya, who quickly averted her eyes and turned to sit down. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on Itakuya's head. The usually boisterous hat fell silent for a rare moment upon contact with Itakuya, then spoke. "Child, I see a chaotic and conflicted heart within you. You have an extraordinary thirst for knowledge. Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff might suit you. You also possess the courage befitting Gryffindor. But perhaps there is a house you desire more, isn't there?" The hat seemed to wait for the little first year to reply with excitement, but unfortunately it encountered Itakuya, a peculiar girl skilled in calmness and silence. So before the entire student body of the four houses, the hat awkwardly received Itakuya's exclusive reply: silence. After a long pause, the hat gave an awkward chuckle. "Ahem, very well. Your house is Slytherin." Itakuya nodded quietly, then walked to the Slytherin table, taking her seat calmly under the scrutiny of the little snakes. "Which family are you from?" Itakuya looked up at the sound. A small girl with green eyes and short black hair half raised her head to inquire. This was a test of her identity, Itakuya thought. Even if she brushed it off today, her background would eventually be discovered, bringing trouble. Seated to her right was Draco. The young Malfoy heir was elegantly discussing something with an older student beside him, feigning indifference, while secretly glancing at Itakuya. Withdrew her gaze and spoke a little louder than usual, trying to make the entire house hear. "I have no parents, no surname. Itakuya is my name. I grew up in a Muggle orphanage." Merlin, couldn't she have been quieter, or said less? Draco's expression darkened. He looked around at his housemates and indeed saw them instinctively showing disgust. The only one at the entire table whose expression remained unchanged was Itakuya herself. Even the sudden appearance of the Bloody Baron at the table, which made the first year's scream, failed to alter Itakuya's demeanor. She even finished an entire steak while staring into the Bloody Baron's hollow, terrifying eyes. Such ruthless behavior and mysterious origins immediately led to isolation from Slytherin House. The first act of the Slytherins to ostracize Itakuya was a collective refusal to share a dormitory with her. Itakuya. That night, lying alone in a comfortable single room, Itakuya pondered for a long time, but never understood how this was supposed to be a hardship for her. The first class of the first day was Professor McGonagall's. Slytherin maintained their tradition of isolating Itakuya. They refused to sit with her. So Itakuya calmly enjoyed the entire large table under Hermione's worried gaze, except she ended up squeezed together with the late arriving Harry and Ron. "Itakuya, the Slytherins are looking at you with terrifying expressions." Harry, more sensitive than Ron, noticed Itakuya's precarious situation. Itakuya scribbled down Professor McGonagall's words with her quill while responding softly. "Because I come from a Muggle orphanage. Most Slytherins are purebloods, or at least half-bloods from the magical world. They dislike anything associated with Muggles. And now I'm sitting with the Gryffindor boy who lived the sworn enemy of Slytherin." Harry frowned and looked over with concern. Hermione, sitting in front, kept glancing back. Itakuya looked at her kind friends and began to regret not drawing a clear line with these warm-hearted little lions from the start. "Don't worry about me. I can handle it. But you'd better not get too close to a Slytherin like me." Itakuya brushed it off. "But..." Harry hesitated. "No buts. Pay attention to the lesson." Itakuya tried to transfigure the matchstick before her. A light burst from the tip of her wand, and the matchstick transformed at a speed barely perceptible to the eye, only to revert to its original form. Itakuya sighed, helplessly rubbing her wand. She now keenly felt what Mr. Ollivander had called a sense of rejection. It felt as if she were used to picking things up with her hands, but was now forced to use a meter-long spoon to do the same task. Throughout the entire class, Itakuya tried to adapt to the wand, but the sense of rejection remained strong. The only consolation was that Professor McGonagall praised both Itakuya and Hermione, for they were the only two in the class who managed to make the matchstick change. By the second potions class, Slytherin's isolation of Itakuya grew more pronounced. Snape's class required partners, and Itakuya was left alone. Itakuya herself didn't mind, she had ample experience brewing potions alone. But when Itakuya witnessed the myriad ways these first years could ruin a potion, she silently vowed never to partner with anyone. Goodness knows how much it pained Itakuya to watch someone destroy a cauldron of potion with clear, yet foolish eyes. After all, for Itakuya, it took a long time to save up enough money to buy a complete set of potion ingredients. In my classroom, you are not permitted to wave your wands or chant incantations recklessly. You had best stow away those foolish wands of yours. Potions is a wand. Snape swept his black robes across the dais, his expression one of profound irritation as he commenced his first lesson. The head of Slytherin appeared far from approachable. Itakuya mused inwardly, yet she found herself captivated by his low yet remarkably clear voice. The potion simmers, gently, white steam rising. Even from this brief opening, Itakuya realized the gentleman before her was a professor of profound mastery in potions. This stirred a flicker of excitement within her. She could never resist the allure of potion making. Itakuya watched Snape intently, even as he spent the entire lesson exchanging glances with Draco, who sat in the front row. While Itakuya had to concede that Draco was the most aesthetically pleasing student in the entire classroom when it came to technique, it was no wonder he sat at the very front. Itakuya assessed her own position, a corner seat in the middle flanked by Harry and Ron, who were scribbling something, certainly not paying attention to the lesson. A prime spot for slacking off. Next time, when we can actually brew potions, I must secure a front row seat, Itakuya resolved silently. Yet when the next potions class finally arrived, Itakuya found herself relegated to an even more distant seat. The front rows were almost entirely occupied by the pure bloods of Slytherin. And once again, Itakuya was seated beside Harry and his partner, a plump boy. She remained alone, as her original partner had preferred to form a trio with others rather than sit with her. Snape adopted a laissez-faire attitude toward such matters for the simple reason that this was Slytherin. Yet the chance to savor the joy of potion-making alone was perhaps the greatest delight for Itakuya. Free ingredients, pristine equipment, and a spacious table. Itakuya could have screamed with joy even if it was merely a simple burn-healing potion. However, this bliss came to an abrupt end when a Gryffindor beside her, a boy over-brimming with courage, grabbed a handful of porcupine quills with a chaotic flourish, ready to toss them into the cauldron. Wait, you cannot add porcupine quills. Itakuya's breath nearly stopped. Yet how would this little lion ever heed the words of a serpent? He released his grip almost without a second thought. Itakuya silently glanced at the cauldron before him. Though it remained placid for now, she knew it would explode within seconds. Now Itakuya faced two choices: flee immediately or attempt to salvage the situation. Her reverence for the ingredients compelled her to decide in an instant. She fished a slimy slug from a nearby bucket with her bare hands, then amidst the shocked and disgusted gazes of those around her, cleaned it with calm and practiced efficiency. A second before the cauldron erupted, she tossed it in, watching as the potion's hue slowly shifted. She seized two more ingredients, threw them in, and casually dropped the already prepared slug into her own cauldron. Then she picked up a ladle and stirred Neville's cauldron 3 times clockwise. Itakuya managed 2 different potions simultaneously, her hands never faltered. This near-virtuosic display drew everyone's attention, even Snape deigning to approach and observe Itakuya. Minutes later, acidic green mist rose from both cauldrons, signaling the completion of the potions. Itakuya set down her wand, her taut nerves relaxing slightly. For timely intervention in saving an impending cauldron explosion and successfully brewing a pimple potion, 10 points to Miss Itakuya. Snape's low voice rumbled above her head, startling Itakuya so much she nearly cast a spell. She looked up, meeting 2 jet-black eyes. However, I assume Miss Itakuya is aware that wasting additional ingredients to salvage a simple burn-healing potion is exceedingly foolish. And unless your brain is the size of a troll's, no one would be idiotic enough to brew 2 potions at once. Itakuya paused, then realized with a jolt the stupidity of, "I apologize, Professor." Itakuya nodded. "Oh." A shrill female voice rang out from the front of the classroom. Everyone turned abruptly to see Draco's potions partner at the very front had also mistakenly dropped porcupine quills into the cauldron, likely distracted by watching Itakuya. By the time Draco reacted, a small hole had already been burned through his cauldron, leaving the pair no time to flee. Scourgify. Pertego. Both spells were uttered almost simultaneously, yet no one had time to grab their wands, as Snape had earlier demanded everyone store them away. Thus both incantations were wandless. The former, aimed at the impending explosion, came from Slytherin's head. Snape. The latter was directed at the young Master Malfoy, cast by a first-year Slytherin. Itakuya only realized she might have committed another foolish act when she found herself under the scrutiny of everyone, including Snape. In that critical moment, driven by her admiration for Draco's gem-like visage and a desire to protect, she had instinctively raised her hand and uttered the incantation, just as she always did. The probing, evaluating gazes around her made Itakuya's hair stand on end as she instinctively gripped her wand tighter. Damn it! She had been so engrossed in the potions class that she had forgotten her current circumstances. Snape, too, was now scrutinizing this first-year student. He had noticed Neville, that Gryffindor troll, when he recklessly reached for the porcupine quills. He allowed it to happen because he knew that more than any lesson a harsh experience would teach these Gryffindors, especially the chosen one, to approach potions with the caution it deserved. He had not missed Itakuya's intervention either. He remembered her as that impertinent little troll who had stared at him during the sorting ceremony. But everything that followed defied his expectations. Itakuya, a girl who had been ostracized by nearly all of Slytherin since her arrival, brewed 2 potions simultaneously with an expertise that belied her age. Though such a flamboyant display was as foolish as being possessed by a troll, Itakuya's deft movements left Snape in a surprisingly good mood. Had it ended there, Snape would have merely considered Itakuya a promising talent. But what followed forced him to ponder the true nature of this mysterious girl. Wandless magic and her casting speed was in no way inferior to his own. Such a feat was virtually impossible for an 11-year-old child. Yet what baffled Snape most was Itakuya's reaction to the attention. In an instant the girl bristled like a startled cat, assuming a defensive posture and warily scanning her surroundings. This was peculiar. Miss Parkinson, 3 days detention for improper ingredient addition. Mr. Malfoy, 2 days detention for failing to prevent your partner's... The moment Snape finished speaking, Draco shot a venomous glare at the girl beside him. As for Miss Itakuya, please follow me. Itakuya followed Snape through several staircases until they reached their destination, Dumbledore's office. Wait here. Snape left with those words. Before the door closed, Itakuya caught a glimpse of Dumbledore's face. He winked at her playfully. Yet Itakuya was in no mood to acknowledge Dumbledore's mischievous expression. Her spirits were low. It had been a long time since she felt this helpless, her fate in the hand. The wind howled through the corridor like a ghostly wail. Itakuya took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and leaned against the wall, breathing deeply one breath after another. She struggled to control her emotions. Severus, I assure you as headmaster that the girl outside is not what you suspect. But Dumbledore, it's nearly impossible. An 11-year-old first year who has lived her entire life in the Muggle world. How could she be so prodigious as to use wandless magic? Severus, relax. I can guarantee that as of now that child has no connection whatsoever to that side. Dumbledore's eyes hidden behind his half-moon spectacles gleamed with wisdom. As for the rest, why not ask the party in question? The door opened from within, and Snape addressed the waiting Itakuya. Miss Itakuya, please come in. Itakuya nervously glanced at Snape, but it was difficult to glean anything from his perpetually cold expression. Snape. Miss Itakuya, would you care for some sweets? A lemon sherbet always lifts my spirits. Dumbledore gestured for Itakuya to sit the table before him, laden with an assortment of candies. But Itakuya had no appetite. Her gaze swept past the shelves behind Dumbledore and landed on the sorting hat. That hat must have known something. Itakuya had suspected during the sorting ceremony that the hat might have glimpsed some of her memories. If that were the case, then the headmaster before her surely knew her true identity. Itakuya met Dumbledore's gaze silently, hoping the great white wizard would not reveal anything in front of Snape. She was not ready. Don't be nervous, Miss Itakuya. Dumbledore offered her a genial smile. Your head of house and potions professor along with myself merely wish to inquire about a few things. Itakuya slowly met Dumbledore's eyes, and he winked at her once more. This time she finally grasped the headmaster's unspoken meaning and let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe Miss Itakuya would be more than willing to explain to your poor head of house how you came to use wandless magic. Clearly Snape had grown impatient with their veiled exchange. Itakuya turned to face Snape, who stood with arms crossed. In truth, Professor, I am not entirely certain what wandless magic means. I received my first wand through a scholarship from Hogwarts. Before that I had always performed spells this way. Snape's expression shifted slightly. You mean to say you have always cast spells without a wand? Itakuya's life at the orphanage had not been smooth sailing. Yet with harmless minor spells she navigated it effortlessly. 2 reasons explained how she had brazenly cast spells on muggles for years without consequence. Her spells were weak in magical potency, and she required no wand. In truth, it was only after entering Hogwarts during casual inquiries that she learned wizards were forbidden from using magic on muggles. I always assumed no one needed a wand, until I saw my fellow students aboard the Hogwarts Express chanting incantations while waving theirs. If even such a fundamental matter eludes you, Miss Itakuya, I must ask, how did you come to know spell incantations and potion formulae? Did you truly master an entire term's curriculum within mere days of enrollment? Severus Snape pressed further. When I was abandoned at the orphanage, a chest beside me contained several books on spells and potions. Yet within 6 months of arriving there, other children had destroyed them all. All that remained were fragmented memories, and a few tattered pages bearing scattered spells and potion recipes. During your lesson just now I simply felt it was what ought to be done, so I did it. When everyone turned to stare, I feared I'd erred, and panic seized me. Itakuya spoke with her head bowed, then suddenly lifted her gaze, her mist-laden eyes locking onto Snape's. For a fleeting moment, he faltered under her stare, before turning sharply, robes billowing behind him, and declaring, "Then perhaps Slytherin has by sheer fortune gained yet another prodigy." He emphasized the word yet, a subtle telling weight. Only after the headmaster's office door clicked shut did Itakuya calmly wipe away the tears gathering at her. A most convincing performance, Miss Itakuya. Dumbledore chuckled, having just savored a finely wrought theatrical piece. I dare say by tomorrow every student at Hogwarts will know a natural wandless prodigy has emerged among them. Itakuya offered a faint smile. That is infinitely preferable to being branded a monster, or worse catalogued, as ministry property. Miss Itakuya seems unsurprised, even untroubled, that this old man has so boldly probed your deepest secret. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. The moment Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon my head on induction day, I sensed it. Her gaze settled steadily upon the sorting hat behind Dumbledore. No secret may remain hidden before the greatest white wizard of our age. Though flattery it warms this old heart, Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling with childlike mischief as he nudged the box of cockroach clusters closer to Itakuya. Itakuya's knowledge of wizarding confections was woefully scarce. When that peculiar morsel burst in her mouth, with a flavor more uncanny than any potion, her composure finally cracked. Aha. Very well, Miss Itakuya. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I deem it both fitting and necessary to reward a talent of such extraordinary brilliance. Dumbledore paused thoughtfully. Access to the restricted section of the Hogwarts library would be an excellent choice, would it not? Itakuya's smile deepened. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. This saves me time otherwise spent brewing invisibility potion. She rose, expressed her gratitude, and bid him farewell. At the doorway she paused, as if struck by sudden recollection, and turned back. Headmaster Dumbledore, regarding my origins no one knows, do they? Dumbledore's usually elegant perceptive gaze flickered, rarely so startled. Of course not, my dear. Satisfied, Itakuya departed. Dumbledore watched her go, a gentle knowing smile playing upon his lips. Privately he mused, father and daughter share that same stubborn pride. Their conversation caused Itakuya to miss her first flying lesson, but she seemed to have missed little. Neville Longbottom had tumbled and injured his hand during class, prompting Madame Hooch to escort him personally to the hospital wing. With the afternoon free, Itakuya preferred not to return to the Slytherin common room, where curious eyes would surely swarm. Instead, she headed straight for the library, wielding her freshly granted restricted section access like a key. Why, Itakuya? Miss, this is the restricted section. You shouldn't. You're not meant to be here. Professor Quirrell. Itakuya rose. Before her stood a man wrapped in a turban, stammering haltingly. She recalled him dimly. He taught defense against the dark arts, though his first lesson wasn't scheduled until 2 days hence. She'd seen him only once before, during the sorting ceremony on induction day. Professor Quirrell, I possess explicit authorization from Headmaster Dumbledore to consult restricted section materials. Oh. That is truly remarkable. You are but a first-year student. Quirrell appeared astonished, yet said no more. Yes, Professor Quirrell, I am deeply honored by this privilege. You've come seeking. What precisely? Quirrell rubbed his hands together nervously. Perhaps you harbor interest in defense against the dark arts. I could recommend certain titles. Itakuya hesitated. She had no clear objective. Yet rather than dark arts, her curiosity leaned toward potions. Never mind. Her aim was simple, every book in the restricted section. With a nod and a serene smile she replied, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Professor. She remained until nightfall, then returned to the Slytherin common room, cradling several volumes. The Slytherin common room lay deep within the dungeons. Its windows overlooked the murky depths of the Black Lake, a soft, ceaseless ripple of water that proved oddly soothing to Itakuya, a chronic insomniac. Draco Malfoy sat enthroned upon his favored sofa, flanked by his 2 ever-present cronies. Legs crossed, posture regal, his expression darkened slightly upon seeing Itakuya enter. At last Slytherin's prodigy deigns to return. I'd begun wondering whether we'd need to seek you out in Gryffindor's common room, Miss Itakuya. Draco declared. Itakuya. Well, which string had snapped in this young lord today? His seat near the hearth bathed his sharp, arrogant features in flickering amber light, making them all the more vivid. Mr. Malfoy, I confess, I hadn't expected you to wait for me. With quiet confidence, she walked forward and seated herself, right beside him, on his exclusive sofa, drawing stunned glances from the room. Wait for you? A Malfoy waits for no one. Draco shot her a glare. Very well, Itakuya arched a brow. Then allow me to take my leave. Good night, mister. She began, rising, only for Draco to blurt, wait, and seize her wrist. Itakuya turned calmly, waiting in silence for him to declare his intent. You should feel honored, Miss Itakuya, Draco announced, chin lifted in haughty triumph. Given your exceptional spellcraft, I hereby acknowledge you as a Malfoy's friend. Itakuya suppressed a wry chuckle. The word friend in Draco's mouth sounded suspiciously like retainer. Yet for a pure-blood aristocrat to publicly claim someone as retainer amounted to declaring them under Slytherin's protection, a position undeniably advantageous. If Itakuya were merely a nameless, pitiable orphan. Then what is expected of me, Mr. Malfoy, she asked. Draco nodded approvingly, pleased by her prompt compliance. At 11:30 tonight I've arranged a duel with St. Potter and his ginger mole companion. You shall prove your allegiance, in front of me. A Slytherin's allegiance. Itakuya sighed inwardly. She'd already deduced the situation. This pampered Malfoy scion was quite simply a spoiled child. When Itakuya remained silent, Draco frowned impatiently. What hesitation remains, eh? She met his gaze, and caught for an instant the flicker of raw anxiety beneath those steely gray-blue eyes. Her glance swept the room, though others appeared absorbed in their own affairs. Surreptitious glances kept drifting toward them. She'd noticed it before. That proud, petulant boy guarded his dignity above all else. He could by right of the Malfoy name command center stage, had he never encountered the boy who lived. Itakuya recalled the healing potion that had inexplicably appeared in her trunk on induction day. Though delivered unseen, the vial bore the unmistakable Malfoy crest, and its exquisite craftsmanship betrayed both lineage and value. She wondered, would refusing him tonight rob him of sleep for nights on end? Ah, fine. With a quiet sigh she relented, for the sake of his striking good looks. Besides, adopting the role of his retainer would shield her from the petty, tiresome pranks of Slytherin's younger snakes. And she was planning to slip out anyway. Her stomach growled hollow and insistent. As for the duel, I accept wholeheartedly, Mr. Malfoy. She watched unmistakably as Draco exhaled in visible relief. However, Mr. Malfoy, might I attend alone? Filch is notoriously formidable. Being caught singly is far preferable to being apprehended alongside another, is it not? Draco scrutinized her skeptically, but her unruffled composure convinced him. After brief deliberation he acquiesced. Very well. The venue, the trophy room. Good luck. Good night, young Master Malfoy. May your dreams be sweet. Itakuya waved lightly as he retreated to his chambers, then settled back onto the sofa, opening her book once more. As the appointed time approached, Itakuya set down her book and wearily massaged her temples. Then she put the book aside, picked up her wand, and left the common room. She made her way unimpeded to the third-floor exhibition room, and found a corner that was easy to conceal herself in. Before long, the unmistakable voices of the Savior trio reached her ears. I simply cannot believe you two would actually do something so foolish. Have you given any thought to Gryffindor's reputation? It was Hermione speaking. Don't get in the way here, said another. Stop arguing, you two. Hey, Harry, look. No one's here. I knew it. That coward Malfoy must have gotten scared. Or perhaps even Malfoy knows better than to cost his own house points. Itakuya thought. So noisy. Hi. Good evening. She stepped out from the corner, meeting the terrified and wary gazes of the trio. Itakuya, Harry asked in confusion. What are you doing here? Where's Malfoy? Itakuya, you're not in league with Malfoy, are you? I knew it. Slytherin, Ron said. Oh, Itakuya, are you alright? I haven't seen you since potions class. I was worried about you, said Hermione. Itakuya thought. Really so noisy. Malfoy had something come up, so I came in his place, she explained. You should go back. Tomorrow we'll tell Malfoy that Filch showed up, and I didn't get to see you. Hermione, don't worry about me. I just went to see Headmaster Dumbledore, and then spent the afternoon in the library. What? You went to see Headmaster Dumbledore? The trio's attention was instantly diverted. Yes, Itakuya said, not wanting to continue the topic. It's very late. We'd better get back as soon as possible. Itakuya, can you really do wandless magic? What did Headmaster Dumbledore say to you? Itakuya began to regret not having refused Draco's request. Yes, I can. Headmaster Dumbledore only asked me about the wandless magic. The trio wanted to ask more, but Filch's voice suddenly rang out, and they immediately fell silent. Come on, my sweet, have a good sniff. They might be hiding in there. Itakuya had never thought Filch's voice could sound so delightful. Thank Merlin. Harry was the first to regain composure. He pointed to the corridor lined with suits of armor, signaling the others to follow. The group crept along stealthily, Filch's voice practically echoing right above their heads. Suddenly a loud bang sounded not far away. Itakuya looked over and saw a familiar flash of gold. Damn it. If Draco got caught, she would definitely be summoned for a talk by Snape. For Merlin's sake, she really didn't want to be in Snape's line of sight again anytime soon. Itakuya waved her hand, signaling Harry and the others not to worry about her. She slipped through a gap behind Filch and cast a disillusionment charm just before that flash of gold was fully exposed. Disillusionment. Draco had long suspected that this Itakuya was a traitor to Slytherin. He had followed behind Itakuya, intending to catch her in the act, but Filch's sudden appearance caught him off guard, making him panic and knock something over. Damn that squib. Damn Itakuya. Draco cursed inwardly, already imagining how furious his godfather would be when he found out about this. It's okay, follow me. The soft touch of the girl's hand enveloped his entire palm. By the time Draco realized what was happening, Itakuya had already pulled him away. They slipped out of the common room silently from another direction. As they turned a corner, Draco reacted a beat too late and abruptly shook off Itakuya's hand. Itakuya looked back and indeed saw fury blazing in those grayish-blue gems. Troublesome. Miss Itakuya, you had better give me an explanation, Draco said. Who gave you the nerve to toy with a Malfoy like this? You mud. Before Draco could finish, a rustling sound came from behind them. Sensing trouble, Itakuya grabbed Draco and broke into a run. Let go of me. You. Draco struggled in displeasure. Can't you pick a better time to throw a tantrum? Itakuya said while running. My dear young master, could you please save your tantrum for another time? Itakuya frowned inwardly, thinking if it weren't for the fact that you're handsome and that ditching you would cause even more trouble, I wouldn't bother. But despite her thoughts, she appeared completely unfazed by Draco's words. She offered a casual reassurance, you can scold me all you want once we're safe. You don't want us to get caught by Filch, do you? Itakuya and Draco ran around like headless chickens, soon finding themselves at a dead end. They hid behind a pillar as Filch approached, slowly lantern raised. It was only a matter of time before he found them. They were pressed close together, so close that Draco could almost feel the warmth of her breath on his neck. That warmth seemed alive, creeping up his neck, and Draco felt his entire face burning hot. Yet the perpetrator of it all seemed utterly oblivious, as if she wished to press even closer to avoid detection. Itakuya frowned as she surveyed the terrain. Behind them was a dead end and Filch was only 100 meters away. They stood on a semi-outdoor corridor, the night wind rustling through the air. She observed her surroundings. The pillar beside them connected to the castle's outer wall, and the ceiling's edge was adorned with exquisite carvings. Maybe it could work. Wait here. It'll lure him away. Draco watched in bewilderment as the girl scrambled up the pillar like a monkey, climbing onto the outer wall and using the carvings for leverage as she edged toward Filch. Is she insane? This is the 3rd floor. She'll break her neck. Draco's heart leaped into his throat. His eyes locked onto Itakuya, his wand already poised to cast a floating charm the moment she fell. But less than half a minute later, Draco's gaze darted away as if shocked. Damn Itakuya! Had she forgotten that she was wearing a skirt under her robes? In truth, Itakuya hadn't forgotten. She was wearing shorts underneath, and her robes and skirt were long enough to drag on the ground. Besides, it was nighttime. At most, all he could see was a bit of her calf. What was the big deal? As a young Malfoy steeped in aristocratic upbringing, Draco was torn between watching her carefully and looking away out of propriety. At that moment, Itakuya had no time for such thoughts. Hanging upside down, she crawled to a nearby fork and used a floating charm to make a potted plant or something similar emit a sound, as if it had been accidentally knocked over. Filch took the bait and went after the noise. Finally safe. Itakuya flipped nimbly to the ground, stretching gracefully. The thrill she hadn't felt in a long while lifted her spirits. She momentarily forgot the earlier unpleasantness and cordially invited Draco. Mr. Malfoy, would you like to get a midnight snack? What? A midnight snack? Itakuya, sometimes I really wonder if you should have been sorted into Gryffindor to run wild with those stupid lions. Itakuya replied, but I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all afternoon. Who told you to hide in the library reading? Draco retorted irritably. You should have been a Ravenclaw. He added testily, no. You're coming back to the Slytherin common room with me. But, shut up. My mother sent me some sweets and biscuits. Oh, wait, were you planning to sneak out for a midnight snack all along? Narcissa Malfoy, the first person Itakuya had ever felt a surge of goodwill toward without even meeting. No girl could resist delicious little biscuits. What are you looking at? Draco asked, a little displeased. Itakuya was sitting on the sofa eating the Malfoy's biscuits while reading a book Shed brought back from the library, not sparing him a single glance. It's a reading list recommended by Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell? That professor who can't even speak properly. I doubt he'd recommend anything. Well, a book. Itakuya thought, why is this young master unhappy again? She looked up calmly at Draco. I just like reading. It calms my mind. Draco fell silent. The midnight common room was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fireplace. Sometimes you remind me of my father. Itakuya was puzzled. Mr. Malfoy Sr. Father is always like that. I can never read his mood from his expression. Just like you now. You're smiling, but I can't feel your happiness. Itakuya mused. Is that a bad thing? It's good for the head of the Malfoy family, Draco said, pride flickering across his face. But for you, I think it's not. He thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully. You always give me this feeling of loneliness. And since school started, you've always been alone. Itakuya raised an eyebrow and replied casually, maybe I'm just used to it. Then I think you should break that habit. Draco lifted his chin, his smile radiant. You're a friend of the Malfoys now. Everyone will envy you. And we Malfoys are always good to our friends. I won't let you be. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, making the flames dance. Draco's face, caught between light and shadow, looked even more striking. Those grayish-blue gems shone especially brightly in the firelight, like a winter sun illuminating Itakuya directly. Draco, she said, suddenly forgetting to call him Mr. Malfoy. You really are. Very handsome. Have you gone mad in the middle of the night? Itakuya looked down and smiled without a word. I'm going to bed, Draco said, stepping back, his face flushed with heat. Itakuya nodded and stood up. Me too. Good night then. Wait, Draco called out, finally voicing the question that had been bothering him. Why weren't you angry earlier? Earlier? At the exhibition room door when I called you. Draco stammered, unwilling to continue. Called me? What did you call me? Itakuya probed. Mudblood. Draco's voice was muffled. Itakuya thought to herself in surprise, I didn't expect this young master to realize he was wrong. Maybe it's because I grew up in an orphanage. Draco looked confused. Compared to a bunch of wild children, without parental guidance, you purebloods have a rather refined way of cursing. Recalling her peers at the St. Cyr orphanage, she said fairly really you purebloods curse with a certain aristocratic flair. Are you stupid? Draco finally understood her meaning, and said angrily, how can you get used to something like that? Especially when you're a Slytherin. So, Draco rolled his eyes. Slytherin only takes mud, children with muggle parents in very rare cases. If the sorting hat put you here, it means at least one of your parents must be a wizard. So you're not a mudblood. Itakuya pinched her chin doubtfully. But you said it's very rare. What if There is no what if. Draco said indignantly. You're so strong. You can do wandless magic in your first year. You must come from the bloodline of a very powerful wizard. Itakuya couldn't help but laugh, then murmured softly, powerful, huh? Among the first-year Slytherins, there was a prodigy capable of wandless magic. Within half a day, the name Itakuya had spread far and wide. Such inhuman talent left even the pure-blood Slytherins unable to remain indifferent. The little serpents of Slytherin tacitly lifted their isolation of it, having been steeped in the teachings of their noble families. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm was almost ingrained in their bones. Moreover, the previous evening in the common room, the young master of the Malfoy family had publicly declared his protection over Itakuya. Thus at breakfast today, Itakuya was honored to leave the most obscure corner and took a seat to the left front of Draco, a position near the center of power among the first year. To this, Itakuya remarked, "Thank you, but it's quite unnecessary." Only today did she realize that these noble little serpents were ceaselessly engaged in social maneuvering. Watching her classmates network left and right, chatting from potionology to herb trading, Itakuya wondered, don't they need to eat? Listening to the cheap flattery all around her already dampened Itakuya's appetite, not to mention enduring the glare from someone across the table. Indeed, since this morning this young master had been inexplicably off, staring at Itakuya with an expression that seemed to say, hurry up and apologize to me. Itakuya was utterly baffled. Heaven knew she had only said one thing to him all day, good morning, Master Malfoy. So what exactly was the problem? This low-pressure atmosphere persisted until Professor Flitwick's charms class. Itakuya could constantly feel the daggers from the gray-blue eyes of someone in the back row. Itakuya, too scared to move, not even a little. I am delighted to discover that among my students there is a master of wandless magic. You see, wandless magic is something many adult wizards cannot achieve. Itakuya, Miss Itakuya, would you be willing to demonstrate your wandless magic for us? Professor Flitwick gazed at Itakuya with the fondness of a grandmother for her grandson. He even wished he could have sorted Itakuya into Ravenclaw during the sorting ceremony. The Slytherins and Gryffindors present were also visibly excited, as this was their first chance to witness wandless magic up close. Itakuya rose. Very well, Professor Flitwick. Itakuya extended her right hand, waving it gracefully in the air, as if conducting an orchestra, and incanted, Wingardium Leviosa. The book before her floated up, twirled elegantly, then danced like a mischievous sprite around every corner of the classroom. Finally, at Itakuya's command, it stopped before Draco, performing a bow that was both playful and dignified. Draco naturally drew everyone's attention. The young master lifted his chin haughtily and shot Itakuya a look that said, that's more like it. Thank heavens he was finally appeased. Remarkably precise control of magic, Miss Itakuya. I believe your charm's final will be an O. 5 points to Slytherin, Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. Now everyone pick up the feathers before you, and we shall learn. To aid Professor Flitwick's instruction, Itakuya deliberately demonstrated the levitation charm. The effect was significant. Every student in the class studied with great diligence. Itakuya meanwhile continued trying to cast spells with her wand. She and her poor wand were still struggling to adapt to each other. Look, Miss Granger has succeeded. 5 points to Gryffindor. Itakuya looked up and met Hermione's delighted smile. The two exchanged a friendly glance. Unfortunately, Hermione's joy soon turned to sorrow. Before dinner, in the girls' lavatory. Hermione, are you all right? Itakuya stood outside the stall, hearing the girls' sobs within. Sniff. I hate them, Hermione broke down. I just wanted to be more studious like you, Ida. Itakuya was speechless. She didn't know what Ron had said to Hermione to shatter this proud girl so completely, but it surely wasn't anything kind. Itakuya sighed. Actually, Hermione, I'm not as wonderful as you think. In Professor Snape's potions class, when everyone focused on me because of my wandless magic, I was terrified. Hermione stopped crying inside the stall. Itakuya gave a helpless smile. Indeed, gossip was human nature. In the orphanage, attracting attention was never good. It meant jealousy and bullying from peers. Besides, the problem I'm facing now is quite troublesome. I'm so used to wandless magic that my wand and I can't adapt to each other. Hermione stepped out of the stall voluntarily, her eyes still glistening with tears. But what does it matter? Hermione, haven't you noticed that I only use some basic, truly powerful spells require a wand's assistance? Otherwise they're hard to cast with their full force. Professor Snape can also do wandless magic, but he mostly uses his wand. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. So that's why you don't carry your wand. Draco's voice rang out from behind. He stormed in, his face cold, holding Itakuya's wand. It's hawthorn wood like mine, but with a river troll's spine core. If you ask me, you should at least have a unicorn hair one. Draco's expression was grim. A wand was crucial to a witch, yet Itakuya had carelessly left hers in the classroom. If he hadn't found it in time, what would she use if she encountered danger? Air. Master Malfoy, this is the girls' lavatory. Itakuya said awkwardly. Draco's already sour face turned even frostier. He thrust the wand into Itakuya's arms. I know. If it weren't for. And what did you call me? Master Malfoy. Oomph. Then. Malfoy. You dare copy that St. Potter. Draco shrieked. Itakuya was speechless. What was this young master throwing a tantrum about now? Draco. He wants you to call him Draco. Hermione couldn't help but whisper from behind. All right. Draco, may I call you that? Itakuya realized belatedly. Draco didn't answer, which was taken as tacit consent. His gaze swept over Hermione behind Itakuya, and he held back a scathing remark. Are you going to keep chatting with this Gryffindor in this wretched place all night? Itakuya turned back to see Hermione, giving her an understanding look. Ida, you go ahead. He'll tidy up and head back soon. All right, Hermione, take care of yourself. Where are you going, Draco? Itakuya followed that blonde head. Where else? Back to the Slytherin common room. Or do you plan to spend this hour in that blasted library with your stupid books? I can't believe you spent Halloween with that lionhead girl. It's Halloween today. What are you going to say? You've never celebrated Halloween? Draco was amused by Itakuya's foolish question. He stopped and raised an eyebrow. But Itakuya gave him an utterly sincere, affirmative look. Draco was stunned. No way. How could anyone not know about Halloween? Oh, so that's why all the food today was pumpkin. Itakuya recalled and nodded in understanding. You. Draco stood there at a loss. He was about to say something more when prefects from each house hurriedly led their students back to their respective common rooms. Everyone wore grim expressions, moving forward in silence. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Itakuya. A Slytherin prefect spotted the two stragglers. Come quickly. A troll has gotten loose. Professor Dumbledore has ordered all students back to their common rooms. Itakuya was worried about Hermione, but she couldn't openly object in front of the prefect and so many people. She had no choice but to follow the Slytherin serpents back to the dungeons. Drop your pointless worry, Draco said to Itakuya, who was staring out the window. You're a Slytherin. Remember your place and stop thinking about those foolish, arrogant lions. Besides, it's just a troll. Itakuya found Draco amusing. Just minutes ago the word troll had him gripping her hand in fear, and now he was acting as if he feared. Is that so? It seems Master Malfoy isn't worried at all. Aren't you afraid the troll will come to the Slytherin dungeons? Are you stupid? With the portraits, a troll can't get in. Draco rolled his eyes at Itakuya. Besides, with my godfather here, a mere troll is nothing. Godfather. Draco smirked triumphantly. Of course. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, is my godfather. I've known my godfather since I was very young. He used to come to my house often to teach me how to brew potions. Sometimes my godfather even praised me for my talent. He once said I was the most talented student he had ever taught. Just listening to Draco's words, Itakuya couldn't help but imagine those scenes, and a sudden, inexplicable ache filled her heart. Itakuya, what's wrong? Draco asked in panic. Itakuya remained still, looking at Draco, the corners of her eyes frighteningly red. In all the time Draco had known Itakuya, this was the first time he had so plainly witnessed such a vivid, powerful emotion from her, sorrow. This sorrow made Draco's breath catch, as if his own heart ached in sympathy. Itakuya wiped her tears hastily, avoiding Draco's gaze. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to sleep now. With that, Itakuya clutched at her heart and hurried away. Itakuya locked the door and cast several locking and silencing charms in the room before collapsing onto the carpet, unable to support herself any longer. A sudden gale howled through the sealed room, leaving chaos in its wake. Itakuya's hair was tossed wildly. She was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily in agony, one hand clutching at her heart, as if she intended to tear it from her chest. Her other hand buried itself in her hair, the torment of a soul being rent asunder stifled even a single moan. Itakuya! 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 Itakuya, take a deep breath. You must control your heart, suppress every emotion. Itakuya, calm down. The gentle yet powerful voice from her memory echoed in her ears, gradually soothing her. Itakuya struggled to draw her wand and uttered the incantation, Expecto Patronum. A burst of white light erupted from the wand's tip, coalescing into the phantom of a massive dragon. The dragon spread its wings and enveloped Itakuya, who finally relaxed, her consciousness slowly fading. Before losing awareness, she murmured softly, the next day? What? You mean you can't undo it either? She's just a first year. Itakuya was awakened by a clamor of voices. She had slept on the floor all night, and her head throbbed terribly. All right, I'll go find my godfather. Itakuya propped her head up, trying to gather her wits, and the realization of what "I'll go find my godfather" meant jolted her fully. She scrambled up, grabbed her wand, and cast several finite incantatem spells in quick succession, then pulled open the door and dashed toward a blonde head. I'm fine, no need to call Professor Snape. Itakuya. Draco growled in anger, grabbing her arm. Look at yourself. Do you call this fine? And you've already missed 2 classes. Itakuya glanced down at herself belatedly. She was still in yesterday's clothes with the collar undone, the fabric wrinkled and stained with dust. While she did look rather disheveled. It's nothing, I just got a bit dirty by accident. She casually cast a scourgify on herself. Draco fumed. Look at your face by Merlin's socks. His worry was not unfounded. Itakuya's complexion was frighteningly pale. Mr. Malfoy, perhaps Miss Itakuya should go to the hospital wing. Itakuya turned to see over a dozen people gathered outside her door. The speaker was a 4th-year. Pansy Parkinson from Malfoy's little gang and Daphne Greengrass were also there, huddled together, glaring at her with ill intent. And there she was being dragged by Draco in front of everyone, her clothes in disarray. Itakuya. Ida, are you alright? I heard from some Slytherins that you were ill. At dinner, Itakuya met the reconciled trio. I'm fine, I just got too absorbed in reading and forgot to rest. Speaking of which, Hermione, I heard you encountered a troll. Yes, right where we parted. I was terrified, but luckily Harry and Ron came for me, Hermione said, still shaken. Oh, Hermione, I should have stayed with you. It's not your fault, Ida. No one could have expected a troll to appear. Itakuya, I believe I've told you before, as a Slytherin, you should think carefully about what kind of people you befriend. Draco interrupted their conversation. Draco, Itakuya frowned. Don't talk about Hermione like that. Draco's eyes widened. What? Itakuya, are you talking back to me? For MMPH. Itakuya swiftly shoved a small piece of green apple into Draco's mouth, physically putting an end to the argument. Alright, we still have detention with Professor Snape. Without another word, Itakuya dragged Draco away. Itakuya had missed Snape's potions class because she overslept and Draco had skipped it to look for her. The consequence was that the 2 of them had to deal with a whole 3 days' worth of slimy creatures. Itakuya felt incredibly awkward under Snape's deathly glare. As the days passed, her life gradually returned to calm. Most of her time was spent reading in the Hogwarts library, and almost everyone envied the special permission Dumbledore had given her to access the restricted section. Hermione in particular was so excited that she even secretly practiced wandless magic. Itakuya had already risen from being one of Malfoy's hangerson to his after all, compared to the gluttonous Goyle and Crabbe and the lovesick pansy Itakuya, who could mostly go along with Draco and remain unfazed by his sarcasm, was a far better match for his spoiled temperament. Moreover, Itakuya's potion brewing was swift and precise. In every potions class, she could cooperate with Draco to complete Snape's tasks at top speed, earning double praise from him. Draco could not have been more satisfied with Itakuya as his follower. Thanks to the intimidation of the Malfoy name, most Slytherins showed goodwill toward her. Yet Itakuya could clearly sense their underlying contempt and disgust, especially when they learned how impoverished her past life had been. The only 2 Slytherins who genuinely didn't look down on her were Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott. The former needed no further explanation. As for the latter, Theodore Nott, he was a solitary figure much like Itakuya, aloof and indifferent to everyone. As for the professors, Professor Flitwick had the best relationship with Itakuya among all the faculty. On the very day he discovered her remarkable talent and charms, he appointed her as his class representative and allowed her to read other books in class, provided they were related to charms. When he learned that Itakuya was a poor orphan without a surname, Professor Flitwick even considered adopting her as his daughter. In the end, Itakuya politely declined. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, but I love the name Itakuya. I am who I am, Itakuya. Very well, Miss Itakuya. But if you ever change your mind, feel free to come to me. The second closest professor was Quirrell. This poor, garlic-scented stammering defense against the dark arts teacher was hardly respected by any student. He often became nervously tongue-tied when students gave him a hard time. Whenever that happened, he would call on Itakuya to answer questions. Because Itakuya was the only student who could face the garlicky Quirrell with equanimity, as she put it, she had once lived next to a cowshed for half a year, and the smell there was far worse than Quirrell's garlic odor. Perhaps it was also because Itakuya had finished reading all the books on Quirrell's recommended list early on, as she could always answer his questions perfectly. However, Itakuya's relationship with the Slytherin head Snape was not close. For one thing, the Dungeon's Serpent King was not an easy person to get along with. Moreover, Itakuya intentionally avoided contact with Snape, completing her detentions in complete silence. She only sought his advice on potion-related issues occasionally, and always brought Draco along as a buffer. Draco teased her, saying she was afraid of being scolded by but could the usually indifferent Itakuya really be afraid of Professor Snape's flat-toned sarcasm? Only she herself knew the answer. The November weather was always hard on the cold, sensitive Itakuya. She gave up most outdoor activities and even stopped going to the library. Instead, she sat by the fireplace in the Slytherin common room with her books. Itakuya, you're about to fall into the fire, Draco said discontentedly. Itakuya was sitting on a simple stool she had transfigured from a stone less than 10 centimeters from the hearth. A few days ago, she had still been sitting on Draco's exclusive sofa, but as the weather turned colder, she had abandoned it without hesitation. Yeah, she replied with, obviously such a perfunctory answer displeased Draco. He strode over and snatched the book from her hands. Don't tell me you're planning to hole up in the Slytherin common room on a day like today. Today? What day? Itakuya looked up blankly. It's the day of the Quidditch match, of course. Itakuya pouted, unable to comprehend why anyone would want to go out and freeze in such cold weather. But she could already see Draco's furious, almost devouring glare. She swore that if she dared to utter a single word of refusal, the young master would explode at her. All right, Draco, let's go. Itakuya wisely conceded. Hurry up. The appeased young master led Itakuya out of the Slytherin common room with satisfaction, while she silently grumbled in her heart. She really couldn't understand why he was so excited. It wasn't like he was the one playing. Of course Itakuya would never dare say that aloud. Who knew how long Draco had complained when he learned that Harry had become the youngest seeker in a century in his very first year. Itakuya stood among the other Slytherins. The weather was so bitingly cold that almost everyone wore a scarf representing their house. Itakuya even contemplated wrapping her entire head in it. The match had been underway for some time now. In the sky, tiny red and green specks were darting about at breakneck. Itakuya yawned in boredom. Truth be told, she had quite a talent for flying on a broomstick. Unlike other girls, she harbored no fear of heights and could steer her broom with steady composure. She even flew faster than most. Draco was ecstatic, convinced that she could join the Quidditch team alongside him in their second year. But Itakuya's passion for broomstick flying had vanished without a trace as the weather turned cold. She refused to chase after a small ball in the biting wind. He's got the golden snitch. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch, winning Gryffindor 150 points. The commentator's excited voice rang out. Itakuya turned her head and saw Draco dejectedly covering his face with his hands. Slytherin losing the Quidditch match was disheartening enough, but what stung even more was that the main reason for their loss was Harry. Come on, let me take you to get something nice to eat, Itakuya said, patting his shoulder in consolation. It was the only way she could think of to cheer someone up. In the Slytherin common room. When I join Quidditch next year, I will definitely beat Harry fair and square, the sulky little heir vowed. Itakuya, cradling a cup of hot tea, leaned against the fireplace, admiring Draco's delicate features, his sapphire-like eyes, and his sun-kissed hair. How she wished she could steal that gem and take it home, Itakuya mused. I can't believe we have to enjoy Christmas tomorrow, yet today, we still have to go to the library. Don't complain, Ron. We need to find out about Nicholas Flamel as soon as possible, so we can figure out what Snape is trying to steal from Dumbledore, Hermione said sternly. Harry nodded in agreement. They had been searching the library for ages with no progress. Harry even thought he might need to pry more information from Hagrid. Suddenly, he spotted a figure leaning against the wall holding a book larger than her face. Itakuya. Itakuya looked up at the sound of her name and saw the famous trio. She had been seeing them in the library often lately. They seemed to be searching for something. Hello, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Itakuya greeted politely. Off to the library. Harry nodded. Suddenly Hermione's eyes lit up. That's it. Itakuya, maybe you would know. Hermione, she's a Slytherin, Ron interjected. For a moment they hesitated until Harry spoke. Itakuya, do you happen to know the name Nicholas Flamel? Itakuya thought for a moment. The name sounded familiar. I think I've seen it in some book, but I've read so many lately. I need to go back and check. If you've seen it, Hermione said, then that book must be in the restricted section. Perfect. Itakuya, could you lend us that book to have a look? Harry asked. Itakuya shook her head. Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me not to lend books from there to anyone, or he'll lose this privilege. Oh, but... Harry looked crestfallen. Harry, I hope you're fully aware of how dangerous the matter you're trying to uncover is. After all, there are very few in the magical world who would dare covet something belonging to Dumbledore, Itakuya said, looking at the young savior. And if you don't even have the ability to enter the restricted section and solve your own doubts yourself, then as a friend I think I would have to stop you from stepping into danger. Furthermore, Itakuya turned to Ron. As a Slytherin, I will not tolerate anyone questioning my head of house. Professor Snape is an excellent potions master with profound expertise. He would never do such a thing. But we all saw it. At the Quidditch match, Snape was muttering a curse at Harry, and he almost broke his neck. Ron retorted indignantly. Itakuya sighed. Harry, what do you think of my potion skills? Oh, they're very good, Harry replied, puzzled, but honest. Good. Then let me tell you, with my skill level, I have at least 3 ways to have you lying in the hospital wing until the end of term, without anyone knowing how it happened. And you wouldn't even be able to fight it. I imagine Professor Snape has even more methods. He wouldn't need to use such an inelegant way to set you up in front of so many people. Also, please address him as Professor Snape. But, Ron tried to argue, but was pulled back by Hermione. Itakuya saw the unconvinced expressions on the 3 lions' faces and knew they didn't agree with her. Oh well, they would only understand once they saw the truth for them. Itakuya shook her head, deciding not to argue further. You all go on ahead. I promise to wait here for Draco. Itakuya advised. Ever since Harry Potter won the Quidditch match, he and Draco had become almost irreconcilable. In almost every joint class between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Draco would clash with Harry. Itakuya had tried to intervene at first, but she soon realized these 2 boys were simply born to be rivals. Fortunately, their conflicts were mostly limited to verbal jabs, and Draco never uttered the word mudblood or targeted Hermione too harshly in Itakuya's presence. So Itakuya let things be. Humph, Malfoy, Ron sneered, disliking the Slytherin, who constantly mocked his family's financial status. I really don't know why you always hang. Itakuya replied with an expression that stated the obvious. What else could it be? For his gem-like, beautiful face, of course. I thought you all knew. Since I'm going to waste my time anyway, I'd rather do it while admiring a beautiful view. Well, Potty, I heard you signed the stay-away form for Hogwarts. How pathetic. The familiar sneering voice came from around the corner. Itakuya rubbed her temples in exasperation. Speak of the devil. All those poor souls who have to spend Christmas at school are truly pitiable children, aren't they? Itakuya sighed and took Draco's hand. Yes, like me for instance. Goodbye, Hermione. We're leaving now. Itakuya led Draco by the hand towards the Slytherin dungeons. He remained silent the entire way, which worried her. Normally Draco would have thrown a tantrum because she stopped him. Draco, you signed the stay-away form too? Damn it, I should have known. Draco grew agitated. I'll try to talk to Father and see if I can get you to Malfoy Manor for Christmas. Itakuya gave a small smile. I'd rather not. Your family has too many rules I wouldn't fit in. Draco shot her a glare. Please don't let me cause any unpleasantness between you and Mr. Malfoy during Christmas, Itakuya said with a wink. Just remember to send me a Christmas present and that'll be enough. They'll be waiting for you here at Hogwarts. Draco seemed to imagine something, and his gaze shifted awkwardly. Of course. Worry about remembering my present first. It will arrive on time. Draco nodded satisfied, then suddenly thought of something. You are not allowed to hang around Potter while I'm gone. As you command, my little lord. None of the Slytherin students remained at Hogwarts. Most were attending countless balls during the short Christmas break. When Itakuya woke up, she felt as if an era had passed. It was like returning to the time before she was 9, those lonely sunless days. But she quickly composed herself. She had more important things to do, brewing potions and reading. Professor Snape had thrown a pile of potion ingredients at her, demanding she prepare and brew them. It was a tedious and magically draining task. Even Draco thought Snape's request was somewhat unreasonable. Yet Itakuya reveled in it. Itakuya's magical core was incredibly powerful. Her magic was always so abundant it felt on the verge of overflowing, forcing her to constantly monitor her emotions to avoid affecting her surroundings. If one were to compare Itakuya to a balloon, her magic was the ever-expanding gas inside. She often felt a painful sensation of being stretched to her limits. The only way to alleviate this was to expend magic. Potion making was a better choice than spellcasting, as spells that consumed significant magic were high-level and potions were different. Brewing time and the complexity of ingredient preparation were all tied to magical consumption. Even common potions could require a vast amount of magic. Thus Itakuya had long developed the habit of frequently brewing complex potions. However, this habit had to be forcibly halted upon arriving at Hogwarts. She had no way to buy potion ingredients or find a suitable place to brew. Itakuya's magic had reached its critical point around Halloween, which was the real reason she had overslept. Fortunately, she had since found a stable way to release her magic, Snape's detentions. Since Halloween, Snape had frequently found various excuses to assign her tasks of processing large amounts of ingredients or brewing potions, all of which were tedious and required a constant flow of magic. This led many to suspect Itakuya had done something to anger Snape. Even Harry had specifically tried to comfort her. Itakuya suspected that Professor Snape might have discovered her uncontrollable magic, but she thought it unlikely as she had hidden it perfectly. Could it be on Dumbledore's orders? Itakuya spent an entire day preparing Christmas gifts for everyone. Each person received a potion she had brewed herself except for Draco, to whom she gave 3 bottles directly. Itakuya went to the Orrery to borrow Hogwarts owls for sending gifts, where she happened to meet Harry, who had the same purpose. The two walked together toward lunch. Itakuya, I saw you borrowing the Hogwarts owls. I don't usually have anyone to write to except for sending gifts at Christmas. Harry nodded. In fact, his Hedwig was also getting restless from idleness. Harry really enjoyed talking to Itakuya, especially at times like this. The fame of being the boy who lived had taken away his parents, and he always felt different from others. Most students staying at Hogwarts for Christmas had parents who were away traveling, but he was there because he had no home to go to. Itakuya was just like him, which gave him a comforting sense of, I'm not the only one. Where will you go during the Indoftrem holiday? Harry didn't want to return to his aunt and uncle's house at all, but unfortunately Hogwarts didn't allow students to stay during the holidays. Maybe you'll travel. I want to go to the sea. Travel? You're not going back to the orphanage. Harry's eyes widened with excitement, as if he saw another possibility. I hate that place. But we're just children. How will you manage? There's always a way as long as I have money. A mischievous light sparkled in Itakuya's eyes. I think Draco would be willing to share some of his allowance with me. If not, I'll have to ask the Great Savior for help. Harry laughed. Yes, Itakuya. On Christmas Day, Itakuya received more gifts than she had ever had before. Ron gave her a scarf knitted by his mother. Harry gave her a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione gave her a box of chocolate frogs, and the gifts from her Slytherin classmates were all similar, expensive jewelry. Draco gave her over a dozen rare herbs, each in triplicate, along with a large pack of biscuits made by Mrs. Malfoy. Itakuya even received a gift from Professor Flitwick, a copy of Advanced Spellcasting. Itakuya, Harry, and Ron enjoyed an unprecedentedly lavish Christmas feast at Hogwarts. Before they could go wild with the magical crackers, she returned to the Slytherin common room. The rest of the holiday passed quietly as she spent her days shuttling between the library, Professor Snape's office, and the Slytherin common room. Until one night she was abruptly awakened by Harry, who had come looking for her. Still in her pajamas, she was practically dragged to an abandoned classroom. Harry Potter. Itakuya mimicked Draco's tone. You'd better have something important to call me here for. Itakuya, come quick. This might let you see your parents. Harry pushed Itakuya in front of a massive mirror. Itakuya looked at it suspiciously, but froze. The mirror revealed a familiar face, making her chest tight. It was a gaunt figure covered in blood and grime. The wind tousled Itakuya's long hair as she reached out and touched the mirror. Long time no see. Itakuya, what did you see? Harry asked, puzzled. Someone I haven't seen for a long time. I miss her. Itakuya said, does this mirror show the people you miss? It's the mirror of Erased. I think it shows you your deepest desire. I see my parents in it smiling. Itakuya nodded, taking one last deep look at the figure in the mirror, then shifted her gaze to the mirror itself. It was a floor-to-ceiling mirror adorned with intricate. Itakuya circled around to the back of the mirror. Harry remained still, staring blankly at the front. Professor Dumbledore said it won't be here tomorrow. Professor Dumbledore advised me not to seek this mirror anymore, because it can make people forget reality. I think he's right. Itakuya replied distractedly, noticing some strange scribbles on the back of the mirror. She tried to move the debris blocking her view. But I just want to see my parents sometimes, Harry said. Don't you want to see the person you saw in the mirror more often? Itakuya fell silent for a moment, unsure how to answer that question. After a long pause, Itakuya spoke. Harry, Professor Snape always targets you in potions class. Why don't you think about how to win him over? Harry's eyes widened. That's impossible. He just hates me. No matter what I do, it would be a waste of time. Exactly. Dwelling on impossible things is just a waste of time. Itakuya used the levitation charm to slowly move aside the cluttered, dusty desk. Harry, I'm a Slytherin. Slytherins are naturally inclined to weigh pros and cons. I don't like wasting time on impossible things. No matter how much we regret the past, or miss those we've lost, Harry, we can never go back. All I can do is not look back and keep moving forward. Strange. I feel like I've seen something like this in a book, but it's not quite the same. What are these odd symbols? Itakuya's words caught Harry's attention. He stopped obsessing over his parents in the mirror and crouched down beside her. Itakuya, I don't see anything, Harry said. To his eyes, it was just the plain back of the mirror covered in dust. Can only I see it? Itakuya was bewildered. Those are enchantment runes. The sudden appearance of Dumbledore from a corner startled them both. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore walked over and stood beside the two small figures. This is older than runes, another branch of alchemy that once flourished but later faded into the It is said that those who master enchantment runes can create any magical object they desire and fulfill any wish through them. This is the origin of crafting magical artifacts. Many ancient magical items bear enchantment runes. However, only a small number of wizards can see them. Those gifted wizards spent centuries trying to decipher them, but all failed. Now hardly any wizards study this. The wizarding world considers it a pointless drain of magical power, since carving a single rune consumes as much energy as brewing a potion. Itakuya looked up, meeting the deep eyes behind the half-moon spectacles. She felt she had grasped Dumbledore's meaning. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Dumbledore. You're welcome. It always delights me to satisfy a curious student's questions. Dumbledore said with a smile. Professor Dumbledore. Itakuya called out to him. One more thing. Yes, my child, go ahead. About me. Did you tip off Professor Snape? Dumbledore winked slyly. My child, your head of House Severus is an exceptional wizard. Noticing a minor magical issue in his student is hardly a challenge. Let me give you a hint. I've noticed that Severus has recently purchased many ingredients at his own expense, some rather troublesome to process. So, Itakuya murmured. A gentle breeze swept through the small classroom, then all fell silent. Dumbledore had vanished while the two children were still lost in thought. Harry was baffled by the cryptic exchange between Dumbledore and Itakuya, but his intuition told him it was a very personal matter, so he restrained his curiosity. Itakuya, however, became intensely fascinated by these runes. She painstakingly copied the text from the back of the mirror, while Harry spent the time gazing at his parents in the mirror, perhaps saying a final farewell. During the remaining days of the holiday, Itakuya plunged headfirst into the study of enchantment runes. She bought a mirror of the same size and replicated the symbols from the mirror of Erased onto it in exact proportion. Nothing happened except that it drained her excess magic. She had finally found a perfect way to expend her surplus magic, but she grew dissatisfied that the enchantment runes she carved were completely ineffective. Because while carving them she felt she could understand one of the phrases, manifest illusion. It was entirely an instinctive sensation. To verify this, Itakuya pinned her hopes on the vast collection of books in Hogwarts. Notably, the day after she attempted to carve the enchantment rune, Snape, with a blank expression, lifted her indefinite detention and told her to get lost. This further confirmed Itakuya's belief that Snape had noticed her excess magical energy and had been helping her release it through this method. He was a kind but stubbornly soft-hearted person. Itakuya updated her perception of her head of house. Draco was angry the day after he returned, having heard from older students that Itakuya had dined with Harry and Ron every day during the Christmas holidays. Some older students even claimed to have seen Harry escorting Itakuya still in her pajamas back to the Slytherin common room near dawn. "Why don't you just move into the Gryffindor?" the bristling ferret roared. Itakuya, exhausted, let it all burn. Since Itakuya had yet to soothe the proud little cat, she and Draco finally entered their first Cold War. Though it was declared unilaterally by Draco, he refused to speak to her, refused to sit with her in class. Except for Snape's potions class, Draco didn't dare tell his godfather he wanted a new partner. Itakuya, however, relished the peace. She had recently immersed herself in the Hogwarts library, scouring the tomes for knowledge about enchanted runes. And she succeeded. According to records, magical items with complete enchanted runes possessed wondrous abilities: defense, autonomous attack, time, travel, life extension, even resurrection from the dead. If you fully master the secrets of enchanted runes, you will become a god of creation. This sounded enchanting, but in reality the magical world hadn't deciphered a single complete rune, because very few wizards could see them. The most prosperous lineage once settled in a city in western England, but decades ago they were slaughtered for refusing to bow to Voldemort. Voldemort had even burned down their ancestral home, leaving not a single page behind. That day, Itakuya was rushing back to the Slytherin dungeons with a book when she ran into the young master, who was giving her the cold shoulder. "Draco, where are you going?" Draco was heading away from the Slytherin dungeons, a mischievous grin on his face, clearly plotting something. "Curfew is almost here," Itakuya stopped him. Seeing Itakuya, Draco instinctively wanted to share his wonderful news, but remembered their Cold War. He swallowed his words, leaving only a snort. "Itakuya, then at least let me come with you? If we're past curfew, we can avoid Mr. Filch together," Itakuya suggested sincerely. "I don't need to hide from that squib," Draco emphasized discontentedly. "Come with me. I'm going to see Professor McGonagall." Itakuya. Minutes later, Professor McGonagall with Draco and Itakuya in tow cornered the late-night returning golden trio in the corridor. Beside her, Draco smirked triumphantly. Itakuya covered her face in exasperation. "I repeat, students are absolutely forbidden from being out at night." Professor McGonagall scolded the trio sternly. The three little sprouts before her nearly bored holes into the floor with their gazes. Itakuya stood in the corner mourning her Gryffindor friends for 3 seconds, then turned to admire Draco's beaming face, which was blooming like a flower. What to do? She wanted to treasure it even more. "Therefore I will deduct 50 points from each of you." 50? Harry exclaimed. Draco nodded with satisfaction, arms crossed. Itakuya let out a helpless fond chuckle. "And to ensure you don't repeat this, all 5 of you will serve detention tonight." Draco's smug grin froze. He stepped forward, frowning in confusion. "I must have misheard. Did you say all 5 of us?" "You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. You and Miss Itakuya will also be serving detention." Itakuya coughed lightly, barely suppressing a smile, and pulled back Draco, who was about to argue. She said seriously, "Yes, Professor McGonagall. Draco and I are willing to reflect on our actions. In the old days, detention meant hanging by your thumbs in the dungeon." Filch's voice grew even colder in the night. Itakuya turned her head and sure enough saw the fear in Draco's eyes. She quietly moved closer, placing herself between Draco and Filch, and deftly changed the subject. "Mr. Filch, may I ask what tonight's detention entails?" Filch gave Itakuya an odd look. Meeting her calm gaze, he continued, "You'll be going into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. He has some business to attend to." "The Forbidden Forest? I thought first years weren't allowed near it." "There are werewolves," Draco exclaimed. Filch turned and said coldly, "I can assure you there's more than just werewolves." Itakuya felt the person beside her involuntarily step back. Itakuya. While this topic change was worse than no change at all. Hagrid and his pet Fong led the way, followed by the Golden Trio, while Itakuya and Draco walked side by side at the rear. "You like dragons?" Itakuya had keenly noticed Draco's gloom ever since he heard about Hagrid's dragon being sent away. He was almost as sad as Hagrid. Draco remained silent. "All right, don't be sad. I promise you'll get a chance to see a dragon up close." Itakuya nudged Draco's shoulder. "Why are you so sure? Have you ever seen a dragon?" Draco pouted. Something like that." "What? You've seen a dragon?" Draco's voice rose, and before Itakuya could stop him, he had caught everyone's attention. "In a book." "In a book," Itakuya waved dismissively at the equally excited Hagrid. Hagrid looked away disappointed. "So our task is to find the injured eunuch. Girls follow me, boys go together." Hagrid simply divided the group by gender. Itakuya could hardly imagine the disaster of leaving Harry, Ron, and Draco together. The boys would likely be in chaos within a minute. Besides, she didn't trust Draco to be safe. Mr. Hagrid, let me switch with Ron. I can do wandless magic, it might be safer. Alright, have Fawn go with you. With him around, most creatures in the forest won't harm you. Okay, if my father found out about this, there'd be hell to pay. Draco grumbled discontentedly, snatching the lantern from Itakua's hand. I'm doing a servant's work. Yes, Draco. Itakua had become immune to Draco's complaints, and could accurately discern the young master's hidden emotions. Trust me, Draco. Itakua suddenly leaned close to Draco, and whispered, I won't let anything happen to you. Draco pushed her away in embarrassment, his gray-blue eyes shooting her a vivid glare, before quickly looking away. An unknown beast growled in the silent forest. Draco spun around, and quickly said, Did you hear that? What was it? Harry shook his head. Never mind. Let's go. Draco snorted, and walked ahead muttering under his breath, Who's afraid? Itakua, lagging behind, let out a soft laugh. She turned to Harry, and pointing at Draco's retreating figure mouthed, So cute. Harry. They walked in silence. The three wandered aimlessly through the vast forest until the ground suddenly opened up before them, revealing a small tree. Fong stopped, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air ahead. Draco and Harry found it strange, and peered around in confusion. Stupefied. Impedimenta. Protego. Itakua, who had been at the back, shot forward like an arrow, drawing her wand from her sleeve, and casting spells at lightning speed. Then she flicked her right hand upward, and light shot from her wand. At the same time, the three finally saw what was before them. A figure in a cloak crouched beside a dead unicorn, its fangs clearly visible in the darkness. Harry clutched his scar in pain. Draco was frozen in terror. He heard the girl beside him shout in a low, stern voice, Run. Draco turned and saw Itakua's wand hand trembling uncontrollably, her eyes fixed on the shadow slithering toward them like a snake. Itakua's hair was whipped wildly by the wind. Draco couldn't see her expression, but he guessed she was just as scared as he was. He had never seen such violent wind. Run, you go first. Itakua glared at the frozen Draco, and the clutching Gisfor had Harry cursing her two useless teammates in her mind. The thing across from her was more powerful than she had imagined, deftly dodging her spells. In the darkness, Itakua's eyes slowly shifted from black to purple, but the change was so subtle that no one noticed, not even the unknown creature before her. The wind in the air began to carry the scent of snow, causing the creature to hesitate for a moment. Itakua didn't miss the opportunity. Her wand tip erupted with immense magical power. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Fortunately, the last spell grazed the creature's arm and hit, forcing it to stop in pain. Unfortunately, Itakua's wand hand suddenly felt a searing pain as if cut by a knife. She cried out in pain, her wand falling from her hand, rolling a few times on the ground before disappearing into the muddy pitch-black earth. Itakua suddenly remembered Mr. Ollivander's warning at Ollivander's. Miss Itakua, I must tell you that a White River monster spine core can accept most spells well, but you'd best not use it to cast overly powerful magic. It will cause your wand to reject you. I believe you've already experienced that feeling, haven't you? It's a sensation similar to an electric shock. Mr. Ollivander was such a jinx. Itakua complained to herself. Take it, Ida. In a moment of crisis, Draco quickly thrust his wand into Itakua's hand, then turned and dragged Harry away. However, Harry tripped and fell to the ground from Draco's sudden yank. The latter cast a contemptuous glance before vanishing into the woods like a rabbit. At least one was safe. Itakua consoled herself, gripping Draco's wand tightly. The man in black robes seemed enraged, clutching his arm as he charged forward. Itakua's heart was pounding out of her chest as she barely managed to unleash two spells. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. But this time both were perfectly evaded. The shadow crept closer to Itakua and Harry. She placed her hand over her chest, hesitating whether to extract the thing within her heart. In the distance, crisp hoofbeats sounded. A three-turtle centaur charged out of nowhere, forcing back the shadow with a few swift moves. Itakua collapsed to the ground, her body limp, sweat mingling with dirt. Harry Potter, you must leave here. The centaur had clearly come for Harry. The two chatted as if no one else was there. Itakua lacked the strength to eavesdrop. All she wanted was to go back to sleep. Itakua. The centaur suddenly turned toward her. Itakua looked up in confusion. Yes, you know my name. Windwalker, the centaur murmured to himself. Itakua. Not seen in totems. The great white silence. Itakua was utterly bewildered. What in the world was this? Hey Firenze, I see you've met little Harry. Hagrid's sudden appearance interrupted the cryptic centaur Firenze. As Itakua puzzled over his words, a streak of gold shot out like a cannonball. Itakua, are you alright? Why are you on the ground? Merlin, are you injured? Damn it, I'm telling my father about this. First years shouldn't be in the Forbidden Forest. I'm fine, I'm fine. Itakua tugged at Draco's robes, signaling him to calm down. I'm just too scared to stand. He'll be fine in a bit. Draco nervously checked Itakua from head to toe. Relieved she was unharmed, he crouched beside her and magnanimously offered half a shoulder for her to lean on. Ida, Hermione, also approached, worry in her eyes. Hagrid and Ron looked over as well. Harry bid farewell to Firenze and picked up Itakua's wand intending to hand it to her, but she couldn't lift her arm. Give it to me, Potter. Draco snatched the wand from Harry with a grim expression, his eyes conveying a single message. Stay away from her, you troublebringer. Harry. Kids, we can't stay in the Forbidden Forest too long. Come, let me take you to the hospital wing. Hagrid approached, extending a hand apologetically. I don't think that's necessary, Draco refused coldly. The formation on the way back was much the same as before. Hagrid and Fong led the way. The trio followed side by side, and a distance behind them Draco and Itakuya trailed. Hagrid droned on about trivial matters, but no one was listening. The golden trio kept glancing back with varied expressions, whispering among themselves. Because behind them Draco was carrying Itakuya on his back. Merlin, so that's it. Harry glimpsed it from the corner of his eye, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. Ron looked utterly incredulous. I figured it out long ago, Hermione declared, lifting her chin proudly. She kept glancing back, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Hermione didn't actually like Malfoy. The arrogant little lord was always finding ways to cause them trouble. She thought Ida was the kindest girl she'd ever met. She had never seen Ida angry, even when Slytherins subtly mocked her blood status. She faced it all with calm. So when she guessed the situation between those two, her heart was filled with concern for her good friend Ida. But that worry eased a little after today. Earlier she had been walking with Hagrid and Ron on another path when she saw Draco rushing toward them in a panic. Ida's in trouble. Something attacked us. Draco was so flustered he could barely speak. His tie was undone, his sleeves filthy. She had never seen Malfoy like this. More importantly, she noticed his eyes were unusually misty. Actually, Malfoy wasn't so bad, Hermione judged from the standpoint of a best friend. When Itakuya was on Draco's back, the first thing that crossed her mind was, why does a boy smell so nice? It was like the scent of pine snow mingled with a hint of green apple. The fragrance slowly relaxed Itakuya. Draco was much stronger than he looked. That was the second thing Itakuya thought. He walked steadily through the uneven forest, his warmth seeping through his back. Itakuya felt a long-lost sense of safety and protection, like the first ray of dawn, making her want to sink into it and never wake. She had walked alone for so long that even a sliver of warmth made her want to cry. She took a deep breath and let herself bury her face in Draco's neck. In response, Draco's body stiffened abruptly. Itakuya's hair brushed against his chin, and he felt as if half his body had been hit with a Petrificus totalis. Embarrassed and angry, he wanted to shout at Itakuya to stop, but he was afraid of being laughed at by the three lions ahead. He could only grit out through his teeth, Merlin, what are you doing? Stop it. Poor little Malfoy had no idea that his warning only had the opposite effect. Like a drunkard who becomes more excited over trivial things, Itakuya was swept away by a surging thrill, losing all self-control. A mischievous impulse took over. She actually took a gentle bite at Draco's exposed pale neck. Draco first felt a warm breath near his neck, then clearly sensed something hard touch his skin. He reacted instantly, his fair face flushing crimson. Itakuya, he yelped instinctively, covering his neck with his hand. But he forgot he was still carrying the mischievous girl, and they both began to tip over. Fortunately, Draco reacted quickly, swaying and barely regaining his balance. Malfoy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned at the sound, puzzled. Nothing. I just slipped. The instinct to avoid being laughed at by Harry was ingrained in his bones. Draco silently thanked the distance between them, glad they couldn't see his face redder than the fire. Ha 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 ha. Itakuya couldn't help but burst out laughing. Itakuya, Draco warned in a low voice, tilting his head, but saw the girl laughing brightly, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. He had never known that Itakuya's eyes would crinkle into slits when she was happy. Perhaps her previous smiles had been veiled by something. But why? What was it that kept Itakuya from expressing her emotions freely? What was binding her? The young Master Malfoy pondered. Draco carried Itakuya all the way back to her bed. After the ordeal, Itakuya had fallen asleep before they even left the Forbidden Forest, finally quiet on Draco's shoulder. Draco helped her take off her robe and thoughtfully tucked her in. As he left, he touched his own cold neck. This little witch was overwhelming when she acted up, but in her sleep, she quietly shed tears. The tears flowed down his neck into his clothes across his chest. The next day, having fully calmed down, Itakuya refused to leave her room and face anyone. She felt she was as good as dead. Draco would probably have missed her. Malfoy Sr. execute her on the spot, or have Professor Snape brew her into a potion. Alas, my life is over. But no matter how conflicted Itakuya felt, she still had to go to class. Because final exams were approaching. Itakuya performed well in most classes. She could even foresee 2 OS in potions and charms, and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration was becoming second nature. Except for history of magic. Thinking back, she had spent every history of magic class secretly reading other books to the point where she could barely recall a single fact from the subject. Itakuya, things were getting serious. Draco, please lend me your history of magic notes. Facing impending doom, Itakuya instantly forgot her earlier embarrassment. Here, staring at the neatly written notes suddenly appearing before her, she fell into deep thought. Was yesterday just a dream? What are you spacing out for? If you don't want them, forget it. Draco suddenly reached out and pinched Itakua's cheek, forcing her to look up at him. Had the little lord taken the wrong potion? What was a Hogwarts final exam? It meant even the chosen one had to buckle down and study. It meant even if Voldemort was coming tomorrow, you still had to sit here and write your essay today. Itakua lay by the black lake, emptying her mind. She had just finished her last exam, and like every Hogwarts student was enjoying the final days of the term at school. The exams had worn her out. Ida, Ida, a familiar voice, one that spelled trouble, called from a distance. Itakua turned to see the golden trio. Panic was etched on each of their faces as they sprinted toward her. Itakua frowned. She had a feeling that in such situations it usually meant trouble. Ida, you have to help us. Snape already knows how to get past Fluffy, and Dumbledore isn't at school. He'll take the chance to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. We have to stop him. Itakua thought, indeed big trouble. I don't believe Professor Snape would do such a thing. I won't help you, I'm sorry. Itakua earnestly advised. I suggest you don't put yourselves in danger either, especially. To be honest, you saw what happened in the Forbidden Forest that night. My spells couldn't even hit him. I don't understand why you trust Snape so much. Ron muttered under his breath. Yes, Ida, I mean, if you want us to believe Snape, at least give us some reason. Hermione said. Itakua sighed helplessly. She knew Snape always targeted Harry, and based on the evidence Harry had gathered, it was hard for anyone not to suspect. But I can only say I believe Professor Snape wouldn't do this. The argument ended in discord. The trio left disappointed, but judging by their expressions, they were not discouraged by Itakua's refusal to join. Itakua was calm when she heard news of the Savior trio at noon the next day. It was almost inevitable. That was until she heard that the person who had been trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone was actually Professor Quirrell. Itakua's hands, which were gathering books, paused. She asked urgently, who did you say? Professor Quirrell. Draco sitting on his exclusive sofa side. Itakua felt as if struck by lightning. She rushed back to the bedroom and pulled out a stack of books. One she had read, but not yet returned. Like a madwoman, she turned each book upside down and shook it, creating a mess around her. Draco was startled. He jumped up and asked, what's wrong? Itakua finally found what she was looking for in the lining of a certain book. The book list recommended by Professor. There were 5 books in total, 3 of which contained scattered mentions of Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. She simply hadn't been interested in Defense Against the Dark Arts then, and later mixed these books with her own selections. She had never thought this could be a hint. Perhaps Professor Quirrell was not so loyal to his master. At some moment of regret, he hoped someone would notice and help him out of trouble. Itakua stared blankly at Professor Quirrell's note. He had beautiful handwriting. What's wrong? What is this? Draco asked beside her. Nothing. Itakua walked to the fireplace and tossed the paper in. She watched as the flames slowly consumed it. What a pity. I can't even save myself. How? Professor Quirrell. Finally, it was time to leave school. On the Hogwarts Express. I can't believe you're spending the holidays with a Muggle family. Draco rolled his eyes and crossed his arms discontentedly. I can't go back to the orphanage, can I? The headmaster there would sell me off. Itakua patiently soothed Draco's emotions. Ever since Dumbledore made a stunning reversal at the final House Cup tally, awarding it to Gryffindor by a 10-point margin, the precarious relationship between Draco and the trio had deteriorated further. This sentiment reached an unprecedented peak when Draco learned Itakua would spend her holidays at Hermione's house. You're a Slytherin. Yes, I'm always a Slytherin, I'm always Malfoy's lackey. Itakua relented. We're almost there. I need to find Hermione first, or I'll lose her later. I'm leaving now, Draco. Have a nice holiday. Don't forget to write to me. They'll miss you. Itakua stood up from beside Draco, making way for the eager Pansy and Daphne to take the coveted seat next to him. Draco's expression remained sour as he watched Itakua leave discontentedly. Itakua smiled helplessly, then, as if remembering something, whispered in Draco's ear. How about we go see the dragon again after school starts, as an apology? Draco's discontent was instantly replaced by excitement. He nodded immediately. It's a deal then. Hermione's parents were very warm to Itakua, especially after learning about her background. Itakua thoroughly enjoyed her time at Hermione's, spending entire days in the room reading books or studying advanced spells together. My goodness, this is incredible. Hermione showed the page to Itakua. It says enchantment runes can make magical items perform tens of times beyond the caster's own magical power. And it can fuse materials of different properties to create entirely new ones. And they're all very advanced magic, like time and space. I really wish I could see them with my own eyes, just like you. Yes, Hermione. Enchantment rune studies are a branch of alchemy, said to be the origin of magical artifact manufacturing. Itakua held a red gemstone in her right hand, while the other gripped her wand. Magic flowed from the wand's tip, gradually forming strange scribbles on the gem. A minute later, the scribbles slowly dissipated into the air. Itakua sighed in compromise, crossed out the red gem in her notebook, and picked up the emerald green jade net. But I guess these might just be some boring myths. Besides wasting a lot of magic, Hermione, I think I've gained nothing. How could that be? What trouble are you facing? Hermione put down her book and leaned in. I found some records of enchantment runes in the books, but they disappear within a minute after I carve them. I think it might be due to material incompatibility. Hermione flipped through Itakua's notebook. The first few pages recorded enchantment runes. On the left were chaotic shapes that couldn't even be called a script. On the other side corresponded to certain words. Manifestation pattern memory charm absorb metal release spell sense magic lock target form magic detect spell. My god Ida, can you understand these runes? Hermione exclaimed, given that the research dilemma of enchantment runes was that no one had deciphered them. I'm not sure either. It's just a feeling. Like suddenly discovering you've learned a language one day. It's too bizarre. Itakua shrugged. Maybe it's just an illusion, perhaps I'm wrong. She picked up the red gem and waved it before Hermione's eyes. See, they're useless. Don't give up so quickly, Ida. Hermione comforted her. Let me think. Itakua put down her wand and wearily flexed her wrist. Isn't Harry's birthday in a few days? Itakua's gaze caught the calendar, and she frowned with a sigh. I can't think of what to give him. Maybe you'll just give potions like I did. The potions you gave Harry and Ron last time were used by them to fake homework for Professor Snape. He caught them on the spot, deducted 5 points from each, and punished them. Itakua recalled that incident feeling even more troubled. What then? How about I give him a guide to potion brewing? You know, Hermione, I'm terrible at socializing. I don't even know all the first-year Slytherins. That's because you spend all your time in class or reading, never participating in any activities. Hermione teased. Even the studious Hermione knew to occasionally join group activities, but Itakua was like a lone wolf. She had never seen Ida chatting idly with others. Even Draco only saw Itakua following behind him during classes or on the way. She seemed to be reading in the library like a madwoman. Sigh, this is so hard. Itakua complained. I'd rather study these damned enchantment runes. Hermione thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. What birthday gift did you give Draco? He bragged for days that your gift was the best, though he never told anyone. An experience to help him realize his dream. Time rewound to a certain day near the end of the first semester. Itakua pulled Draco, avoiding everyone's notice, and sneaked into the Forbidden Forest. Is this the birthday gift you wanted to give me? Going to the Forbidden Forest. Draco frowned. The Forbidden Forest, and at night, the unpleasant memory of last time surfaced in his mind. In fact, Draco's birthday had already passed a few days earlier. Itakua had mysteriously told him that her birthday gift was very special and would take him to see it a few days. Draco had looked forward to it greatly, only to be dragged to the Forbidden Forest. Of course not. Bringing you here is just because getting caught would be troublesome. Troublesome? What exactly did you do? Alright, stop complaining. We're here. Itakua led Draco to a stream deep in the Forbidden Forest, a flat, open, and deserted place. Okay, I need to warn you first, don't get scared. Itakua emphasized. And are you sure you're not afraid of heights? Merlin, are you doubting a future Slytherin seeker? Draco said indignantly. Fine. You said it. Itakua left Draco where he was backing away as she said, it's much faster than Quidditch. She untied her hair ribbon, letting her ink-black hair fall loose. Then she took off her shoes, her bare feet stepping onto the damp earth, and slowly unbuttoned her wizard robes. Draco was stunned, his face flushing. Stop, no, we're too young. Before he could finish, Itakua's figure in the distance transformed. In the next instant, her form vanished from sight, leaving behind only a 3-meter, 6-meter-long dragon. Draco finally realized, good heavens, you're an animagus. It was a jet-black dragon, its limbs slender, yet clearly defined with muscle. It bore no horns on its head, only black protrusions resembling ears akin to certain lizards. Her eyes were amethyst, exuding a gem-like luster. Itakua waited silently, as Draco tentatively approached step by step until he stood before her. Then she docilely lowered her head to nuzzle him. Draco's heart had never raced so fast. He felt the texture beneath his hand. A smooth surface reminiscent of a snake, yet retaining a certain warmth. You? Draco stammered. He had once fantasized about being able to touch a dragon up close, never expecting this wish to be fulfilled so soon. Itakua bowed her head gracefully, like a black swan, then slowly unfurled her wings. They spanned 5 meters with thick, sturdy pinions, making it easy to imagine she was a dragon adept at flight. You mean you can take me for a flight? Draco laughed excitedly. In response, Itakua slowly lowered her body. This dragon was a born windwalker, Draco remarked. With each beat of her wings, she carried him across hundreds of miles in mere seconds. Their figures were veiled in the darkness of the night, with only the moonlight as witness to their existence. Itakua soared upward with him, and for a moment Draco thought he could touch the stars. Then they spiraled down like a bullet, her wings skimming the water's surface. When Draco returned to the ground, he was a disheveled mess. His hair tousled, his robe hanging half off. But he didn't care, he shouted with exhilaration, his eyes. This is amazing. Draco rushed over and embraced Itakua, who had transformed back into human form. This is the best birthday gift I've ever received. Happy. Itakua teased. Though Draco was still eager for more, he had no choice but to reluctantly end today's dragon adventure as their curfew was approaching. This is incredible. Oh, I have to tell my father, Draco declared with a flourish. No, Draco, you'd better not. Itakuya quickly stopped him. Animagi are strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. I don't want them to come after me. Draco, please don't tell anyone about me, just like you shouldn't tell anyone that it was me who stopped Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. But, Draco was puzzled. Alright, I promise. Honestly, I don't get it. This is totally something to brag about. Excellence is indeed worth boasting about, but being too excellent is not a good thing, Itakuya replied. Draco nodded, half understanding, then suddenly thought of something. Wait, aren't animagi supposed to only transform into ordinary animals? Why can you turn into a magical creature? Itakuya was silent for a moment, then slowly placed her hand on her chest. Maybe because I'm different from others. Or perhaps because I can no longer be considered a normal person, Itakuya silently added. Draco rolled his eyes and said somewhat sulkily, I really don't get what you're so afraid of. If I could do wandless magic, use high-level spells, and be an animagus like you, my father would be over the moon. Itakuya gave a bitter smile. You don't understand. Her voice was so soft that Draco barely heard what she said. Those talents aren't mine, I stole them. Itakuya. Hermione's voice pulled Itakuya back from her memories. What are you thinking about? What exactly did you give Draco? Oh, nothing much. I just gave him what he wanted most. It's like if a girl likes pearls, you give her a pearl necklace. A pearl necklace? Hermione repeated, then suddenly exclaimed, right? A pearl necklace. She rushed over and grabbed Itakuya's hand, startling her. I get it, Ida. You need to string the pearls into a necklace. Hermione pointed at Itakuya's notebook. See, these words are just individual words, you have to link them together. For example, absorbing metal to generate magical power, and then casting a spell. Itakuya's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. She had been thinking of enchantment runes in terms of spell logic, but in reality their logic was more akin to potion making. Neither discipline pursued immediate effects. They required wizards to first integrate magic into materials in a specific way, then wait for it to produce effects far surpassing the wizard's own level. She had to inscribe a continuous logical sequence of runes for it to work. This was what the book meant by a complete rune. Itakuya set to work excitedly, carving the connection between absorbing metal and generating magical power onto the surface. The red gemstone in her hand suddenly blazed with searing light, and then a corner of the gem vanished. The once ordinary red agate now faintly emanated a magical reaction. Hey, we did it! Hermione shouted with excitement. Itakuya was overjoyed too, and she embraced Hermione. I have you to thank for this, my friend. And Harry's birthday gift too, Hermione joked. Haha, yes. Harry will never know how much his birthday present contributed. Speaking of which, Hermione's pretty face scrunched up. I haven't received any replies to my letters to Harry. Neither have I, Itakuya nodded. I don't think Harry would deliberately ignore us. Do you think something's happened to him? Hermione pondered. Itakuya shook her head. I don't know, but if you're really worried, we could go see him using the apparition I just learned. What? Hermione gasped. You've learned apparition? Still practicing? Not exactly. Itakuya waved her hand. Wait till you hear something. Hermione and Itakuya both looked toward the source of the sound. The red gemstone from earlier had completely vanished, replaced by a roiling mass of magical Protego Horribilis. Fortunately, Itakuya was quick enough to cast a protective spell over herself and Hermione, sparing them from being blasted with black soot. But Hermione's room wasn't so lucky. A corner of her wall was blackened. Honestly, Ida, Hermione said slowly, you should be grateful my parents went to visit Aunt Sina. I'm so sorry, Hermione. Itakuya's face was full of guilt. It's not your fault, Ida. There are always failures in the process of exploration, aren't there? Hermione smiled. We just need to get this sorted out before my parents get back. Just as she spoke, the doorbell downstairs rang eerily. Both girls saw panic in each other's eyes. What do? You go down and stall them. They'll try to use Scourgify. Okay. In that moment, the two clever girls let panic cloud their minds. They failed to realize that if it were Hermione's parents, they wouldn't have rung the doorbell. The doorbell ringing, in fact, more likely meant a guest had arrived. Hermione had never felt a situation could be so horrifying as she even began to wonder if it was all a nightmare. Merlin's beard, why was Professor Snape here at her house with Draco? Professor Snape, please have a seat. Hermione stammered tentatively. Are you here for a home visit? Don't be silly, Lionhead, Draco said, surveying the Granger living room and shaking his head. Why would my godfather come all this way for you? A single warning glance from Snape silenced Malfoy. Miss Granger, I believe Miss Itakuya is here, isn't she? Oh yes. They'll go get her. Hermione practically fled upstairs. Ida, you'd better come down right now. I'm sorry, ma'am, I really didn't mean to. As the door opened, both girls spoke at once, and once again they saw terror in each other's eyes. But this time they couldn't read each other's minds. Hermione. You. Ida, come downstairs with me. Hermione interrupted, dragging her down. Itakuya was bewildered, but when she saw both Snape and Draco, she realized something was very wrong. Itakuya, you're going to thank me for this, Draco said proudly, giving her a "you're in luck" look. Miss Itakuya, Snape finally spoke. Normally the meticulous head of Slytherin would never have allowed irrelevant people to eavesdrop, But at that moment Snape was so shaken by his own suspicions that he forgot to find a private space with just him and Itakuya. When Mr. Malfoy was trying to convince me to let you spend the rest of the summer with us at my house, he mentioned that you once used a high-level spell to repel the possessed Professor Quirrell. Is that correct? Itakuya's head snapped up, her gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Draco. She already knew that Draco spent part of the summer at Snape's, where Snape personally tutored him, but she never expected this young master to try to bring her before Snape as well. And to prove Itakuya's brilliance, he had even used her actions in the Forbidden Forest as a talk. Yes, Professor. Itakuya averted Snape's gaze. Perhaps you could tell me what that spell was. I just happened to learn it from a book. I never imagined it would be so powerful. Itakuya improvised. I'm quite curious which book Miss Itakuya found that contained a spell I created. Snape stepped closer. Sectum Sempra. That's my own invention. And I'm very certain I never told anyone about it, let alone wrote it in a book. For a moment the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Hermione stood in the corner wishing she could cast a Petrificus Totalis on herself, while Draco also realized something was wrong, looking helplessly at the two central figures, Snape and Itakuya. They stood facing each other, each exuding their own aura. One was cold and aggressive, the other appeared quiet and easygoing, but in truth was a venomous snake that might strike a fatal blow at any moment. So that's it. Itakuya gave up, resisting meeting Snape's gaze calmly. I should have known. The Half-Blood Prince. That was your notebook. Yes, so would Miss Itakuya care to explain why my school-era notebook is in your possession? Snape freely admitted to his self-proclaimed title from his student days. Itakuya sighed in irritation, reaching up to massage her throbbing temples, while Snape made no move to urge her, simply waiting in silence for her to speak. Sathia Ian, she was my mother. She probably had a secret crush, but was too afraid to confess. In any case, she chose another way to obtain what she desired. She was an exceptional potioneer and brewed a batch of amortentia with enhanced potency. After that day ended, she took your notes as a keepsake. Afraid you would discover her, she fled into the Muggle world. A memory stirred in Snape's mind of that woman named Sathia Ian. He had little interaction with her. Yet not long after the night he lost his memories, she too had vanished without a trace. Damn it, back then he thought he had been set up by some Death Eater he never considered. Where is she now? Snape's expression turned terrifying, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury. No one would be pleased to suddenly discover they had a child. Moreover, Snape loathed irresponsible fathers above all else, for his own father had treated him that way. Now he had become the very thing he despised. She's gone. Itakuya took a deep breath. When I was about 8 or 9, she met another man from New York or perhaps Los Angeles. They fell in love quickly, so she decided to go to America with him to start a new life. She abandoned everything from her past. Itakuya exhaled deeply, as if trying to cast away all her grievances with that breath. She rarely asked herself why. Why others had complete parents, a healthy childhood, never had to worry about where their next meal came from, nor endure the pain that frequently assailed her. She had long since passed the age of complaining about fate. Itakuya understood that such self-questioning brought nothing but resentment and made her more prone to. Itakuya knew Snape was a man of responsibility. If she simply revealed her identity to him, many of the troubles plaguing her would be resolved. At the very least, she could have a room of her own instead of lodging at a classmate's home. But Itakuya did not want that, as she knew full well what a burden she was. Tell no one, maintain a relationship of mere strangers. Itakuya had told herself this during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. In the time that followed, she executed her plan flawlessly. This owed much to her fortunate yet tragic childhood. She had been forced early on to learn to suppress. She filled her life with reading and classes, keeping so busy that she had no energy to dwell on her misfortune. Except for that night, when Draco told her Snape was. Itakuya listened as Draco boasted about how Snape taught him potions, praising him as a talented student. At that moment Itakuya had to admit that a feeling called jealousy had seized her heart. Why was he so dutiful to his godson, yet utterly indifferent to his own daughter? Why did Draco possess everything she desired? Why was she not even permitted to vent her sorrow freely? But what use was it? Itakuya thought bitterly as she felt the knife-like pains slicing through her body. This was fate's arrangement, what could she do? Yet Itakuya was still heartbroken. Perhaps deep down she harbored a hope that one day Snape would discover her and treat her as he did Draco. Please let me go upstairs to return your notes. Itakuya, caring little about how she appeared to others, turned and ascended the stairs, locking herself in her room. That notebook belonging to Snape lay at the very bottom of her trunk. She had taken it from the orphanage to Hogwarts, and from Hogwarts to Hermione's home. She had always kept it with her. Itakuya's belongings were few, so each item was precious to her. Now having to surrender one of them made her feel terrible. Her heart ached dully from her surging magic. Itakuya tried to calm her restless mind, but to no avail. Worried Hermione and Draco came upstairs at the same time, and the Slytherin-Gryffindor conflict. Move aside, you stupid Gryffindor lion. She's a Slytherin. I think it's you who should move. Don't forget this is my home. Your home. Right, full of Muggle junk. Only someone like you would have a home like. The door burst open with a bang. What kind of someone? a lowborn raised in the Muggle world, a bastard of unknown parentage, whose home could compare to yours, Master Malfoy. But could the noble Malfoy not even keep another secrets? I thought that was basic courtesy, something even Muggles manage. Itakuya stormed out, slamming Snape's notebook into Draco's chest. She sneered, lashing out recklessly, humiliating Draco in front of Hermione. Itakuya, Draco barked. You're insulting a Malfoy. If you weren't my friend, you. Friend. I'm just your lackey, a tool for you to show off. Itakuya cut him off coldly. She had truly inherited Snape's blood. A few words were enough to darken Draco's face with fury. Can't you see I was just humoring you? Indulging your spoiled temper. Hermione is my friend, a friend who doesn't blabber about my affairs. Now Draco was also speaking recklessly in his anger. Her, a mudblood. You're actually friends with someone like that. If it weren't for me, you'd be stuck in this Muggle house until school starts with no chance to. No chance to learn that you're actually the Slytherin head's daughter. What am I finally worthy to follow you now? No longer a bastard of unknown origin. A filthy mudblood. Who cares, Draco? Who cares about any of that? Don't define me with your pure blood. Itakuya stepped closer to Draco, hissing in a low voice, severe as Snape. I knew that was my father's name before I was 9. Do you think I'm stupid enough not to know my own head of house's full name? What? Draco frowned. You knew? You knew all along that my godfather was your father, but why did you? Because I didn't want him or anyone to know. Itakuya interrupted, her eyes rimmed red, her pupils flickering with a violet-black light. As she roared out the words, a fierce, nameless wind swept through the entire house, rattling the windows. Yet Hermione's home remained unharmed. Snape had silently cast a protective charm. Itakuya closed her eyes, struggling to compose herself. The wind gradually subsided. Why? You're my godfathers. Draco murmured, seemingly stunned by her words. Itakuya let out a bitter laugh. She reached out, her fingers tracing across Draco's face before slowly moving downward, her gaze filled with a casual, dismissive, Draco Malfoy, the young master of the Malfoy family. I bet you've never realized how lucky you are, have you? Your father indulges your temper, your mother dotes on you, sending you homemade treats every week. You were wanted by your parents even before you were born. Itakuya locked eyes with Draco. But not everyone is as fortunate as you. With that, she turned and went back to her room, leaving Draco, Hermione, and Snape behind, each with a different expression. The room fell into a profound silence once more. Throughout it all, Snape had not uttered a word, only calling out to Hermione when he was certain Itakuya would not. Miss Granger. Yes. Hermione responded a beat late. They'll come for her in a week. Snape stepped forward, taking the notebook from Draco's hand and grasping the boy's collar. Apparition. Ida, are you alright? Hermione asked, worried from behind the door. I'm fine. Itakuya opened the door with a nonverbal spell. She stood by the window, gazing at the view outside her, back to Hermione. Hermione walked over and embraced her. Itakuya flinched at first, then slowly relaxed. What did he say? Professor Snape said he'll come for you in a week. Hermione cupped Itakuya's face. Listen, Ida. If you don't want to go, you can stay at my place until Hogwarts starts. When school begins, I'll go with you to see Professor Dumbledore and ask him to sort you into Gryffindor. Itakuya was amused. It's fine, Hermione. I always knew this outcome was possible. I just didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Let's drop it, Hermione. Itakuya drew her wand. Let's go find Harry and see what's happened to him. Hermione couldn't care less about Harry's affairs now. Her whole heart was with her best friend. Ida probably doesn't want me to bring up Professor Snape right now. Changing the subject might help her mood. And once we see Harry, maybe he can help me comfort Ida. Thinking this, Hermione agreed to Itakuya's suggestion. Harry had spent the entire holiday working hard, cleaning windows, washing the car, mowing the lawn, tidying flower beds, and repainting the garden benches. Uncle Vernon had assigned him nearly all the household chores. Hermione and Itakuya found him sitting alone on a bench by the river, having sneaked out of his uncle's house to briefly vent his pent-up anger. Harry, Hermione, Itakuya. Harry greeted the two girls excitedly. What are you doing here? I thought you'd forgotten all about me. How could we forget you? Don't be silly. We wrote you many letters, but never got a reply. Ida, and I thought something might have happened to you. Letters? I didn't receive any. Harry looked puzzled. I thought you didn't want to write to me. How is that possible? I wrote to you every week. Hermione exclaimed. Hermione and Harry listed many possibilities. Harry suspected Uncle Vernon had hidden his letters, but he had no proof. Hermione and Harry quickly fell into a conversation about Uncle Vernon and Harry's entire summer ordeal. Hermione was both shocked and furious. Sometimes I really envy Itakuya. At least she doesn't have horrible relatives. Harry said helplessly. Itakuya did not join the conversation, merely staring blankly at the calm lake. When she heard Harry mention her, she slowly gave him a complicated look. Harry, don't. Hermione whispered. Itakuya, you seem upset. Did something happen? But the boy who lived had clearly not yet mastered the art of reading the room, innocently showing concern for Itakuya. Well, look who it is. Freaky Harry actually has 2 friends. Dudley had appeared from nowhere, accompanied by his 4 cronies. The 5 of them stood together like a tower. Dudley. Harry frowned. This was the scene he had dreaded most. Who are they? I've never seen them around here before. Dudley pressed. His gaze roamed over Hermione and Itakuya. Both girls had their own kind of beauty, but he preferred the dark-haired girl who sat quietly to one side. My name is Hermione Granger. I'm Harry's classmate. Hermione stood up speaking sternly. You and your parents are abusing Harry. You must stop this behavior. Huh. Classmates, so you're freaks too. Dudley stepped back, his eyes filled with disgust. Harry, you've been sneaking around contacting your freak friends behind our backs. You're done for. I'm going to tell Dad, and he'll lock you back in the cupboard. Dudley, they were just so worried about me that they came to find me. Harry tried to explain. Explain it to my dad. Dudley was unmoved. Wait, you can't do this. Hermione said anxiously. The group of children split into two sides, one aggressive, the other already on the defensive. No one noticed Itakuya, who had been standing on the sidelines, suddenly spring into action. She strode forward and landed a punch squarely on Dudley's pudgy face. Dudley stumbled back 2 steps, letting out a squeal like a stuck pig. Itakuya watched him with a calm, detached expression. You remind me of someone. Unfortunately, you don't have his face, which makes it hard for me to hold back. Even more unfortunate, I just had a fight with him, and him in a terrible arc. He'll kill you. Dudley roared in fury, flailing his fists and signaling his friends to charge. Harry and Hermione stood frozen, staring at the scene before them in utter disbelief. The outcome had far exceeded their expectations. Dudley's friends, though not as obese and towering as he was, were still normally developed boys. Yet Itakuya was even frilier than Harry, standing a full half-head shorter than him. So when Dudley charged forward, Hermione had already tightened her grip on her wand. However, the result was that Itakuya dispatched them with clean efficiency. She moved like a nimble wolf, precisely evading every incoming fist. A left hook, an elbow strike, a side kick, a shoulder throw. Within a minute, the 5 boys had reaped what they sowed. They lay on the ground, clutching their arms or stomachs, wailing in pain. Call the police. Well, call the police. Dudley yelped. Be my guest, Itakuya replied, unmoved. She even kindly crouched before Dudley and reminded him, a friendly warning, Mr. Dudley. None of the nearby surveillance cameras can capture this spot. Who would believe that a few boys were beaten senseless by a fragile girl? Even if someone did, I could simply say you made the first move and tried to assault me. Itakuya flashed a broad grin, sending chills down Dudley's spine. After all, if I sob and play the victim with a face like mine, I'd likely stir the protective instincts of the police, wouldn't I? Besides, I was very careful with my strength. I swear no one will find any serious bruises on you, even though you know full well how much it hurts right now. Harry, just you wait. Dudley scrambled away in a panic. You? Itakuya, that was amazing, Harry exclaimed in awe. Itakuya shot him a glare. The savior who defeated the Dark Lord can't handle 5 idiots. Harry was left speechless, seeing in those black eyes and dark pupils a reflection of someone else he feared. Itakuya, you remind me of Snape, right now. Harry. Hermione panicked, lunging to cover his mouth. Itakuya responded with an icy stare. Wait for me here a moment, she said, heading alone toward the bustling streets. A few hours later, after the 3 had finished dinner outside, Hermione and Itakuya gave Harry his birthday gifts in advance, 2 large bags of snacks. Itakuya, are you really going in there? At the doorstep of number 4 Privet Drive, Harry hesitated. He was certain that Dudley would tell Uncle Vernon about today's events and had be locked in his room. Yet Harry didn't blame Itakuya. Thanks to her, had a pleasant afternoon. But Itakuya clearly wasn't ready to end their outing. She actually wanted to visit Uncle Vernon. Relax, I've dealt with plenty of middle-aged men, Itakuya said, pushing Harry aside and ringing the doorbell. Moments later, Mr. Dudley's burly figure appeared, blocking the entrance. I won't let any freak into my house. Really? I thought you wouldn't want your neighbors to know you associate with freaks, Mr. Dudley, Itakuya replied with a quiet, shy smile, though her eyes glimmered with cunning. If I can't get in, I'll just have to make a scene out here. Mr. Dudley saw that message in her eyes. He had to admit this little girl had hit a nerve. Itakuya slipped nimbly through the narrow gap Mr. Dudley had opened, ignoring the hostile glares from Dudley and Mrs. Dudley. She circled the living room as if no one else was there. She would occasionally pick up an object, examine it intently, then set it down carelessly, adding an elegant remark, muggle things. Stay away from my living room, you freak. Mr. Dudley was nearly frantic. Relax, sir. Itakuya gracefully settled back onto the sofa, mimicking Draco's posture, leaning against the backrest, hands folded, looking down at Mr. Dudley with a faint trace of disdain and contempt. Mind your manners. Hermione and Harry huddled together. In that moment, they almost saw another Draco Malfoy. I came here today hoping that you, Mr. Dudley, will treat my friend Harry Potter properly from now on. Huh. You're threatening me. What can a snot-nosed brat like you possibly use to threaten me? Oh, I think you know, Mr. Dudley. Itakuya pulled her wand from her pocket, twirling it in her hand. Magic, of course, isn't it? No, you wouldn't dare? They don't allow you to use it here. Yes, Mr. Dudley, wizards aren't allowed to use magic in front of muggles. Itakuya recalled the way Draco spoke. But some people are entitled to certain privileges, otherwise how could we tell the difference between people? My father controls nearly half the industry chain in the wizarding world. The wealth our family has amassed is something you muggles could never dream of in a lifetime. So if I occasionally make a small mistake, it's no big deal, right? As Itakua's words faded, explosions suddenly erupted across the Dursleys' living room. Though no one was hurt, the family was so startled they practically danced a jig. Silence. Seeming unable to bear the Dursleys' noise, Itakua pointed her wand at Dudley, and a fiery snake grazed past his nose. The room fell dead quiet. All I ask is that you treat my friend a little better. He won't bother you for long. He has to go to school. Itakua slowly stated her final goal, then rose and gave an elegant bow under the terrified gaze of the Dursleys. I hope you're a wise man, or I'll have to visit. She walked over to the two stunned little lions and winked. I think my friend Harry would be happy to see me off. Oh yes. Harry and Hermione followed Itakua out stiffly. As they left, Mr. Dursley asked reluctantly, what's your name? Itakua grinned triumphantly. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ha ha ha, this is the most perfect plan ever. Hermione nearly collapsed with laughter onto Itakua. Even if Harry's uncle gets a chance to contact the Ministry of Magic, they'll be too afraid of the Malfoy name to investigate further. Don't worry, the Ministry won't bother. Itakua waved dismissively. But, you used magic. Even if Hermione and I keep it a secret, the Ministry might Harry was puzzled. Oh come on, Itakua rolled her eyes. Did I need magic to deal with your uncle, eh? But just now. Haven't you ever seen a magic show, Harry? Itakua tossed her handbag to Harry. He caught it, and the packaging clearly read, professional magic props. Harry. I see. Oh right. Itakua suddenly remembered something. 10 galleons. What? A service fee. 10 gold galleons. It was supposed to be just 1, but since you said something unpleasant by the river, it's 10. Remember to pay me when school starts. Okay, Harry nodded. They chatted a bit longer before parting ways, with Harry reluctant to let them go. Spinner's End. Snape still lived in Spinner's Inn, the youngest potions prodigy in the wizarding world, head of Slytherin, dwelling in the most ordinary, even shabby. He had a private suite at Hogwarts where he stayed most of the time, only occasionally returning to Spinner's Inn during holidays. The furnishings in the house remained unchanged for decades. Snape didn't need a house elf, a simple wandless magic sufficed for his basic needs, a bit of food and a place to sleep. Every time Draco visited his godfather's house, he had to bring the Malfoy family's house elf, and all the necessities for food, clothing, and shelter. Yet, even so, he felt like he was in prison. Fortunately, Itakua wasn't as pampered as other children. She had a remarkable adaptability to her environment. After all, what excessive demands could a child raised in an orphanage have on life? Life between Itakua and Snape as father and daughter was quite pleasant, at least in Snape's opinion. This girl bound to him by blood was far better than Draco. After bringing Itakua home, Snape only said, "Your room is at the far right on the second floor," before returning to his sofa to continue reading. Itakua wisely went upstairs quietly. It was a small but tidy room with simple furnishings: a bed, a wardrobe, a small bookshelf, a desk, and a bathroom with a shower. She neatly organized her belongings, piling her failed attempts and raw materials for enchantment rune research on the desk, and placing her books and notes on the bookshelf. She had assumed the bookshelf was empty, but found a stack of books already inside, all about potions. Some were related to the next semester's potions curriculum, while others were just a notch above Itakua's current level, difficult enough to require careful study, but still within her grasp. On top of the stack was the familiar potions notebook of the Half-Blood Prince. In this way, Snape acknowledged the notebook's ownership. Snape's potion lab was in the basement, its layout almost identical to the one at Hogwarts. The desk of the Dungeon Serpent King stood in the center, with a similar-sized desk in the corner, both equipped with complete potion brewing tools. The corner desk was otherwise empty, but when Itakua set aside the necessary ingredients, she noticed clear and familiar signs of use on the equipment. Itakua suspected that this desk had once belonged to Draco. Are you waiting for the potion to brew itself? Snape's low voice jolted Itakua into swift alertness. Apologies. Itakua cleared her mind of its wandering fancies and refocused her attention on the medicinal ingredients before her. The first task Snape assigned Itakua was to brew every potion she had taught herself. He would then examine each one, meticulously point out her errors, and have her rebrew until she produced a perfect concoction. Itakua realized for the first time how many minor flaws she harbored in potion making. Like a novice, she relearned the proper method for each potion. Fortunately, she possessed abundant patience and an extraordinary resistance to Snape's sardonic remarks, so within a week, she flawlessly completed his plan. After that, Snape ceased to oversee Itakua. Itakua had to study new potions on her own from the book. Snape left her experimenting ceaselessly, while Snape offered only occasional guidance when she found herself. Yet Itakua relished this pace of learning, fully grasping the unfathomable depth of Snape's mastery in potion making. Beyond this, what Itakua cherished most was the potion ingredient storeroom, always open to her. Heaven knew how much of Snape's precious stock she had wasted. Several times Itakua believed she was surely doomed, but Snape merely cast her a cold glance and tossed a Scourgify her way. She spent half her time with Snape in the dungeon's potion lab, and the remainder studying enchantment runes. At this moment, for instance, she sat at the living room's coffee table researching flight runes. Snape sat nearby by the French window engrossed in a book. Itakuya had originally studied runes in her own room, but after accidentally blowing up the desk a few times, she relocated her work to the coffee table under Snape's watch. This arrangement had one advantage. Whoosh! The moment Itakuya finished inscribing the final rune, the iron piece in her hand shot toward her forehead. Itakuya ducked her head and shut her eyes in panic. She waited, but the expected sound never came. Snape had cast a spell just in time to halt the object midair. She stole a glance at him only to find him absorbed in preparing the next semester's lessons, not even sparing her a look. Itakuya retrieved the iron piece and jotted down potential issues and solutions in her notes. Then, using a levitation charm, she poured Snape a cup of black tea. This was their unspoken way of expressing gratitude. Like Snape, Itakuya could not cook. They usually subsisted on bread and cheese or bought ready-made meals. However, Itakuya was marginally better in one regard: her tea brewing and coffee-making skills were exceptional. Headmistress St. Cyr had specially arranged for someone to teach her this art. Even Snape, upon first tasting the black tea she served, was momentarily impressed. From then on, Itakuya had an additional duty: brewing tea and coffee. It is worth noting that regarding how to address each other, the two tacitly chose to ignore it, just as they never spoke of what happened at the Grangers' home. They deliberately avoided any occasion that required a form of address. This was not particularly difficult, as only two people lived in the house, and both Itakuya and Snape could go an entire day without uttering a single word. Such a life continued until the eve of the new term, when she received a letter from Hogwarts meaning she needed to visit Diagon Alley. One morning, Snape handed her a key to Gringotts. "You may tell the goblins that you are my student." Itakuya took the key, instantly grasping his implication. That day at the Grangers, Snape had overheard her say, "I don't want anyone to know about this." He had assumed Itakuya did not wish to be known as the daughter of Severus Snape, a former Death Eater. "You must have misunderstood. I never thought that way," Itakuya said, realizing her words might have misled him. You are a good person, respected professor, profoundly knowledgeable. I just didn't want to cause you trouble. A sudden daughter, and all." Itakuya nearly snapped the key in her hands. This dissection of her true feelings made her physically uncomfortable. The room fell into a deathly silence. She hung her head, afraid to meet Snape's gaze. "Then I hope next time you won't underestimate my capacity to bear trouble." Itakuya's ears flushed crimson. She looked up at Snape, finding his expression as stern as ever, yet perhaps a shade gentler than usual. She thought so. "Ahem, then how about we go together?" Itakuya ventured, returning the key. "That key is yours." "Gringotts keys can be duplicated with the owner's permission," Snape said, drawing his wand. "I heard you took Miss Granger operating to visit Mr. Potter. It seems you are quite confident in your spellcasting. I assume then that you do not need me to side along you." "Yes," Itakuya muttered inwardly. "Nothing escapes Headmaster Dumbledore." Itakuya had long suspected Dumbledore would never leave Harry to live unsupervised in the Muggle world. She just wondered which neighbor of the Dursleys was his spy. "Since you brought it up," Snape nodded, "a 15-page essay on potion making for taking others along with an unmastered spell and using Muggle tricks to insult the wizarding world. Handed in before the first potions class." Itakuya's heart bled. Yes, she loved reading, but she detested writing essays above all else, preferring to spend her time on practical work. "Ida! Ida!" In Diagon Alley, Hermione and a soot-faced Harry called out to Itakuya. Hermione practically sprinted to throw herself at Itakuya, while Harry seemed hesitant to speak. "Ida, I've been so worried. You didn't write to me, and I didn't know Professor Snape's address," Hermione said, her curly hair bouncing as she rushed over. "Are you all right at Snape's place?" Itakuya scratched her head. "I forgot." She had initially intended to write to Hermione, but she couldn't find Snape's owl and later became so absorbed in potions and runes that it slipped her mind. "What? Itakuya, you're staying at Snape's?" Harry exclaimed in shock, shuddering. "How awful. Ida, has he been mistreating you?" Hermione asked, gripping Itakuya's hand earnestly. "Yes, Itakuya, well help you," Harry chimed in. "Wait. No." Itakuya tried to stop them, but Hermione and Harry rattled on like beans spilling from a sack. She could only cover her face in dismay. Itakuya thought, "Good luck. Ida, what's wrong?" Hermione and Harry kept fussing over her, but soon they sensed something amiss. "Maligning a professor. You should be grateful this isn't Hogwarts, or I'd deduct 10 points from Gryffindor, you two foolish Gryffindor trolls." The familiar Harry terrifying cold voice sounded behind them. "I tried to warn you, really," Itakuya said, covering her face. Professor Snape. Professor Snape." Hermione and Harry fell silent, as mice frantically signaling to Itakuya, as if to ask, "Why is Snape here?" "I assume you finished buying your supplies," Snape said, ignoring the two foolish lions and addressing Itakuya. "Yes, only the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook remains," Itakuya replied, eyeing the list of suspiciously frivolous titles, doubting the quality of this year's instruction. "Oh!" Excited shrieks from young women erupted from the bookstore in the distance, the very shop Itakuya was headed to. She discreetly observed Snape's expression. His face was as dark as a cauldron bottom. Though Itakuya had no desire to enter that clamorous bookstore, she felt that forcing Snape inside might be the death of him. "How about I go in with my friends, and we meet up later?" she suggested sincerely. Snape was evidently pleased. He took the packages from Itakuya's hands and swept away in his billowing robes, leaving only Itakuya and 2 Gryffindor statues behind. "Hey, wake up!" Itakuya snapped her fingers. "Merlin's beard, I must be dreaming," Harry murmured, staring after Snape. "Professor Snape actually brought you to Diagon Alley and carried your things. You'll find out why in a few days," Itakuya said, pulling Harry and Hermione along. She braced herself for Draco to broadcast her background to everyone after the term began. The entire bookstore was packed with women of all ages, each wearing an ecstatic grin. The shop was plastered with posters of a man with an oily smile. Itakuya felt those posters were an assault on her eyes. "Harry, could you buy a set for me too?" she asked, suddenly remembering someone still owed her 10 galleons. "Oh sure." With Harry's affirmative reply, Itakuya briefly greeted Mrs. Weasley and headed straight upstairs without looking back. The second floor was nearly empty. Itakuya breathed a quiet sigh of relief and was about to grab a random book when she spotted a familiar face. Draco leaned against the railing, staring at her with blazing intensity, his eyes burning with enough fire to set the whole bookstore ablaze. "It seems you really are quite close with Gryffindor." After calming down, Itakuya had decided to placate the young master during their next meeting, deeming herself far more mature than Draco. Yet when Itakuya next saw Draco, she suddenly lost the will to humble herself for him. She ignored Draco, quietly walked past him, and found a seat to read. Now it was Draco's turn to be at a loss. He had never expected Itakuya to ignore him, having waited for her to be the first to yield. He had pondered that day's events extensively. No, not pondered. It was merely that her words, "Not everyone is as fortunate as you." And the expression of utter despair on her face that day had haunted him to the point where Draco could no longer recall what had provoked his fury before. After a prolonged internal struggle, Draco decided if she sent a letter of apology, he would forgive her insult to the Malfoy name. Yet Draco waited in vain all the way until the Hogwarts school letter arrived without any word from Itakuya. Growing restless, he began to probe his parents for news about his godfather. Mr. Malfoy keenly sensed something amiss with his son. His face was etched with the knowledge of some grave secret. Draco was reluctant to speak, fearing it would anger Itakuya further. But young as he was, he could not withstand his father's authority, and he recounted the whole affair to his parents. Mrs. Malfoy advised Draco to apologize to Itakuya first, while his father Lucius Malfoy insisted he must mend ties with her. The former was driven by maternal kindness, the latter by consideration of Itakuya's status. "Son, you must befriend that girl. She represents not only Severus, but also the Glocky surname." Thus Draco was compelled to obey his father's command, resolving to make Itakuya his friend again before the first potions class of the term. Though Draco agreed reluctantly, he was indifferent, convinced that Itakuya would come to him first, as she always had. When that time came, he thought he might not need her apology. After all, being gracious to ladies was a gentleman's duty. He should treat her better. Thus Draco mused, never imagining Itakuya would ignore him. After all, she always indulged him, tolerating his occasional temper. She was always by my side. This certainty began to waver when Itakuya walked into the bookshop, chatting amiably with 2 Gryffindor trolls. Why was she with Gryffindors? She was a Slytherin, and her father was the Slytherin head of house. How could she? Draco brooded. She hadn't even noticed him the moment she entered. Fuming with anger and chagrin, he forgot everything and instinctively spat out a tongue. Then Draco received a familiar yet strange response from Itakuya: utter disregard. Draco was well acquainted with this kind of disregard. It was how she treated most people, quietly waiting for them to finish, then leaving without a word or refusing outright. Whether faced with praise or insults, Itakuya appeared indifferent, as if she hailed from another world, merely passing through, and thus cared nothing for this one. Itakuya was different only with Draco. She seemed always tolerant and intrigued by him, gazing at him as if admiring a precious treasure. Yes, Draco had noticed this special treatment soon after they met, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. But now Draco found Itakuya looking at him with the same gaze she reserved for others, a calm, distant, detached look. A nameless panic seized Draco. He fled, leaving Itakuya behind, and descending the stairs only to encounter Harry, disheveled, yet surrounded by admirers, even making the papers with ease. Draco's composure shattered. He rushed to block Harry. "You must be proud, great Harry Potter. Even a trip to the bookshop makes the news." Little did Draco know a pair of eyes upstairs was watching him. Itakuya mused that Draco and Harry must have had some tangled connection in a past life, for why else would they be drawn to each other like magnets in this one? Itakuya lingered upstairs, refraining from intervening, partly because her relationship with Draco was awkward, and partly because she knew the boys' quarrel would amount to nothing serious. Enjoying the respite, Itakuya leaned on the railing, observing the scene below. She noticed Draco had grown a bit taller, his features more defined, still youthful, but hinting at a budding handsomeness. Especially when he wore a black shirt under his robes, his impeccable proportions were evident. He was truly pleasing to the eye. Itakuya wrestled with herself. Perhaps she should forgive him for his good looks. Just then she spotted another golden gem downstairs. Blue eyes, blonde hair, a serpent-headed cane, and an expression even more arrogant than Draco's. Yes, it was none other than Mr. Malfoy. Itakuya watched as Mr. Malfoy mocked the Weasleys, sighing inwardly. As Snape's daughter, she had to mind his position in such matters. At school she could tactfully defuse conflicts between Draco and the Savior's crew, but in the presence of adults, she had to feign ignorance. Itakuya planned to wait until Mr. Malfoy took Draco away before descending, but Mr. Malfoy, with his habit of speaking with his chin raised, spotted Itakuya. Mr. Malfoy, how do you do? She had no choice but to descend and greet him. Miss Itakuya. Draco speaks of you often. Your talents and charms and potions are exceptional. Lucius Malfoy nodded. Thank you for your praise. Draco has also helped me greatly at Hogwarts. If he hadn't let me be his potions partner, I might have had to tackle a whole term's assignments alone. Itakuya deliberately mentioned Draco's protection in Slytherin, hinting that she would repay the Malfoy's help. Mr. Malfoy was indeed pleased, casting an approving glance at his son. No need for courtesy. Malfoys are always adept at befriending geniuses, just as Severus and I are good friends. I'm delighted you and Draco get along so well. I hope you remain close. Narcissa has been wanting to meet you. Itakuya felt she was facing not a man but a venomous serpent. He'll consider bringing her when there's time. Snape's voice suddenly interjected, sounding almost divine to Itakuya. But for now, if you'll excuse us, she has a potions essay to finish. Itakuya promptly bid her friends farewell and followed Snape away under the sympathetic gazes of Harry and Ron, who pitted her for having to write essays during the holidays. Snape led Itakuya away in silence, offering no comment on her friendship with the Malfoys. Itakuya wisely refrained from mentioning her affairs with Draco. Only upon returning to Spinner's Inn did she discover a living creature in her parcel. A sparrow. The bird, no bigger than a palm, had fluffy gray-black feathers like a puffball and stared at her with round eyes. It seems you need to learn about owls. Owls. Itakuya grabbed the tiny creature. This small. Receiving a cold glare from the dungeon serpent, she wisely fell silent. Don't let me find a single feather of it on the floor. All right. Itakuya suppressed a Snape, as a Hogwarts professor, had to return earlier than the students. He left after their trip to Diagon Alley. Itakuya was delighted, secretly using Snape's potion table and cauldron. She always thought his cauldron was superior, for how else could he brew perfect potions every time? On the Hogwarts Express, Hermione and Itakuya found an empty compartment. Itakuya curled up by the window, catching up on her essay, 5 pages still unfinished, due in potions class on the second day of term. I can't believe you're reading these books. Is your potions essay about dragons? Hermione flipped through the stack beside Itakuya, puzzled by the titles. The complete forms of dragons, 100 dragons. You must know the 10 most mysterious dragons in the world. Since when are you interested in dragons? No, it's not for my essay. I'm looking for design inspiration. Itakuya put down her quill and mysteriously pulled out a piece of iron. What's this? Itakuya raised an eyebrow, taking a small gold nugget from her bag and placing it on the iron. The gold vanished upon contact, and the iron piece seemed to come alive, darting through the air before settling before Hermione. Merlin's beard, that's incredible. You did it, Mum. Itakuya nodded excitedly. It doesn't need a wizard's magic. It absorbs metal to generate its own. I'm so happy for you, Ida. Hermione clasped her hands. A Slytherin sitting with a Gryffindor. A discordant voice interrupted them. Itakuya looked up to see Draco at the door, flanked by a group of Slytherins. Draco leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, with Goyle and Crabbe behind him. To his left stood Pansy and Daphne. The harsh voice likely came from one of them. Itakuya glanced at them briefly, then slowly looked away, resuming her essay. Pansy and Daphne seemed ready to speak, but Draco had grown impatient. He gave a cold snort and turned away, prompting the others to follow. Hermione, are you still fighting with Draco? Hermione asked. Sort of. We haven't spoken a word since that incident. Why, oi? Ida, you seem to be getting along quite well with Professor Snape. He even gave you a furball, didn't he? Itakuya had named her owl Furball. Too lazy to care for it, she had sent it off to Hermione for safekeeping. What Draco did was wrong, but are you still angry with him over that? Itakuya reflected on her daily interactions with Snape. She had initially thought reconnecting with him would be unpleasant, but it turned out to be the most comfortable summer she had. I don't know, Hermione. Draco has said far worse things before, and I didn't care then. But this time I just don't want to let it go easily. Even though I no longer mind that he didn't keep my secret. Itakuya continued. It's strange. The reason for our Cold War no longer matters. I simply feel awkward and don't want to talk to him. Itakuya realized that Slytherin was a house where secrets couldn't be kept. In just a few hours the entire house knew that the young Malfoy heir had cast Itakuya. The winds of the house shifted repeatedly, leaving Itakuya once again relegated to the edge of the table for meals. Itakuya. Speechless. Itakuya waved dismissively at Hermione, who kept glancing back, and calmly finished her dinner. More than the sting of falling from grace, Itakuya felt perplexed. These cunning little snakes dared to ostracize her so openly, meaning they still didn't know about her relationship with the head of Slytherin. Draco hadn't told anyone. This surprised Itakuya. Speaking of Snape, she looked toward the teacher's table and noticed he was absent from his seat. Harry and Ron were also missing. No way. Had Snape already found a reason to deduct points from Gryffindor at the start of term? Soon Itakuya learned what had happened. Mrs. Weasley had sent Ron a howler, and everyone in the Great Hall knew the whole story. Itakuya, this is so mortifying. Third greenhouse, Professor Sprout's herbology class. Slytherin and Gryffindor students stood on opposite sides of the long tables facing pots of leafy green plants. Mandrakes. Mature mandrakes could be used to brew the restorative draught, which had been one of Itakuya's challenges during summer alchemy. Itakuya had wasted all of Snape's collected mandrakes before barely managing to brew a satisfactory potion. She would need to find another chance to practice more once. Itakuya followed the crowd into the greenhouse and instinctively stood beside Draco, a habit from last semester. When she realized hostile gazes surrounded her. Itakuya. Good morning, children. Welcome to the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout said, smiling as she entered, oblivious to the Slytherin tension. You should know this spot belongs to my lackey, Draco muttered without looking away from the lecturing professor. He'll swap with Goyle next class, Itakuya replied, taking notes. The two exchanged information like spies in a thriller. Humph. Draco snorted. Then what's this class about? Itakuya was speechless. Consider yourself unlucky. All right, everyone, put on your earmuffs. Professor Sprout's voice interrupted Itakuya and Draco's exchange. Itakuya watched as Professor Sprout yanked a mandrake from its pot. A piercing shriek cut through the earmuffs as she repotted the humanoid root amid the noise. Now students, grip firmly and pull it out, Professor Sprout instructed, ignoring Longbottom's fainting spell. Unable to bear the mandrake's noise, Itakuya quickly shoved the screaming plant into a new pot. Relieved when it finally quieted, she turned to see a certain blonde boy amusing himself by teasing his mandrake with his fingers. Itakuya. Predictably, Draco got bitten by the mandrake, flinching in panic and anger as he shook his hand. Itakuya could read his mind from his expression. I'm telling my father. Quickly and precisely, Itakuya pinched the mandrake's neck hard. The plant winced and released Draco's finger. Freed, Draco shoved the mandrake into its pod and shot Itakuya a look that said, I could have handled it without you. Itakuya. For the rest of the class, Itakuya kept her promise to stay at least a meter away from Draco. Draco ignored her too, laughing with Pansy throughout the entire transfiguration lesson. Pansy, however, kept throwing smug glances her way. Though Itakuya and Draco maintained a Cold War distance, it vanished the moment potions class began. Neither dared to ask Snape for a partner change, despite being his godson and biological daughter. So even in their Cold War, they had to cooperate under Snape's watchful eye and politely exchange thoughts. I think you added the crushed crab claw powder a bit late, Itakuya, Draco said. Yes, Draco, I agree. They'll pay more attention next time. Itakuya nodded. No worries, Itakuya. I don't think it will affect our brewing a perfect potion. Yes, I look forward to it, Draco. Perhaps their feigned politeness disgusted Snape as he silently left the front of the classroom and walked toward Harry and his partner. Itakuya sighed in relief, silently mourning for Harry with the principle of better him than me. Minutes later, Harry received his first deduction of the term. Itakuya glanced at Harry from the corner of her eye. He had a heartbreaking numbness. So concerned about Gryffindor's celebrity. Are you his girlfriend? A Slytherin boy whose family was practically a vassal to the Parkinsons spoke. Itakuya looked beside him and saw Pansy. Pansy stared at Itakuya's spot, once hers until Itakuya's potion talent made her Draco's top lackey and usurped it. The boy glanced back at Pansy, then scrutinized Itakuya. You two are quite a match, both orphans. I heard you grew up in an orphanage. You. Itakuya lost interest after his first sentence, finding such childish insults tedious. Shut up, Draco's cold voice cut in. Who gave you the nerve to say that to her? He advanced on the boy and kicked him over in full view of everyone. The boy crashed into his cauldron with a loud bang. Startled, Itakuya instinctively cast a shield charm on Draco. But the boy and his partner Pansy weren't so lucky. Red rashes erupted on their skin, likely requiring a stay in the hospital wing. The classroom fell into a dead silence, all eyes fixed on the front. Itakuya wondered if Snape's potions class was cursed, an incident every term. Snape seemed to think so too. He ordered the injured students to the hospital wing. Mr. Malfoy, your actions warrant punishment. 10 days of detention. Snape's face was icy, but he secretly favored Draco. If a Gryffindor had done this, it would have been more than detention. And Snape turned to Itakuya, meeting her bewildered gaze. For failing to stop your potion partner, promptly 5 days of detention. Miss Snape. Itakuya paused mid-nod, looking up sharply. Snape remained calm, as if stating an ordinary fact. The rest of the class was equally shocked, all staring at Itakuya with curiosity. Yes. Itakuya's throat tightened as she forced out the last two syllables. Father. The classroom erupted in murmurs, but Snape remained unmoved. In class, I expect you to call me Professor. Yes, Professor. The dungeon serpent king possessed formidable composure. Such a trivial matter didn't disrupt his teaching. But clearly none of the students inherited his unflappable nature. Even Itakuya made 2 mistakes while Draco stared at her for the entire lesson. The other students fared no better. After every action they rewarded themselves with a glance at Itakuya at the front, then whispered to their partners. She's Professor Snape's daughter. I thought she had no parents. Just look at the hair and eyes, both black. Great, Itakuya thought. This term would be anything but peaceful. After potions class defense against the dark arts was next, and the students had to traverse the long corridor to reach the classroom. On the way to defense against the dark arts. Are you really Snape's daughter? Itakuya took a breath. This was already the umpteenth person asking her. She turned around with a polite smile. Yes, I only reunited with my father this past summer. I must say Hogwarts is truly a magical place, isn't it? Indeed, it's a magical story, but I want to elaborate on just how magical. Also, please don't ask me about my mother. That's my private matter. Ron scratched his head. Could you say that again? Itakuya then realized it was the Golden Trio. She waved her hand wearily. Ask Hermione, she knows. What Hermione? You knew all along. Ron exclaimed. And you didn't tell me. Ron, this is Ida's privacy. I would only tell if she wanted me to. Forget it, Hermione, just tell them. There's nothing left to hide. Even if I don't say it, the Hogwarts students will find out 100 different ways. Itakuya waved her hand in resignation. Alright, you know how last term we ran into Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, and Ida used an advanced spell. Actually, that spell was originally created by Professor Snape. That's how he and Ida recognized each other. That day Professor Snape came straight to my house. Hermione tactfully omitted the less pleasant parts, and briefly explained it to them. Is this the friend you said could keep a secret? Draco appeared from nowhere, blocking their path. Within a day the whole of Hogwarts will know my identity. Even if I don't want to say it, they'll find a way to know. Itakuya explained. So you just let her broadcast your secret. Didn't you not want anyone to know? Draco stepped closer to Itakuya. Itakuya waved the trio off, signaling them to go ahead. Draco, about that statement, I really didn't think it through before I said it. At first I thought I was a burden, which is why I didn't want Snape, my father, to know. I didn't want to disrupt the peace or cause him trouble. But later I realized I shouldn't always reject everything. If my godfather knew you thought that, he'd probably call you a troll. Draco muttered. Itakuya was amused. Father also told me not to underestimate his ability to handle trouble. Good that you know. Draco, thank you. Itakuya looked at him sincerely. You didn't tell anyone about me, and you defended me in class earlier, even risking detention. Draco's face flushed slightly. He glared at Itakuya. How dare you bring that up? He'll definitely be punished by Godfather to deal with slugs. Then we'll go together. I can secretly help you just like last term. If you know what's good for you. Draco reluctantly agreed. Let's go, we're almost late. Draco extended his hand to Itakuya with reserve, and she took it. The 2 little Slytherin snakes hurried to catch up with the rest. They had finally resolved their differences and restored their former relationship, though it felt slightly different. Itakuya was fully convinced that this term's defense against the dark arts professor was an incompetent fool, all show and no substance. No, perhaps not even worth admiring. Itakuya averted her eyes from Professor Lockhart's exaggerated grin and leaned in to whisper to Draco. Let's sit in the back row next. Draco nodded emphatically. However, Lockhart's madness wasn't limited to spending half the class recounting his glorious achievements. He also handed out a quiz to everyone. Itakuya glanced at the questions. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest ambition? Itakuya utterly suffocating. What is all this rubbish? Itakuya complained. Haven't you read his books? Aren't you the one who loves reading? Draco raised an eyebrow. I love reading books, not boastful waste paper. Itakuya said seriously. But clearly others didn't think so. The girls in the front row heard her and turned to glare. What are you looking at? Draco said impatiently, leaning on the desk with one hand. The girls, intimidated by the Malfoy name, had to turn back in resentment. Miss Hermione Granger knows that my greatest ambition is to vanquish evil and successfully promote my hair potion. A clever girl, full marks. Who is Hermione? Itakuya watched in horror as Hermione stood up, beaming like an infatuated teenage girl. Itakuya, oh no. My friend has lost her mind. I'm glad you're not like them, or I'd be utterly disgusted. Draco looked around the classroom, seeing most girls, including some Slytherins, wearing the same expression as Hermione, and didn't hide his scorn. How could I? Itakuya rolled her eyes. I'm not blind. She gave Draco a meaningful glance. Why would someone covet roadside stones when they already hold gold in their arms? Draco's ears reddened, and he turned away without a word. First, let me clarify that my duty in this classroom is to teach you how to confront the most dangerous magical beings. Face your inner fears, but of course with me here, you'll be perfectly safe. Professor Lockhart tapped the cage beside him with his wand. The cage was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, the students soon discovered what it was: Cornish pixies. These creatures were basically harmless, capable only of annoying pranks. Itakuya felt relieved as she had feared the professor might bring out something even he couldn't handle, which would have been a disaster. A few minutes later. I really overestimated this professor. Itakuya thought angrily as she used a spell to deflect the flying pixies, pulling Draco out of the classroom amidst the chaos. This is insane. My father will definitely hear about this. Draco's blonde hair was messed up by a pixie and his shirt was stained by someone's ink, which was utterly unbearable for him. Yes, my little lord. Why don't you just have your father come to Hogwarts and attend classes? Itakuya teased him. Itakuya. Draco shot her an annoyed glare. Alright, I'm sorry. He'll go to the library and read as penance. Professor Flitwick still adored Itakuya as much as last term, especially after she promptly stopped Ron's malfunctioning wand. Excellent reflexes. 5 points for Slytherin. Professor Flitwick praised, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his voice. Ever since he learned that Itakuya was Snape's daughter, he knew that luring her to Ravenclaw was nearly impossible. Recently, he would let out a regretful sigh almost every time he saw Itakuya. Another professor who had become unusual due to Itakuya's identity was Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. It was said that she had brought Snape to Hogwarts and in a way watched him grow up. I never imagined Severus would have a child. Child, you share many similarities with your father. Professor McGonagall stroked Itakuya's head gently in private. I can see that you're just as stubborn as Severus. Itakuya stiffly accepted McGonagall's affection. But you're much cuter than Severus was as a child. Hey, Professor, if you want to talk about this, I'm all ears. Professor McGonagall remembers stories of my father's time at Hogwarts. Itakuya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Gossip was indeed human nature. If you have so much free time to pry into my affairs, why not go help your poor father prepare ingredients? I assume you haven't forgotten you still have 5 days of detention. Hey, Itakuya froze. Indeed, the Dungeon Serpent King always appeared behind anyone speak. Yes, father. Itakuya wilted like a frosted eggplant as Snape led her away under McGonagall's amused gaze. Itakuya was kept behind to work. Now, not only did she have to help Snape prepare ingredients, but she also had to grade the first-year students' essays. So Dittany can be used to treat wounds, because it has the function of treating wounds. The function of treating wounds is a notable characteristic of Dittany. When one thinks of treating wounds, the name Dittany comes to mind. Itakuya, you really know how to pad the word count. Itakuya wasn't released until nearly curfew, Snape showing mercy. Those first-year essays were a torture to her eyes. Itakuya. Itakuya. The next morning, Itakuya was awakened by Draco's frantic knocking. Draco. Itakuya, why are you still asleep? Draco pulled her away. Come on, today's the first day of tryouts. We need to be early. Quidditch. I thought I was eliminated. Itakuya's eyes weren't even open, yet leaning entirely on Draco. That was before. Now you're the Slytherin head of house's daughter. Draco straightened her robes. Merlin, can't you pay more attention to your appearance? It's only 5 in the morning. I think I should be more concerned about dropping dead from exhaustion. The Slytherin Quidditch team had posted recruitment notices at the start of term. Madame Hooch thought Itakuya might be suited as a chaser and recommended her to Captain Flint. Initially, Flint was impressed with Itakuya. She was smaller than others and could freely perform 360-degree spins on her broom, even flying upside down. A sensation most people couldn't endure for long. Flint thought Itakuya must have been a flying bird in a past life. Unfortunately, Itakuya was still in a cold war with Draco then, and her identity as Snape's daughter hadn't been made public. The other team members were reluctant to have someone of unknown origin, likely a half-blood, on the team. Flint had to let it go. Thus, Itakuya was mercilessly eliminated in the initial tryouts. Before the door of Snape's office, Itakuya clutched paper and pen, cursing inwardly. She finally understood why these people, especially Captain Flint, had gone against the rules to get her onto the Quidditch team. Itakuya, you know Quidditch practice fields are usually arranged by each house team captain. But if we can get special permission from Professor Snape, we can bypass the other captains. Flint smiled at Itakuya with a knowing look. Itakuya thought, thanks, but I don't understand, nor do I wish to. Itakuya, go ahead, I believe you can do it. Draco also approached with a smile. Itakuya did not miss the schadenfreude in his eyes. He's your godfather, why don't you go? Itakuya gritted her teeth. Yet she went anyway. When she entered, Snape was reading. Seeing Itakuya, he gave her a look that said, speak quickly if you have something to say. Ahem. Itakuya's eyes darted around. Snape's office had an entire wall of medicinal herbs. Flint wants you to write a special permit for the Slytherin Quidditch team to use the pitch. Itakuya knew well that any hidden thoughts could not escape Snape's eyes. I never knew you were so willing to help others, Snape said. Actually, I joined the Quidditch team as a beater, Itakuya said as she personally brewed black tea and respectfully handed it to Snape. The tea leaves were specially sent from Malfoy Manor by Draco, rumored to be extremely expensive. Itakuya hadn't even dared to take a sip herself. A beater. Snape scanned Itakuya. It was no wonder he found it odd. Beaters were usually played by more physically imposing male players. Even Flint was puzzled why Itakuya chose to be a beater instead of a chaser until Itakuya snapped a baseball bat in half with her bare hands in front of him. Well, I discovered I prefer striking sports, Itakuya explained. I recall Draco is a seeker. Snape suddenly mentioned Draco. Heir. Yes. So it seems you and Mr. Malfoy have reconciled. Snape looked at Itakuya with a complex expression. In that case, you and Malfoy will serve detention together. Tonight. Snape signed the special permit expressionlessly and handed it to Itakuya. Now get out. Well done, Itakuya. Flint clapped her on the shoulder cheerfully. I believe letting you and Draco join the team was the best decision. Itakuya, clad in Quidditch robes and a green cloak, walked amidst the Slytherin Quidditch team. Each of them held a brand new Nimbus 2001, a special sponsorship from the Malfoy family. Honestly, you look like you bought your way in if I didn't know your Quidditch skills, Itakuya whispered to Draco as they walked at the back. Who would dare be dissatisfied with a Malfoy? Draco said dismissively. Besides, you look more like you got in through connections, even getting the head of house's special permit. Happy. I got it in exchange for detention. Itakuya gave Draco a cool smile. Father said we should go to his office tonight. I just saw him with a huge bucket of What? Itakuya, drawn by the voices, stood on tiptoe to look and saw the Slytherin team had run into the Gryffindor team. Gryffindor's Captain Wood was frowning at Snape's special permit. I, Professor Severus Snape, grant the Slytherin team permission to use the pitch today to train the new Seeker and Beater. You have a new Seeker and Beater. Who? Itakuya instinctively sensed trouble and tried to hide behind the older students. But upon hearing Wood's words, Draco puffed out his chest like a rooster about to crow, striding forward proudly and dragged out the ostrich-like Itakuya. Itakuya spotted Harry among the Gryffindor team, and not far away Hermione and Ron approaching. Itakuya thought. Tired. Let it all end. Itakuya. Malfoy. Harry asked in confusion. Oh, Harry, your broom looks outdated, Draco said, eagerly showing off his new broom to his rival Harry. A Nimbus 2001. Where did you get that? Ron exclaimed. From Draco's father, of course, Flint replied. Although Draco has great talent in Quidditch, Slytherin has 2 new players this time, so we need plenty of practice to coordinate. What about you, Itakuya? Ron persisted. Did you become a beater because of Professor Snape's special order? Oh, at least Itakuya and I have the ability. Unlike you, Weasley, your whole family lives off your father's pitiful salary. Draco sneered. I hope your father doesn't get fired because of the stupid things you did at the start of the term. I really can't imagine where your whole family would live then. Itakuya thought, truly the Malfoy tongue, each word striking a nerve. You'll pay for this, Malfoy. Enraged, Ron whipped out his wand and cast a spell at Malfoy. Itakuya reacted faster, immediately casting a shield charm on Draco. Ron's spell didn't hit Draco, instead it struck Ron himself. Slug after slug spewed from his mouth, a truly spectacular sight. Itakuya. Flint is insane. Itakuya wailed inwardly. The Slytherin team, trained all day. Draco flew like a mad dog across the pitch, while Itakuya became a relentless beating machine. Good, Itakuya, that's it. Flint shouted from below. Now try flying upside down to hit the bludger, and then sit upright. Itakuya rubbed her sore arms, steered her broom toward the bludger, which was heading straight for Draco, as he chased the golden snitch. The bludger was dangerously close to Draco, a perfect distance for an accident. Itakuya flipped over, hanging upside down from her broom. Clutching her bat, she flew above Draco until their foreheads nearly touched. Duck, Itakuya said. Draco instantly lowered himself and accelerated just as Itakuya swung her bat. Her body twisted with the motion, channeling greater force to send the bludger hurtling toward its target. She then smoothly righted herself. Not bad, Draco said, hovering nearby, proudly showing off the golden snitch in his hand. Itakuya nodded wearily. Excellent, Itakuya. You and Draco worked well together. In the official match, you'll be responsible for protecting Draco from the bludgers. Flint nodded with satisfaction. Now, let's try coordinating with Derek. Hit the bludger together to send it flying faster and knock out the opposing players. Draco tried dodging the bludger without Itakuya's help. The team had no choice but to continue the next round of training. Draco ducked low to avoid the bludger while chasing the golden snitch across the field. Itakuya and Derek watched from opposite sides until Flint's command sent them both charging toward the bludger. Itakuya gripped her bat normally, while Derek held his backhand and flew at an angle. They struck the bludger almost simultaneously, Itakuya a fraction of a second slower, sending it flying at twice its usual speed. Free from the bludger's interference, Draco caught the golden snitch again. Okay, Itakuya, you were a bit slow, but it's fine. Just practice more with Derek. Now let's try backhand strikes. Itakuya, is it too late to quit now? Only when the sun sank low did Flint mercifully release Itakuya and Draco. They nearly collapsed to their knees the moment they landed. Flint's brutal training continued straight through Halloween. Even in the rain, Itakuya had to swing her bat, her cloak soaked and dripping. Quidditch practice consumed most of her free time. The remainder she dedicated to studying enchantment runes. She added a small desk in Snape's office for reading and conducting experiments. Poor Professor Snape not only had to endure his students' bizarre homework, but also had to occasionally cast a spell to prevent Itakuya from accidentally killing herself. There were some benefits, though. Snape no longer had to deal with the tedious trifles of students from every year, as they wisely chose to approach Itakuya first, this seemingly easygoing secretary. Itakuya was forced to get acquainted with many students from different years. She rejected all unimportant or absurd requests, recorded the rest on sticky notes, and presented them to Snape every evening. She felt like the chief eunuch bustling about for the emperor. On top of that, Itakuya often had to help Snape process medicinal ingredients or grade homework. Before, Snape would randomly grab a few unlucky students who had broken rules to share his workload. Now he found Itakuya far more efficient. For these reasons, Itakuya single-handedly reduced the number of detentions Snape assigned to Slytherin. Itakuya, thanks I guess. But Itakuya had her own little tricks to lighten the load. Itakuya, don't you dare trick me into the professor's office again. Draco warned. They walked along the dimly lit corridor at night. This was already the second time that week Itakuya had duped him into providing free labor for. Is that so? What a pity. Then I'll have to ask Mr. Not for help. What? How dare you? Draco said indignantly. You can only come to me, understand. Itakuya nodded with a triumphant smirk. She occasionally saw Theodore nod in Snape's office seeking his advice on certain questions, and he would also lend a hand to Itakuya. Itakuya held a favorable impression of this taciturn, yet diligent scholar, as sometimes, when they met in the library, she would greet him politely. Upon learning of this, Draco immediately ranked Theodore as the second person to be wary of. As for the first, Harry, wait, don't run so fast. Hermione's voice rang out from a distance, followed by three familiar figures dashing around the corner. Itakuya, what a peculiar twist of fate. The ensuing events unfolded just as she had anticipated. Draco, driven by curiosity, dragged her to Itakuya, let's go see what St. Potter and his dim-witted lion friend can do to lose Gryffindor some points. Itakuya and Draco trailed far behind Harry and his companions. Itakuya noticed the ground growing increasingly slippery. Where did the water come from? She wondered. The trio halted just around the corner, all staring rigidly at the wall, their faces pale. Itakuya saw that the area where they stood was flooded, the water shimmering with a pale blue light under the night. Following their gaze upward, she and Draco spotted a line of blood-red text on the wall beside which hung a cat. It was Filch's cat. The cat hung motionless like a corpse. Wait, perhaps Filch's cat wasn't dead. Itakuya recalled the books she had read over the summer, a suspicion forming in her mind, and she involuntarily stepped forward. Draco grabbed her arm. What? Can't you see this is a huge mess? The anomaly quickly drew the attention of other students. More and more gathered from both sides, encircling the scene. Draco, with foresight, silently led Itakuya into the crowd. Enemies of the air, beware. Draco read the blood-red words aloud, then glanced at Hermione at the center of the crowd. Itakuya didn't miss his expression as she guessed Draco knew something, but this wasn't the right time to seek answers. Standing far back in the crowd, Itakuya watched Filch furiously grabbing Harry. She looked again at Mrs. Norris and whispered to Draco, I need to go back to the common room immediately. Don't do anything unnecessary, Itakuya, Draco warned with a frown. The commotion didn't last long. Dumbledore soon arrived with Professor McGonagall, and he ordered everyone back to their common rooms except for the trio. Draco, I'm heading back first. Itakuya hurried ahead of the Slytherin procession and returned to the. She rummaged through the cabinet of potions, pulling out a red vial etched with enchanted runes visible only to her. She uncorked it and tested the potency. Good, the experiment worked. Itakuya tucked the potion vial into her robes, and while everyone else was engrossed in discussing the incident, slipped out of the dungeons unnoticed. So you're really going to save Filch's cat? Draco's voice startled her so much she nearly drew her wand. She turned to complain. You nearly scared me to death. Since when did your kindness extend to caring for a squib? Draco asked. I just happen to have a potion that can cure Mrs. Norris' petrification. With Godfather around, and the cat isn't dead, why must you get involved? Are you a Gryffindor? It's different. Itakuya stared firmly at Draco. Mr. Filch has only Mrs. Norris left. That cat is everything to him. Itakuya gazed into the distance through the moonlight. I know what that feels like. Losing your only companion is no different from dying. What nonsense are you talking? Draco flicked her forehead, and she winced. So how do you plan to save it? Itakuya proudly showed him the vial. With this, a potion I made over the holidays at Spinner's End. Huh. Have you lost your senses? Don't you know that a potion's magic dissipates over time? Potions work through the combined effect of ingredients and the brewer's magic. A potion is best used the moment it's brewed, as its magic fades over time. Once the magic completely dissipates, the potion becomes useless. The quality and properties of the potion affect the duration of its effectiveness. However, most potions can only maintain their efficacy for at most a month. Itakuya smiled silently and opened the vial for Draco to inspect. Heavens, it's as fresh as if it were just made. Draco marveled. How did you do it? When Itakuya and Draco returned, they overheard Snape clearing Harry of suspicion. Perhaps Mr. Potter and his friends were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. What Godfather, actually? Draco muttered discontentedly, but Itakuya quickly covered his mouth. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Snape. Perhaps you saw something as well. Headmaster Dumbledore's voice was calm but stern. No, unfortunately we saw nothing. Itakuya shook her head and handed the vial to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I think this might work on Mrs. Norris. Filch immediately focused on the vial in Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore didn't open it right away. He examined every inch of the bottle, and Itakuya even wondered if he could see the enchanted runes. It seems you've discovered the joy of enchanted runes. Using temporal stasis to preserve a potion's magic. A clever idea. Dumbledore said with a smile, and before Itakuya could react he patted her head, earning a stiff and awkward expression from her. And I'm delighted that you've inherited Severus' talent for potions. Even Snape looked a bit uncomfortable. He took the vial from Dumbledore, gently uncorked it, and inspected it thoroughly before speaking. Mandrake restorative draft. Snape frowned at Itakuya. If I recall correctly, you've been researching runes related to levitation and defense. Ahem. Itakuya rubbed her nose. I originally intended to make a complete set of bottles that could preserve potion magic as a gift for you. I wanted to surprise you, so I kept my research secret. This particular vial was one of her assignments from Spinners, and she had been testing the preservation bottle and simply placed the potion inside. In fact, she had designed over a dozen different rune combinations, each bottle containing a different potion, all part of that assignment. Coincidentally, only this one succeeded. It seemed she could mass-produce it. Itakuya envisioned a bright future. She planned to turn this technique into a profitable, but before that she needed to finish the gift for Snape. However, could a surprise still be a surprise once revealed? Itakuya hesitated. Haha, I'm sorry for ruining your surprise, Severus. Dumbledore teased Snape humorously. Snape stiffened for a moment, then personally administered the potion to Mrs. Norris. A week of rest, and she'll be back to normal. Filch cradled Mrs. Norris as if she were a treasure, casting a rare, friendly glance at Itakuya. While perhaps sneaking out past curfew wouldn't be so risky, and Ida, how did you do it? Hermione exclaimed excitedly, holding the vial. This is incredibly convenient. Yes, we could prepare a potion in advance, put it in the bottle, and take it out during exams, Ron and Harry whispered on the side, clearly discovering the hidden use of the preservation. Itakuya, I was planning to give each of them a potion bottle for Christmas, but now I think you'll pass. Well, I'm delighted to see Gryffindor lose another 10 points because of your trollish behavior, Draco said coldly. Ron, I warn you not to do that. Professor Snape will definitely find out. Hermione surprisingly agreed with Draco. Hermione, I can give you one as a Christmas gift since I'll be making them for my father anyway, Itakuya said, noticing Hermione's fondness for the preservation bottle. In fact, making an ordinary preservation bottle was simple for Itakuya, just a bit of modification to a store-bought bottle and inscribing the runes. The only tricky part was the gift for Snape. Itakuya had her own design ideas and needed to fire the bottle herself. Really? I love you, Ida. Hermione hugged her joyfully. That's not fair. Harry and I want one too, Ron complained. To prevent you from actually being foolish enough to try deceiving my father with it, I think I'd better refuse. Itakuya shook her head. You're so kind-hearted, going to all this trouble for Christmas gifts. Draco crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. Itakuya raised an eyebrow. She had become adept at soothing Draco. I swear, Draco, the gift I'm preparing for you will take even more effort. Really? What is it? Draco asked curiously. I know. I think I've guessed, Hermione said with a mischievous grin. Itakuya sighed. Hermione was far too close. To prevent Hermione from further spoiling the surprise, Itakuya quickly pulled Draco away. Itakuya and Draco were caught by the prefect upon their return, as all Slytherin students had remained obediently in the common room, leaving only Draco and Itakuya unaccounted for. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Snape, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Draco and I. She and Draco were summoned by Professor Snape, apparently regarding some personal matters. Itakuya looked over astonished to find that it was Pansy who was speaking in her defense, and Daphne, beside her, nodded in agreement. Itakuya, what is happening? Have these two been possessed? It was no wonder Itakuya was so taken aback. During their first year, these two girls had played some pranks targeting Itakuya, but at that time most Slytherins were hostile toward her, so Itakuya naturally paid little attention to these two young ladies. It was not until after the previous Christmas that Itakuya demonstrated her exceptional talent and charms to everyone and grew close to Draco. Even if the Slytherins sneered inwardly, they outwardly treated Itakuya with courtesy. Except for Pansy and Daphne, who continued to regard Itakuya with At the start of this term, upon learning of the Cold War between Draco and Itakuya, these two girls immediately took action to cause trouble for Itakuya, even as other Slytherins remained cautiously observant. The boy who had mocked Itakuya in potions class and was kicked over by Draco had acted under the instigation of Pansy and Daphne. Since that is the case, I will let it go this time. However, in the future, I hope you will inform me in advance of such situations. The prefect nodded and left the Slytherin. It was already late, and after bidding each other farewell, Itakuya and Draco prepared to retire for the night. As she was leaving, Itakuya caught a glimpse of Pansy and Daphne still seated in the common room. The two clearly had something they wished to say to Itakuya. Miss Parkinson, Miss Greengrass, it seems you two have something to discuss with me, eh? It's nothing much, Miss Snape. Pansy's eyes darted around. It's just about Kent. Daphne and I have already given Kent a severe scolding. Yes, we also disapprove of Kent's behavior. You know, Kent sometimes just can't control himself. Daphne said. I can't believe he lacks even basic gentlemanly manners. How ridiculous. The Parkinson family will not associate with such a family. Pansy and Daphne spoke in turns, doing their utmost to distance themselves from Kent. Kent was the boy who had insulted Itakuya in potions class that day. He isn't. As far as I know, mister. Kent is merely a pitiful scapegoat, isn't he? Itakuya interrupted Pansy and Daphne. To be honest, I have never paid any attention to the things you two have done since last semester, including setting Kent against me. I simply assumed you would at least have the courage to own your actions, just as Draco never stoops to using others to target Harry. Itakuya sat back down on the sofa, deliberately taking Draco's usual seat, a move that carried its own warning. As everyone knows, I grew up in an orphanage, so the things you pureblood children do to isolate me seem like child's play to me. But now the two of you have reminded me of my memories in the Muggle orphanage. Itakuya deliberately emphasized the word Muggle. The children there were very good at threatening those of lower status to bully newcomers. And when they learned the new child was someone they couldn't afford to provoke, they would come crawling back, as if nothing had happened. In my opinion, that is utterly foolish. How dare you compare us to lowly muggles? Daphne shrieked. If you don't want to hear such words, then please behave like pure-blood nobles of Slytherin. I have no objection to Slytherin's pragmatism. In fact, I quite admire this refined sense of self-interest. But the prerequisite is not to be too foolish. Itakuya's cold gaze swept over them. From the very beginning you were dissatisfied with me being too close to Draco. Jealousy and resentment consumed your hearts, preventing you from calmly analyzing the pros. By the time you realized I was not to be trifled with, it was already too late. Jealousy. Resentment. Yes, I am jealous of you. Pansy was so provoked by Itakuya's words that she could no longer hide her true feelings. Why, you an oddball out of place among us, a freak who still can't remember most of our Slytherin classmates, yet you have won Draco's favor. Perhaps it's because when I look at him, I only see Draco. To be honest, I absolutely adore his face, his hair, and the color of his eyes. Itakuya pondered seriously and replied sincerely. Maybe in a few years I'll also admire his physique. Itakuya recalled the faint outline of Draco's long legs. This has nothing to do with him being a Malfoy. And you, Miss Parkinson, when you look at him, you only see a Malfoy. I bet you are constantly weighing every action you take to see if it will help you become Mrs. Malfoy in the future, aren't you? Huh. And what about you? Itakuya, Snape, do you really think you can marry into the Malfoy family? With your half-blood father? Pansy fumed. Itakuya's gaze swept over like a blade. Pansy was so frightened that she instantly sobered up, realizing the foolish words she had just blurted out, and broke into I have never thought of marrying into Malfoy Manor through the so-called pure-blood arranged marriages. Itakuya sneered. You? Do you know what you are saying? You are questioning the pure-blood families. Pansy stammered. I am questioning your very existence as a real person. Parkinson, if your only goal in life is to marry into a pure-blood family, what difference is there between you and a beautiful ornament? Itakuya rose and stepped closer to Pansy. Miss Parkinson, I hope you will give careful thought to what I have said. Itakuya was satisfied to see the confusion in Pansy's eyes and smiled calmly. And good night to you all. Itakuya left Pansy and Daphne behind and returned to her dormitory alone. Admittedly, Pansy and Daphne seemed somewhat foolish among the many vipers of Slytherin. But foolish people are easier to control, aren't they? Itakuya understood that one day she would have to face the pure-blood nobles. Her maternal family was a significant prize in their eyes. So before that day came, she must first establish a firm foothold among these pure-blood nobles. Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass would be very useful tools. Itakuya changed into her pajamas and lay on the bed reading by the light of a Lumos charm. Beside her hand lay a dark red notebook on the flyleaf of which was engraved the crest of a certain family. On the nightstand stood a small bottle of potion of clarity draft brewed by Itakuya herself. As the Quidditch match approached, the teams from each house were training intensively, each trying different tactics to catch their opponents off guard. Slytherin's tactic was to use the bludgers to knock as many Gryffindor players off their brooms as possible, a brutal but effective strategy. All their players had switched to the latest broom models. Compared to the Gryffindor team, still using older brooms, they were far more adept at dodging the bludgers. To support the team's strategy, the intensity of Itakuya's training increased. Fortunately, she was not the primary executor of this tactic, as one beater was needed to protect the Seeker Draco. And Itakuya and Draco always worked in perfect sync. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor team had apparently devised their own tactic. One of them, Messrs. Weasley, it is impolite to spy on another team. Before training began, Itakuya had spotted Ron's twin brothers hiding behind a pillar. Oh, a little Slytherin viper. Oh, she spotted us. Look, Fred, she's Snape's little viper. I know, George. She's very close with Malfoy. She's Malfoy's girlfriend. Yes, definitely. Itakuya. Messrs. Weasley, I suggest you leave here immediately before I call for someone. Itakuya felt as though these two were speaking right on top of her brain. Are you a beater? Flint actually picked a second-year girl as a beater. George and Fred saw the beater's bat in Itakua's hand. Shelby knocked off by a bludger. Or worse, she might not even hit the bludger. Itakua. Now she knew where Ron got his chatterbox mouth from. Her fists clenched. Hermione inquired about the Chamber of Secrets during Professor McGonagall's class. Perhaps because the sole victim Filch's cat had been saved by Itakua, the students did not consider it a very serious matter. Except for the Golden Trio. After that day, they always cast complicated glances at Draco. Itakua recognized that look well. It was the same suspicion they had directed at Snape last semester. Itakua thought, here we go again. She truly wanted to tell them it couldn't be Draco because that platinum blonde head was currently obsessed with nothing but Quidditch. He hadn't even bothered to pick on Harry lately. You're going to study again. Don't you know Quidditch is coming up? Draco complained. But we just trained yesterday and the day before. Even Flint said we could rest. For you, rest means reading. Draco snatched the book from Itakua's hands. I've noticed you have no social life. Come with me to the Olary. Mother sent me sweets, and we can enjoy afternoon tea. No, I still have things to read. Itakua tried to refuse, but Draco forcibly dragged her away. What is this? A sparrow? Draco's sharp eyes caught an unusual presence in Hogwarts Olary. When it stood beside the Malfoy family's eagle owl, it wasn't even as big as one of its talons. A fluffball, I forgot about you. Itakua only remembered she had an owl when she saw that grayish-brown fluffball. But it looked well fed. This is your owl. Are you so poor you can't even afford a normal one? Draco was shocked. Draco, I think my father would love to hear your opinion on the owl. He gave me Itakua, threatened with a smile. Well, on second thought, it's quite cute. Draco quickly backtracked. Itakua tried to pet Fluffball, but it hopped under the wing of Draco's large owl, refusing to. Itakua awkwardly withdrew her hand. Sorry, Fluffball. You know I really don't have much need for sending letters. She tried to make excuses for her neglect. Seizing the chance to grab Fluffball, she also fondled Draco's eagle owl, even wanting to bury her face in its broad chest. Big feathers are so much better. They give a sense of security. Fluffball, as if understanding, burst out from under the wing, bit Itakua, then retreated to a corner, looking aggrieved. Oh, Itakua. Draco grabbed her hand. You should tell Godfather, or he'll have Father send you an eagle owl. Forget it. Fluffball is fine. It's small, easy to carry, and hardly sheds. Besides, I'm not that fond of owls. Itakua withdrew her hand. Can you ask your father to send me a big dog? Preferably with golden fur. Draco glared at her. In your dreams. And Godfather wouldn't like such a shedding animal. Itakua sighed. That's why I wanted Mr. Malfoy to give it to me, so Father couldn't refuse. Draco was speechless. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Itakua borrowed Draco's exclusive Malfoy owl feed for Fluffball, who finally grudgingly allowed her to pet its head. You can have Fluffball fly to Malfoy Manor with Leo. He'll write to Mother to take good care of your owl. Draco looked disdainfully at Fluffball's ruffled feathers, feeling sympathy for it having such a careless owner. How could I possibly? Itakua feigned reluctance, but immediately nodded in agreement. Draco fell silent. After bidding Fluffball farewell, Draco led Itakua to the Black Lake for afternoon tea. I've called Goyle, Crab, Pansy, and the others. You should socialize like a proper Slytherin. Itakua thought, save me. I'd rather go process potion ingredients. The weather was surprisingly fine that day. No unruly winds, and the sunlight was perfectly pleasant. The young Slytherin nobles could enjoy the Black Lake scenery while chatting about everything under the sun. Blaise, Daphne, and Pansy discussed family affairs, mostly revolving around some head of households indiscretions or which girl at school was prettier. Blaise particularly favored the latter topic. Goyle and Crab quietly devoured Mrs. Malfoy's pastries. Theodore was more like a ghost. In fact, Itakua wondered why he even showed up at such a Itakua sat beside Draco, resting her chin on her hand and passing the time by admiring his face. Draco beside her lounged comfortably in his chair. Occasionally, more often he simply savored his black tea. Almost everyone held a cup of Earl Grey. Itakua had once again charmed everyone with her exquisite tea-making skills. You never told me you could do this, Draco complained, disliking that others knew Itakua's secrets before him. I thought asking you for premium black tea was a hint. Itakua stirred her spoon. But you said it was for Godfather to coax him into giving us a special permit for the Quidditch pitch. Yes, but who do you think brewed it? Itakua placed a cup of sweetened black tea before Draco, swapping it for the one that had gone cold. You two look just like a married couple, Blaise teased, pleased to see Draco's shy, yet pleased expression. Itakua, however, was quite composed and flirted back. If he still looks this good in a few years, I might consider tainting the noble Malfoy name. Draco's face turned even redder. The Quidditch match finally arrived on a Saturday. Slytherin quickly took the lead over Gryffindor with their Nimbus 2001s, while Itakua coordinated with Derek to use bludgers to trouble Gryffindor's chaser. The Weasley twins finally paid for underestimating Itakua. How does she do those moves? It's like she can really fly, brother. The Weasley twins watched Itakua hang upside down from her broom, gripping it, with only the crook of her knees, swinging her bat to deflect a bludger, then righting herself. This was why Flint had agreed to make her a beater. Who would expect someone to suddenly hang upside down to hit a bludger? Most would think the girl had simply lost her grip. Gryffindor's players were completely unprepared for Itakua's sudden attacks. Of course. The spectators below were equally stunned. One moment they feared Itakuya might fall, the next they saw her strike a bludger in an unimaginable pose, putting pressure on Gryffindor. These poses included, but were not limited to, kneeling on the broom to hit with both hands, spinning like a bullet to strike, and turning to grab the broom's tail to hit backhanded. This was probably the most agonizing match for the watching professors. They had to keep their wands ready, prepared to cast Arresto Momentum on Itakuya at any moment. Snape sat in the stands, his face as dark as ink. Only the Slytherin team remained calm. They had already witnessed Itakuya's various bizarre flying stances, especially Draco, who perfectly coordinated with her. He could even perform some of the more difficult moves which Itakuya had specifically taught him. As misfortune would have it, Gryffindor, already far behind Slytherin in points, also lost their seeker. Harry was too occupied dodging bludgers to search for the golden snitch. "Are you practicing ballet, Potter?" Draco naturally seized the chance to taunt Harry, who had just barely dodged a bludger. "Draco, look out." Itakuya saw a bludger hurtling toward him and shouted. Draco ducked sharply, avoiding the oncoming bludger. At the same time, the golden snitch appeared, and both seekers immediately chased it under the stands. The rogue bludger seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing. Seeing this, Itakuya had no choice but to follow them under the stands. When Itakuya flew into the stands, Draco and Harry were racing side by side after the snitch, both focused on the golden speck ahead, occasionally exchanging provocative glances, mainly from Draco, ignoring the pursuing bludger. Itakuya thought, "You two be careful. That ball is not right." Itakuya was too far from both Harry and Draco, and the strange bludger was about to hit one of them. In the critical moment, Itakuya spotted the wooden beams supporting the stands, and had an idea. She pressed herself as close to the broom as possible, becoming one with it, holding the broom with her left hand and the bat with her right. She twisted the broom handle, spinning frantically clockwise while advancing, then threw the bat at the right moment. The bat, spinning with greater force, struck one of the supporting beams. The unsupported section of the stand collapsed, the falling debris pinning the rogue bludger. Itakuya pulled up on the broom handle, flying upward just before a piece of broken wood could crush her. The splintered wood grazed her arm, leaving a fiery pain, and blood seeped through her robes. A broken branch must have cut her. Itakuya covered her left arm with her cloak and saw Harry and Draco flying out of the stands, both frowning at her. "I'm fine. Go after the snitch." Itakuya shook her head. The two immediately resumed chasing the snitch across the pitch. That bludger was indeed peculiar, as if it harbored a deep-seated grudge against Harry, charging at him once more. Unfortunately, this time it struck Harry's arm, and Itakuya could see that his limb was nearly useless, surmising it must be broken. Draco did not let this weakness slip. He immediately chased the golden snitch high into the sky. On the other side, Harry, unwilling to give up, swiftly pursued. That bludger followed as well. Itakuya remained slightly below them. As a beater, she risked penalty points if she accidentally touched the golden snitch. Draco's Nimbus 2001 ultimately proved decisive. He was a few meters ahead of Harry, already reaching out with all his might for the golden snitch. Harry noticed this as well. He charged toward Draco with the bludger in tow, hoping to force him to abandon the opportunity to evade the rogue ball. Draco, sensing this, began to hesitate. Itakuya, naturally unwilling to stand idly by, immediately flew upward. "Draco!" Itakuya shouted, "Trust me." Draco looked down and saw Itakuya's resolute gaze. Her hair was tousled by the wind, and her lips were pale. In that moment, Draco recalled the figure who had shielded him in the Forbidden Forest when Itakuya had spoken those same words to him. Draco gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the terrifying bludger and focus entirely on the golden snitch before him. He reached for it again. Harry suddenly dove just before colliding with Draco, while the bludger behind him, propelled by inertia, hurtled toward Draco's head. Itakuya was still over a meter below Draco, utterly unable to reach the bludger. Draco would be severely injured by the bludger, Harry thought in terror. Even Mr. Malfoy from his seat shot to his feet, gripping his wand, but daring not cast a spell. The distance was too great, risking accidental harm. Yet Itakuya and Draco were remarkably calm. Draco fixed his gaze on the golden snitch as if the bludger did not exist. Itakuya changed her stance, crouching on her broom. She released the handle and unfastened her cloak. With a powerful push from her legs, she leaped upward, using this momentum to bridge the remaining gap. Itakuya hung suspended in midair, swinging her cloak to precisely ensnare the bludger, relying on her own weight to plummet downward with the ball. Time seemed to slow in that instant. Itakuya's cloak wrapped around the bludger, and Draco could even feel it brush against his ear. Then he and the golden snitch soared farther ahead. Itakuya clung tightly to her cloak, dragged wildly by the bludger as the crowd erupted in terrified screams. "Let go, Ida!" Draco's voice rang out. Itakuya saw him flying toward her on his broom, the golden snitch clutched in his other hand. At least it wasn't in vain. Itakuya breathed a sigh of relief, loosening her grip on the cloak, and then fell freely back toward the ground. Midair, Itakuya even had the leisure to admire Draco's tense, yet determined face. That arrogant young master seemed a bit more handsome in the sky. Draco caught Itakuya when she was barely 20 meters from the ground, They tumbled together onto the sand, both ending up with mouths full of grit. Itakuya and Draco lay side by side on the ground. You're absolutely mad jumping off your broom at that height. Draco panted, still shaken. Itakuya, however, felt no fear, only exhilaration. Whoopee, she cried joyfully. That was amazing. It's my first time flying, without transforming into a dragon. Draco turned his head and saw her black-violet eyes like the most beautiful obsidian glinting with scattered starlight in the sun. Itakuya's face was covered in sand, yet she laughed with pure delight, dispelling Draco's lingering fear of their narrow escape. They lay there grinning foolish. Had enough fun, you two foolish trolls. Snape's grim face suddenly appeared. Perhaps I should suggest to Dumbledore that you both be packed off to Gryffindor. It would suit your idiotic, arrogant behavior far. Godfather. Father. Itakuya and Draco shuddered involuntarily, their primal survival instincts screaming they were doomed. Ida. Hermione came running from another direction, followed by Ron supporting Harry. Good heavens, Ida, you're bleeding. Hermione hugged Itakuya in alarm. Itakuya just then remembered her left arm was cut. It's nothing. Just a scratch. Itakuya reassured them. Snape, unable to endure any longer, bent down, scooped her up, and turned toward the hospital wing. Draco and the others followed behind Snape. No, wait, put me down. I can walk. I'm fine. Itakuya's hair stood on end as she cowered motionless in Snape's arms, burying her head like an ostrich under his black robes. Harry's arm was worsened by one of Professor Lockhart's spells. The bones in his arm had vanished. Itakuya had the privilege of witnessing Harry's arm resembling an oversized gummy candy from the neighboring bed. Draco, keeping her company, naturally seized the golden opportunity to mock him. Perhaps due to Harry's sheer misfortune, Snape's expression miraculously improved slightly. After Madame Pomfrey confirmed Itakuya had only minor scratches, he swept away in his robes. Before leaving, Snape shot Itakuya a look that said, "We'll settle this later." Itakuya suddenly, she too wished she could lie in bed for half a month like Harry. Madame Pomfrey forced Itakuya to drink a potion so vile it made her want to die. While healing her wound, it also caused her to blow endless bubbles. Itakuya, thanks, but I'd much prefer some muggle treatment. Draco shooed everyone else away and kept vigil alone by her bedside. Next to them was Harry. Hermione and Ron had wanted to stay with him, but Madame Pomfrey sent them away. Itakuya's bed was against the wall with Harry's beside hers. So Draco sat between them, peeling a green apple while taunting Harry. Scarhead, you've lost not only the golden snitch, but also 33 bones. Harry, sweating from the pain of regrowing bones, felt rage instantly overpower the agony at Draco's words. Malfoy, if it weren't for Itakuya, you'd be the one lying here. Exactly, I have a beater protecting me. What about you, Potter? Where's your beater? Worry about your own apple before worrying about me. Harry gestured at the apple in Draco's hand, chewed as if by a dog. I feel sorry for Itakuya. The apples I peeled at 6 were better than that. Mind your own business. Itakuya loves the apples I peel for her. She's too afraid to refuse. She is not. She is not. Itakuya glub 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 glub. Blowing bubbles do not disturb. This noisy, meaningless quarrel ended only with the unexpected arrival of Mr. Malfoy. He came to congratulate Draco and to check on Itakuya. Draco, your mother and I are proud of you for catching the golden snitch. Mr. Malfoy stroked Draco's platinum hair. Father, I foresaw this outcome. Upon seeing his father, Draco instantly transformed into a strutting white peacock. Yes, my son, you've proven the Malfoy name well. Mr. Malfoy smiled elegantly. But don't forget Miss Snape, who helped secure your victory. Without her, catching the snitch would have been far harder. Miss Snape, I sincerely thank you for intercepting that wretched bludger for Draco at the critical moment. Mr. Malfoy turned to Itakuya. Itakuya leaned back in bed, nodding politely with a smile. She couldn't speak without blowing bubbles. Still, Severus is hardly pleased. In truth, your performance in the match frightened us all. Mr. Malfoy continued, appeasing Severus won't be easy. Itakuya. So even Mr. Malfoy enjoyed making snide remarks. Well, I must be off. He brushed off his robes. Draco, take good care of Miss Snape. Be a proper— Yes, Father, I will. Draco nodded obediently. Miss Snape, once you've recovered, please visit Malfoy Manor. Narcissa, and I would like to properly thank you. Itakuya nodded silently. Satisfied with her affirmation, Lucius Malfoy departed, gripping his serpent-headed cane. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Harry, who was pretending to be part of the furniture. Harry. Hogwarts felt different on Monday. A dreadful news had everyone on edge. A first-year Gryffindor had been petrified. Students began to fear if they would be the next unfortunate soul attacked by the monster in the chamber. Even Slytherins no longer ventured out alone. Don't go off to read by yourself lately, Draco advised Itakuya at breakfast. Why? Didn't you say the thing only targets muggle-born children? Itakuya bit into a green apple. But what if it mistakes you? Draco pursed his lips. You can't expect the monster to sit down for a calm chat before killing you, can you? Itakuya laughed. All right, then come with me to the library later to borrow more books. They'll take them back to the dormitory. Merlin, were you a bookworm in your past life? Draco grumbled, but still nodded in agreement. During Thursday's potions class, Snape, as in countless lessons before, went out of his way to deduct points from Gryffindor. The only difference was that even Harry and his friends could tell Snape was in an unusually foul mood. He deducted twice as many points as usual. The culprit Itakuya kept a low profile in the front row. "Haven't you had a proper talk with your godfather yet?" The atmosphere in potions was so tense that even the favored Draco was criticized for minor mistakes. "I spent the whole weekend in the Slytherin common room." "Well, I haven't had the chance," Itakuya whispered. "Besides, I haven't figured out what to say." Itakuya made excuses for her procrastination. "Then you'd better hurry up," Draco said. He gestured behind them. "Unless you want to see your lionhead friend being harassed by your godfather. He's already going after St. Potter." Itakuya looked back and saw Snape standing before Harry mocking his swelling potion. Harry had brewed it too thin. "Mr. Potter, I dare assume you can tell the difference between potion and boiling water." "Yes, Professor Snape." "Then don't insult my class with a cauldron of boiled water." Snape's voice was as calm and low as ever. Harry, being Snape's prime target, had grown desensitized to the sarcasm. He even had the mind to glance toward her. "Haha, silly baby Potter," Draco snickered. "Your father is looking this way," Itakuya said in alarm, catching Snape's sharp gaze as if he had eyes in the back of his head zeroing in on them, slacking off. Itakuya and Draco immediately shrank back to their seats, focusing on brewing their potions, praying Snape would let it slide. On a normal day he might have. After all, she and Draco were among the few students who satisfied him in the class. But today, "It seems the fame from the Quidditch match has emboldened you two to be inattentive in my class." Snape held a textbook in one hand. "Mr. Malfoy, Miss Snape, 3 days of detention." Draco's joy turned to sorrow. He frowned and nodded. "It's all your fault, Itakuya," Draco whispered accusingly. "You didn't blame me when I caught the golden snitch." Itakuya retorted. The two exchanged whispers, thinking Snape couldn't hear, but he caught every word clearly from the front. "Snape." Just when Snape could barely endure it any longer, an accident occurred. Goyle's cauldron suddenly exploded, sending boiling potion splashing everywhere. It all happened so abruptly that even Snape was caught off guard. He only had time to shield the nearest students, Draco and Itakuya. Itakuya and Draco didn't even realize what had happened. They only heard the sharp crack of the exploding cauldron, and then the entire classroom descended into chaos. "Silence, silence. Anyone injured, come to me for a swelling potion." Snape wanted to get to the bottom of the matter immediately, but since many students were affected, he had to restore order first. As two of the few Slytherins who were unharmed, Draco and Itakuya voluntarily helped Snape distribute the potions. Itakuya handed the prepared potion to Pansy and Daphne, whose faces were swollen like pigs' heads. They clung to each other, crying in panic. "This is only temporary. You'll be fine once you drink the potion," Itakuya comforted them. "Your beautiful faces will return to normal." Hearing Itakuya's words, the two girls gradually stopped crying. Itakuya thought of Hermione, worried that she might have been caught in the blast, as her seat was also near the front. But Itakuya searched the classroom several times and couldn't find Hermione's distinctive curly hair anywhere. Her heart sank. Itakuya looked toward the Gryffindor side. Sure enough, she spotted Harry and Ron at the back of the crowd. They weren't standing together, each silently occupied with their own task. A wave of anger surged within Itakuya. She could guess with her little finger what those foolish lions had done. Meanwhile, Snape had finished distributing all the swelling potions. He approached Goyle's cauldron and fished out a burnt-out black firework from inside. "If I find out who did this, that person will be expelled immediately," Snape declared, staring in Harry's direction. It was clear he had a suspect in mind. The potions class ended under Snape's furious gaze. He left the room without a word. Draco approached Itakuya, lifting his sleeve to show her a brownish stain on it. "Merlin Socks, ID better not find out who did this. My robes got splashed with potion too. I can cast a Scourgify for you." Itakuya drew her wand. "No, I'm going back to change and throw this into the fire," Draco said disdainfully. "All right." Itakuya nodded, glancing in the direction Harry and Ron had left. "They'll wait for you in the Great Hall." "Fine. Myrtle's bathroom." "He knows it was me," Harry's mournful voice came through. "Relax, he can't find any evidence." "What can he do?" Ron's voice followed. "You don't need evidence for this." Itakuya strode straight in. She saw the trio frantically trying to hide the cauldron in front of them. "Anyone could guess it was you." Itakuya leaned against the sink. "You'd better be glad I've been using ingredients from my father's potion cabinet lately. That might just keep him from noticing. Otherwise, I'd only need to check the library records to see who borrowed books on Polyjuice potion." "Ida, what? What are you talking about?" Hermione tried to hide her panic. "Don't bother hiding, Hermione. I learned to brew Polyjuice potion back at the orphanage. I'm not foolish enough not to recognize the smell." "Itakuya, listen, we had a reason for this," Harry explained. "Listen, Harry, I don't want to know why you stole the ingredients." Itakuya cut him off. "I'm only here to tell you that you had many ways to achieve your goal, but you chose the stupidest one. You ruined a potions lesson and caused innocent students unnecessary fright. If Father hadn't saved me and Draco in time, would be lying in the hospital wing waiting for swelling potions too." Harry and the others exchanged glances. "Anyway, this is the last time I'll cover up your reckless nonsense." Rolling her eyes, Itakuya turned and left without looking back. That evening Itakuya finally resolved to speak with Snape. When she entered his office he was grading homework. What were they doing? Snape asked. Polyjuice potion. I suppose they wanted to transform into someone else to gather information about the chamber. In truth, Snape couldn't be bothered to inventory the potion cabinet. He had guessed everything the moment he saw the look in the boy who lived's eyes, so reminiscent of his father. Itakuya had no intention of hiding it from Snape. Firstly, it would be useless, and secondly she knew that even if Snape wanted to punish them it would only be a few days' detention and point deductions. Dumbledore would never let Harry be expelled. So is there anything else? The hero of the Quidditch match? Snape asked. Itakuya faltered. She had planned to ease into the conversation with some small talk, brew some black tea to sweeten the mood, and then broach the main topic. But Snape cut straight to the chase. I was a bit reckless on the field that day, Itakuya murmured. But I had my reasons. I had practiced many times before, and besides I'm an animagus. I can transform into a flying creature. I wouldn't really break my neck. It seems you're quite confident in your abilities. Should I ask Dumbledore to let you graduate early? Well, not that confident. Itakuya took a deep breath. Alright, I admit it. I shouldn't have made you worry so much. I promise it won't happen again. There won't be a next time, Snape said. Given your outstanding performance, Madam, Hooch has banned you from future matches to prevent some fool from breaking their neck, trying to imitate. I regret to inform you, Itakuya, that your Quidditch career ends this term. What? But? Itakuya started to protest, but when she met Snape's eye she immediately fell silent. Alright, I accept. Itakuya yielded to Snape's authority. Remembering all the reading time she had sacrificed for Quidditch practice, she thought quitting the sport might not be so bad. After all, one shouldn't neglect the essentials for the trivial. Snape nodded. Since you know now, finish the remaining match as well. Yes, sir. Snape repeated himself, not wanting to see a repeat of the last situation. Itakuya understood his meaning and nodded in commitment. In that case you may leave. Snape dismissed her without mercy. Itakuya naturally dared not linger. She turned to leave, but her eyes caught sight of the black robe Snape had set aside. The memory of Snape carrying her to the hospital wing that day was still vivid, and Itakuya couldn't help but feel awkward. The feeling of being held by Snape gave her a novel sensation, one she had never experienced before. She hesitated for a long moment, then under Snape's, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" gaze whispered, "Now I think. It was really good that you came to find me at Hermione's place." Dad. Professor Lockhart, for some unfathomable reason, insisted on establishing a dueling club. Itakuya initially believed it was organized by her beloved Professor Flitwick, and brimming with joy, she dragged Draco along to wait early in the transformed Great Hall. Until Professor Lockhart appeared before the crowd dressed as if attending a ball. Itakuya's lips twitched at Lockhart's attire. She regretted it deeply. She could have spent this time reading instead. Now allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Itakuya's eyes widened. Draco was equally stunned. Lockhart bowed to Snape like a preening peacock, while the latter merely nodded begrudgingly. Snape's face was etched with exasperation. I can't believe that buffoon dares to challenge my godfather, Draco whispered to Itakuya, leaning close. Just wait, that fool will make a complete spectacle of himself. Itakuya. Receiving no response, Draco looked over in confusion. Draco, Itakuya said, gazing at Snape on the stage. From this angle my father's legs are really long. Draco was speechless. And I've just realized his physique is excellent too. His black combat robes are so handsome. Draco remained silent. Indeed, this is the unique charm of mature masculinity, Itakuya mused. Draco suddenly recalled that a few days ago Itakuya had the same reaction toward that older Hufflepuff student. What was his name? Cedric. So you're into older guys now? That Hufflepuff. Draco hissed through gritted teeth. Itakuya quickly shook her head. Appreciation, mere appreciation. She sighed regretfully, reaching out to touch Draco's platinum hair. Appreciation for mature men is a woman's nature. It's not my fault you're still just a little sprout. Itakuya. Draco glared at her, seething. His voice cut sharply through the dense quiet crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Itakuya and Draco then realized that Snape and Lockhart's duel had already ended. The outcome was easy to deduce. Lockhart hadn't even managed to utter a spell before being blasted away. He was now trying to salvage the situation, only to be interrupted by Draco's outburst. Yes, Miss Snape. Lockhart found it hard to overlook her, especially after being thoroughly defeated by another Snape. I think you could assist me in demonstrating how I dodged the spell. Itakuya was speechless. She couldn't help suspecting Lockhart wanted to salvage his lost pride through her. But the problem was, Lockhart seemed unaware of her ability to perform wandless magic. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he couldn't even defeat her? Itakuya thought she didn't want to offend a professor who could determine her academic fate at term's end. Professor Lockhart, I think I might not be very good at. Well, that's quite an interesting idea, Snape interrupted Itakuya. Why don't you give it a try, Itakuya? Perhaps Lockhart might award Slytherin points for your fine performance. In the second of their exchanged glance, Itakuya clearly read her father's underlying meaning. If you dare slack off and let that fool win, you're dead. Itakuya sighed. Sorry, Professor Lockhart, but it's better you than me. Yes, father. Itakuya smiled obsequiously and wisely stepped onto the dueling platform. Relax, Miss Snape. Seeing Itakuya's uneasy expression, Lockhart assumed she was frightened. You'll be absolutely fine. I guarantee it with my experience fighting vampires, not to mention the time I saved an entire village from a troll. Lockhart beamed, patting Itakuya on the shoulder. I hear you're the charms prefect, but theory and practice are different. I'm honored to help Professor Snape teach his dear daughter this lesson. Itakuya was speechless. Help? How is he more annoying than the Weasley twins? Professor, can we begin? Itakuya urged. Oh, of course. The familiar scene replayed, but this time it was Itakuya who sent Lockhart flying. Itakuya thought, honestly, I didn't even use force. Yes, indeed. I suppose a gentleman cannot retaliate against a beautiful lady. Lockhart staggered up again, then laughed and draped an arm around Itakuya. That's why I let your spell hit me. No need to thank me, Miss Snape. Itakuya was speechless. She suddenly understood the exasperated, irritated feeling her father had just experienced. I think it's better to teach the students how to block curses first, Professor, Snape said, pulling Itakuya out of Lockhart's embrace and cutting him off mercilessly. An excellent suggestion, Lockhart continued awkwardly. Let's have 2 students come up her. Potter Weasley, you too. Weasley's wand could misfire even with the simplest spell. We might have to send Potter to the hospital in a matchbox. May I choose someone from my own house? Snape shrugged. Malfoy. Itakuya was speechless. Father, you really do love watching the world burn. Itakuya followed Snape off the dueling platform, brushing past Draco and catching the smug grin in his eyes. Itakuya thought another day of unrest. It was obvious that Draco and Harry's duel wouldn't be peaceful. The two exchanged spells, completely ignoring Lockhart's instruction to use only simple charms until Draco cast Serpensortia. A black snake emerged from Draco's wand, slithering uncontrollably toward Justin Finch-Fletchley. Then, under everyone's gaze, Harry spoke in the snake's language. Merlin, Harry's a Parselmouth. Is he the heir of Slytherin? But how did he end up in Gryffindor? So Harry is the heir of Slytherin. The Slytherin students whispered among themselves. Draco, what's a Parselmouth? Itakuya asked, unashamed. Merlin, don't you study history of magic? Draco said exasperatedly. With all those books you read, didn't any of them mention our Slytherin founder Salazar? You know I don't like biographies or history. I only care about spells I can cast. Draco rolled his eyes. Salazar Slytherin was famous for talking to snakes. We call such people Parselmouths. Itakuya immediately grasped the problem. She feared Harry would land in considerable trouble. Indeed, after that duel, almost everyone avoided Harry except Hermione and Ron. Meanwhile, Draco was annoyed that Harry had once again stolen the spotlight. I don't believe Potter is the heir of Slytherin, he fumed. But he can talk to snakes, everyone saw it. That's the mark of Slytherin's descendant, Pansy analyzed rationally. But if he were Slytherin's descendant, why would he go to Gryffindor? Did the Sorting Hat make a mistake? Blaise chimed in. In any case, St. Potter is impossible, Draco asserted. Itakuya no longer wished to listen to their chatter. Clutching her belongings, she sought a quiet corner to retreat to. Where are you going? Isn't herbology cancelled? I'm going to see Father, Itakuya replied. In truth, she had no intention of seeking Snape. Ever since she had uttered those embarrassingly sentimental words in his office that day, she had resolved to minimize their encounters before Christmas. After all, it was simply too awkward. Yet with Christmas approaching, the gift she was preparing for Draco remained unfinished. Thus, she could only avoid Draco and work overtime to complete it. If Quidditch hadn't consumed so much of her time, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Alright, just don't stay out too late. It's not safe these days. Draco, believing her, let Itakuya leave. Itakuya wandered through Hogwarts, eventually finding a secluded, quiet corridor to dedicate herself to her runic pursuit. Snow had begun to fall early outside, the sky a dreary gray. Throughout Hogwarts, candles were lit everywhere to enhance the illumination. The amber light and howling wind made one long to curl up in the common room. In such weather, only students with mandatory classes or those who were mentally unwell would roam the grounds. Clearly, both Itakuya and Harry belonged to the latter category. Itakuya. Harry's voice interrupted her thoughts. Harry. Itakuya lowered her wand. How did you find me? Hermione mentioned she occasionally sees you here. Itakuya nodded in understanding. Is there something you need? Harry nodded, yet seemed hesitant to speak. Harry. Itakuya called out again, looking at him with confusion. Itakuya, Hermione said you once, like me, inexplicably found you had learned a language. Ah, you mean enchantment runes? Yes, can you tell me how you learned it? Harry seemed to hope this would help him understand why he could speak Parseltongue. Itakuya shook her head. I can't tell you, Harry. Seeing the disappointment in Harry's eyes, Itakuya spoke slowly. All I can say is it doesn't belong to me. Including my talents in potions and charms, they aren't mine. They were bestowed upon me by another. Seeing Harry's bewildered expression, Itakuya gave a soft laugh. You can think of it as a divine gift. A divine gift, huh? Harry mused. I wish someone would grant me some talent, I mean normal talent. Don't envy me, Harry. Itakuya reached out to catch a snowflake, watching it melt in her hand. People only see what one gains for getting what they have lost. Just as others only see your scar for getting what it has cost you. And Harry, someone once told me don't listen to what others describe you as a listen to your own heart. You sound like Dumbledore, Harry muttered. Itakuya pouted, looking down at her hands. Actually, I can't even tell now whether I've lost more or gained more. Before, I would have given everything to bring her back, even if it meant living in St. Cyr forever. But now I'm not so sure. More and more people were filling Itakuya's life: Draco, Snape, Hermione, Harry, Ron. Even if Itakuya were oblivious, she could no longer deceive herself into believing she was still the same as before entering Hogwarts. Some nights sleep eluded her, and fear engulfed her like a tide. She was straying from her plan. Her current life was too perfect, making her past seem even more tragic. The more this was true, the less she wanted to confront it. So she fled towards the more comfortable side, and it had been a long time since she had spent entire days in the library. Itakuya felt she was gradually drifting away from her. Hogwarts is truly a magical place, Itakuya murmured to herself. Yes, I love Hogwarts very much, Harry couldn't agree more. Oh, Itakuya, I forgot to tell you. Harry suddenly remembered something. Before school started, I accidentally ended up in Nocturne Alley via Floo Powder. There I overheard a conversation between Draco and Mr. Malfoy seemed to know some things about you. He said you represent not only Snape, but also the name Glocky. Upon hearing the name Glocky, Itakuya's face turned pale. A splitting pain tore through her head, and cold sweat poured down her. The wind howled in the corridor. Fortunately, the weather was already turbulent, preventing anyone from noticing her distress. In a daze, Itakuya felt as if she had returned to a certain dark basement. The smell of mold, bloodstained clothes, dim lighting, and the terrifying phantom lurking in the darkness. Itakuya. Harry was startled. Huff. I'm fine, Harry. Itakuya shook her head. I had already guessed. It's no surprise that the Malfoy family's resources could uncover this. Itakuya waved her hand. Itakuya, are you sure you're alright? I can take you to the hospital wing. No, Harry. I want to be alone for a while. Itakuya refused. Alright then. Harry nodded. Itakuya stayed by herself until very late before deciding to head back. Unexpectedly, as soon as she descended into the dungeons, Draco rushed out. Itakuya. Draco. Merlin, where have you been? I went to my godfather's office looking for you, but you weren't there. I just sat around for a bit, Itakuya said, rubbing her nose awkwardly. What? Itakuya, didn't I tell you not to be alone lately? Draco said angrily. Do you even remember what I said? Oi. Itakuya sensed the tension in the air. What's wrong, Draco? What happened? Nearly Headless Nick and another student were attacked. Now that thing isn't just targeting the living, it's not even sparing ghosts, Theodore said, popping out from the side, followed by Pansy and the others. Draco couldn't find you, so he dragged us along to search for ages. Nearly Headless Nick. Itakuya frowned. Who was the other victim? Justin. Why do you care about all this? Draco grabbed Itakuya's hand. We're Slytherins. Don't go looking for trouble. Now come back to the dungeons with me. I'm keeping an eye on you. Itakuya had no choice but to obediently follow Draco back to the dungeons. Before bed, Itakuya sat in contemplation, pinching the pages of her book. If the heir of Slytherin had opened the chamber to purge Hogwarts, why would they attack a ghost? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware. When everyone saw that message, they assumed it was a warning against impure-blooded wizards. But what if that was exactly what the culprit wanted? He deliberately wrote a misleading message, hoping everyone would think that way, so he could more smoothly achieve his own goals. What then was his true purpose? The new attacks made every Hogwarts student fear for their safety. By the time the Christmas holidays arrived, most students left without a backward glance. Itakuya would be spending Christmas at Hogwarts again this year simply because Snape had no plans to return to Spinner's End either. But Itakuya was quite pleased with Snape's choice. Since neither of them could cook, enjoying a delicious Christmas turkey at Hogwarts was the best option. However, Itakuya was surprised that Draco wasn't going home either. I thought you wouldn't like the Hogwarts Christmas feast, since you always say the food here is 100 times worse than at Malfoy Manor. Itakuya sat by the fireplace wrapping gifts. This year she had prepared lavish presents for everyone. For Hermione, it was a small, adorable canary yellow portable preserving flask containing a small dose of Felix Felicis. The ingredients were obtained through Snape's forced sponsorship. After wasting several batches of materials, she finally managed to brew a passable, ordinary quality Felix Felicis under Snape's murderous glare. For the others, she prepared preserving flasks for drinks or pastry boxes that kept food tasting freshly made. The gift wrap scrounged from Draco looked very high-end. How did you think I'd let you spend the whole Christmas hanging out with those idiotic lions like last year? Draco bit into a green apple. Don't dream about it. They'll be watching you. Always. I just sat near the Gryffindor table to eat, and Harry coming to see me that day was just a coincidence, Itakuya explained helplessly. I don't believe you. Fine, suit yourself. Itakuya waved her hand. By the way, can I borrow your owl? Fluffy's too small and worried it can't deliver all these by itself. Then you shouldn't send Christmas gifts to unnecessary people, Draco said, pointedly indicating the presents for the Golden Trio. Itakuya raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll go borrow Hedwig from Harry. You wouldn't dare? Draco threatened. If Father finds out his Christmas present was delivered by Harry's owl, he'll be disgusted. Draco, I don't think Father is that petty. Itakuya sighed, patting the sleek silver-black box beside her. Besides, father is so close by, oh, I can just hand it to him in person. Is that the gift from my godfather? Draco's attention was caught by the box. What is it? Didn't you say you were giving him a potion bottle you made? Of course. Itakuya proudly showed off her creation to Draco. It took me ages to research this. Itakuya drew her wand and tapped the black gem on top of the box. The box immediately opened from both sides, transforming into a 3-tiered stand. Each tier held 4 potion bottles of different sizes from small to large. The stand itself retained the sandalwood texture of the box, simple, elegant, and emitting a faint woody fragrance. The bottles on the stand were grouped in sets of 4 in 3 colors: black, white, and gray. The body of each bottle was translucent, while the stoppers were carved into 3 different animals. Black for the dragon, silver gray for the serpent, and white for the stag. The bottom of each bottle was engraved with the name Snape. I've applied runes to the wood of both the stand and the box. The scent of the agarwood will never fade, and all the bottles have a permanent preserving effect. Additionally, Itakuya showed Draco the black crystal on the stopper. This crystal can remember its owner's magical signature. Once father inputs his magic, no one but him can open them. Of course, the black crystal that opens the box works the same way. It's essentially a potion storage case with a password. Itakuya felt like prostrating herself before her own godlike creativity, even though the entire concept was inspired by Muggle fingerprint locks. Wow, Draco exclaimed, feeling a hint of envy towards his godfather. And what about me, Itakuya? What's my Christmas gift? Draco asked sourly. You didn't just prepare a potion bottle for me that's the same as the one for the lion, did you? Of course not. Itakuya quickly reassured him. Trust me, the gift I prepared for you is another one of my masterpieces. It better be, Draco said, crossing his arms. Christmas finally arrived. As usual, Itakuya received many gifts. Pansy and Daphne gave her 2 sets of jewelry. Theodore continued last year's theme and gifted her an exquisite little nightlight. Professor Flitwick gave her a more advanced spellbook. Mr. Malfoy sent a rare medicinal herb accompanied by homemade desserts for Mrs. Malfoy. She had sent her gift to Snape's office early and received a key to a room in return. Yes, Snape's gift was as practical and down-to-earth as ever. He had purchased a small manor rumored to come with a house elf. Itakuya thought, wow, my dad is so rich. As for Itakuya's gift, she knew she had chosen correctly when she saw the look of deep appreciation in Snape's eyes. On her way back, Itakuya ran into the Golden Trio. Fortunately, she had their gifts with her. They exchanged presents happily. Hermione gave her an expensive set of quills and ink, and Harry gave her an exquisite notebook. Itakuya reasonably suspected they had coordinated their gifts. Ron gave her a large bag of snacks. Itakuya thought, not bad, very in character. Thank you, Ida. I love it. Hermione was utterly enchanted with the handmade preserving potion bottle and vowed to carry it everywhere. Itakuya thought, given your remarkable talent for getting into trouble, I think you should carry it everywhere too. After socializing, Itakuya returned to the dungeons to find Draco waiting for her. He was dressed in his neat school uniform, toying with a tie clip. The tie clip was shaped like a golden egg with a gem in the center, the same color as Draco's eyes. Draco said, a little disgruntled, "Is this my Christmas gift?" Itakuya laughed and extended her hand toward Draco. "If you don't want it, just give it back to me." "No way." Draco immediately fastened the tie clip onto his tie, looking both reluctant and unwilling, which directly amused Itakuya. All right, I'll stop teasing you," Itakuya said with a smile. "Try tapping that sapphire with your wand." Draco hesitated, but then drew his wand from his robe and touched it. The next moment, the golden egg slowly unfolded, transforming into a palm-sized mechanical golden dragon. Its eyes were light blue, its entire body golden, and it flapped its wings as it hovered before Draco. "A dragon. A living dragon," Draco exclaimed in delight. "Not exactly alive, just a mechanical dragon," Itakuya corrected. "But it can perform some simple spells like the summoning charm and follow your commands to fetch things." Draco immediately pointed his wand at a green apple on the table, and the little dragon flew over, grabbed the apple with its front claws, and slowly flew back to place it in Draco's hand. "How fascinating. What else can it do?" "It can move within a radius of 1,000 meters following your orders, and it can also breathe fire, harmless fire. Breathe fire. Like a real dragon." Draco eagerly tapped the mechanical dragon's head with his wand, and it obediently spewed a burst of flames. The flames were designed by Itakuya to be at a harmless temperature. "Wow, that's amazing." Draco extended his hand, filled with joy. The little dragon obediently flew back into Draco's palm, nuzzling his fingertips ingratiatingly. Itakuya pulled a piece of gold from her pocket and handed. "The mechanical dragon needs to absorb gold for power. I designed it as a feeding process so you can enjoy the pleasure of raising a gold-devouring beast." The mechanical dragon wagged its tail excitedly the moment it touched the gold ingot, then gobbled it up in a few bites. A light blue glow appeared on its back, and seconds later it zipped around Draco in circles, as if energized. At dinnertime, all the students remaining at Hogwarts gathered to enjoy the Christmas feast. "Huh, Potter, when did you go broke?" Want me to send you a decent sweater for— Draco as usual went to bother Harry, mockingly criticizing the somewhat shabby sweater Harry wore. Clearly it was a Christmas gift from Mrs. Weasley. Malfoy, Harry responded listlessly. I say, Harry, you really should reconsider your choice of friends. At least then you might receive a proper Christmas gift, right? Draco touched his tie clip in a seemingly casual, but deliberately conspicuous manner. Oh, Malfoy, so you're just trying to show off that you got a gold tie clip. Ron rolled his eyes. Itakuya already knew what was coming next, and resignedly sat down in the empty seat beside Hermione. Just wait, I bet Malfoy will show off for a while, Hermione chuckled, already aware of what Christmas gift Draco had received. Itakuya helplessly covered her face. You guessed right, Hermione. He already demonstrated it once in the Slytherin common room. Weasley, this isn't an ordinary tie clip, Draco said, smugly tapping the clip with his wand. Draco maneuvered the mechanical dragon to flip and soar over the long table, finally catching Ron off guard by blasting fire in his face. Startled, Ron fell off his chair. It turned out that no boy could resist a mechanical toy, especially an interactive dragon toy. Even though most Gryffindors disliked Draco, they couldn't help but gather around him. Even Harry and Ron, who regarded Draco as a nemesis, stared unblinkingly at the little mechanical dragon, envy shining in their eyes. Draco was delighted by this. You gave him such a thoughtful gift. Oh, what did he give you? Hermione disdainfully moved away from the immature boys, thinking such things were less practical than a book. Here, Itakuya showed her an amethyst bracelet on her wrist. Is that all? An expensive, pretty bracelet. I thought Head put in more effort. Hermione defended Itakuya. You started researching that toy way back at the beginning of the school year. My research wasn't just for the gift, I gained knowledge from it. Besides, Itakuya caressed the amethyst. This bracelet feels extraordinary to me. Maybe it's an heirloom from the Malfoy family. Hermione snorted, convinced Itakuya was just covering for Draco. Itakuya, you're sitting in the Gryffindor section again. Draco, finally satisfied with showing off, prepared to leave with his new pet, only to find Itakuya chatting with Hermione. Merlin, do you even remember you're a Slytherin? Yes, I remember, Itakuya replied, feeling her ears were about to grow calluses from hearing it so often. Let's go, I'm starving. Smog, get me the mushroom sauce, Draco commanded at the table. The mechanical dragon obediently flew toward the small dish of mushroom sauce, even though it was only half an arm's length from Draco. As for Smog, that was the name of Draco's new pet, a name once belonging to the last dragon in ancient mythology. Smog, get me the soup spoon. Smog, get me a green apple. Itakuya finally couldn't take it anymore before Draco spoke again. Young master, please have mercy on this poor Christmas feast, Itakuya said, shoving the wine glass Draco needed into his hand. Draco huffed in dissatisfaction, but obediently put Smog away. Itakuya, thank goodness. The latter part of the feast featured the familiar fireworks display. Both Draco and Itakuya disliked the chaotic feeling and quickly left. Itakuya, eat up. As Itakuya and Draco walked back to the Slytherin common room, they were stopped by the trio. What do the Gryffindor lions want to visit the Slytherin common room? Draco grumbled. We're not interested, Ron retorted, ready to start a quarrel, but Harry stopped him. Itakuya, Professor McGonagall is looking for you, Harry explained. Professor McGonagall? Why would the Gryffindor head of house want to see a Slytherin student? Draco said warily. No, Itakuya, I'm coming with you. No. The trio spoke in unison. Itakuya raised an eyebrow and Draco grew even more suspicious. Why? Because Professor McGonagall said Itakuya should come alone. She probably has something to tell Itakuya. Hermione's eyes darted around. Professor McGonagall said she wants to talk to you about Professor Snape. Godfather. Draco, though still puzzled, released Itakuya's hand. Maybe Professor McGonagall brought father to Hogwarts, so she knows some old stories, Itakuya speculated. All right, then I'll wait for you in the Slytherin common room, Draco said. Itakuya nodded and followed the trio in the opposite direction. So where is Professor McGonagall waiting for me? Itakuya stopped in an empty corridor, crossing her arms as she questioned Harry and the others. She's... Harry stammered. In Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Itakuya's eyes glinted like a snake's in the darkness. Hermione, I must say your polyjuice potion brewing is a bit slow. Hermione lowered her head in frustration. Don't worry, I can write down the tips my father gave me. UITLL definitely help you. So Itakuya, you knew what we were planning all along. Ron's face twisted. Not all along. I only guessed from your reactions just now. Itakuya pulled a few strands of hair from her head and handed them to Hermione. Hurry back, I'll wait for you in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The trio exchanged glances and Ron seemed to want to ask more, but Itakuya waved her hand to stop him. Enjoy the wonders of Polyjuice Potion. Taking advantage of the thick night, Itakuya enjoyed Hogwarts night scenery. Are you here to mock me too, little girl? Moaning Myrtle greeted her as soon as she stepped. No, I'm just waiting for my friends. Itakuya shook her head, finding a clean spot near the door to lean against the wall. Oh, I see. Myrtle floated over and stopped in front of Itakuya. So you agreed to let one of them turn into you. They're off to uncover some secret. Just to confirm one thing, Itakuya said. I'm sure they'll get some results. How interesting, Myrtle suddenly sobbed. You know the answer, yet you won't tell them. and no one tells Myrtle the answers she wants to know. You're just as heartless as they are. Myrtle's crying grew louder, her shrill voice nearly piercing Itakua's eardrums. It's not what you think, I just believe some things are better discovered personally. Itakua's explanation didn't help, and Myrtle remained lost in her own sorrow. Alright, what answers do you want? Itakua had to compromise. I want to know why Oliver Humble always mocked me. Myrtle, suddenly agitated, glared at Itakua. Who's that? My classmate. Itakua held her forehead. Alright, this. Oliver Humble was your classmate how many years ago? I don't know, at least decades. Itakua held her forehead again. Maybe there's something else you want to know. Ito, why are you standing here? You could wait for us inside. The trio encountered Itakua, who had been waiting a long time on their way to the bathroom. It's a long story. Itakua waved her hand. You guys? Did you get what you wanted? The trio fell silent for a moment. Maybe you were right, Itakua. Draco really doesn't know anything. Harry recalled Draco, who had only been interested in showing off the mechanical dragon. But that means we have to search for clues all over again. Hermione felt a bit deflated. Itakua didn't quite understand why they were so keen on something that seemed troublesome, so she offered only a token consolation. Oh, speaking of clues, Itakua said with a mischievous grin, patting Harry's shoulder. I just promised Myrtle that the great savior would help her find out how she died. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Come on, you used my appearance and identity, you have to pay a price. Itakua rubbed her ears as she bid the trio farewell. Damn it, he'll never step foot in that bathroom again, she muttered under her breath. For the rest of the Christmas holiday, Itakua stayed in the Slytherin common room reading. Itakua, what gift will you give Godfather for his birthday? Snape's birthday fell shortly after Christmas, and Itakua had already prepared it while preparing Christmas gifts. A little deer that could automatically organize the potion table and clean cauldrons, also powered by consuming gold. Compared to Draco's overly showy mechanical dragon, the mechanical deer for Snape was simpler and more practical. Initially, Itakua planned to make it in the shape of a snake, but she found that Snape seemed to prefer deer. A mechanical animal that can clean cauldrons and tables, automatic. Draco nodded, then frowned. I have no idea what to give Godfather. My father used to advise me, but ever since. Draco paused. He didn't want to tell Itakua that the bracelet he gave her was taken from a precious Malfoy family heirloom. His father had been displeased about it for a long time. Since you were so opinionated on Miss Snape's Christmas gift, from now on all gifts you give will be your own decision. Mr. Malfoy had said. Since what? Itakua asked. Nothing. Draco looked uncomfortable. Anyway, you have to help me think. I have no idea what Godfather likes. He makes the same face at everything. Itakua pondered. A tea set and fine black tea. The teapot in Father's office is really ugly. That's clearly what you want. Draco teased. Alright, if you want, I'll give you one for your birthday. Draco waved it off. Speaking of birthdays, when is yours, Itakua? He thought hard, realizing he had never heard Itakua mention her own birthday. Oh, about that, Father asked me too, Itakua said, turning another page. I don't have a birthday. What? Draco was shocked. What do you mean you don't have a birthday? Everyone born has a birthday. Maybe I do, but I don't know when it is, Itakua replied while reading. The woman who gave birth to me, my mother, never mentioned it. As for the orphanage that took me in, they don't celebrate for every child. Itakua herself remained perfectly calm, but Draco beside her was a different story entirely. He snatched the book from her hands. How can you be so calm? Draco felt an indescribable emotion. Should I cry for you then? Itakua joked. I don't care. Come with me. Draco pulled Itakua up. Where are we going, Draco? To celebrate your birthday. Today? Right now. Itakua quickly stopped him. Shouldn't my father be the one to set my birthday? You can't just pick any random day and call it my birthday, can you? She poked Draco's chubby cheek. Besides, winter is too cold. Even if we're choosing a date, shouldn't it be in the mild spring or autumn? Draco still frowned. Alright, I know you care about me. Itakua stroked his hair, standing very close to him. Draco's face flushed instantly. He pulled away from Itakua and sat back down to sip his black tea. If anyone was most looking forward to the first class after the Hogwarts Christmas holiday, it was undoubtedly Draco. Because it meant he could show off his mechanical dragon to new people, even though he had already written to his close friends about it immediately. I thought you'd gotten him an ancient dragon, Pansy said, eyeing the little toy that was vastly different from its description. Itakua, what on earth did Draco say in his letters? You know how Draco always exaggerates about things he loves. Itakua sighed, covering her forehead. So you just wanted to chat with me? She asked Pansy. In truth, they were sitting in the Slytherin common room, while Draco showed Smog to What? Is talking to Parkinson beneath you? Pansy retorted. You pure-blood nobles all share the same language system. Itakua smiled wryly. It's an honor to converse with the great Pansy Parkinson. Don't use the tricks you play on Draco on me. Then what do you want? Pansy moved closer. What did you mean the other day? About my self-worth and all that. Oh, that. Itakua deliberately evaded the point. I was just expressing my thoughts. You expect me to believe you're that kind-hearted? I don't believe a Slytherin student would care so much about others, Pansy asserted. She had been pondering Itakua's words lately. As a child, she dreamed of becoming a family head like her father. But as she grew older, reality taught her that a pure-blood woman's greatest value was marrying a husband from a powerful family who wouldn't stray and bearing the family. She didn't want to end up like her mother or other aunts, spending all their energy dealing with their husbands' mistresses and illegitimate children, or like her cousin haggling over every expense. In this regard, Mrs. Malfoy had done exceptionally well, the envy of all family matriarchs, a gentlemanly, loyal husband, and a son as the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Pansy had always aimed for Draco Malfoy, but now she realized it was a terribly risky investment. Too many competitors. The youngest Greengrass daughter had better looks and lineage, and Itakuya shared a close bond with Draco. This sharp, perceptive girl quickly understood her predicament. She had to find a backup plan, or she might be betrothed by her father to some old promiscuous man upon coming. But finding a new marriage prospect with decent looks, ability, family background, and morals was no easy feat. So Pansy thought of Itakuya. This strange girl might give her an answer. I'd rather place my fate in my own hands than on others. Power and wealth are only reassuring when they're in your own control, aren't they? Itakuya gazed into the distance, speaking nonchalantly. That's impossible, Pansy frowned. I have brothers more than one. Even if they all died, the Parkinson family head would only be my future husband who marries into the family. Exactly. Because that's not yours. It's the Parkinson family's power and wealth. Since no one leaves us a cake, why don't we bake one ourselves? You're delusional. No family would accept a woman ruling, not even the Ministry of Magic. Pansy sneered. Is that so, Parkinson? You came to me today not just because your dream of being Mrs. Malfoy is shattered, right? Itakuya fixed her gaze on Pansy. As a staunch pure-blood supremacist, you came to me not because I'm Snape, but because I'm a Grindelwald. Pansy took a deep breath, feeling as if she were being stared down by a ferocious beast, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Itakuya guessed correctly. Even though Snape was the head of Slytherin and the most talented potioneer in the wizarding world, Pansy had never thought much of Itakuya. What value could a half-blood child have? Until she found records of enchantment runes in her family's library, an ancient script. Wizards who could read it were descendants of long-lost ancient families. Among these families, only one seemed capable of deciphering enchantment runes, the Grindelwald family. The oddities of the wizarding world, they kept to their own affairs, never interacting with outsiders. But anyone who tried to harm the Grindelwalds vanished mysteriously, except, you know who? Grindelwald, a family so mysterious that even Voldemort found them. That's why you accepted my father being a half-blood, the last heir of the Grindelwald family. Merlin, how dare you say his? Pansy stammered. Relax, I didn't say his name to his face. Itakuya waved a hand, continuing her earlier point. You see, as long as we show something captivating and powerful enough, something that makes others both crave and fear it, we earn respect and recognition, don't we? What can you show? Pansy asked seriously, needing to weigh the pros and cons. Itakuya gestured toward Draco. The young Malfoy heir was playing merrily with his mechanical dragon. A toy? You think you can fob me off with a toy? It's talent, my talent for enchantment runes, Itakuya said. You should know that the mechanical dragon in Draco's possession and the preservation potion flask in Professor Snape's office were both made by me in the past 6 months, right? Well, I do admit you have talent, Pansy said, frowning deeply. But what does that prove? That you're suited to running a magic supply shop? A company, Itakuya corrected. The biggest company in the wizarding world. How are you dreaming? Pansy rolled her eyes. I must remind you, not every wizard is a potioneer or obsessed with dragons. At best, this can only make you a fortune. But what if I design the preservation flask not to be permanent? For instance, it needs replacement every 5 years, Itakuya said with a sly smile. Take the mechanical pet in Draco's hands, for example. I could design new models every 3 years with new functions, just like flying brooms. Itakuya paused, continuing under Pansy's astonished gaze. By then, will those fans of potions and dragons still be able to live without me? You really are. Pansy sighed. A born merchant. They'll take that as a compliment for being clever. So what do you need from me? You already have such a perfect plan, Pansy asked. I need a clever person who knows the 28 families well and is good at socializing to help me. I want every head of the family to know my name as Itakuya Snape. Itakuya poured Pansy a cup of tea. Of course, this is just the first step. My ultimate goal is to own my own enterprise in the wizarding world. And you, Miss Parkinson, you could become my partner, helping me manage relations with pure-blood nobles and other factions. This means I might have to stand against the Parkinson family, Pansy hesitated. That will be a long time from now, at least until our 7th year or graduation. You can think it over during this time. The charm of enchantment runes goes far beyond this. Itakuya nodded in understanding. All right. Pansy nodded. If you can prove your strength before graduation, I'll take that gamble with you. Clever girl, Itakuya praised. Cut it out, Pansy shot Itakuya a glare. You need to give me at least 10 of those non-permanent preservation flasks you mentioned before the end of term. They'll bring them to the summer ball. Pansy said seriously. As for the mechanical dragon, having Draco as a living advertisement is enough. Pansy and Itakuya both looked at Draco, who was directing Smog to heat his black tea. Itakuya, Pansy, look at those boys' eyes, Pansy whispered. Just wait, someone will come to you with orders soon. Itakuya looked over. Indeed, the Slytherin boys were staring at Smog without blinking. In their eyes, Smog wasn't heating tea, but vanquishing enemies with flames. Itakuya even spotted a few upper-year students in the crowd. Oh, these boys will never grow up, Pansy complained. Itakuya's money-making plan had to be temporarily shelved because their Quidditch match against Hufflepuff was imminent. Originally, Flint's plan was to use Itakuya's Quidditch talent to hit opposing players with bludgers as much as possible. However, Madame Hooch, for safety reasons, banned a series of Itakuya's dangerous moves, forcing Flint to change his plan. This meant more and more grueling training. Itakuya returned to the Slytherin common room, exhausted every day, already glad she would be rid of this sport forever next. But Draco didn't think so. I can't believe they're banning you from next semester's Quidditch match, Draco complained. It's jealousy, they're jealous of Slytherin's strength. They'll tell father to get you back. No, Itakuya refused thrice. I now think I'm really not suited for Quidditch. Besides, it's father's idea. He doesn't want to watch me from the stands during every Draco fell silent. This unusually hectic routine lasted until February. Professor Lockhart planned to stir up some trouble on Valentine's Day. When Itakuya saw the pink decorations in the Great Hall and the row of dwarfs dressed as cupids behind Professor Lockhart, she was convinced this would be another disaster. Those dwarfs scurried around Hogwarts all day, interrupting classes without restraint, ignoring the professor's annoyed looks. Snape was the angriest of all. He was interrupted 4 times during class, his face terrifyingly dark. I now think that dwarf delivering me a letter before class was incredibly fortunate, Itakuya whispered. Draco and Itakuya huddled together, trying to make Snape overlook them. Don't you feel embarrassed now? Itakuya asked. On their way to class, Draco was grabbed by a dwarf and nearly pulled out his wand. Fortunately, the dwarf just handed over some chocolates and a love letter. Of course, these were disdainfully thrown away by the noble young Master Malfoy. He refused to accept anything from oddly dressed dwarfs. Having such an ugly thing give me chocolates is an insult, Draco fumed. They'll tell my father. Oh, just wait, Lockhart won't last past the end of term at Hogwarts. If that's the case, I think father will be very happy, since he's coveted the position of defense against the dark arts professor for a long time. Itakuya felt no attachment to Lockhart. No diligent student likes a useless and arrogant teacher. 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape had caught another Gryffindor lion cub red-handed. His face was grim, clearly harboring great dissatisfaction with Gryffindor. All 4 interruptions during his lecture had been dwarfs targeting Gryffindor students. Thank goodness class is almost over. Itakuya watched Snape's expression darken further. I just pray no more dwarfs are foolish enough to barge in. As Draco's words faded, a dwarf appeared at the classroom door. Draco, are you a jinx? Under Itakuya's horrified gaze, the thing she dreaded most happened. The dwarf stopped right in front of her. Itakuya. The classroom fell silent instantly. Snape appeared beside Itakuya as if by apparition, his grim face making her scalp tingle. Even Draco on her right exuded a heavy aura. Itakuya, dare not move, truly dare not move. I have a verbal message to deliver personally to Itakuya. The dwarf carried pink and white wings and held a cute little bow, but his expressionless face betrayed his reluctance. Across from him, Itakuya was racking her brain to stop this. It was an exchange neither party was willing to have. Why don't you listen, Miss Snape? Snape's icy voice came. Let's see which troll has taken a liking to you. Perhaps I can even brew him a love potion. Itakuya suspected Snape would rather brew a poison. Now she could only pray that this fool wasn't stupid enough to leave a signature, or she was certain the 2 beside her would make sure he faced a gruesome end. All right, please go ahead, Itakuya said, resigned to her fate. Ah, Itakuya, your appearance is like a goddess descending. Ah, Itakuya, your hair is like black satin. I was captivated by your performance during the Quidditch match. This feeling is like wetting the bed. Only those who experience it understand. Itakuya. Sometimes one truly feels helpless. Ha! Draco laughed, collapsing onto the potion table. Then the classroom filled with stifled laughter. Even Snape couldn't help but remark, I think this troll gentleman needs to have his head examined. Fortunately, the bell rang then. Itakuya shielded her face with a book and rushed out first. Itakuya, Draco chased after her, laughing. Are you in a hurry to silence the person who confessed to you? Shut up, Draco, Itakuya covered his mouth. Haha, alright, I'll stop, Draco doubled over with laughter. This has been the most embarrassing day of my life. I'd better not find out who did this, Itakuya sighed. She and Draco laughed as they went upstairs to Charm's class. Hey you, Harry Potter. I have a musical message for Harry Potter. Itakuya and Draco turned around simultaneously to see a dwarf carrying a harp clinging tightly to Harry's robes as he tried to escape. Haha, looks like you won't be the most embarrassed one, Draco said with a look of gleeful anticipation. He eagerly pulled Itakuya through the crowd, determined to witness Harry's moment of humiliation firsthand. Itakuya silently lights a candle for Harry. Draco stood at the forefront watching with satisfaction as the house elf delivered its message with a song and dance. The sheer awkwardness of it made Itakuya feel inferior. Harry's school bag had been torn during the earlier struggle, his belongings scattered across the floor. "Hey Potter, you keep a diary." Draco's sharp eyes spotted a black diary on the ground. Holding it with Smaug's claws, he smirked triumphantly. "Give it back," Harry whispered. Itakuya felt this was going too far. She snatched the diary from Smaug's claws. "Don't, Draco." The black diary was cold to the touch, and Itakuya felt a strange sensation. She paused involuntarily, staring at it in confusion. The diary looked ordinary, yet Itakuya sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. A powerful, soulful energy. That force attempted to invade her, clouding her mind. Itakuya immediately realized her mistake. "Oh." Itakuya abruptly released the diary, clutching her head as she curled into a ball drenched in cold sweat. Startled, Draco instinctively held her. Itakuya, what's wrong?" Tormented by a familiar agony, Itakuya couldn't utter a word, leaning against Draco, as if 1,000 needles. "Damn it, Potter, what did you do?" "What did you do?" Draco demanded frantically. Harry was even more bewildered. I did nothing. He's not involved." Itakuya coughed up blood, barely clearing Harry's name before losing consciousness. Itakuya. Draco, terrified, held her tightly, his beautiful blue eyes moist. "Mr. Malfoy, we must take her to the hospital wing immediately." Fortunately, the Gryffindor prefect among the crowd remained rational, though his voice trembled. With Percy's help, the unconscious Itakuya was rushed to the hospital wing, and Snape arrived promptly. Harry and the others wanted to follow, but Draco stopped them, convinced that Harry had done something to cause this. "Her life is not in danger, but I've examined her thoroughly and found no trace of injury," Madame Pomfrey said. "Miss Snape doesn't seem poisoned either. Perhaps she's been cursed." Madame Pomfrey frowned. "What? Cursed?" Draco exclaimed. "It must be Potter's doing." "It couldn't be Mr. Potter," Snape denied. "Causing someone to lose consciousness suddenly requires a powerful dark wizard." The blood on Itakuya was cleaned, and Madame Pomfrey changed her into a hospital gown. Pale as death, she slept peacefully. "It's not a curse," Dumbledore interrupted their thoughts. "I believe Miss Snape has suffered a soul attack." "Impossible. If someone used the Imperius curse at Hogwarts, it would be detected," Snape said darkly. "No, it's not the Imperius curse." Dumbledore shook his head. "It was a very mild soul attack, harmless to most. But not to Miss Snape. Her constitution is unique." "I wasn't aware my daughter had such an anomaly." Snape looked at Dumbledore. "Relax, Severus. Everyone has secrets they don't wish to share, including your daughter." Dumbledore tried to gloss over it with a wink. "She'll be fine, Severus, I promise. She just needs time to rest." Itakuya briefly slipped into a memory. Itakuya. She woke to find herself lying on a worn mat, her right wrist chained to the center of the room. Dim light couldn't illuminate the entire space, but it was clear the room was small. "Itakuya, she's here again." Itakuya's voice was childisher. In fact, she had become her 7-year-old self. "What did she do?" Itakuya asked. "Same as always," another voice replied. "Aren't you afraid?" "I mean, it's always you." "No, Itakuya, remember, I am a great dragon, a mighty dragon. I fear nothing." The voice paused briefly. "Itakuya, I will always protect you, trust me." Itakuya nodded. "I trust you. Now let's play our favorite game." Itakuya slept through the Quidditch match. Perhaps fortunately the Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff game was cancelled. At least Flint was relieved by the news. With nothing to do, Draco visited Itakuya in the hospital wing, as usual. She remained asleep. Snape had tried brewing soul-healing potions for her, only to find that the unconscious Itakuya instinctively rejected his potions. She spat out every dose. Draco's mood worsened geometrically with each passing day of her sleep. Even Goyle and Crabbe dared not approach him. Draco entered the hospital wing and saw Harry and Ron inside. Rage instantly consumed him. "Potter, I told you not to visit her, you murderer." Draco rushed over, only to find Professor McGonagall there too. The three stood around another bed where a petrified Hermione. "Mr. Malfoy," said McGonagall, "I am merely accompanying Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter to see Miss Granger." Draco realized what had happened. The Gryffindor lion had been attacked by the monster from the chamber. "Huh. St. Potter, you don't even spare your own friends attacking the lioness." Draco turned to Ron. "Looks like you're next, red-haired weasel." "Malfoy, I told you it wasn't me," Harry said, barely containing his anger. Since Itakuya's incident, Draco had intensified his targeting of Harry, convinced that Harry was responsible for her condition. Draco's rumors made Hogwarts students avoid Harry even more, as if he might kill someone at any moment. "Then just produce that damn diary." Draco stared at Harry's eyes, his tone dripping with murderous intent. After calming down, Draco realized the diary might be the key. He immediately sought out Snape, and they headed straight to the Gryffindor common room. But all they found was a startled Harry and his disheveled dormitory. Harry insisted he had only learned of the diary's importance minutes before them, and that someone had stolen it. "I told you the diary was stolen." Harry frowned, knowing he spoke the truth, though it sounded suspicious. The day before he had glimpsed the past through the diary, and the next day it vanished. "Who would believe your lies, Potter? In just 3 days you lost it." Draco's voice was low. "You must have hidden it." "I didn't, Malfoy." All right, without evidence, I suggest you both return for now. Professor McGonagall intervened, separating Draco and Harry. A faint cough sounded behind them. Itakuya. Draco rushed over immediately. Is she here again? Itakuya murmured to herself, still not fully detached from her dreams, rubbing her temples as she followed her Bodhi's instinct. Who? Draco asked, bewildered. Blinded by the harsh sunlight that made her eyes water, Itakuya sat up with Draco's help, half blind. Draco. Itakuya massaged her temples, taking a long moment to grasp the situation. Draco gripped her arm tightly, his face etched with worry. How long did I sleep? 5 days. Itakuya asked. You slept for 10 days. Draco emphasized dramatically. Itakuya sighed. Indeed, her soul's healing rate had halved in her absence. Itakuya, what exactly happened? Father and Madame Pomfrey couldn't find the cause. Dumbledore even said you just suffered soul damage and told us to stay calm. Draco snorted with obvious disdain. Who's been secretly harming you? Don't worry, I'll tell Father immediately. As a school governor, he won't ignore the safety of Hogwarts students. As he spoke, Draco pushed Harry away as he tried to approach, guarding against any Gryffindor coming near. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Harry's position and said pointedly, whoever it is, they will pay the price. Itakuya found it both exasperating and amusing, thinking to herself that even Mr. Malfoy wouldn't dare provoke this one. However, the considerate Itakuya decided to conceal part of the truth. Well, actually, no one harmed me, Draco. Itakuya took Draco's hand, using this gesture to soothe him, a trick she often employed with him. And it worked wonders. Draco immediately withdrew his hand, awkwardly sat down by Itakuya's bed, and shot her a reproachful glare. Draco greatly resented her using this move on him in front of others. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, who had witnessed everything, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Professor McGonagall was also taken aback. In fact, if anyone is to blame, it's my own carelessness, Itakuya said, oblivious to the varied looks of the others. That diary is a magical object with a soul-impacting force. To ordinary people it means nothing. Itakuya breathed lightly, her spirit still exhausted. My soul is incomplete, she said, tapping her head. It has a slight crack. Professor McGonagall's expression turned grave. Normally it doesn't affect me, but any soul impact, even a faint one, becomes unbearable. I should have been wary of all unknown things. It was my oversight. Soul-related magic or items are rare. I suppose Mr. Potter didn't realize the diary held such power. Professor McGonagall said, but Miss Snape, given your unique condition, you must remain vigilant against any unknown magical objects you might encounter. Yes, I understand, Professor McGonagall. Itakuya nodded obediently. She then belatedly sensed something amiss. Hermione was absent. As far as Itakuya knew, the three of them were like inseparable triplets, doing everything together. Where's Hermione? She must be worried about me, right? Itakuya asked. Harry and Ron's expressions turned somber again. Itakuya, Hermione is. Ron said in a low voice, pulling aside the curtain to Itakuya's right. As the curtain slid open, the stiff figure of Hermione slowly came into view. Good heavens, Hermione. Itakuya gasped. Itakuya, you have a way, don't you? Do you have any more petrification antidote? Ron asked, clutching at his last straw. Itakuya shook her head. The professors already asked me when Colin was petrified. I gave the only dose to Mrs. North. Ron was crestfallen. The mandrakes will be ready soon. Father will brew the potion himself. His skill far surpasses mine. Itakuya comforted him. I wish it were you. Ron muttered, only to be nudged by Harry's elbow. Enough, aren't you here to see the lion's head? Stop loitering around. Draco acted like a child, guarding his toy from others. But Itakuya, Harry said urgently, that diary. How dare you bring that up? If not for you, would Itakuya have touched that diary? Draco snapped. For Draco, Harry was the culprit behind Itakuya's coma, a deeply ingrained perception. Itakuya had to dismiss Harry for now. Sorry, my head still aches. I think I'll sleep until after dinner. Itakuya deliberately emphasized after dinner, and shot Harry a suggestive glance. Harry caught Itakuya's look, nodded subtly in understanding, and pulled Ron, who wanted to say more, out of the hospital wing. What were you hinting at Potter just now, eh? Draco demanded. Don't try to hide it from me. Nothing, how could I? Itakuya said sheepishly. I just wanted to get rid of him quickly. Whomf you'd better be, Draco said, crossing his arms in dissatisfaction. Of course. By the way, what happened while I was unconscious? What about the Quidditch match? Itakuya changed the subject. The Quidditch match was cancelled because of the lion's head incident. Flint was overjoyed when he heard, and he'll be even happier now that you're awake. Since you're not here, Flint had to find another beater to take your place. He's a third-year Slytherin, and I can't fathom how he could be so daft. Flint spent the entire day teaching him, and he still can't manage a backhand swing. His coordination with the others is a complete mess. The Hufflepuffs are practically already claiming their victory. And then there's St. Potter. He and his mole-like friend are so overjoyed they might as well set off fireworks, even though they're the ones who lost to Slytherin. Draco tirelessly recounted the recent events to Itakuya, from Quidditch to his relentless provocations of Harry. It was an afternoon just after a rain shower. The sky was washed clean, a stark blue and white. A breeze stirred the white curtains before the infirmary window, reshaping the light as it flowed. Draco sat by Itakua's bedside, his voice hovering between youthful and husky. Whenever Draco relaxed, that husky, seductive quality took over most of his. Just like now, Itakua felt Draco was akin to a walking double bass. No one could resist unwinding in such a voice. So by the time my godfather and I arrived, that damn diary had already been hidden away by Potter somewhere. He must have had a guilty conscience, so he hid it in advance. You think so too, don't you, Itakua? Draco looked at Itakua, only then realizing the girl had fallen asleep at some point. She leaned against the bed, head tilted to one side, curled up into a ball. Draco doubted she could truly sleep in such an awkward position. He leaned closer to Itakua. The girl's hair was disheveled, covering most of her face. Itakua was very slender. Her collar slipped over her shoulder, revealing a hint of her collarbone. Draco noticed a tiny red mole on Itakua's collarbone. The girl's neck was slender and long, paired with her sleeping visage. It exuded a heightened fragility. Itakua's features were not the most striking among the beauties of Slytherin. Her beauty lay in a sense of cool aloofness, a mysterious aura. When you are gazed upon by Itakua, you wouldn't first notice her features or the color of her eyes, but you'd be captivated by her calm, placid gaze and the slight curve of her. She possessed a magic that could quiet one down. Itakua's breathing lingered by Draco's ear. He could even count the number of her eyelashes. Draco was stunned, his heart pounding wildly. In such a scene, something wondrous was likely to happen, Draco thought. And indeed, he was not wrong. Something did occur, but rather than wondrous, terrifying was a more fitting description. Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing? Snape's voice struck like a thunderbolt. He had appeared out of nowhere. Draco's heart nearly stopped from fright. It was the first time he felt his godfather could be so terrifying. Draco retreated as fast as he could, looking at Snape in panic and bewilderment. Snape's expression was extremely sour. He had finally realized the most severe problem a father could face. Someone was trying to steal his precious daughter. Even though this someone was his godson, one of his few satisfactory students, and the sole heir of the Malfoy family. But now all of Draco's virtues were overlooked by Snape. The cold-faced Serpent King could only see Draco's flaws, and at a magnified scale. A good afternoon, godfather. Draco offered a feeble explanation. I was just checking if Itakua had fallen asleep. Is that so? Snape squeezed out two icy words. He stepped between Draco and Itakua, laid Itakua flat, and covered her securely with the blanket. It seems Miss Snape is fine now. So Mr. Malfoy, shouldn't you leave and attend your classes? I assume you haven't forgotten you're a student. Draco finally tasted the bitterness he had inflicted on Harry. Yes, godfather. Itakua was now in a panic. Just now, when Draco stumbled back in fright, he knocked over a chair with a loud crash, jolting the light sleeping Itakua fully awake. She decided to feign sleep purely because she instinctively felt the atmosphere was awkward. She had thought Snape would leave after driving Draco away, but instead he stood by the bed watching her. Snape's intense gaze was like two laser beams, almost piercing. Would it be too deliberate if I woke up now? Itakua's mind raced. Do you think I'm foolish enough not to tell the difference between feigned sleep and real sleep? Snape's sarcastic voice rang out. Itakua thought, well, this is awkward. She rubbed her eyes theatrically, looked around dazedly, and finally fixed her gaze on Snape. Daddy, why are you here? Where's Draco? I think I fell asleep. Snape looked down at Itakua from his height, not even deigning to acknowledge her pathetic acting. Itakua broke out in a cold sweat under his stare, coughed dryly, and shifted her gaze uncomfortably. Had enough of pretending? Snape asked. Yes, enough. Itakua replied obediently. So do you now feel inclined to give me an explanation for the whole affair? Itakua fell silent. The excuse she used to fob off Professor McGonagall clearly wouldn't work here. Snape had surely already guessed that she had touched something she shouldn't have, and suffered the consequences. What Snape wanted to know was why her soul was incomplete. But that was precisely the story Itakua least wanted anyone to know, at least until she obtained what she sought from Hogwarts. Itakua hung her head in silence. She tried to convey her stance through her actions. Itakua had braced herself for Snape to press the issue, but to her surprise, he let the matter drop with ease. He gave a cold snort, expressing his displeasure at Itakua's lack of cooperation. Very well then. I hope you've learned a lesson from your foolish behavior. Next time, don't be curious about everything. Itakua couldn't believe she was let off so easily as she looked up abruptly and saw Snape's expressionless face. All right, I understand, Dad, Itakua replied. You can stay in the infirmary until lunchtime tomorrow. I want to see you in potions class the day after, understood? Snape dictated the arrangements for Itakua. Itakua nodded. As long as she didn't have to confess everything, she would agree to anything. In light of your recent uncooperativeness, starting next weekend, you will help your father process potion ingredients every weekend. Snape clearly had no intention of letting Itakua off so easily. Itakua thought, I take it back, detention might not be acceptable. Oh, and be sure to call Mr. Malfoy. He needs detention as well. Itakua was puzzled as she couldn't figure out what Draco had done to anger Snape. Is there a problem? Snape raised an eyebrow. No problem at all, Itakua conceded. After seeing off the formidable Snape, Itakuya finally had a good night's sleep. When she awoke, the weariness in her soul had eased, and she felt as though she had been reborn. As night fell, Harry arrived alone under his invisibility cloak. "Itakuya," he said, revealing only his head. "What do you know about that diary?" Harry cut straight to the chase. "What I told you during the day is all I know. In truth, Harry, I know even less than you do." Itakuya shook her head. "But earlier you hinted for me to come. I thought. Harry, I suspect you've learned something from that diary, haven't you?" Itakuya interrupted him, and indeed, she saw a strange look cross Harry's face as he nodded. She waved a hand at Harry, who was about to speak further. "Don't tell me I'm not that curious. I just want to warn you to stay vigilant." Itakuya continued, "I asked to see you about something else." "What?" Harry asked, puzzled. Itakuya fell silent, her gaze shifting toward Hermione. "Harry, do you understand? If you want to root out the one hiding in the shadows, you need to figure out their destination. That way you can intercept them on their path. What do you think the person who opened the chamber and caused all this trouble is thinking?" Harry nodded, half comprehending. "To throw Hogwarts into panic and force it to... If that were the case, Draco would be the perfect choice. Lucius Malfoy would unleash a furious revenge on Dumbledore and everyone at Hogwarts for his son's sake. With the Malfoy family's wealth, Hogwarts would be in deep trouble." Itakuya tried to make Harry see reason, as if teaching a child a lesson. "Then what does he want? Maybe he just wants to achieve his goal, without harming purebloods," Harry guessed. Itakuya was silent. "All right, let's try another angle, Harry. Look at those who've been petrified. What do they have in common?" Harry was at a loss for an answer. "At first I thought the one in the shadows was targeting those connected to Muggles. Because Filch is a squib and Colin's parents are both Muggles. But after nearly headless Nick and Justin were attacked, the students' attitudes shifted, and I realized what that person truly wanted." Itakuya paused, then locked her eyes on Harry's in the moonlight. "He wants you. He wants you to investigate the chamber and find it." Harry felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. From Filch's cat to nearly headless Nick, all these victims were connected to Harry. Their successive attacks would naturally make others suspect him. To clear his name, Harry had to investigate who truly opened the chamber. Hermione's attack only deepened his urgency. In fact, he was planning to confront Hagrid that very night. "You mean I shouldn't go after the chamber so his plan won't work?" Harry frowned. "But Hermione..." "Itakuya, I can't just let this happen." "That's your choice, Harry," Itakuya said, shaking her head. "I'm only warning you that you're being led by the nose right now. So you must be wary of everything you discover. Because what you think is the truth might just be what someone wants you to see. Stay rational. Don't be fooled by appearances like with Quirrell last term." Harry nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Itakuya. I understand." Harry wanted to ask if Itakuya would join him in the Forbidden Forest to see Hagrid, but seeing her pale face, he swallowed his words. Itakuya could guess his thoughts from his conflicted expression, but even if he asked, she would refuse. She was a Slytherin. "Well, good night, Itakuya." "Good night." They parted. Harry's head vanished, and the hospital wing fell silent once more. Itakuya returned to her bed and closed her eyes. Hours later, just before dawn, she suddenly opened them. She stared at the ceiling. In truth, she had guessed who the Slytherin heir who opened the chamber was. Her soul was damaged, but not to the point of weakness. Only a wizard far more powerful than her could threaten her with soul magic. A powerful wizard with designs on the boy who lived yet unwilling to show himself. The answer was obvious. The Dark Lord. Itakuya sighed. Her mother's family was mysterious, unknown to most, and the few who knew of them understood they possessed unique arcane. Now only two people besides her knew the family well: Dumbledore and Voldemort. Coincidentally, Voldemort had destroyed that family decades ago. Itakuya had no interest in the old grudges of that accursed family. Even if Voldemort described to her in detail how he, the great Dark Lord, slaughtered her mother's entire family, Itakuya would only want to munch on some sunflower seeds. But the real question was whether Voldemort himself could accept Itakuya's existence, given his petty, grudging nature, sparing not even an infant. If he ever discovered this fish that slipped through his net, he would likely not sit down for a friendly chat. Beyond that, Itakuya was more troubled by her inability to discern Snape's stance or predict Lucius Malfoy's choices. So until the cards were on the table, Itakuya could only play dumb and try to stay neutral. As a friend, she had warned Harry, hoping he would stay safe. But for anything more, Itakuya could only pray that the chosen one would figure it out himself. She got up, her bare feet touching the cold floor. She slipped past the curtain and gently touched Hermione's face. "Fine for your sake, it'll be a bit more obvious," she murmured. She searched through Hermione's clothes and found a crumpled piece of paper in her palm. It contained information about basilisks with a note at the bottom: "Pipes." What a clever witch, Itakuya praised. She put the note back, deliberately leaving a corner exposed. That person had a basilisk kill my parents by the neck, and those people just watched coldly. Itakuya suddenly recalled someone's words to her, spoken in a hysterical, maddened scream. "Everyone, they are demons. And you are also a child of demons." Early the next morning, Itakuya had already changed her clothes and bid a well-behaved farewell to Madame Pomfrey. When she appeared in Transfiguration class, everyone looked utterly astonished. "Professor McGonagall, I'm perfectly fine now. May I be permitted to return to class a day early?" After careful deliberation, Itakuya decided to return to class a day early to study diligently and behave properly. She hoped this might rekindle the dwindling affection Snape still held for her. "Oh, Miss Snape, if you wish, of course you may." Clearly this tactic worked even better on Professor McGonagall, who with a gaze brimming with maternal warmth personally escorted Itakuya back to her seat. "Itakuya, yes, this is exactly the feeling I want. Let this scene repeat itself in potions class." "Itakuya." Draco was equally shocked. "You should have waited in the hospital wing for me to fetch you." Lying there alone was dreadfully boring, Itakuya murmured. All the petrified students and no one to talk to. Itakuya didn't grasp the magnitude of the upheaval at Hogwarts until lunchtime. Headmaster Dumbledore had been suspended, and for safety reasons all students were required to return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock and were forbidden from venturing out without permission. A palpable sense of impending doom hung over the entire school. Itakuya discreetly observed Harry and the others. They still seemed unaware of the clues Hermione had left for them. "Actually, I already knew Dumbledore would be suspended. My father told me," Draco repeated smugly. "If you ask me, we should just let Professor Snape be headmaster." Itakuya shoved a piece of steak into Draco's mouth, effectively silencing him. "All right, young master. I'm quite certain my father has no desire to be headmaster. He'd much rather teach defense against the dark arts. Besides, Dumbledore is only suspended. Until we're sure he won't return, I think it's best not to speak in absolutes." "Do you actually think Dumbledore will come back?" Draco glared displeased. "I really don't understand why you're so hostile towards Dumbledore." Itakuya sighed helplessly. In her memory, though Dumbledore wasn't as genial as he appeared, he was at least a decent elder. And she could swear that Snape's relationship with Dumbledore was far better than outsiders believed. "What's there to question? He's a Gryffindor, haven't you seen how he always favors St. Itakuya, right? So that's the crux of it. But you have my father's favor, don't you? And me, I favor you too." After nearly 2 years of practice, Itakuya had become adept at handling Draco's spoiled temperament. "Really?" Draco's attitude softened as he looked up. "Really, I swear you'll always be my first choice." Itakuya improvised recklessly. "I swear I will forever be subservient to your beauty." "Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I must correct you. You should use handsomeness to describe a man," Draco said. Itakuya chuckled secretly. "I know I'm using beauty to describe the little turnip in front of me." "Itakuya," Draco warned. To prevent further petrification incidents, Hogwarts required all professors to escort students to and from classes. "Snape just feeds you store-bought bread. No wonder you're so thin." Professor McGonagall scrutinized Itakuya's somewhat undernourished frame. Clearly Itakuya's ploy of playing the victim had worked a little too well on Professor McGonagall. In McGonagall's eyes, she was now nothing more than a pitiful, stubbornly diligent top student. Actually, I think I've gained weight since coming to Hogwarts." Itakuya shot a covert pleading look at Draco. Draco, arms crossed, walked slightly behind Itakuya, wearing an expression of helplessness. "That only proves you were too thin before. I dread to think what kind of life you led at the orphanage," Professor McGonagall said with concern. Itakuya recalled her time at the orphanage using wandless magic to give the adults she despised 2 weeks of consecutive nightmares, driving them to try every exorcism method imaginable until they ended up hospitalized for food poisoning. She sent photos of the director and his mistress to every wealthy merchant looking to adopt from the orphanage and secretly laced the director's wine with Veritaserum. She single-handedly took on all the boys at the orphanage, forcing them to kneel and call her daddy. "It was actually fine," Itakuya said sincerely. Once again she was rewarded with Professor McGonagall's adoring gaze. "Mr. Potter, it seems that without Miss Granger's hints you are utterly clueless about potions." 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape, as was his tradition, carried on. Itakuya and Draco, however, were in no mood to watch the spectacle, as Snape was clearly still furious with both of them. "I understand Father being angry with me, but why is he angry with you too?" Itakuya asked, puzzled. Draco's hand weighing the ingredients paused. He dared not tell Itakuya that it was because he had nearly kissed her that day, and Snape had witnessed it. "I don't know either," Draco evaded. "Fortunately, the new Hogwarts rule requires all students back in their common rooms by 6, and with Dumbledore gone, Father has become very busy." Itakuya muttered. "Otherwise would be in Father's office cutting ingredients." Draco nodded in profound agreement. "Hey, speaking of which, why won't you let others come to me for custom mechanical toys?" Itakuya had been too troubled by recent events to notice, but when Pansy approached her, she realized that as the end of term neared, her mechanical toy business had stalled. Pansy said it was because Draco had single-handedly threatened every student who wanted to order mechanical toys from Itakuya, forbidding them from consulting her. "That was a birthday gift from you. How can you make them for others?" Draco whined aggrieved. "What I gave you was smog. It's different from what I'd make for others." Itakuya explained. "I even gave Hermione a preserving potion vial, and Father didn't have any objections, did he?" "How is it different? If you make them for others, mine is no longer unique." Draco complained. "Doesn't Godfather give you an allowance? If not, I can share half of mine with you." "That's not the point." Itakuya sighed in frustration. "Draco, I want to earn my own way. It not only brings me galleons, but also earns me respect and status." "I don't care. You are just not allowed to. Draco was being unreasonable. Itakuya sighed wearily, knowing the young master detested anything that might threaten his sense of uniqueness. How about this? I won't sell mechanical dragons, only other animals. You promise? Draco asked, skeptical. I promise. Seeing Draco's attitude soften, Itakuya immediately offered an even more enticing condition. Don't you like dragons? When we get the chance, we'll go to the Forbidden Forest again, and he'll transform into an animagus. Draco's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It seems you two have already mastered today's lesson, or else you wouldn't dare chat right under my nose. Snape rapped Draco and Itakuya on the head without mercy. In that case, each of you will write a 15-page essay and hand it in before our next class. Itakuya's heart sank like ash. Yet misfortune did not end there. Snape overheard the grand promises Itakuya had made to Draco. If you dare sneak off to the Forbidden Forest at a time like this, he'll have you in detention every night next semester. On the way to escort them to herbology, Snape grabbed Itakuya by the collar and threatened in a cold voice. How could that be? Itakuya broke out in a cold sweat. Draco and I were just talking. We never planned to break school rules at a time like this. Not at any other time either. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Ministry of Magic is very strict about animagus registration. Snape wore an expression that said he'll be watching you. I don't want to have to explain to the Ministry why I suddenly have an extra daughter. Itakuya thought, now I understand how Harry feels about Snape. So that's the situation. I suggest we both keep our heads down for a while. In the Slytherin common room, Itakuya and Draco sat side by side at a table, writing furiously. I swear if my father catches us making even the slightest mistake, he'll chop us up and stuff us into his cauldron. Itakuya gestured. I figured. Draco sighed, putting away the book in front of him. The murderous look in Godfather's eyes when he was talking to you was terrifying enough. Ugh, we've been so unlucky lately, Itakuya lamented. Then to her astonishment, she found Draco already packing up while she was still struggling with the last 3 pages. Hey, wait, you're done? Draco nodded. You're really done? 15 pages. Didn't we start at the same time? You didn't write it beforehand, did you? Itakuya couldn't believe it. That's because you spent half the time daydreaming, Draco said. I can't believe you've read so many books, but are terrible at writing essays. That's because I'm better with my hands. I'd rather dissect slugs. Itakuya complained. You should tell that to Godfather, and see if he'll take pity on you, and Draco retorted. Itakuya scratched her head in frustration, then her eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly at Draco. Dear Master Malfoy, don't even think about it. How many times have I helped you already? Draco stood firm. I'm not writing your essay for you. Itakuya chuckled slyly. She leaned close to Draco's ear and whispered, actually I have 2 animagus forms. Don't you want to see the baby dragon one? An hour later, Itakuya was contentedly holding the essay's conclusion, ghostwritten by someone else. Alright, now can I see it? Draco asked impatiently. Itakuya nodded, cast a confundus charm on Draco with wandless magic, and led him away from the crowd to her own dormitory. Why do we have to be here? Draco stood stiffly by the door. Itakuya was not messy. In fact, she was a bit obsessive-compulsive. Everything was neatly in its place with nothing amiss. But the faint scent of ebony and rose in the room still made him blush. It's curfew now, and besides you don't want us to see something we shouldn't in some corner of Hogwarts, like the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. Itakuya sat on the bed, untying her hair ribbon in front of the mirror. The common room is full of people, and Theodore might come back to your dorm at any moment. Itakuya began to remove her robes. My room is the safest. After all, I have the whole dorm to myself. Draco awkwardly looked away. Although he knew wizards had to remove as many accessories as possible before transforming into an animagus to avoid affecting the atmosphere, now was just too strange. What if someone walked in? Draco's mind wandered. When it rains, it pours. Itakuya is the thing I asked for ready. Pansy suddenly pushed the door open, catching everyone in the room off guard. Draco and Itakuya communicated with their eyes. Draco, what's going on? Didn't you lock the door? Itakuya, I thought you would. Draco, this is your room, so it's your job. Itakuya, you were the last one in, so it's your job. You too. Pansy frowned. She first scanned Draco, who was standing by the bed with a suspicious blush, and shouldn't have been there, then looked at Itakuya, who had her hair down, was barefoot, and had her robe set aside. Wait, Pansy, I can explain. It's not what you think. Itakuya tried to stop her. You're so young, and you're already. Pansy exclaimed. Itakuya, didn't anyone tell you that before, girl? Pansy paused. She suddenly remembered Itakuya's upbringing, and felt pity that the girl, having grown up alone, must have had no female elder to teach her. Itakuya thought, thanks, but knowledge can be acquired in more ways than one. I can read books. Pansy, thinking this, looked at Draco accusingly. Malfoy, you beast. Remember, you're a gentleman. Even if Itakuya doesn't know, Aunt Narcissa must have told you right. Pansy, I didn't. It's not what you think. Draco's ears were bright red. No, wait, Pansy, there's really nothing between us, Itakuya said. And I do know. I have basic knowledge about this sort of thing. We're only 13. This is too ridiculous, Itakuya said, exasperated by Pansy's misunderstanding. You know you're only 13. Pansy emphasized sternly. We really didn't. It's not what you think. Draco said helplessly. Then what is it? Pansy pressed. What reason did you have to enter the girls' dormitory? And what reason did Itakuya have to be undressed? Draco. Itakuya. For a moment neither Draco nor Itakuya could think of a good excuse, but they couldn't reveal the enigmatic secret either. I knew it, Pansy said, crossing her arms. Mr. Malfoy, it's very late. I think you need to leave. And Itakuya, I need to have a serious talk with you. Itakuya. Draco tried to protest, but was intimidated by Pansy's attitude and left awkwardly. Everything happened in a single evening, just like last semester. In the span of one night, the heir of Slytherin kidnapped Ginny Weasley. Harry and Ron ventured into danger alone, and Harry ultimately rescued Ginny, bearing wounds as Voldemort's soul suffered defeat once more. Dumbledore had returned, and Hogwarts seemed on the verge of restoring its former tranquility. Draco sat at the dining table complaining vehemently. I can't believe they actually let Dumbledore come back. He must have pulled some strings. Itakuya no longer had the energy to coax Draco. She had spent the entire evening being lectured by Pansy on the intricacies of male-female relationships. Pansy firmly believed that although she and Itakuya had yet to establish a solid bond of camaraderie, she could not allow a fellow female student to be deceived by a man due to a lack of essential knowledge. Yes, in Pansy's eyes, Draco had transformed from an outstanding heir into a wicked man who lured innocent maidens. Even though the so-called innocent maiden was from the very beginning a superficial lover who had been smitten by Draco's appearance. While waiting for Smaug to bring him fruit, Draco finally noticed Itakuya's absent-mindedness. What's wrong with you? Draco asked, puzzled. The fury over Dumbledore's return and the Savior's latest triumph had temporarily pushed last night's awkwardness from his mind. Itakuya offered a weary smile. Nothing. Draco eyed her suspiciously as memories slowly resurfaced. His ears instantly flushed red, and he stammered to change the subject. Well, my father said he would come today. Do you want to come with me to see him? Itakuya frowned in thought. Draco had secretly told her before that Mr. Malfoy Sr. had almost single-handedly orchestrated Dumbledore's removal from power. But Itakuya couldn't understand why, if Mr. Malfoy had succeeded, he would eagerly come to mock Dumbledore. Yet now that Dumbledore was securely seated in the headmaster's chair, why would Mr. Malfoy deliberately seek discomfort? With no classes in the morning, the two planned to meet Mr. Malfoy after breakfast. Itakuya intended to go directly, but Draco, for some inexplicable reason, insisted she go back and dress up properly first. Itakuya, am I going to see the Emperor? Should I bathe in incense and pray devoutly 3 days in advance? She muttered. This is the first time my father has said he wants to see you. It's not an official meeting, but it already shows he acknowledges. Draco emphasized. Acknowledges what? Itakuya asked. Anyway, it's just. Draco evaded vaguely. I think you should change your hair ribbon. Itakuya shook her head in resistance. She had just endured Pansy's ministrations. Draco had specially requested Pansy to help Itakuya dress up, as he didn't trust Itakuya's own taste. With little time and no preparation, Pansy could only manage a simple touch-up, shaping Itakuya's eyebrows, applying lipstick, drawing a subtle inner eyeliner, and spritz. Luckily you have good skin. This isn't a formal ball, so no need for too much effort, Pansy said. You call this not much effort? Itakuya was astonished. It's just my daily routine, Pansy replied, matter-of-factly nodding. Itakuya looked at her with newfound respect, thinking Pansy was truly a formidable. Don't even think about it. My hair barely survived Pansy's hands. Itakuya refused Draco's request. Pansy also thought Itakuya's long black hair would suit braids or being left loose, but Itakuya, for convenience, usually tied it into a simple ponytail with a ribbon. Seeing Draco's reluctant expression, Itakuya waved her hand and shrugged. If you're not satisfied, why don't you tie my hair yourself? Draco glanced at Itakuya's thick long hair, and his neck and ears turned red, apparently lost in some fantasy. Itakuya had inherited half of Snape's complexion. Her skin was fair, but with a warm undertone. Draco, however, was like a patch of cloud on the horizon. Classic, cool-toned pale skin. Sometimes Itakuya could even see his veins through his skin. This made Draco's blushes extremely conspicuous. At that moment his entire neck was a faint pink. Itakuya thought he looks like a blazing sunset cloud. The two had dawdled so long in the Slytherin common room that by the time they reached the meeting spot, Mr. Malfoy Sr. greeted them with a sharp glare. Father, Draco, punctuality is a basic tenet of a gentleman, Mr. Malfoy said, chiding his son with measured severity. Yes, I'm sorry, Father. Draco lowered his head. Seeming to realize there was an outsider present, Mr. Malfoy said no more and slowly turned his gaze to Itakuya. Miss Snape, I heard from Draco that you were ill recently, quite seriously. Yes, but it's nothing now. It happened because I was careless, Itakuya replied, nodding with polite social grace. Itakuya wasn't sick at all. It was Potter and that black diary. Itakuya was cursed, Draco muttered discontentedly. Oh, Mr. Malfoy's interest was clearly piqued. It's nothing. I just accidentally touched something I shouldn't have and the magic on it attacked me, Itakuya said, stopping Draco from continuing. The foolish boy still didn't know that damn diary contained Voldemort's soul. Mr. Malfoy nodded knowingly, then like a conscientious elder inquired about their recent life at school. and offered targeted advice. Muggle studies is a foolish subject best avoided. Although most people lack talent in divination, I suggest you give it a try. History of magic is indeed of little practical use, but for a noble being able to cite past events and figures in conversation is necessary. It reflects one's erudition. If Miss Snape finds it challenging, feel free to consult Draco. He has been reading books on the history of magic since he was 5. As for potions and charms, I'm delighted that you both excel in those subjects. Draco treated Mr. Malfoy's words as gospel while Itakuya remained indifferent. She didn't really care about grades or which courses to take next semester. Besides, she had already entrusted Snape with her entire course selection application. More than all that, Itakuya was more interested in whether Mr. Malfoy had brought any of Mrs. Malfoy's homemade cupcakes. Mr. Malfoy Sr. imparted much of his valuable experience from his own school days to the two small figures, though Itakuya suspected a fair amount of boast. Well, I believe it's time for you both to return, Mr. Malfoy Sr. said, lifting his serpent-headed cane to restrain Draco's hand as he attempted to lead Itakuya. Draco, you go ahead. I have a few words to share with Miss Snape in private. But father. Draco wished to refuse, but dared not provoke his father. He glanced at Itakuya, who gave him a reassuring look. Draco had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Only after Draco had gone did Mr. Malfoy Sr. scrutinize the young girl before him. He had to admit he felt a twinge of envy towards Snape for having acquired such an exceptional daughter by chance. A prodigy in wandless magic, an enchanter of runes, and a genius in potions. Itakuya had perfectly inherited the talents of both her parents. Mr. Malfoy Sr. could foresee that once this girl matured, she would undoubtedly achieve great things. Yet this was not what concerned him most. What he valued was Itakuya's unshakable composure. He had taken over family affairs at a very young age, and by middle age, every gesture and word was steeped in the authority of a patriarch. Not only teenagers, but even his colleagues occasionally feared him. He had just met Harry, the boy who lived the brat who had thwarted his plans. Though outmaneuvered, Mr. Malfoy Sr. could clearly discern the boy's emotions toward him, fear and anger. But Itakuya was different. Mr. Malfoy Sr. could scarcely read the emotions beneath her calm expression. Even under his scrutinizing gaze, she met his eyes with a composed, faint smile. Neither servile nor arrogant, she did not intimidate, yet she inspired vigilance. If only Draco could be like this girl. Keen intellect, exceptional emotional intelligence, graceful demeanor, and steady composure. She was the perfect candidate for an heir. Mr. Malfoy Sr. could not help but feel relieved that a certain family had fallen to, otherwise this Miss Snape would have posed a considerable threat. With this thought, Mr. Malfoy Sr. ventured tentatively, Miss Snape, I hear your mother left you in a Muggle orphanage, and then departed. Itakuya nodded calmly, and Mr. Malfoy Sr. saw no trace of superfluous emotion in her eyes. She didn't wish to remain in Britain, so she went abroad. As for where exactly, I cannot say. What a pitiable plight, my dear young lady, Mr. Malfoy Sr. remarked. Did you not attempt to seek refuge with your mother's relatives, eh? Itakuya finally understood why Mr. Malfoy Sr. had kept her behind. She chuckled softly. How fortuitous, just as she was pondering how to ensnare the Malfoys. They're all dead, are they not? I assumed Mr. Malfoy was aware of that. Mr. Malfoy Sr. paused, then raised an eyebrow with a smile. It seems the clever young lady requires no hints from me to understand her own lineage. Indeed. My mother told me after one of her drunken episodes. The child of a former Death Eater and a Glocky. An intriguing combination, is it not? Itakuya delivered another bombshell. This time Mr. Malfoy Sr.'s elegant facade cracked slightly. She told you even that. That woman is utterly foolish. Unable to control her heart or her tongue, Itakuya said, her tone devoid of affection for this mother, even cold. Since we have come this far, sir, I have a question I wish to ask you. Yes, Miss Snape, please do. Itakuya's gaze was as calm as if she were discussing everyday matters. I wish to know if I have the right to inherit Glocky's estate, bypassing my mother. Itakuya's mother, Theanthea Ian, should actually be called Theanthea Glocky. Ian was her mother's maiden surname. Theanthea was an illegitimate child born to the Glocky patriarch and his mistress. Because the mistress had captured the patriarch's heart completely, even after bearing Theanthea, left her unable to have more children, the Glocky patriarch was willing to keep mother and daughter in a gilded cage, visiting them often. Yet the pair could never be seen in public, and few knew of this secret. Mr. Malfoy Sr. had learned of it by chance. Not even Snape nor Voldemort himself was aware. Mr. Malfoy Sr. had remained silent on the matter. Later Voldemort rose, and the entire wizarding world bowed to his tyranny. The first family he annihilated after gaining sufficient power and influence was the Glocky family. No one knew why the Dark Lord had suddenly targeted the Glockys, who lived quietly in the west of England. All that was known was that the Glocky family repeatedly and unequivocally refused to pledge allegiance to Voldemort, enraging him. On a snowy night, he slaughtered every member of the Glocky family and burned Glocky Manor to the ground. Only Theanthea escaped, having taken her mother's surname and been studying abroad at the time. In truth, her mother, the Glocky Patriarch's mistress, had also remained undiscovered. But that lady had genuinely loved the Patriarch. They had been childhood sweethearts reduced to commoners only after her family fell from grace. Upon learning of the Patriarch's death, the mistress took her own life the very next day. By the time Thianthea returned to Britain, she was an orphan. Itakuya had known of her origins from a very young age. Though Glocky Manor was destroyed, the family had amassed centuries of wealth. Most of it had been plundered by others. For instance, the birthday gift Draco had given Itakuya was once a Glocky treasure. Yet some of the Glocky family's possessions had been sealed away. Those items were so tainted with dark magic that even the Dark Lord preferred not to meddle with them. Now they lay quietly entombed somewhere in the Ministry of Magic. When you come of age, if you wish, the Ministry will acknowledge you as the heir out of respect for Snape and Hogwarts. Mr. Malfoy Sr. said. Itakuya nodded. That aligned with her expectations. Being recognized as the heir was one matter, being recognized, and then having the Glocky estate returned was, even knowing those items were tainted, those in power were reluctant to relinquish what they had swallowed. Unless Itakuya's standing in the wizarding world became so formidable that the Ministry had no choice but to take her seriously. Itakuya had not originally been in such a hurry, but 2 consecutive years of turmoil at Hogwarts forewarned her of one thing: the Dark Lord might return sooner than she had anticipated. Indeed, Itakuya had understood from the very beginning that the one who could single-handedly obliterate the Glocky family would not vanish so easily. Thus Itakuya had no choice but to take precautions ahead of time. It seems Miss Snape is not entirely satisfied with this situation. Mr. Malfoy the Elder said. Let me guess, you are contemplating how to reclaim the Grindelwald family's possessions more swiftly. Itakuya smiled. I wouldn't say reclaim. I am merely an inquisitive child harboring an ardent passion for all manner of tomes. The Grindelwald revelations. Mr. Malfoy the Elder understood. I have underestimated your ambition. The Grindelwald revelations was hailed as the most significant legacy of the Grindelwald family. It was said that every Grindelwald must enter the chamber housing this sacred scripture on a specific day each year. After the fall of the Grindelwald family, countless individuals sought to uncover its secrets, yet to those not of Grindelwald blood, it appeared as nothing but blood. At present, this wordless tome was stored within the Ministry of Magic's vaults, and Mr. Malfoy the Elder happened to know its location. In truth, I harbor no great ambition. I merely wish to live peacefully. Itakuya replied. I simply prefer to keep all advantages within my grasp. Oh, forgive my ignorance, Miss Snape. What mortal peril could a 13-year-old child possibly face? Mr. Malfoy the Elder engaged in verbal fencing with her. I truly admire you, Mr. Malfoy, Itakuya said unhurriedly, matching his evasive to navigate chaotic circumstances and precisely discern the path to sustain the Malfoy family's prosperity. This bespeaks the wisdom of a true leader. Itakuya did not explicitly mention Mr. Malfoy the Elder's swift defection and desperate measures after Voldemort's demise. Instead, she employed a more veiled phrasing, allowing mutual understanding without undue awkwardness. Mr. Malfoy the Elder indeed allowed a faint smile. But I am unlike you, lacking such sagacity. Thus I must rely on the power of Grindelwald to grant me a sense of security. Itakuya once again invoked the power of Grindelwald, a mysterious, formidable force the true nature of which remained obscure even to most of the Grindelwald family's descendants. Itakuya understood that Mr. Malfoy the Elder possessed only a fragmentary knowledge of it, yet this was sufficient to pique his interest. Miss Snape, I believe you need not sell yourself short. I perceive in you the same excellent qualities of a merchant as in myself. Mr. Malfoy the Elder paused. You see, a merchant's defining trait is the perpetual pursuit of gain. Itakuya smiled and nodded, signaling her comprehension, while inwardly lamenting the obfuscating nature of their dialogue. Regardless of my future relationship with Draco, he shall always remain my dearest friend. Itakuya made the earnest promise. Having obtained what he sought, Mr. Malfoy the Elder finally nodded with satisfaction. In my view, a clever wife for Draco would be most beneficial. The name of Grindelwald shall only add luster to the Malfoy legacy. Mr. Malfoy the Elder explicitly stated his condition: should Itakuya wish to marry into the Malfoy family, her name must at least bear the 3 characters of Grindelwald. Itakuya inwardly rolled her eyes with indifference. Draco and his father were cut from the same cloth of arrogance. She had yet to decide whether to tether her entire life to Draco. Her sole aim was to ensnare Draco within Hogwarts halls one day in the future. What she coveted was Draco's face, not the Malfoy name. Thank you for your recognition. If Draco inherits your handsomeness when he grows up, I shall consider it. Itakuya replied with neither haughtiness nor humility. Mr. Malfoy the Elder was amused. It seems Draco was right that you have taken a fancy to his looks. Yes, he is quite handsome. Itakuya admitted honestly. Then, Miss Snape, I formally invite you to Malfoy Manor this summer. Perhaps that day you shall receive the gift you desire. Mr. Malfoy the Elder bowed with gentlemanly grace. Draco will apprise you of the specifics. I have business at the Ministry. I hope to see you at Malfoy Manor, Miss Snape. Yes, I look forward to it as well, Mr. Malfoy. Itakuya watched Mr. Malfoy the elder depart. She breathed a sigh of relief. Such scheming social intercourse was indeed mentally exhausting. Itakuya intended to find a place to unwind only to encounter Draco around a corner. Draco, have you been waiting for me? Itakuya surveyed the area, ensuring Draco's position afforded him no chance to overhear before relaxing. Itakuya, what did my father say to you? You talked for so long. Itakuya yawned. Nothing much. Your father invited me to Malfoy Manor this summer. What? Father truly invited you to Malfoy Manor? Draco asked excitedly. Yes. I'm so sleepy. Let's go sit by the Black Lake for a while. Itakuya deftly steered Draco away. What else did father say? Did he truly invite you, and not in my mother's name? Draco persisted. Yes. It was Mr. Malfoy the Elder in his own name. Upon receiving the affirmative, Draco grew increasingly elated. He was led bewildered by Itakuya to the Black Lake's shore, only snapping back to reality when a dense esoteric textbook was thrust into his hands. Itakuya, you're trying to trick me into reading aloud to you again. Ever since Itakuya had been lulled to sleep by Draco's voice in the hospital wing, she discovered the charm of his voice during his changing voice period and contrived ways to trick him into reading to her. You always fall asleep this way. What do you take me for? An old crone telling bedtime stories? Draco grumbled reluctantly. Not this time, I swear, Itakuya said dismissively. No. Draco had clearly seen through Itakuya's scheme. A master of human nature, he understood that granting and withholding in turns was the key to ensnaring another. Draco, that's how my father taught me, convinced. Lucius, I meant for you to win over allies, not a partner. Itakuya tried a few more sweet words, but Draco remained adamant. Itakuya, strange. A few sweet words used to work. Why not this time? Itakuya's rebellious spirit was provoked by Draco's smug expression. Seeing no one around, she kicked off her shoes and pulled out her hair ribbon, transforming in the moment Draco was distracted. This time Itakuya did not become a three-turtle adult dragon, but a tiny dragon no larger than a kitten. The juvenile dragon was a perfect miniature of the adult form, blinking its large dark violet eyes at Draco. Draco gazed at Itakuya in astonishment. He had not expected her to shrink so dramatically, far exceeding the limits of an animagus. Itakuya, are you truly human? Draco could not help asking. Itakuya rolled her round, deep purple eyes. She had been human at birth, of course. But the extra heart and blood within her body had transformed her into a being neither human nor ghost. Perhaps the reason she could assume the form of a magical creature as an animagus. Perhaps Itakuya speculated inwardly. In this regard, including all her talents, they were legacies left by another. Even she herself was utterly baffled by the underlying reasons. Itakuya. Draco called her name softly. Itakuya snapped back to attention, her tiny paws pressing on the book, her expression clearly saying, read it to me, or it'll change back. How could a dragon-loving youth refuse the plea of a baby dragon? Draco surrendered instantly. Draco, I was caught off guard. Half an hour later, Itakuya, now transformed into a young dragon, lay contentedly asleep on young Master Malfoy's robes with a humanoid reading machine diligently reciting texts beside her. Draco's voice gradually faded as he quietly set down the book, listening helplessly to Itakuya's sleeping breaths. When a witch or wizard becomes an animagus, they often retain habits from their animal form. Now Itakuya had curled herself into a ball, using her long tail as a pillow beneath her head. Draco returned and meticulously searched through all records of dragons. Itakuya's animagus form did not belong to any known species of dragon. This was extraordinary, meaning Itakuya had once encountered an ancient dragon never before recorded. Such a phenomenon was almost inconceivable in the wizarding world, yet it had blatantly occurred in a girl raised in the Muggle world. As the heir to the Malfoy name, Draco naturally understood that Itakuya's past was far from as simple as she claimed. But ever since the incident at the Lion's House, this young heir had learned to respect other secrets. Itakuya did not speak of it, and he would not pry. Draco, have you seen Ida? Speak of the devil. Hermione's voice rang out from behind. Draco turned to see, sure enough, the two foolish lions trailing behind her. Couldn't his godfather have delayed brewing the antidote for that lion? Draco subtly pulled the still sleeping little dragon closer into his arms, covering her with, I don't know. She's not with me, Draco said coldly. Oh, I didn't see her in the library. I thought she'd be with you, Hermione said, puzzled. She's never anywhere but the library, or by your side, or Professor Snape's. Perhaps she fell asleep there, Draco replied with uncharacteristic patience. Maybe. If you see her, tell her I'm fine now, Hermione nodded. Hiss. Draco suddenly yelped in pain, glaring helplessly and angrily into his arms. Itakuya had woken the moment Hermione rushed over to speak. Instead of thanking Draco for hiding her in time, she mischievously extended her claws toward his stomach. Draco, what's in your robes? Ron seemed to spot something moving beneath Draco's black robes, and yelped. Nothing. Mind your own business, Weasley, Draco said stiffly with haughty pride. Itakuya wrapped her tail around his waist and scratched his belly with her sharp claws. This wicked little dragon. Draco roared inwardly. But you look off, Harry said, suspiciously, still on edge after the recent great battle. Stay away from me, St. Potter. You're not qualified to lecture me. Draco growled in displeasure, then slapped his chest. Startled by the sudden slap, Itakuya's tail loosened, and the slender black appendage slipped from his robes, exposed to everyone's view. A snake. It's a snake. Ron shrieked. Having just battled the great serpent in the chamber, the mere sight of something black and scaled triggered their PTSD. Malfoy, are you secretly keeping a snake? Since when? Harry asked. None of your business, Draco said frantically, covering Itakuya's tail with his robes. Itakuya, however, remained calm, cooperating with Draco. In her view, the worst outcome was being discovered as an animagus by Hermione and the others. But that calm quickly evaporated as she heard Snape's voice behind them. What are you doing? Snape reeked of potions, having spent days brewing antidotes for the petrified. Stepping out for a break, he unexpectedly found Harry, the two others, and Draco. Initially, he approached out of sheer interest in deducting points from Gryffindor. Professor Draco's hiding a snake in his robes, Ron protested. I just suddenly wanted a pet. Draco explained frantically. Keeping a snake. Very Slytherin, Ron taunted. Draco, take out what's in your robes. Mr. Weasley, insulting Slytherin costs 5 points, Snape commanded. No, Godfather, it's really nothing, Draco stammered, only heightening Snape's suspicion. Snape, wasting no words, used wandless magic to pull aside Draco's. Then before anyone could react, a black shadow shot out, attempting to flee toward the forbidden forest. But Snape, quick as lightning, caught it by the neck. Itakuya curled her limbs, staring back at Snape with her violet glass eyes. Itakuya thought, oh no, I've been caught. Merlin's beard, it's a dragon. Hermione gasped. That's right. My father gave it to me. Emma Malfoy, what's wrong with raising a dragon? Draco tried to cover for Itakuya. Is that so? This is your dragon. Snape sneered, staring at Itakuya. Itakuya chose the latter between telling the truth and admitting it. Maybe Snape won't recognize me. Snape scoffed. Since that's the case, Mr. Malfoy, dragons are not on the Hogwarts pet list. Your pet is confiscated. Itakuya. She struggled fiercely, trying to escape Snape's grasp, but he held her firmly by the scruff. She tried to signal Draco with her eyes for help, but he was equally helpless. Itakuya thought him done for. Snape simply tossed her onto the desk in his office, the one that belonged to her. Itakuya hesitated for a moment, still convinced Snape couldn't possibly be powerful enough to see through an animagus. So she played the innocent, naive animal, tilting her head and blinking at him. She tried to soften the old bat's heart with her adorable appearance. But Snape wasn't fooled. He used his wand to open the potion case she had given him and pulled out in her dragon form. Itakuya's sense of smell was dozens of times sharper. She immediately recognized it as Veritaserum. Itakuya thought, is this real? Seeing her identity about to be exposed, Itakuya certainly didn't dare let Snape waste an entire potion. She jumped off the desk and obediently transformed. I'm sorry, Dad. Itakuya admitted defeat meekly. Clean yourself up and starting tonight come here every evening to process ingredients, Snape said disdainfully, eyeing her bare feet. Itakuya felt she had never been so humiliated. She cast a Confundus charm on herself all the way and fled back to the Slytherin common room in a fluster. The final stretch of the term was spent in agonizing torment within Snape's office. It wasn't just Itakuya, even Draco was punished by Snape. The two of them labored from processing slugs to toad eggs, and additionally, penned 3 essays before they could barely appease the displeasure of the Dungeon Serpent King. All students were required to take the Hogwarts Express home, including Itakuya. Hours later, Itakuya encountered Snape at the train station, who was there to pick her up. The two of them exchanged an awkward gaze amidst the scene of parents and children embracing warmly. Itakuya, well, this is rather speechless. At that moment, Harry was consulting her for more tips on dealing with his uncle. The essence of tactics lies in quality over quantity. Given your abilities, the magic trick approach serves you well. Itakuya replied. Snape stood at the edge of the station, and seeing her crowded among the disembarking students, he retreated even further away. But my uncle found the packaging of my magic tricks hidden under my bed while I was at school, Harry complained. Itakuya. Can't this child even cover his tracks? Itakuya cast a pitying glance at Harry. Child, I advise you to view your aunt and uncle's family with gratitude. After all, with your intelligence, if they were to send you to an orphanage, you'd be lucky to survive 3 days. Harry. Itakuya couldn't bear to see the dejection in Harry's eyes. After all, he was her first friend. She pulled a key from her clothing and disclosed an address to Harry. A Christmas gift from my father. If things truly go south, you can take refuge there, 1 galleon a week. With that, Itakuya tossed the key into Harry's arms, waved, and followed Snape away. Life in Spinner's End was almost indistinguishable from the previous year, except that the communication between Itakuya and Snape increased slightly, and Itakuya became more brazen in wasting Snape's potions. Draco hadn't been at Malfoy Manor for more than a few days before he eagerly came to stay at Spinner's End. On the day of Draco's arrival, Itakuya half suspected he intended to marry her into Spinner's End, who in their right mind would bring 5 full trunks of luggage plus a house elf. However, Snape remained perfectly composed. This was Draco's annual routine. Tisk tisk, truly the pampered young master, Itakuya remarked, perched on the coffee table to watch the spectacle. Itakuya, Draco growled, not daring to be insolent before his godfather. In just 2 or 3 weeks apart, Draco had grown a bit taller. Itakuya suspected he was a chive sprout in his past life. What's this? Unfazed by Draco's threatening glare, Itakuya pointed at a certain lace-trimmed women's trunk in puzzlement. Dresses and jewelry my mother prepared for you, Draco replied. To be fair, Narcissa was an exceptionally considerate elder. She guessed that Snape wouldn't bother with Itakuya's attire, so she specially prepared expensive dresses and jewelry to ensure Itakuya could visit Malfoy Manor with greater propriety. The elf she sent was even the same one that had previously attended to Itakuya's dressing. Itakuya's interest peaked instantly as she hugged the trunk and opened it right in front of the two men. A red and pale yellow dress with its multicolored gems and embroidery on the hem nearly blinded Itakuya with its brilliance. Itakuya inspected them one by one. The intricate design and layers upon layers of skirt seemed to repeatedly assert to everyone, I am expensive. Truly the Malfoy's classic Rococo style, Itakuya muttered, her eye twitching. She wondered what image she held in Lady Malfoy's mind. Look at these bows and white lace. Was Lady Malfoy playing dress-up with a doll? You know, Rococo style? Draco was somewhat surprised that Itakuya was familiar with evening gown styles. It's all right, Itakuya replied casually. Learned it at the orphanage. That old pervert Saint Cyr spared no effort in packaging his goods. Setting aside the courtly gown ornate enough for a coronation, Itakuya discovered that Lady Malfoy had prepared 3 dresses of different styles for her. One extravagant, one dignified, and one simple and understated. Even the matching accessories were prepared according to the corresponding styles. Itakuya couldn't help but admire Lady Malfoy's thoroughness. Who is Saint Cyr? Snape had been sitting in his chair reading all along, remaining silent to the point that both Draco and Itakuya had nearly forgotten his presence. Itakuya was intently choosing between the latter 2 dresses. Itakuya, what to do, they're both so beautiful. The head of the orphanage I stayed at before. He made a living by grooming young children as mistresses for local wealthy merchants. The entire orphanage was his warehouse. Draco was both shocked and furious. What? How dare that lowly muggle? Startled by Draco's shriek, Itakuya nearly dropped the pearl necklace in her hand, staring blankly at the 2 other men in the room. Snape and Draco, one older and one younger, both fixed their eyes on her in silence, clearly angered by her recent words. Well, actually it's nothing, Itakuya said with an awkward smile. I learned wandless magic at a very young age, so the muggles could hardly bully me. Itakuya tried to prove her strength. It was those people who should be afraid of me. Once I replaced Saint Cyr's wine with Veritaserum, and he confessed his love to the mayor's daughter right in front of the mayor. Haha, his daughter was only 6. The mayor's face turned green with rage. Draco. Snape. Realizing she had misspoken, Itakuya obediently fell silent and focused on choosing her dress. In the end, Itakuya selected the simplest one. The dress itself was made of red silk satin, so even without the embellishment of gems and lace like the other 2, it didn't appear plain, instead it highlighted the luster of the fabric itself. Adhering to the principle of wearing new clothes immediately, Itakuya carried her prized choice upstairs, completely forgetting that she had left the dresses and jewelry strewn all over the sofa, while the book and pile of metal blocks she had been reading were carelessly discarded on the floor. She left behind a mess and a dumbfounded Draco. Draco stole a glance at Snape, hardly believing that Snape would tolerate Itakuya, turning the living room into something that looked like it had been ransacked by bandits. Seizing the moment while Snape said nothing, he secretly cast a cleaning charm. Itakuya was quite satisfied with the dress gifted by Mrs. Malfoy. The next morning, she eagerly followed Draco to Malfoy Manor. Headmistress Saint Cyr always spared no effort in aristocratic education courses. Wealthy merchants were never content with their canaries possessing merely a beautiful appearance. They preferred cost-effective vases who were well-read, refined, and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Itakuya was fortunate enough to experience aristocratic education for a time. With her excellent memory and quick learning, she stood out among her peers. Thus, although Itakuya disliked flashy and impractical aristocratic etiquette, she could still temporarily act like a proper lady if she wished. It was only after arriving at Hogwarts that she began to let herself go. When Itakuya braided her own hair, dressed elegantly, and appeared with Draco at Malfoy Manor, Draco felt she might have a split personality. Itakuya wore a red gown adorned with a complete set of diamond jewelry. She pinned up her hair, revealing her slender, delicate neck. With flawless poise and a graceful, elegant smile, she completely captivated Narcissa's heart. Before Narcissa, Itakuya behaved like a pampered young lady from a noble family, a stark contrast to her usual self, casually tying her hair back, hugging a book, and sitting cross-legged by the coffee table. Ida, I'm truly delighted you chose this dress, Narcissa praised. Your tea is impeccable as well. Thank you for your compliment, Mrs. Malfoy. I also can't stop thinking about your desserts. Itakuya smiled sweetly. What a sweet-tongued child. Lucius is still at the Ministry of Magic. He won't be back for a while. He mentioned this morning that he wanted to see you, Narcissa said. Of course he wants to see me, that's exactly why I came here, Itakuya thought to herself. Itakuya inwardly complained, but immediately put on a flattered expression. Don't be nervous, child, Narcissa comforted considerately. There's still time. Why not let Draco show you around Malfoy Manor? Really? I'd love to, Itakuya nodded. Draco, take good care of Miss Snape. Yes, mother. With the hostess' permission, Itakuya followed Draco out of the front hall, taking a path into the Malfoy Manor gardens. Seeing no one around, Itakuya dropped her act, sitting on the edge of a flower bed and rubbing her face. Draco, you have no idea my face was frozen from smiling just now. I thought you'd keep it up until we got back to Godfather's house, Draco teased, crossing his arms. Why didn't you help me? Didn't you see your mother and I were running out of things to say? Itakuya kicked Draco. I thought you looked rather nice smiling just now. The Malfoy gardens were laid out in a tasteful tiered design, and Draco spared no effort in boasting about the Malfoy. This is a rare orchid from the east. My father bought it at an auction. Someone else wanted it that day, but they backed off when they heard the name Malfoy. To make it bloom its best, father specially hired a potioneer to prepare a nutrient potion for it. Itakuya thought even a flower gets its own personal potioneer. Itakuya listened as Draco introduced everything from the plants to the statues, and even the paving stones. The only message she gleaned was the Malfoys are really, really rich. But soon the true master of Malfoy Manor interrupted Draco's chatter. Draco, while introducing Malfoy Manor to a guest, is important. Tiring a delicate lady is hardly considerate. Itakuya, the delicate lady who could knock Dudley Dursley flat with one punch. Lucius had just returned and came straight to where Draco and Itakuya were. He leaned on his serpent-headed cane, a smile that didn't reach his eyes on his face. Father, Mr. Malfoy, Narcissa is preparing dinner for you both. Draco, why don't you go help your mother? Yes, father. Lucius sent Draco away and personally led Itakuya into his study. As expected of the Malfoy patriarch's study, it was almost as large as the living room at Spinner's End. Itakuya now deeply understood why Draco always had to bring piles of luggage whenever he came for a short stay. Miss Snape, this is what you requested. Lucius got straight to the point upon entering the room. He took a small palm-sized book from his robes. The book was deep crimson all over with nothing else on its cover except the large words, The Revelations of Glocky. Lucius did not touch the object directly, he controlled it with a levitation charm. It was common knowledge among all wizards one must not touch anything from the Glocky family directly, or else misfortune would follow. Itakuya took the book directly with her hands. On the title page a line of small text was written in enchanted runes, The Revelations of Glocky Volume 11. Itakuya did not avoid Lucius' gaze. She openly flipped to the main text in front of him. The entire book was written in enchanted runes invisible to anyone except specific wizards. This was the simplest and most effective security measure of the Glocky family. Apart from the descendants who carried Glocky blood, no one else in all of England could see the contents. The principle was quite simple, but everyone was so intimidated by the mystery of the Glocky family that they assumed a specific ritual was needed to make the text appear. In reality, the words were simply right there before one's eyes. Itakuya randomly flipped through a couple of pages. The content was largely the same as what she remembered. She wasn't particularly interested in the content anyway. She just wanted to prove one thing, that enchanted runes were actually an ancient language. Or rather, it was the language of the old gods. And what people called enchanted runes was actually a way to temporarily borrow the power of the old gods by writing in their language. After flipping through it a couple more times, Itakuya lost interest in reading further. She had no desire to engage with the mad thoughts of the Glocky lunatics. Out of the corner of her eye, Itakuya caught Lucius' probing and curious gaze. Alright, now, let me verify a little secret on the side. Itakuya closed the book and felt for a recess on the cover. She borrowed a small knife from Lucius' desk, cut a 5-centimeter gash in her palm, and let her blood drip into the groove. Then the revelations of Glocky began to flicker with a black light, continuously absorbing Itakuya's blood. She closed her eyes and uttered an ancient guttural incantation. Lucius watched Itakuya intently, his expression one of I knew it. He tried to memorize the words Itakuya spoke, but the syllables seemed enchanted, refusing to stay in his mind. A few minutes later, Itakuya stopped. The revelations had turned completely black. She glanced at Lucius' grave expression and inwardly mused that the elder Mr. Malfoy was just as easy to fool as his son. If Lucius could understand enchanted runes, he would realize that Itakuya was putting on an act. What she had just said translated was, this man before me is indeed handsome, but he's middle-aged and severely balding. I hope his son can hold on to that golden hair of his, or else he'll truly be heartbroken. As for the book turning black, that was merely a necessary step in Glocky's summoning of the eldritch deity. Any living creature's blood would suffice. Even if she slaughtered a pig and let its blood flow, the result would be the same. Unfortunately, the magical world's misunderstanding of Glocky ran so deep that no one had ever dared to try. Itakuya committed to the performance fully. She pretended to open the book once more, as if glimpsing some earth-shattering secret, furrowing her brow in contemplation. In truth, the content within the book had not changed at all, only the pages had shifted from red to black. Lucius craned his neck to look, but all he saw was a void of black emptiness. What do you see? Lucius asked. Itakuya shook her head. That woman didn't teach me many of Glocky's secret words. I can barely recognize a few syllables, but they don't form any coherent sentence. I cannot grasp the meaning within. Lucius nodded. This aligned with his expectations. If the young girl before him could instantly comprehend the entirety of the Glocky revelation, he would have grown with. That's only natural. You never truly grew up in the Glocky family. Lucius took out paper and a quill from his side, offering his suggestion with amiability. Miss Snape, why not write down what you see? Perhaps one day you will decipher Glocky's secret language. Itakuya was speechless. Lucius was indeed an old fox who had lived long. He had risked stealing this object from ministry surveillance, not merely to secure a future promise from Itakuya. He also coveted the secrets of Glocky's power. You make a valid point, Mr. Malfoy. Itakuya accepted the paper and quill. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to copy the contents of the Glocky Revelations title page. What was written there were Glocky's proselytizing words for self-brainwashing, profoundly cryptic, yet utterly devoid of practical value. Naturally, Itakuya wrote them using enchanted runes. Enchanted runes only possess their unique efficacy when inscribed with magical power. Written with ordinary ink, they were merely a jumble of arcane scribbles visible to anyone. Itakuya had copied only 2.5 lines when the pages of the Glocky Revelation turned from black back to red. This was because the amount of blood just offered had been too meager. To keep it black permanently, one would truly need to slaughter a pig and hang it above the revelation to bleed. However, this did not affect the content of the title page. Itakuya feigned regret as she set down the quill, shaking her head at Lucius. It seems the ritual's time is up. With my current ability, I can only sustain this for so long. I feel my magical power has been drained, or it will likely take several days to recover. Thus spoke Itakuya, who aside from losing a bit of blood was perfectly fine and whose wound was about to heal, if not bandaged, wearing an expression of grievance and helplessness. Oh, don't rush, Miss Snape. You may take your time. Lucius nodded. You may come see it here before school starts. You are always welcome at Malfoy Manor. I'll have Narcissa prepare your favorite pastries. All right. Itakuya nodded obediently. She tore off the note she had written and took it with her, and Lucius did not stop her. The head of the Malfoy family had countless ways to secretly replicate the contents of the note. It was an exchange where both parties believed they had deceived the other. Itakuya bid Lucius farewell and left the study. She cast a meaningful glance at the closed. Lucius had other reasons for believing all this so readily. He had witnessed other members of the Glocky family performing the same act. Back then, Glocky's resistance against Voldemort was fierce. When Voldemort surrounded the Glocky estate, all the Glockies stood in a circle, each holding a copy of the Glocky Revelation. They let their blood drip onto the revelations, and a strange black mist permeated the surroundings. This was Glocky's final secret art, a massive sacrifice to usher their pursued Old One into the world. But it did not succeed. Voldemort instinctively sensed danger and preempted the ritual, taking all their lives with the killing curse. That ritual involved everyone bearing the surname Glocky regardless of age or gender. Their families had already taken their own lives beforehand. Thus, even Voldemort could not find a single subject for legitimacy. In his fury, he burned down the Glocky estate. The secret that the Glocky Revelation turned black upon contact with Glocky blood was known only to those who had witnessed Glocky's downfall. Apart from Voldemort himself, his Death Eater inner circle had also been present. That Lucius was no stranger to this event meant he had been there that day. Perhaps his hands were also stained with the blood of Itakuya's biological relatives. But so what? Itakuya healed herself with a spell, watching the wound on her hand disappear at a visible rate. If she could return to the time when Voldemort massacred the Glocky, she would not stop him. Instead, she would urge him to finish off any survivors as well. Itakuya took her leave after dinner at Malfoy Manor. Draco returned with her to Spinner's, and he was supposed to stay at his godfather's for about 2 weeks, but only a couple of days had passed. Itakuya felt that Draco truly ought to visit Spinner's, and more often. With Draco around, Snape's dissatisfaction and disdain were diverted away from her. Draco, has your head been stuffed with Snargaluff pods? Why did you mix up the stirring order? I'm sorry, Godfather. Draco apologized, blushing. At such moments, Itakuya gloated from the sidelines. You find this amusing, Itakuya? Snape shot her a glare. I assume you haven't forgotten the preciousness of dragon. Itakuya broke into a sweat. This was already the 3rd batch of dragon blood she had wasted. She couldn't understand why, despite watching Snape clearly when he used it to brew antidotes, her own potions would inexplicably spoil when she tried it herself. It seems you're foolish enough not to know that you must temporarily cease magical output after adding dragon blood. Snape graciously pointed out the key. Itakuya had a sudden epiphany. Or perhaps, Snape sneered, you've been bewitched by the splendor of Malfoy Manor. He was deeply displeased that Itakuya had been frequently accompanying Draco to Malfoy Manor since her first visit a few days ago. Although Itakuya explained it was because she loved Narcissa's dessert, Snape felt it was more accurate to say she had fallen for the dessert named Malfoy. Itakuya thought him innocent. I just went there to copy a book. Itakuya was certain that Snape was absolutely jealous. On the day Draco ended his stay at Spinner's End and moved back to Malfoy Manor, it happened to be the last day Itakuya had agreed with Mr. Malfoy Sr. to copy books. Lucius, believing he had obtained a complete set of notes documenting the secrets of Glocky, was in an exceptionally cheerful mood, even though he could not comprehend a single. For the first time, he took the initiative to engage Itakuya and Draco in casual conversation. The three of them sat in Lucius' study enjoying the pastries Narcissa had personally prepared. Itakuya displayed an astonishing tolerance for Malfoy-style boasting and possessed a masterful skill in flattering the Malfoys, leaving both gentlemen present thoroughly satisfied. As for Itakuya, she took great pleasure in watching the two golden-haired sapphire-eyed gems converse before her. Her covetous desire for the younger of those gems grew with each passing day. After his 14th birthday, Draco shot up like a bamboo shoot after spring rain, shedding his childish shell and developing towards a mature and alluring demeanor. The youthful baby fat had vanished, replaced by chiseled facial contours. His voice resonated like an elegant melody carrying the unique pride of youth. Itakuya, I desperately want to collect him. Itakuya spent such a delightful afternoon at Malfoy Manor that she only realized she had lost track of time upon returning to Spinner's End. I'm sorry, Father, I'm late. Snape was reading by the fireplace. When he saw Itakuya emerge from within, he immediately sneered. It seems Miss Snape is entirely captivated by the Malfoys' wealth and prestige, dreaming of becoming Lady Malfoy. Itakuya touched her nose and confessed frankly, no, I've only ever had my eyes on Draco's face. And his body. Snape? Really, I swear, at least for now, I haven't thought about being Lady Malfoy. I just want to be Draco's girlfriend and win him over. Itakuya tried to prove her virtuous quality of not coveting wealth. You're only 14. Snape slammed his book down, furious at her audacious work. But in 2 years, it'll be of legal marriage age. Besides, didn't you fall for Aunt Lily even earlier? Itakuya retorted softly. She had already figured out Snape's temper and grew bold, knowing he would only punish her with potion ingredients and essays. Snape seethed, gritting his teeth. It seems you've grown so bored that you're digging into your poor father's gossip. As your father, I must remind you that your poor father at least knew not to do anything improper before the age of 16. That's why you never got Aunt Lily. Childhood sweethearts, yet the Potter dad swooped in and stole her. Of course, Itakuya dared only to think this silently. She was certain that if Snape ever found out what she was thinking, she would be sliced up and tossed into a cauldron the very next second. Snape had intended to punish Itakuya with 2 essays, but he had recently realized that this form of punishment was losing its effectiveness against her. Just as he was pondering how to make this troll realize the gravity of her mistake, an owl suddenly burst in and dropped a letter before Snape. Snape had almost no friends. The Malfoy's owls were all oversized, recognizable from 100 meters away. This one was clearly not. After a moment's thought, unable to imagine who would send him a letter, Snape opened it in confusion. It took him a few seconds to comprehend its contents, then he fixed an icy glare on Itakuya. Itakuya felt as though that gaze could bore 2 holes right through her. She took a few imperceptible steps back, frantically racking her brain for what she might have done recently. Itakuya, I should not have done anything wrong, right? So my daughter has set her sights on more than just Draco. How romantic, keeping a lover hidden away like a prized possession. Snape's voice was as venomous as a serpent's. Huh. Itakuya was baffled. She hadn't provoked anyone else besides Draco, had she? Follow me. Snape didn't spare her a glance, drawing his wand and heading out. Itakuya, completely bewildered, obediently followed him as he apparat. A minute later, they arrived before a modest yet elegant manor. Itakuya had no recollection of this place, but she felt the owner had impeccable taste. But what did this prove? Itakuya still couldn't grasp her father's sudden fury. That was until she saw Snape unlock the door with a key and inside the house found Harry in casual clothes. Itakuya, all right, now I understand how I'm going to die. She never imagined Snape would find out she had lent the Christmas gift she received to Harry for lodging. Wait, Snape couldn't have known. It was that letter just now. Merlin, what happened? Harry hadn't expected Professor Snape and Itakuya to appear together. He stared at them blankly. Harry was wearing a black hoodie. In 2 months, he too had grown. His clear, innocent eyes paired with those doe-like emerald orbs evoked a sense of pity. Itakuya suddenly recalled Snape's taunt about keeping a lover. She blurted out inexplicably, truly a rosy-lipped, white-toothed savior. I must say those emerald eyes are really beautiful. Itakuya received another glare from Snape. Itakuya, am just affirming your taste, aren't I? Itakuya didn't know where she found the courage, but she dared to continue joking with Snape, whispering to him, honestly, Father, if you can't stand me clinging to Draco, I wouldn't mind going for Harry now either. Snape was livid. He couldn't bear the thought of his daughter's name ever being paired with Potter. He would rather brew Itakuya into a potion right now to end the threat forever. Professor Snape, Itakuya, Aye. Good evening. Harry, also sensing Snape's terrifying low pressure, stammered out only a greeting. How the great savior has grown so reckless that he used magic to turn his muggle relatives into balloons and hang them in the sky for muggles to see. Snape sneered. And why hide in my daughter's manor? Don't you know the way to Azkaban? Huh. Itakuya was also shocked. She never thought Harry would be so rash as to use magic in front of so many muggles. Harry, have you been possessed by a troll? Itakuya said in exasperation. You said I could come here to hide, Itakuya, Harry retorted. Bro, I said you could come here if you were down on your luck, not if you'd caused trouble. Itakuya gritted her teeth. Why not commit murder and then hide here? Harry was battered and bruised by the combined attack of Itakuya and Snape. He felt that ever since Itakuya and Snape recognized each other, the sharp-tongued bloodline belonging to Snape within her began to awaken gradually. Despite his reluctance, Snape ultimately took Harry in. Dumbledore sent a letter to Snape asking him to temporarily accommodate Harry for a few days before the school year began to ensure his safety. After all, with Sirius just having escaped from prison, Dumbledore feared he might harm Harry. From Itakuya's perspective, based on the events of the previous 2 school years, it was evident that Hogwarts had caused Harry more harm. The poor savior was injured at the end of almost every semester. Snape refused to let anyone bearing the Potter surname step into Spinner's Inn, yet he couldn't leave Harry alone, so he had to take Itakuya to live in Itaka Manor ahead of time. Yes, this was the name of the Christmas gift Snape had given to Itakuya. Itaka Manor leaned towards Edwardian architecture, with all the windows being arched and red brick walls complemented by white columns. There were small gardens at both the front and back, with vibrant greens complementing a subdued deep red. Even though Itakuya was indifferent to matters of food, clothing, and shelter, she was still drawn to the manor. Since Snape learned that he would be Harry's temporary guardian, he had been wearing a grim expression, secluding himself in a room to read. Itakuya knew that seeking out Snape during this time would be akin to courting death, so she followed Harry around, exploring her manor. Itakuya, you have to see this, Harry said. He had arrived 2 days earlier than Itakuya, and on his first day, he was captivated by something in one of the rooms. Harry led Itakuya upstairs. The entire top floor was designed as a large library with exactly 14 shelves filled with books on potions, spells, alchemy, and a small portion of dark magic covering almost all of Itakuya's interests. On the side of the first bookshelf hung a note penned in Snape's elegant handwriting, a birthday gift for Itakuya from ages 1 to 14. Everyone who knew Itakuya was aware that she did not celebrate her birthday, and Draco had been striving to choose a day as her birthday. Even Hermione considered it significant. However, Itakuya herself was indifferent, as she didn't want to waste time on such matters. Since Draco and Hermione could never come to an agreement on the date, this issue kept. She didn't expect that the usually silent Snape would actually take this to heart, and even compensate her for all the previous birthday gifts she had missed. Itakuya felt her eyes welling up. She had a sense of finally settling down after drifting like a floating weed, as if all her grievances from the previous years were filled by the 14 shelves of books in front of her. That's wonderful, Itakuya. I'm truly envious of you, Harry said, genuinely happy for Itakuya. Why don't you pick a few books as a gift for me? Itakuya knew Harry was feeling a bit melancholy, and replied with a smile. Harry shook his head vigorously, not to mention that these were books chosen by Snape. He simply didn't have a great passion for reading. You should save them for Hermione, Harry sincerely suggested. You're right, I should write to Hermione and invite her over. Itakuya thought that if Hermione knew she had an entire floor of books, she would surely go crazy. Harry's Hedwig was arranged to stay in the garden outside the manor, as Snape refused to share space with anything furry. Itakuya wrote a letter, and the two of them tiptoed to the garden to find Hedwig. Itakuya, have you considered what would happen if Snape Professor found out you've invited another Gryffindor? Would he be angry? Harry asked quietly as he watched Hedwig fly away. Itakuya froze. She had forgotten that her father was still around. Managing one Harry was already pushing Snape's limits of patience, and if Hermione, another Gryffindor, was added to the mix, Itakuya wasn't sure if her father would actually slice her into pieces. Moreover, given the solid friendship of Harry's trio, Ron would likely come along with Hermione. If that happened, Snape would directly boil all 4 of them into a potion. Wait, if Draco found out she was now living in the same building as Harry and had invited Hermione and Ron, would he go mad? He probably would. Itakuya felt that writing to invite Hermione was truly not a wise decision. She even thought about transforming into an animagus to I think we can only find a way to calm Dad down before Hermione arrives, Itakuya said with a headache. But Professor Snape gets angry just seeing me. Harry felt Itakuya was being unrealistic. Heaven knows how anxious he felt when he learned he had to spend the rest of his holiday. He even started considering the feasibility of going back to live with his aunt. The two of them sighed together as they looked over the lush grass. Suddenly a few sparrows flew away, followed by the rustling sound of plants being crushed nearby. They focused their gaze and saw something black approaching slowly from afar. Itakuya and Harry immediately drew their wands. That thing seemed to sense something. Upon seeing Itakuya and Harry on guard, it stopped approaching and quietly hid behind a tree. Itakuya, I'm going to check it out. Harry hesitated for a moment, but still bravely approached. He'll go with you, Itakuya nodded. As they got closer, they discovered it was a large black dog, dirty and evidently astray. Harry thought the dog looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen it when he left the Dursley. Itakuya, wait, I think I've seen this dog before. Itakuya felt puzzled and bravely moved closer, crouching in front of the large dog. Seeing that the dog merely stared at her without any signs of aggression or fear, she boldly patted its head. The dog stiffened for a moment and looked at Itakuya with a certain understanding. Itakuya didn't think much about it, assuming the dog had a calm temperament. Don't be silly, Harry. Do you know how far your aunt's house is from here? How could it possibly follow you? Itakuya was lost in petting the dog. Big dogs are so nice, they aren't afraid of people and let you pet them. But I really feel like I've seen it before. Maybe it's a similar breed, Harry said doubtfully as he leaned closer, and the dog immediately abandoned Itakuya to approach Harry in a friendly manner. Hey, that's not fair. I was the one who petted it first, so why is it only being friendly with you? Harry was also taken aback by this sudden display of affection. I don't know, Itakuya replied indignantly as she decided to use food as bait. Harry, wait here, you'll go get something to eat. When Itakuya carefully sneaked meat out of the kitchen without alerting Snape, the large black dog had already vanished. Where's the dog? Itakuya gazed at the empty lawn. It left just a moment ago. Harry replied, also finding it strange. The dog, as if sensing some impending danger, had turned and departed right before Itakuya arrived. It seems you two are having a splendid time enjoying a picnic outdoors. Itakuya and Harry turned to find Snape, who had appeared from nowhere, his face dark with fury, as if he wished to bury the pair right before him. Itakuya. Harry. On the third day of Harry's stay with Snape, Itakuya witnessed Snape's verbal abuse reach new heights. His taunts toward Harry were no longer confined to vivid animal and plant metaphors like leeches, gillyweed, trolls, or slugs. Why didn't you think ahead about what might happen? Are you unaccustomed to the thing attached to your neck? What could possibly stump the future savior? I mean, you even dared to use magic on muggles. I truly hope they'll still see you at Hogwarts, since your poor old professor has no idea how to get to Azkaban. Please be more careful, Mr. Potter. Don't drink your black tea into your brain as you've done before. Otherwise, why would you commit so many foolish acts? Snape's insults possessed a unique, aesthetically pleasing elegance. He delivered his sarcasm lightly, his voice low, yet clear with a rhythmic cadence. Itakuya, elegant, truly elegant. If there was one thing Snape grudgingly approved of regarding Harry, it was his cooking. Harry had handled most of the household chores at the Dursleys, including cooking. His skills were merely average, but unfortunately both Snape and Itakuya were complete novices. Since Harry took over the 3 meals a day, Itakuya felt her quality of life had greatly improved. Before in Spinners, and she and Snape often survived on just 2 slices of bread and ham per meal. Except for the times Draco stayed over, that young master would have meals delivered directly from Malfoy Manor. Harry, honestly, this is the second most sumptuous dinner I've had this holiday, Itakuya remarked. What was the first? Draco's money power. Every meal at the Malfoys feels like I'm eating gold. Snape returned to Hogwarts a few days before term started to prepare, and he remained hostile toward Harry until the day he left Itakuya Manor. Itakuya was genuinely curious about what Harry's father had done to her own father. Hermione wanted to visit the day after receiving the letter, but Snape's expression was so dark he could have deducted all of Gryffindor's points. To avoid trouble in the coming years at Hogwarts, Hermione regretfully gave up. The day after Snape left, Harry was sent to the Ministry of Magic's premises for protection. Itakuya, too lazy to move, stayed alone until school started. Since Snape was still angry, he refused Itakuya's invitation to accompany her on this year's back-to-school shopping. Itakuya had originally planned to go with Draco, but the young master had learned about Harry and was furious that she had lived under the same roof with him for 5 days. Not only did he refuse Itakuya's invitation, but he also unilaterally initiated a 3rd round of Cold War. Itakuya, here we go again. On the Hogwarts Express, Itakuya sat beside Draco, smiling ingratiatingly. Young master, do me a favor, give me some face. I cut this fruit for you myself. Humph. How about a shoulder rub? Humph. Pansy sat opposite, watching them speechlessly. She had intended to discuss their future careers with Itakuya. Pansy, suddenly the future seems unpromising. I finally understand why Goyle and Crabbe insisted on sitting in our compartment. Pansy rolled her eyes, feeling out of place, and left. As the train neared Hogwarts, rain suddenly began to fall, and a chill spread through the compartment. Itakuya stopped what she was doing and looked around in confusion. Itakuya. Draco, sitting by the window, felt the cold seeping in more acutely. Merlin, how could that thing approach the Hogwarts Express? Draco glanced sideways and pulled Itakuya closer. What? Itakuya asked. Dementors, Draco replied, his expression grim. My father told me the Ministry of Magic has made Dementors the guards of Hogwarts to catch them. They've allowed those monsters into Hogwarts. They'll write to my father tonight. This is all Potter's fault. Itakuya knew Draco was talking to mask his fear. She took his hand. Expecto Patronum. A blinding white light burst from Itakuya's wand, and a translucent white dragon materialized in the compartment, filling almost the entire space. It was Itakuya's inimicus form, identical except for its color, the characteristic white glow of a Patronus. It's okay, they can't hurt us. Trust me, Draco. Draco's heart eased, but he still muttered discontentedly. I wasn't scared they'd hurt me. Of course, Mr. Malfoy. I was just showing off my Patronus, Itakuya said with a grin acknowledging his words. Draco's attention shifted as he curiously examined the dragon-shaped light. This is your animagus form. Draco was silent for a moment before finally voicing a long-held curiosity. Itakuya, I've always wanted to ask, what kind of dragon is your animagus? Itakuya smiled. It's not a real dragon. What? Itakuya had only understood after searching through all the dragon records in the Hogwarts library. Her animagus merely looked like a dragon, but was actually a figment of imagination. Like a child fabricating an imaginary companion from things around them, that non-existent black dragon was pieced together by someone using only the elements available in their life. From beginning to end it was all a lie. Once there was someone who said she would protect me, Itakuya said looking out at the pitch-black rain-lashed window. I didn't believe her then, so she lied and claimed she was a dragon, an incredibly powerful one, and I believed her. But in truth, she was just an ordinary person. Itakuya felt a pang of sadness every time she thought of it. She had once believed that person was an ancient dragon, and that she was fortunate to have the protection of but she forgot. That person couldn't even name the dragon's species or habits. Back then Itakuya was too desperate for someone to protect her, so she easily accepted the lie hid behind that person and let them bear all the pain. If she had been braver, would everything have been different? Draco's heart tightened. The girl's eyes were so lonely and desolate, reminding him of the Itakuya in her first year who had locked herself away in a shell. Itakuya. Draco pulled her into his arms. In the dim light of the compartment mingled with the patroness' white glow, they embraced. Itakuya buried her face in his black robes and wept silently. Feeling the damp warmth against his neck, Draco stiffened at first, then like soothing a child, he awkwardly patted her back stroke by stroke. Outside the rain grew fiercer, chilling the air inside. Students in the next compartment chattered in panic about the weather. Voices and rain were isolated in that moment. Itakuya and Draco could only hear each other's heartbeats, like two stars shimmering together in the vast, faint yet powerful. A sudden malfunction of the train shattered their embrace. The carriage jolted once, then came to an abrupt halt as the lights within flickered and died, leaving only the faint silvery glow of Itakuya's Patronus. Seeing the light of the white dragon she had summoned begin to wane, Itakuya cast the Patronus charm once more. This time, instead of a burst of white light from the wand's tip, the entire wand itself shimmered with a pale violet luminescence. Itakuya felt as if she were holding a bolt of lightning in her hand. She released it in pain, her palm burned by the searing heat. Before either of them could react to this sudden change, the Patronus Itakuya had conjured moved on its own. It surged out of the carriage, racing away in another direction. Perplexed, Itakuya leaned out to follow its path. At the carriage door not far from Itakuya and Draco, a massive shadowy figure was struck simultaneously by two beams of white light, one from her Patronus and the other from within that very carriage. In an instant, both the light and the shadow vanished. The person from the other carriage, seemingly surprised that someone else had also used the Patronus charm, leaned out halfway to peer in Itakuya's direction. Itakuya's eyes met his. He was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Then another head emerged from behind him, marked by its distinctive curly hair. It was Hermione. Itakuya waved a distant greeting to Hermione, surmising that they were safe now, and withdrew back into the carriage. Draco asked, "What did you see?" Itakuya replied, "A Dementor entered the Hogwarts Express. My Patronus must have sensed it." "What? That thing got inside?" Draco's face grew stern. Itakuya suspected he would write to his father at any moment. "Someone else cast the Patronus, a middle-aged man. He drove it away, so I think we're safe now." Itakuya sat back down beside Draco. "Oh, he's our new defense against the dark arts professor. I heard my father mention him." Draco pursed his lips. He was a close friend of Potter's father. He added, "I don't understand why Dumbledore won't let my godfather teach this class, when he's more qualified than anyone. Maybe father is already busy enough with potions." Itakuya offered, not entirely convinced. Draco fell silent, taking her right hand and using a spell to heal her wound. "You should get a new wand. Its rejection of you is becoming more pronounced," Draco said with a frown. Since the holiday began, Itakuya had struggled to brew potions with her wand. As their mastery of potions grew, the potions they attempted became more advanced. Itakuya often made mistakes because of her wand. "I know," she said, exasperated. Mr. Ollivander had told her to find something aligned with her own essence. Itakuya had been at a loss until she received Draco's Christmas gift, but she couldn't bear to part with the bracelet, so she kept putting it off. Meanwhile, in a nearby carriage close to Itakuya and Draco's, a truly gifted witch, Remus John Lupin murmured, standing in the corridor and gazing in Itakuya's direction. Opposite him, Harry lay unconscious on a seat, while Hermione and Ron watched over him anxiously. "That's Itakuya, Snape, sir. She's a third-year student like us from Slytherin House," Hermione promptly informed their future professor. "Snape?" Lupin repeated the name in disbelief. "Yes, she's Professor Snape's daughter," Hermione replied. "Snape? He has a daughter." Lupin looked as if he had discovered a new world. No wonder she seemed familiar. At least she didn't inherit her father's oversized nose, he mused, recalling Itakua's features, a high straight bridge with delicate nostrils. A light rain pattered down as night fell like a canopy, starless and moonless. When Draco and Itakua boarded the carriage, several people were already inside. Pansy and Theodore sat on one side while on the other was a blonde girl dressed oddly with slightly protuberant eyes. Pansy was visibly displeased by this unwelcome addition to what should have been a Slytherin exclusive carriage. Hello, you can see them too, can't you? The blonde girl, seemingly oblivious to Pansy's hostile glare, tilted her head gently and spoke to Itakua as she stepped up. Itakua paused and realized she was referring to the Thestrals. She had read about them in her first year and hadn't been overly surprised by them at the start of her second. Yes, I suppose our carriage has the most students who can see Thestrals, Itakua said, feeling a fondness for this peculiar young girl. Itakua Snape. Luna Lovegood's second-year Ravenclaw. Draco maintained his haughty, cold demeanor toward anyone not from Gryffindor. He and Itakua sat between Luna and Pansy. As the carriage began to move, Itakua heard Luna ask, "You're strange, not quite human." "Hey, Ravenclaw." Draco frowned. Itakua gently squeezed Draco's hand, intrigued. "Why do you say that, Luna?" "Your heart, your blood, they're different." "You're a monster," Luna said. "Enough, you crazy girl." "You're the monster," Draco retorted angrily. Itakua was surprised to be so thoroughly seen through by a younger schoolmate. She studied the Ravenclaw closely, noting the clear soul hidden beneath her eccentric attire. "Yes, Luna, I'm amazed you can see through me." "It's nothing. I just looked at the nargles on you," Luna said with a smile. She continued, Itakua, are you really Itakua?" Confused, Itakua hesitated before nodding. But Luna frowned, leaning in close to sniff and examine Itakua like a small animal. Then she shook her head and muttered, "No, you're not Itakua." "Enough, Itakua, why are you bothering with this crazy girl?" Draco's patience had reached its limit. Just then the Thestrals pulled the carriage to their destination, and he tugged Itakua could only let herself be dragged away by Draco. At the opening feast, Draco had heard from someone about Harry fainting due to a Dementor. "So your Patronus went to save St. Potter. Truly a touching display of loyalty." Draco sneered at Itakua. "I swear it only chased after the Dementor. It had nothing to do with Harry." Itakua sighed helplessly. "Really? I think your Patronus was born to protect your dear friend Potter." Draco persisted relentlessly. "How could that be? My Patronus was born to protect the great Master Malfoy. Not just the Patronus, but me as well." Itakua forced a smile. Draco was momentarily appeased by her words, but before the smile could reach his heart, it was interrupted by the tactless Harry. "Itakua, thank you for saving me on the train earlier. You're amazing. You even know the Patronus charm. Can you teach me?" Harry sat right behind Draco and Itakua. "Itakua, dude, you really are." "Oomph," Draco snorted. "Smog, hold my apple. Let's go." Draco abandoned Itakua and left with his little mechanical dragon. Itakua, great, now I have to win him over again. Fortunately, she had already figured out Draco's temperament, and coaxing the young master into a good mood was during divination class. "Welcome, my children. Here you will explore the mysterious art of divination." Professor Trelawney stood in the center of the stuffy, crowded tower classroom. She tried her utmost to appear eccentric and frenzied. Her exaggerated behavior and attire only heightened her already enigmatic image. "This woman doesn't seem quite right." Draco took the teacup Itakua handed him and whispered his complaint. "I really don't know why Father suggested we take her class. Ancient runes sounds far more reliable than this." "Mr. Malfoy must have his reasons," Itakua replied casually. She had little interest in Trelawney's class either. During the holidays, she had secretly tried a few simple divination methods, and was certain she had no talent for prophecy. "Just wait, Itakua. I heard from the older students that this woman predicts a death omen for one student every year," Draco said mysteriously. "But none have ever come true. Let's see who's unlucky this time." Itakua instinctively glanced at Harry, who was sitting with Ron. She had a premonition that this term would be anything but peaceful. Sure enough, halfway through the lesson, Trelawney singled out Harry and delivered her death prophecy. "Ha ha, for once I wish that woman's prophecy would come true," Draco said with glee. Itakua sighed helplessly and exchanged teacups with him, trying to find something among the black tea leaves worth noting in her notes. "You really are entangled with Harry. Why don't you two just get together?" "Don't say such disgusting things, Itakua. I'm going to be sick." Itakua and Draco were laughing and joking, completely unaware that Trelawney had approached. Itakua, the name that cannot be recorded in totems. Trelawney gripped Itakua's shoulders tightly, her entire body trembling, as if she had lost consciousness. "Professor." Itakua was startled, thinking Trelawney might be suffering from some hidden ailment. Trelawney said in a deep voice, "She will leave left behind there. You can only accept the parting. The one who shares everything with you, who shares talent and body with you. She is her, she is Itakua. You are the one who changes everything. There is not just one savior. Harry Potter is the eternal savior." "What?" Itakua felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. She didn't even notice the most crucial line, "There is not just one savior." The first three sentences from Trelawney filled Itakua with immense dread. It was as if a secret long hidden in her heart had been pierced. Itakuya, ignore her. She's just a madwoman. Draco tried to pull Trelawney away. Itakuya seemed terrified by something horrific. Her mouth slightly open, her eyes moist with anxiety. In that instant she was overwhelmed by a strange fright. Was there some detail from that day she had overlooked? Trelawney finally returned to normal. She coughed a few times, looking around in confusion. What's wrong, child? Did I say something? Itakuya snapped back to reality, grabbing Trelawney's arm, her eyes fixed intently on her. Professor, what do you mean by parting? What do you mean she will leave? Hasn't she always been with me? Trelawney shook her head, saying with a meaningful look, Child, I don't know what you're talking about. Itakuya pressed on, but you just said it to me. Do you know something? Did you just make a prophecy about my future? Or was it not a prophecy of the future? What did you see just now, eh? Trelawney freed her arm from Itakuya's grasp. I know nothing, child. The beauty of the future lies in its uncertainty. You must discover it yourself. Trelawney ignored Itakuya and returned to her teaching. Draco pulled Itakuya back to her seat. She unconsciously clenched her hands, her gaze fixed on the floor before her, her brows furrowed. This sudden turn of events dampened everyone's enthusiasm for the class. They all looked at Itakuya, the top student who had been thrown into confusion by Trelawney's inexplicable words. Itakuya, Itakuya. Draco called her name twice, but got no response. He pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. Ida, look at me. It's nothing. Trelawney's prophecies are never accurate. She's just talking nonsense. It's all false. Don't believe it. For the entire lesson, Itakuya was restless. Even when Draco led her to Hagrid's hut for the next class, she followed in a daze. Itakuya knew very well that Trelawney hadn't been speaking idly. She had never told anyone her secret except when the Sorting Hat had read her memories at the start of the school year. But Trelawney had spoken her deepest secret aloud and made a prophecy. She will leave left behind there. You can only accept the parting. Itakuya clutched the place over her heart. Itakuya, I will only sleep. I will sleep within your body. We will never be separated. A promise from her memory overlapped with Trelawney's prophecy. Itakuya didn't know which one to believe. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class was held outside his hut. The students followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Merlin, just because of that woman's few words, you're intimidated by some nonsensical ramblings. Draco frowned as he snatched the Monster Book of Monsters from Itakuya's hands, pulling her along by the arm to prevent her from tripping and falling flat on her face. His belongings were carried by Smog beside him, a palm-sized dragon clutching items dozens of times heavier than itself, struggling to keep up behind the two. Itakuya took a deep breath, barely suppressing the turmoil within her. She felt she had overlooked something crucial. Trust me, Itakuya. Recalling the words that person often said to her, Itakuya exhaled deeply and finally decided to trust the one who had always protected her rather than Trelawney, whom she had just met for the first time. As for Trelawney, perhaps she was truly overthinking it. Just as Draco said, most of the time the woman was merely spouting nonsense. It's nothing, Draco. I was just startled. Itakuya squeezed Draco's hand, offering him a forced smile. They'll write to father tonight. Trelawney is just a madwoman speaking gibberish. Itakuya couldn't help but laugh. All right, Master Malfoy, you've been adding far too many things to your letters lately. Draco shot her a glare. So how did Hagrid say to open this book? Itakuya pointed at her own monster book in Draco's hand, the incessant noise giving her a headache. You really are. Draco sighed, gripping the book with one hand as his slender fingers traced along the spine. Stroke the spine like this. Itakuya watched. Draco's hands were long and large with distinct knuckles and faint veins. On his ring finger rested the Malfoy family ring, signifying his status as heir. Though he was already the sole heir of the Malfoy family, the ring symbolized the formal recognition of his position. Itakuya felt a moment of daze, realizing in that instant that the boy beside her was truly growing up. She couldn't help but wonder what Draco would be like when he became the head of the family. Would he still be as arrogant and obsessed with pranks on Harry? Would he still find joy in a small mechanical toy for so long? Would he still constantly speak of his father? Itakuya didn't know about the future, but she knew that for now Draco certainly did. If this keeps up, the school will be ruined. If my father knew Dumbledore let this fool teach, it would be quite the spectacle. Itakuya watched numbly as Draco once again provoked Harry, who stormed over furiously. Itakuya thought you two should just lock yourselves together seriously. Shut up, Malfoy. Draco swaggered forward, tossing his bag to Itakuya. He stepped out from the crowd like a noble cat, his perfect face brimming with mockery. Itakuya thought, though it's unfair to Harry, I really think Draco has reached a new level of handsomeness. As Draco approached Harry, he pretended to be frightened, pointing behind Harry. Dementors. Itakuya, who had guessed Draco's intentions, helplessly covered her. Harry whirled around, finding nothing behind him, and realized he had been fooled. Furious, he turned back to see Draco laughing with three others wearing black hoods and mimicking Dementors to mock Harry. Itakuya thought, this is strangely adorable. She cast an apologetic glance at Harry, helplessly smiling as she pulled Draco away. You really stay true to yourself. Itakuya fiddled with Draco's hat, laughing. Feeling less gloomy now. Draco raised an eyebrow. Itakuya nodded, standing on tiptoe to ruffle his hair through the hat. Draco, you're adorable. I told you don't describe me with that word. Draco awkwardly dodged his ears beneath the black hat, turning red, as if about to bleed. Tadada, Hagrid proudly introduced the highlight of his lesson, the hippogriff. Draco and Itakuya stood at the back watching Hagrid present his new pet, and then selecting poor Harry as the first guinea pig. Itakuya stared at the creature at the front suddenly, recalling the centaur Firenze, also horse-like. Itakuya, a name that cannot be recorded in the totem. Itakuya frowned, remembering the first line of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. At the time it had felt oddly familiar. But she had been distracted by the subsequent words. Now she realized that Firenze had said the same thing in her first year. Back then, after a fierce battle with the possessed Quirrell, she had collapsed on the ground exhausted, and heard Firenze say, Itakuya. Windwalker. The Great White Silence. Not seen in the totem. Windwalker. White Silence. Not seen in the totem. What did all this signify? Were Firenze and Trelawney speaking of her or of what resided in her heart and blood? What was that thing that had tormented her with years of magical outbursts? Itakuya instinctively felt this was the key to unraveling everything. What had that woman, the mother who gave birth to her, done to her? Itakuya pondered, thinking she should sneak into the forbidden forest sometime, but the forest was vast. How would she find Firenze? You're not dangerous at all, you big, ugly brute. Itakuya's thoughts were interrupted by Draco's furious voice. She followed the sound, and saw Draco had somehow rushed to the front, striding up to the hippogriff with a disdainful expression. From her angle, Itakuya could see the hippogriff growing angry at Draco's disrespect. Draco, dangerous. Itakuya cried out urgently. Hearing her voice, Draco instinctively turned back, and by the time he looked again, the hippogriff had raised its front claws, poised to strike at his head. Smog. Itakuya was too far from Draco, but she spotted a golden object pinned to his tie. Smog responded to the command, flashing a brilliant golden light, as it transformed into a small dragon and shot like a cannonball toward the hippogriff's front claw. But Smog was merely a toy Itakuya had designed for amusement with little offensive power. The moment it collided with the hippogriff, it shattered into several golden fragments. Yet it bought Itakuya precious time. Under everyone's gaze, her form shifted. In the next second, a three-meter black dragon lunged at the hippogriff. Its speed far surpassed the hippogriff's. The latter didn't even react before Itakuya's claw sent it flying. It tumbled through the air, crashing into a nearby tree trunk, sending leaves cascading down. Itakuya coiled her tail around Draco's waist, her forelegs slightly bent as she shielded him. In her dragon form, Itakuya's violet eyes fixed intently ahead, her wings spread wide, as if poised to snap the opponent's neck in the next instant. Opposite Itakuya, the hippogriff scraped the ground restlessly with its front claws, emitting a series of low growls. Buckbeak. Hagrid rushed forward to soothe the hippogriff, but its beastly instincts had already been provoked by Itakuya's animagus form. A purple glow shimmered beneath Itakuya's black scales. Ignoring Hagrid's calls, Buckbeak screeched and charged forward. Itakuya proved swifter. She released her tail from Draco's waist, lunged in a blink, and clamped her jaws around Buckbeak's neck. Gripping its feathers with all four claws, she swiftly soared into the sky. Ida. Draco could only glimpse the black dragon's shadow vanish before him. He looked up a beat too late, but the sky held no trace of the black dragon. Initially, Itakuya only intended to carry the creature away from Draco. Yet Buckbeak, a master of flight, felt no panic at being airborne. Instead, it attempted to attack Itakuya. Buckbeak tried to use its body weight to break free, leaving Itakuya somewhat at a loss. This was Itakuya's first time facing danger in her animagus form. Previously, she had only transformed into a dragon to play with Draco. Buckbeak struggled more violently. In her dragon form, Itakuya instinctively sensed danger, realizing the hippogriff now regarded her entirely as an enemy. When a witch or wizard becomes an animagus, though they retain human consciousness, their thoughts are inevitably influenced by animalistic instincts. Such was Itakuya now. Her violet eyes blazed with an eerie intensity, her entire body enveloped in a shroud of black mist. She carried Buckbeak higher into the sky. As altitude increased and air grew thinner, Buckbeak's struggles turned into pleading whimpers. Itakuya, however, was completely unaffected. She entered a mysterious state, feeling she was neither human nor black dragon, but a more profound and dangerous. Itakuya saw her own hands transform into black, terrifying skeletal claws, and what she held was not Buckbeak, but countless humans. Their faces shifted constantly, the only constant being their ashen, lifeless visages twisted with utter terror. And that intense reluctance to face death. Startled, Itakuya instinctively released her grip, and she and Buckbeak plummeted together. The violent weightlessness jolted her back to her senses. She caught the unconscious Buckbeak, and both beasts plunged into the black lake. After half a minute of stillness, a black shadow burst forth from the lake, clutching Buckbeak. Itakuya dropped Buckbeak onto the grass by the black lake, and reverted to human form. Panting, she stared at her hands in astonishment. Fair and slender, they were normal human hands. But what were those visions? An illusion? Or? Itakuya's pale skin revealed blue veins clearly. Staring at the veins on her wrist, she could almost feel the blood flowing within. The blue branch-like veins suddenly pulsed with purple light. Startled, Itakuya blinked in disbelief, and in the next second everything returned to normal. Itakuya. Hearing her name, she turned to see Snape. His black robes billowing face grim, he ran toward her wand in hand. Itakuya, are you alright? Snape uncharacteristically dropped his convoluted phrasing, asking, in the briefest terms. Dad, I'm fine. Imperfectly fine, Itakuya replied. The hippogriff hadn't harmed her at all. She felt no magical surge, though her clothes were soaked through. Are you certain? Snape repeated, wand raised, gesturing for her to look around. Itakuya glanced aside suspiciously, then froze as if turned to stone. Within a 300-meter radius centered on her, a thick layer of frost had formed. Even the Black Lake had frozen solid and Buckbeak was encased in ice. Yet the ground beneath Itakuya's feet remained untouched, and water still dripped from her clothes. What is this? Itakuya's eyes widened. She bent down to confirm if it was all a hallucination. Don't move. Have you had your brain stolen by a troll? Snape snapped urgently. Then something miraculous occurred. When Itakuya touched the frost at her feet, all the anomalies vanished swiftly. They receded from the outermost ring, shrinking back to her fingertips before disappearing, as if Itakuya herself had recalled her own spell. That I don't know. Itakuya was bewildered. She had never known she possessed such an ability. Itakuya. Merlin, thank goodness you're all right. Draco sprinted over from a distance, his robes in disarray, one black sleeve hanging loose. He embraced Itakuya tightly, only relaxing upon feeling her steady breathing. Merlin, how could you dare? I thought that beast had hurt you. Draco checked Itakuya, saw her rosy complexion and no wounds, and finally felt relieved. Your clothes are soaked. Did you fall into the Black Lake? Draco pulled off Itakuya's robe and wrapped her in his own. You scare me to death. Are you cold? Should I carry you back? Draco. Itakuya said awkwardly. Take a look at who's on your left. At a time like this, who cares about? Draco frowned, scolding, then fell silent as a mouse upon seeing Snape on his left. Godfather. Draco withdrew his hands and kept a polite distance from Itakuya. Mr. Malfoy certainly shows great concern for my daughter. Snape muttered through gritted teeth. Itakuya, don't move. The awkward atmosphere lingered until Hagrid arrived belatedly with Harry and the others. Miss Itakuya, are you alright? Are you okay? Itakuya. Hagrid and the trio immediately surrounded Itakuya, tacitly ignoring Snape. Itakuya, can't you see my father right there? I'm fine, perfectly fine. I just accidentally fell into the Black Lake. Itakuya waved her hand. Hagrid sighed in relief, then turned to see Buckbeak lying nearby and rushed over to check. Buckbeak. Goodness, you're so cold, Hagrid said sorrowfully. Itakuya's heart clenched. Had she lost control and killed that bird? That beast nearly killed Itakuya and me, and you're still worried about it. You'd better worry about yourself. My father will hear of this. Draco helped Itakuya up, speaking. Malfoy, if you hadn't provoked it first, it wouldn't have attacked, Harry retorted. Ha, St. Potter, Draco sneered. While Buckbeak. Hagrid sobbed, cradling the hippogriff. Don't be sad, Hagrid. Ron sympathized, comforting him. Are you okay? Let me take you back first, you're soaked, Hermione said, worried for Itakuya. Itakuya. So noisy. Snape, these trolls are so noisy. I believe this poor professor of yours has the right to know exactly what happened and why my daughter ended up in the Black Lake. Snape's voice silenced everyone. He approached Buckbeak, first disdainfully examining the foolish creature with his wand. Regrettably, it's not dead, merely frozen. Really, Severus? Hagrid exclaimed with delight. Frozen? How could it be frozen? Ron wondered. Because your poor old professor, unlike you, mister, earned his place at Hogwarts through skill. Perhaps he happened to know a freezing charm to stop a rampaging beast. Snape concealed the truth for Itakuya. Gryffindor loses 3 points for your impertinence, Mr. Weasley. Itakuya. Staying true to oneself, truly moving. Now may I inquire as to why you are all here instead of the Forbidden Forest? I assume I haven't misremembered the location of Care of Magical Creatures class. Snape surveyed the group. It was that beast. It tried to kill me and Itakuya. Godfather, Itakuya was snatched into the air by it. It's fortunate you arrived in time, Draco said. You're lying, Professor Snape. It was Malfoy who provoked Buckbeak, and Itakuya only transformed into an animagus to fight it off to save him. Harry retorted. Snape, as a seasoned teacher who had dealt with countless troublemakers, pieced together the general events from the conflicting accounts of Draco and Harry. Didn't I tell you not to reveal your animagus form to outsiders so casually? Snape said to Itakuya. I'm sorry, Father. I forgot in the heat of the moment. Itakuya promptly admitted her fault. Come see me tonight. Now return to your dormitory. Itakuya obediently assented. The appointed time with Snape was after dinner. Itakuya planned to eat first before facing her doom. When she arrived at the Great Hall, Draco was recounting her heroic deed. If Godfather had arrived any later, Ida would have been sleeping forever in the Black Lake. I can't believe that stupid bird clearly tried to kill me and Ida. When I found Ida, she was soaked through, curled up, clearly frightened. She won't be able to do homework for weeks. Itakuya. Her fists clenched. Ida, how are you? Draco ladled her a bowl of hot soup. Drink it. Itakuya accepted it with a complicated expression. Draco, about what happened in Care of Magical Creatures, I think. I know it was too dangerous. That idiot made us deal with such hazardous creatures. No, I mean. Don't worry, I won't let this happen again. What I meant was, don't be afraid, Godfather is here, we won't let anything happen to you. Itakuya sighed helplessly. Whatever makes you happy. Ida, there's something. Draco solemnly pulled a handkerchief-wrapped item from his robes and handed it. Itakuya took it puzzled. Unwrapping it, she found several metal fragments utterly shattered. So you went to the Forbidden Forest for smog. Draco nodded. I checked several times, there shouldn't be any missing pieces. If there are, I'll go again. Itakuya fell silent for a moment. Draco, it's too badly broken. Can I make you an exact replica? Draco looked disappointed, silently taking back the bundle and shaking his head. No need. Itakuya knew how much Draco adored smog. He carried it with him almost every day. Though Itakuya understood, it was merely a mechanical toy. Perhaps it had taken on a unique significance for Draco. Everyone has a few such possessions, valuable not for their monetary worth, but because they carry the owner's emotions, making them priceless. Itakuya knew that even if she crafted an identical smog, it could never replace this one in Draco's heart. She could only sigh in resignation and quietly accompany him through dinner. When Itakuya entered Snape's office, he was brewing a potion. Wolfsbane potion. It was a complex potion, challenging even for skilled potioneers like her and Draco. For Snape, it was as simple as Draco brewing swelling solution. Itakuya couldn't fathom why Snape would waste his time. Snape didn't even look up when Itakuya arrived. He merely gestured to a table piled high with ingredients. Itakuya. Well, business as usual. The Wolfsbane potion required a long brewing time, long enough for Itakuya to finish processing the ingredients on the table and drift over to watch Snape work. Every witch and wizard had their own habits when brewing potions. Draco, for instance, moved with extreme flair and elegance like a nobleman at dinner. Itakuya handled each ingredient with great care, afraid to waste even a speck. Hermione preferred to meticulously time every step in her mind. Snape was the only person Itakuya had ever seen who lacked such superfluous habits. His movements were simple and crisp, and his timing was always impeccable. Itakuya often wondered if his cauldron and potions possessed self-awareness. Otherwise, how did they always obediently turn out perfectly? Itakuya carefully observed Snape's movements, jotting down details with a quill. She waited patiently for him to finish the Wolfsbane potion, and when he glanced over, her eyes sparkled with eagerness. Must I remind you again? Until you resolve the emotional discord between you and your wand, you are not to touch my cauldron or ingredients. Itakuya was crestfallen. The incompatibility between her and her wand caused small mishaps whenever she handled potions. Thus, after she once secretly used Snape's cauldron and accidentally ruined a potion, he revoked her privilege to practice brewing independently. Itakuya. Ugh, my hands are itching. What do you know about today's events? Don't tell me you know nothing. I assume my daughter isn't a stupid troll. Snape asked. Itakuya was silent. I am a stupid troll. Snape. When I asked you about the wand at Spinner's, and you said you didn't know. Last term when a diary landed you in the hospital wing, you also said you didn't know. And now you still dare say you don't know. Snape gritted his teeth. Should I mock your foolish lies, or your insipid replies? Or do you think your poor old father's mind is so filled with gillyweed that he'd believe your lies time and again? Itakuya, so my father is capable of speaking so much in one breath. Father, regarding the first two matters, I did indeed conceal something from you. But as for today's incident, I truly had no knowledge of it. I only knew that I transformed into an animagus, carried that hippogriff into the sky, and then fell into the black. Itakuya forced herself to explain. When the incident occurred, Snape was in his office grading assignments when he spotted two non-humanoid winged creatures outside his window. One of them he happened to recognize. It was his daughter's animagus form. A black dragon. This was a black dragon that defied the rule that animagi could only transform into ordinary creatures, and moreover a breed that did not exist among the world's dragons. Snape was well aware of what would happen if the Ministry of Magic discovered this. All unknown and peculiar magic or wizards were first labeled as dark magic, especially since he was registered in the ministry as a former Death Eater with a penchant for the dark arts. Itakuya would be taken to the ministry for investigation. But his somewhat clever daughter seemed to lose all reason in such matters, repeatedly flaunting her talent recklessly at Hogwarts, trying to win the favor of a certain arrogant platinum-haired boy. This time she had even exposed her animagus form in front of all the students. Fortunately, Dumbledore managed to control the situation in time, sparing him from having to take his troll-like daughter for a temporary stay in the ministry's dungeons. Snape couldn't understand. In her first year before their reunion, he had considered Itakuya a calm and rational prodigy in potions and charms. Why, after their reunion, did her behavior in his eyes reduce to only the word girl? Snape had little interest in prying into others' secrets, even if that person was his own flesh and blood. So even though he knew in his heart that this child's experiences were far from as simple as she described, Snape mostly let her be. But now Snape felt he had been terribly wrong. He should have found out exactly what Itakuya was hiding from the very beginning instead of watching her steadily develop into a key target of ministry surveillance. The magic power within her that was always so abundant it seemed ready to overflow. Her fractured soul, her exceptional talent and charms, and her animagus form of a non-ordinary animal. And her talent in enchantment runes, a gift possessed by only a few wizards. Snape had no real impression of the woman named Cynthia. Afterward, he only managed to find out that the woman came from a small town in western England, had studied abroad, lived overseas after graduation, and only returned to England a little over a decade ago. He only remembered meeting this woman at some ball, and then he lost all memory of the rest, only vaguely recalling doing something improper with a woman. At that time, he was busy carrying out Voldemort's tasks, and later fretting over Lily and her child, gradually forgetting that day's events. Yet unexpectedly, he had somehow ended up with a teenage child. Snape looked at Itakuya before him, and recalled her first entrance into the Hogwarts Great Hall. Back then, Snape had his attention fixed on Quirrell and Harry beside him until he felt uncomfortable under a certain intense gaze, and finally noticed Itakuya. She had the same black eyes and black hair as his, and even her high-bridged nose bore some resemblance. But clearly this new student was far more attractive than he had been. That was Snape's first impression of Itakuya, a troll who dared to stare at him during the sorting ceremony. However, Snape had already been somewhat familiar with the name Itakuya before that. A poor orphan girl raised in a Muggle orphanage without even a surname. Upon seeing this information, Snape could easily imagine how this girl would be bullied by her classmates, especially when he heard the sorting hat place her in Slytherin. Those noble purebloods would despise and reject even a half-blood, let alone an orphan of unknown parentage. But all this had nothing to do with Snape, even though he was the head of Slytherin. After all, before Itakuya, he had already witnessed too many such cases. If she couldn't find a way to survive in an environment like Slytherin, then why would she have been sorted there? Snape understood that in Slytherin such children generally fell into two categories: either they latched onto a pureblood's coattails fawning excessively, or they remained silent, proving themselves through sheer power. Of course, most belonged to the former, and only a few to the latter, and Snape himself was one of the latter. From his observation on the very night of the sorting, Snape knew that this girl named Itakuya, like him, belonged to the latter group. Yet as his observations deepened after the term began, Snape felt that this girl was different from his younger self. She was too mature. Snape had seen other Slytherins hurl harsh words at her more than once, but Itakuya remained utterly unaffected. There was no resentment, no unwillingness. Itakuya showed no emotion toward those words. It was as if she hadn't heard them at all, living in her own world. This was something even Snape had not achieved in his first year. What kind of powerful inner strength did she possess to accomplish this? But before Snape could figure out the depth of Itakuya's inner strength, she first demonstrated the extent of her talent. Her skillful potion-making techniques, though riddled with errors in his eyes, still made her stand out compared to those trolls who couldn't even brew a swelling solution. More importantly, she could perform wandless magic. Even the prodigious Voldemort had not been so powerful in his first year. He immediately deduced that this girl was no ordinary child, and this suspicion was confirmed in Dumbledore's office. What irked him further was that the little troll and Dumbledore had exchanged cryptic remarks right in front of him. Later, Snape approached Dumbledore several times, but the latter refused to enlighten him, citing confidentiality. Snape looked at a certain mischievous and meaningful gaze behind half-moon spectacles, and found it utterly vexing. That look clearly said, "I know you're definitely interested in the secrets of that child named Itakuya, but I'm just not telling. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the show." Snape, feeling like resigning. Itakuya's talent in wandless magic, once spread, would drastically change her circumstances. Snape had foreseen this early on. But he hadn't expected his own godson to take the initiative to protect that girl. And those two children even seemed to get along well, especially after they were punished together with a detention in the Forbidden Forest. During the first grade holiday, Severus Snape's ward Draco Malfoy had been murmuring the name Itakuya since the very first day of staying at Spinner's End. And he attempted to persuade his godfather to have this girl stay at Spinner's End as well. "Godfather, you don't know Itakuya is actually going to spend the entire holiday in a Muggle family, the whole holiday, and with Gryffindor. Godfather, she shows great talent in potions. If she could receive your guidance, she would surely become a master of potions in the future." Severus' patience was nearing its limit. He had indeed paid more attention to the student named Itakuya. After noticing the surge of magic within the child, Severus discreetly helped alleviate her situation by punishing her with potion ingredient preparations, but that was merely the concern of a Slytherin head for a student of his house. This did not mean he would continue to worry about some Slytherin during the holidays. "Mr. Malfoy, I feel I must remind you that your purpose here is to learn a bit about potions from your old godfather. I have no spare room for you and your little girlfriend to have a date." Draco's face turned instantly red, and he stammered a rebuttal. No, Godfather, you misunderstand. I just want to befriend Itakuya. Yes, I just want to befriend her. Dad said that as a Malfoy one should spare no effort in discovering every genius." Snape sneered. "Is that so? A genius who can brew a few simple potions and cast a few childlike spells without a wand. Draco, your definition of genius is rather cheap. No, Godfather Itakuya is really impressive. That day in the Forbidden Forest, she used a spell to stop Quirrell. Draco regretted his words as soon as they escaped his lips. Itakuya had asked him to keep that a secret. Is that so? Snape squinted, pondering. At that time Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. Although Voldemort was weak, then stopping him would require at least a highly lethal offensive spell. This was not something a first-year student could master. What kind of spell was it? Snape pressed. Draco fell silent. Speak up. Ooh, perhaps I will agree with your assessment of genius, and allow you two to have a romantic reunion. Severus' two simple sentences made Draco forget his promise to Itakuya. It was a spell I had never heard of, but I can assure you it was very powerful. After casting the spell, Itakuya had Quirrell in a state of panic, unable to evade. Draco exaggerated the events of that day to fulfill his wish. He never expected his words would lead Snape to misinterpret it as a possibility. What color was the spell's light? Was it green? Snape frowned and asked in a deep voice. No, I didn't see any light appearing. It was a very strange spell. I didn't see any glow, spark, or thread of light. Itakuya simply recited it at Quirrell, and then Quirrell began to bleed profusely. Draco's description reminded Snape of another spell. He was very familiar with a spell that no one else could possibly use except himself. But how could that be unless that lost note of his was picked up by someone with ill intent? Yes, Godfather Itakuya used my wand. You can use the rewind spell. I assure you it must be a powerful spell. Draco's suggestion hit the mark for Snape. When the light of the rewind spell struck Draco's wand, Snape heard that familiar incantation spoken by another person. Avada Kedavra. Snape had never thought he would suddenly have a child at the age of 32. This child had grown to 12 years old without his care and protection, miraculously not having gone astray. She harbored goodwill, was strong and independent, and like him was not adept at expressing emotions, but was even softer than he. Her talent was perfect, even Quidditch, which he was not good at, she could master flawlessly. Snape had thought many times that if that annoying James Potter were still alive, he wouldn't mind taking Itakuya to show off to him. She was like a precious gem he had overlooked, miraculously found again one day. Snape had to admit that he often felt flustered when facing Itakuya. He had taught many teenagers, but that did not include Itakuya, nor did it include the relationship of a father to his daughter. Snape could not dote on Draco like Lucius did, but fortunately Itakuya did not require him to do so. Their living habits miraculously resonated with each other. He felt the miraculous bond of blood in Itakuya. Snape knew that Itakuya's past experiences were far from pleasant. A Muggle orphanage in a remote town. If he had suffered such a fate with both parents, how much better could Itakuya's situation be? Snape also found it miraculous that Itakuya seemed unconcerned about her past experiences, like a child who had grown up in a nurturing environment. The more Snape interacted with Itakuya, the more he couldn't help but want to know about her past. Yet he didn't want to force her to recall unpleasant memories, so he was caught in this. Perhaps he should consult Dumbledore to understand the situation, or seek advice from Lucius, who had been a father for a long time. Daddy. Itakuya waited a moment and was astonished to find her father lost in thought. Itakuya. Snape snapped back to reality and sighed silently. If there was anything he was dissatisfied with, it was that Itakuya had perfectly inherited his stubbornness, never revealing a word about things she was determined not to discuss. But this matter concerned Itakuya's safety, and he could not treat it as if it had never happened as he did before. Itakuya, I will give you a semester to consider. I hope to know the truth before the semester ends. Itakuya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought she would be forced to confess this time. And the answer? I understand, Dad. Itakuya nodded in response. Regarding your animagus, Dumbledore is already negotiating with the Ministry of Magic. I will take you to the Ministry in a while. Itakuya nodded vigorously. For the first time, she clearly recognized just how soft-hearted her father was towards her. Itakuya, he, this is how it is. Snape was about to say something more when Lupin approached them directly. Lupin paused as he entered, having long known that Itakuya was Snape's daughter, yet seeing the father and daughter standing together still stirred something within him. He felt an uncanny sense of temporal dislocation. The sight of Itakuya holding a notebook and standing beside Snape before the cauldron reminded him of Snape from theirs. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Unaware that the professor and her father were old acquaintances, Itakuya regarded him with slight puzzlement. Ah, Snape. Ahem. Miss Snape, good evening. Lupin found the address utterly bizarre, having once believed he would have children before Snape ever would. Lupin, if I recall correctly, the Defense Against the Dark Arts office is on the 3rd floor, and this is Slytherin territory. Snape was fully aware of Lupin's purpose, but with Itakuya present, he would not hand over the Wolfsbane potion in front of her. Yet he relished the chance to taunt Lupin. Ah, Snape, am simply here to see an old friend, Lupin said. I don't recall us sharing any memories befitting friendship, Snape retorted. Sensing the tension in their brief exchange, Itakuya keenly felt she should make a swift exit. Father'll head back now. Itakuya bid Snape farewell, receiving a nod of approval from him. Itakuya gathered her notes from the table and dutifully said goodbye to both Lupin and Snape. Goodbye, father. Goodbye, Professor Lupin. Lupin watched Itakuya leave. He suddenly felt a desire to have a daughter of his own. Take your things and leave my office. Snape tossed the freshly brewed potion to Lupin, then tapped the small deer ornament on the desk with his wand before picking up a student's essay to grade. The tiny deer suddenly came to life, leaping gracefully onto the desk to clear it, returning all instruments to their proper places. Lupin found it amusing and watched for a moment before remarking, "So this is the little toy your daughter gave you. Truly intriguing. No wonder even Dumbledore won." Snape gave a cold snort and graciously enlightened him. "You're mistaken. What he desires is another gift." Following Snape's gaze, Lupin saw a silver-black box on a shelf against the wall. "What is this?" Lupin walked over to examine it, but as he reached out, Snape repelled him with a spell. "I believe I am under no obligation to satisfy your curiosity. Now please leave Slytherin territory." Lupin. During defense against the dark arts class, Professor Lupin brought in a 2-meter tall trunk inside, which something was restlessly moving. The moment Itakuya saw it, her expression soured. It was a boggart, not particularly dangerous, but capable of revealing one's deepest fears. Frowning, Itakuya instinctively stepped back behind Draco. "Ida?" Draco asked, surprised as he grasped her wrist, and the two silently retreated to a corner of the classroom. "Are you afraid of boggarts?" Draco asked softly, as if uncovering a monumental secret. Itakuya shook her head inwardly. She feared no living creature, but she dreaded memories, the anguish of loss. She also loathed revealing her secrets to others, for that would seem cowardly. Taking her silence as confirmation that she was indeed frightened by Hagrid's clumsy bird, Draco silently gritted his teeth and added a certain plan to his agenda. "It's fine, we just won't join the fun. Look, those foolish lions are practically dancing around Lupin." Draco whispered into Itakuya's ear. Itakuya chuckled, content to stay close to Draco's side. "Now, Neville, would you please come up for a demonstration?" Lupin chose Neville as the first volunteer. Itakuya watched the Gryffindor step forward uneasily, clearly terrified. It's Longbottom. This should be entertaining." Draco whistled excitedly, his head nearly touching Itakuya's. The sound of his whistle felt to her like a feather drifting from her ear to her heart, tickling it lightly. "Neville, what do you fear?" Lupin asked. "Professor Snape," Neville stammered quietly. "Professor Snape?" "Yes, everyone fears him." Professor Lupin chuckled, his eyes darting as if struck by a clever idea. Itakuya frowned, sensing that Professor Lupin might enjoy making jokes at her father's expense. Then she heard Lupin ask Neville about his grandmother's attire, which only heightened her suspicion. "Professor Lupin, may I try instead?" Itakuya's sudden question drew everyone's attention. Even Lupin looked past the students toward her. Through the crowd of Gryffindors, Lupin saw Itakuya standing in the corner of the classroom, her dark eyes calmly fixed on him, carrying a warning that was neither servile. Indeed, Itakuya had already guessed what might follow. Whatever Neville imagined, the boggart would inevitably transform into Snape, and then become ridiculous and comical. It was a harmless joke, if the subject weren't Snape, the head of a house. Itakuya disliked allowing such a thing to happen. Even if everyone knew it was just a boggart, who could guarantee that students wouldn't mock it privately? The dignity of the Slytherin head of house should not be ridiculed. Moreover, as Snape's daughter, preventing such an occurrence was her duty. "Oh, of course. Please come forward, Miss Snape." Lupin wore an awkward expression, as if caught in the act of a prank. Itakuya walked over and stood where behind her. Draco followed, standing less than half a pace away. "So are you ready?" Lupin asked. Itakuya took a deep breath, silently tightening her grip on her wand. It's fine. At worst, others will get a free glimpse of my memory." She would have to find an opportunity to confess everything to her father and Draco eventually. This could serve as a rehearsal. With that thought, Itakuya silently nodded to Lupin. Receiving her response, Lupin gently waved his wand. The oval handle on the cabinet door suddenly turned, and with the creak of old wood, the cabinet containing the boggart slowly opened. In an instant, Itakuya's surroundings grew dim, as if she were in a poorly lit Slytherin dungeon. Before her, a gaunt, blood-stained figure suddenly appeared. That figure was the same one Itakuya had seen before, the mirror of Ariste in her first year, but this time, without the mirror's constraint, its form was exposed to everyone. She was a little girl no more than 10 years old, so emaciated she was nothing but bones, standing barefoot on the ground. She wore clothes only slightly better than those of the house elf named Dobby, an oversized adult t-shirt washed to a faded pallor. The shirt barely covered her body, leaving her arms and legs exposed where scars were clearly visible, some still bleeding. Draco felt as if a knife had been thrust into his heart, twisted back and forth. He saw that the girl's face was unmistakably the younger visage of Itakuya. Itakuya silently gazed at the girl across from her. The latter smiled tenderly, at first her eyes holding a release born of utter exhaustion. Then the child closed her eyes, staggered, and when she opened them again, they were filled only with helpless sorrow and terror. In an instant, the girl was drenched in blood, even her face splattered with it. Some drops must have seeped into her eyes, leaving one eye veiled in a crimson haze. The girl looked down at her feet, where a woman had materialized from nowhere. The woman, her back to everyone, had an ordinary kitchen knife plunged into her chest and reached out a hand to clutch the girl's hem. Everyone, including Lupin, was stunned into inaction by the sight. The woman's faint moans echoed in the silent classroom as she spoke, "Ver Glocky." Then the girl, with the indifference of one regarding a lifeless object, pushed aside the woman's hand gripping her hem and said in a cold, childish voice, "My name is Itakuya." Both the real Itakuya and the boggart uttered the name Itakuya simultaneously, two distinct timbres, yet both devoid of any emotion merging in that moment. It was as if Itakuya had truly crossed time and space to converse with her younger self. Itakuya closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Just as Lupin thought she might break and moved to intervene, Draco, who had been standing beside Itakuya, suddenly spoke. "Ita," Draco called her name, pressing one hand against the small of her back. "I'm here," he said. Itakuya felt Draco's hand like a warm source of heat, the warmth flowing through her spine to her limbs. Ridiculous. Itakuya finally raised her wand. The scene before her twisted and shifted, eventually transforming into a playful tussle of several large golden dogs. Itakuya slowly exhaled, nodded to Lupin, and then lowered her wand. Good, very good. Miss Snape has perfectly demonstrated the method for dealing with a bot." Lupin clapped, gazing at Itakuya in astonishment. The latter had clearly inherited her father's fine quality of concealing emotions, composing herself within mere seconds. She stood calmly waiting for his next instruction. "All right, ahem, please form a line one by one." Upon hearing Lupin's words, Draco immediately took Itakuya's hand and led her to the back of the line. His face was terrifyingly dark, and he ruthlessly shoved aside several Gryffindors blocking his path. "What are you looking at, Potter? And you, Lionhead?" Draco's expression was hostile as he roughly brushed off the approaching trio. Harry stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. Itakuya silently followed Draco, obediently letting him lead her out of the classroom. "Ita, you." Draco cornered Itakuya against the wall, hesitating. What they had just witnessed was clearly a fragment of Itakuya's memory, and her most terrifying one. Though Draco hadn't fully grasped what Itakuya feared, one thing was now undeniably clear to him. Itakuya had suffered inhuman abuse in her childhood. Draco couldn't forget the scene. The child's exposed skin was nearly covered in wounds, all fresh most. If this was truly Itakuya's memory, it meant she had endured that pain before she ever met him. Merlin Sagasocks. Who was it? Which beast? That damned orphanage director. Or... Draco's heart ached so much he could barely hold back tears. He forcefully grabbed Itakuya's arm and rolled up her shirt sleeve. Itakuya's smooth arm was exposed to Draco's view. Amused by his stunned expression, she pulled her arm back and smiled helplessly. Doesn't the little Master Malfoy know the spell Episki? Among wandless magics, Itakuya was most familiar with this one, having used it frequently for a time. Draco heard her words, but his sympathy for her only grew. He couldn't help pulling Itakuya into a tight embrace, wishing he could meld her into his very being. The cool scent of cedar mingled with the sweet fragrance of green apples assaulted Itakuya's senses in an instant. She froze for a moment, then instinctively curled into Draco's arms. In a corner of Hogwarts, Itakuya and Draco held each other tightly, their breaths mingling against each other's shoulders and necks. For a moment the atmosphere grew heated, their two close hearts pounding fiercely. Then, they both stopped beating. "What are you doing?" Snape's voice cut through. Itakuya and Draco froze simultaneously. 3 seconds later, they silently released each other, one staring at the ceiling, the other at the floor. Draco genuinely wondered if his godfather had cast some spell to secretly monitor him, and Itakuya, because why else did he always appear at just such moments? "Ahem, hi, Dad." Itakuya kept her head down, unable to meet Snape's eyes. "Itakuya, my dear daughter, do you perhaps have something to say to me?" Snape practically squeezed the words out. Dad, how did you end up here?" Itakuya swiftly changed the subject, knowing they were on the 3rd floor, and Snape was a creature of the dungeons who rarely saw sunlight. "I received a message from Lupin asking me to check on my daughter." Snape's gaze lingered on Draco, his voice cold. "But it seems my daughter doesn't need my concern, does she?" "Godfather, Draco felt his soul nearly flee his body in terror. Snape gave them no chance to explain. He spotted Lupin, who had noticed them, and was leaning against a nearby wall watching with curiosity. "Lupin, I assume you truly have something important to discuss with me rather than playing your tedious pranks." Snape walked toward Lupin, who shook his head, assuring him it was no joke, and the two entered Lupin's office together. Itakuya and Draco breathed a sigh of relief at Snape's temporary departure. "Do you think Lupin will tell your father about what happened in class?" Draco asked, frowning. Itakuya sighed. "I suppose so. I made quite a scene in class. Lupin will definitely want to talk to my dad about it right away." Draco's brow furrowed deeply. He couldn't think of a way to stop it. "It's fine. Dad will find out anyway." Itakuya reassured him. "He told me the other day that I need to be ready to confess everything by the end of this term. Since Dad gave me time to think, he won't come asking prematurely." Draco looked at her with a complicated expression. "Ita, are there many things you haven't told your father? You haven't lied to him, have you?" Itakuya's face fell. "Of course there were. For instance, the woman who gave birth to me never had feelings for Snape, nor was she a potions master." Or that she didn't run off with some man. Or the other soul inside me. Itakua's head ached as she thought. Initially, she had only thought it best for both of them if Snape didn't know her true identity. So she had casually fabricated an excuse. A child born of a love potion was far better than a monster conceived from resentment and revenge. Draco and Itakua did not linger in the corner for long as they were uncertain when Snape might suddenly emerge and drag them back to continue their previous conversation. With unspoken accord, the two swiftly fled the scene and made their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Only after settling into their seats and beginning to eat did Itakua and Draco finally feel a sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Itakua had little appetite, finishing her meal in a few quick bites before propping her chin on her hand to watch Draco. Suddenly a thought struck her, and she immediately said, "Eating." Draco was startled. "It just occurred to me, Draco." Itakua said, her expression darkening. "Do we have Father's Potions class this afternoon?" Draco's eyes widened in alarm. "Danger. Ito, what if we pretend to be sick?" he suggested earnestly. Itakua was speechless. "Do you want Father to personally come to the Slytherin common room to fetch us?" she retorted. "Aren't you afraid he might poison us under the guise of giving us medicine?" Draco conceded, "Forget I said anything." During the potions class, Harry felt it was the most relaxed lesson he had ever experienced, and the other Gryffindors shared. Snape stood at the front of the classroom for the entire period, merely a meter away from Itakua and Draco's table. Snape's intense gaze remained fixed on Itakua and Draco so much so that he forgot to deduct points from Gryffindor for the entire lesson. As for Itakua and Draco, they quietly brewed their potions according to Snape's instructions, executing each step with tense concentration, fearful of any mistake, even though their task was merely a simple potion they had prepared many times during the holidays. Simultaneously, they carefully maintained their distance, avoiding any physical contact. "Hey Harry, look, Itakua seems to have quarreled with Malfoy," Ron whispered to Harry. "See, there's like an invisible wall between them." Hermione turned abruptly, her tone sharp. "Shut up, Ron, do you want to get Gryffindor points deducted?" "TCH Hermione, aren't you talking too?" The atmosphere between them grew tense, and Harry quickly pulled Ron aside. After a moment, the potion in the cauldrons before Itakua and Draco stabilized. Both sighed in relief and cautiously glanced at Snape. "It seems you've done well," Snape nodded, then continued as the two young snakes looked at him with delight. "Since that's the case, why not assist your old professor in processing ingredients? After all, you've had enough leisure to engage in superfluous activities." "Itakua, Draco," Snape added, "from now on, every weekend I expect to see one of you in my office. Remember, only one of you." "Yes, Professor. Yes, Professor." Itakua and Draco replied weakly. Having received their response, Snape slowly averted his gaze. Then the cold voice of the great dungeon Serpent King rang out. "Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger were conversing during my class. 5 points from Gryffindor." Harry was speechless. "At least this time it wasn't because of me. Mr. Potter failed to prevent it in time. 1 point from Gryffindor." Harry remained silent. The New Year's Quidditch season was already on the horizon. Itakua had informed Flint the previous semester that she would not continue playing Quidditch, so Flint had found a new player to replace her as beater before the new term began. Last year, Draco had coordinated most with Itakua during Quidditch matches. To adapt to the new beater, he had to invest more time in practice. Consequently, regarding Snape's requirement that one of them assist him with ingredients each weekend, it was usually Itakua who went in Draco's stead. Fortunately, Snape did not mind this arrangement. His original intent was merely to restrain those two trolls. After all, his daughter was only 14. Itakua thought it'll be 15 in a few months. Itakua herself was quite willing to spend time in Snape's office. She was currently plotting how to pilfer some invisibility potion ingredients without Snape's notice. Yes, Itakua planned to sneak into the Forbidden Forest one night to confront the Centaur and demand answers. What did the name Itakua truly signify? To ensure her plan's success, Itakua not only stayed in Snape's office on weekends, but also voluntarily went there on free afternoons to read or study her enchantment. Moreover, perhaps due to the peculiar bond between her and Snape, Itakua had recently been unsettled by Trelawney's curses and the hallucinations during Hagrid's class. No matter what she was doing, eating or attending class, the slightest thing would trigger her worries. It felt as though something was constantly entwining her heart, making her breath catch every time she thought of it. Yet only in Snape's presence did Itakua not experience this sensation. The scent of his office and the sound of his potion-making soothed her, allowing her to momentarily escape the nameless dread that haunted her. This provoked severe dissatisfaction from a certain platinum-haired gem. Itakua, you've spent the entire week in Godfather's office. I never see you except during meals and classes." Draco vented his frustration by stabbing the meat on his plate noisily. "Young master, aren't you also spending every free moment practicing on the Quidditch pitch?" Itakua replaced his plate with a fresh one. "Then you could come find me on the pitch. Why must you always go to Godfather's office?" Draco grumbled. Yes, my fault. So what must I do for the young Master Malfoy to forgive me?" Draco was pleased with Itakua's compliance, and said excitedly, "This weekend is our first trip to Hogsmeade, and I want to go with you." Itakua nodded. Snape had already signed the permission slip, and she was looking forward to Hogsmeade. Where do you want to go? Draco pondered for a moment, as if weighing their date venues. I think we could start at Honeydukes, then go to Scrivenshaft's quill shop. I recall it's time for you to get a new quill. Itakua's eye twitched. Her quill was newly purchased during the holidays, barely 3 months old. But in the young Master Malfoy's eyes it might already be considered worn out. Then we could find a place to sit for a while. Let's go to the Hogshead Inn. The Hogshead Inn. Itakua frowned. I've heard the atmosphere there isn't great. Are you sure? We could go to the Three Broomsticks. No, I don't want to go to a place for kids. Are you coming or not? Draco, towering over her, looked down with a threatening smile. Fine, whatever you say, young master. Have I ever refused you? Itakua conceded, secretly thinking that once the young master actually saw the place, he would probably turn up his nose and walk away before even entering. The only problem now was that Snape had been keeping a close eye on her. How could she sneak out for a date behind his back? She would need to devise a clever scheme to deceive him. Stay away, mad girl. Keep your distance. A harsh voice drew the attention of Itakua and Draco. They turned to see the young Ravenclaw girl they had encountered at the Luna tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment, then circumvented the aggressive Ravenclaw, walking aside to eat her meal in solitude. Itakua chuckled softly, and even Draco couldn't help but remark, that Ravenclaw is just like you in your first year. She acts as if she doesn't hear the insults. Itakua nudged Draco's arm with her elbow. Alright, we should go too. I need to visit my father's place to read later. The two walked out of the hall side by side, and Itakua came face to face with Luna. Hello, Luna. Hello, Itakua. Luna's voice was ethereal and melodious like a spring in a forest. Itakua was deeply impressed by her tone, and involuntarily recalled another sentence spoken in that same voice. Itakua. Are you really Itakua? No, you are not Itakua. Itakua froze in place. She had been so foolish. Aside from the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, only this girl named Luna had reacted oddly upon hearing her name. Wouldn't it be more direct to ask Luna instead of the Ida? Draco asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Itakua snapped back to reality. Draco, I just remembered I left something in the previous classroom. I need to go. Draco frowned. What is it? Is it important? The opportunities for him to talk with Itakua had been scarce lately, and he didn't want to miss any chance. Well, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Slytherin common room together. Itakua apologized reassuringly to Draco. He'll try to come back early today. He'll wait for you and— Alright. Itakua bid farewell to Draco. She first headed toward the Transfiguration classroom, then doubled back midway, and returned to the Great Hall, to find— At that moment Luna was about to leave the hall, when she met Itakua, who had been waiting for her. Hello, Itakua. Hello, Luna. I was wondering if I could speak with you privately about my name. Itakua said in a low voice. Luna looked at her with doe-like eyes, and nodded lightly. The two of them walked to a secluded corner. Luna, the other day you said I'm not Itakua. Do you know something about this name? Itakua asked eagerly. Luna looked puzzled. Don't you know? What does the name Itakua signify? Itakua shook her head. She had originally had no name at all. It was that person who offered to share his name with her, and thus Itakua became hers. She had never considered that the name might carry any profound meaning. I thought the one who gave you this name would have told you. Luna said. It was written in a tattered book at my home. Itakua, child of Hastur, and Shub-Niggurath is the fearsome god of wind. Hastur the unspeakable. Itakua frowned, stunned. How is that possible? Itakua is. Itakua pressed a hand to her heart. If Itakua truly was a name from legend, then who was the person she had met? Was it the real Itakua? And what was that thing that woman had placed inside her heart? Wasn't it something from Glocky? Itakua snapped back to reality, wanting to say more, but found that Luna had already left. She took a deep breath. If what Luna said was true and the name Itakua was linked to the old ones, then Luna, being a student a year younger than herself, could not possibly know much. It seemed she would have to visit the Forbidden Forest after all. Only ancient beings like the centaurs could truly answer her questions. When Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, he saw Itakua reading by the fireplace, quietly flipping through a thin little book. Ida. Draco's face lit up with an irrepressible smile as he sat down and rested his head on her shoulder. Draco, you're back. How was practice? Itakua put down the book and asked with a smile. Merlin's sag his socks. Flint was absolutely mad. I spent the entire afternoon flying in the air. This is Flint's last year as Quidditch captain. Naturally, he wants a good result. But he's just too crazy, you know. He actually wanted to injure the new beater to postpone the match against Gryffindor. He wants Gryffindor to face Hufflepuff first. Draco said irritably. Is he backing down? Is he afraid Gryffindor is stronger than Slytherin? Flint is indeed a bit impatient. He even asked me to come back the other day. He cares too much about Quidditch scores. It might affect his resume after graduation. What does that matter? It's just a few lines. Yes, you're the young Master Malfoy. You already have a place before graduation, but others aren't so lucky. Itakua pointed to the Malfoy family ring on Draco's hand. If Flint had half your luck, I doubt he'd be so frantic. Humph. Draco was cheered up by Itakua's words. Speaking of which, Ito, what are your plans after graduation? Draco asked casually, but his fidgeting with the ring and the fine sweat on his palms betrayed his nerves. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Itakwa thought for a moment. Maybe you'll stay at Hogwarts as a teacher like my father. Draco sat up, his gaze shifting uneasily. I didn't mean that. Muh. Itakwa looked puzzled. Well, you know pure-blood children get engaged very early. Draco's voice grew quieter and quieter. He met Itakwa's eyes awkwardly, then quickly looked away. Draco stiffened his neck and added, I don't mean anything else. It's just that Blaze has been complaining lately. He said his father arranged a blind date for him over the Christmas holidays. Itakwa struggled to suppress a smile, pretending not to catch Draco's implication. Oh really? Is Mr. Malfoy planning to arrange a blind date for you at Christmas too? Then you won't be able to spend Christmas with me at Hogwarts. Of course not. My father said I'm still too young for that. Draco retorted immediately. Itakwa flashed a mischievous smile. She leaned close to Draco's ear and whispered, even if they do, I can always steal you away. Draco. As night fell, an eerie stillness enveloped Hogwarts. Itakwa stood by the window of her dormitory, gazing out at the pitch-black lakebed beyond the glass. Occasionally a dark silhouette drifted past, and the sound of water lapping against the window grew more distinct in the quiet of the night. The Slytherin dormitory was dominated by shades of green, with silver lanterns hanging from the ceiling. Itakwa lit no candles, relying solely on her wand. Her face appeared even paler in the flickering gloom. Using a confundus charm to deceive the portrait, she slipped through Hogwarts castle clad in a black robe with her hood pulled low to conceal her identity. She had yet to gather all the ingredients for the invisibility potion, originally planning to venture into the Forbidden Forest the following month. But Luna's words had filled her with unease. Thus Itakwa had no choice but to take a risk, praying she wouldn't be caught by Mr. Filch or anyone else. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard footsteps approaching in the distance. It must be Mr. Filch, Itakwa thought. Silently she retreated behind a pillar at the corner, extinguishing her wand's light and melting into the shadows. Filch, holding his oil lamp aloft, passed by the pillar where Itakwa was hiding, his face dark and grim. Phew, that was close. Meowed. Just as Itakwa began to relax, a cat's cry sounded from beneath her feet. Her heart nearly stopped. Itakwa looked up sharply to find Mr. Filch standing right before her, staring directly at her. Cold sweat trickled down Itakwa's back. She silently cursed her own carelessness while mentally calculating how to explain this to Snape in a way that would minimize his anger. To her dismay, she found no such method existed. The troubles she had caused this semester were far too numerous. From the animagus incident at the start to the memory flashback during Lupin's class, and finally being caught by Snape while embracing Draco. Itakwa braced herself for a thorough scolding from her father that very night. But to her surprise, Filch merely locked eyes with her for a few seconds under the glow of his lamp, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Then slowly Filch averted his eyes and said to Mrs. Norris, "Come along, Mrs. Norris." Itakwa watched helplessly as Filch and his cat vanished into the darkness at the other end of the corridor. Watching Filch's retreating figure, Itakwa silently offered a word of thanks. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts seemed far more perilous by night than it did by day. Not knowing where the centaur's territory lay, Itakwa decided to try her luck at the spot where she had previously encountered one. The very place where she had met Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Countless unknown creatures dwelled within these deep woods. To avoid disturbing them, Itakwa minimized the use of her wand for illumination, relying only on the faintest light. Walking alone through the dark forest, she soon realized she had encountered her first problem: she was lost. The last time Draco and the trio of Harry had been sentenced to detention, Hagrid had led them into the Forbidden Forest. On the way back, Itakwa had fallen asleep. She had no memory of the paths here. Resigned, Itakuya wandered aimlessly like a headless fly, resolving that if all else failed, she would transform into her animagus form and fly high to survey the area. "You should not be here." 2 hours into her aimless wandering, a familiar voice finally sounded from behind her. Itakuya turned around to find the centaur Firenze standing not far away. "This area is off-limits to students," Firenze said. "Yes, sir, but I have a reason I must speak with you," Itakuya replied politely. "Please tell me everything about Itakuya." Firenze bowed his head in silence. After a moment he spoke. "I am uncertain if revealing this to you is the right choice. Perhaps you should learn all this later." That is also what she wished. Itakuya knew that centaurs were natural seers, revering fate and observing the impermanence of life from a distance. But Itakuya also knew that this centaur named Firenze differed from his kin. He was more inclined to extend kindness to humans. "Mr. Firenze, this is truly important to me. It is the very reason I came to Hogwarts," Itakuya pleaded, looking into Firenze's eyes. "Please tell me the secret." Firenze let out a resigned sigh. "Very well. You have already begun to suspect, haven't you? Itakuya, your very name signifies everything." Itakuya's heart sank heavily. Everything was spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. Upon hearing the answer, she froze at first. Then the veins on her throat and neck twitched subtly, as if 1,000 questions were trapped in her throat, surging and churning, unable to find voice. Impossible. If she truly was an elder god, why would she care about the life of a mere child? Countless humans have perished at her hands. Itakuya struggled to find her voice. That was not the real Itakuya. The old ones are gone, every single one of them. Firenze continued. What once dwelled within you was the amalgamation of lingering obsessions from the humans Itakuya killed. They remained on her corpse after the Windwalker's death. Over time, that entity even managed to wield a fraction of Itakuya's power. Your mother was fortunate. She found a small remnant of the Windwalker's limb. Itakuya gave a bitter smile. Fortunate. And what about me? Born unlucky. Then why have I never seen that name in the revelations of Glocki? If Itakuya truly was one of them, I should have at least seen her name in Glocki's collection. Doesn't the revelations record most of the elder gods? Firenze shook his head. Child, your understanding of them is far too shallow. Itakuya's eyes darkened. She instinctively loathed learning anything about that mythology. It was also her own fault for never suspecting that her name might be shared with some great entity. In Hogwarts library, she always subconsciously avoided books on such subjects. Moreover, it was a field seldom studied. Apart from the revelations of Glocki, she had only encountered two names, the unspeakable Hastur and the High Priest Cthulhu. At the time, she had assumed these were merely two scattered forgotten names. The Elder Gods are not limited to Glocki's group alone. They are far more powerful and numerous than you imagine. In truth, the primary Elder Gods and their followers are entrenched on a distant continent far away. There they divide themselves into factions based on elements. Earth and fire are opposed, wind and water are opposed. The four major factions have each established their own domains. And Itakuya is a descendant of the king in yellow Hastur belonging to the wind faction. Each of these elder gods has their own followers. Of course there are exceptions, like Itakuya, who had few followers and books recording her name are exceedingly rare. Firenze's voice was the only sound in the silent forest. Moreover, the elder gods I just mentioned who are divided by elements are not active in Britain. In Britain, only Glocki's lineage exists. Elder gods of different factions repel each other, and naturally their followers would not include the names of rival deities in their scriptures. That is why you did not know what the name Itakuya represents. The so-called Great Old Ones are said to hail from outer space, each possessing terrifying power. Compared to gods, perhaps the term evil gods better describes them, for they lack the benevolence of idealized deities, instead embodying more slaughter and bearing forms akin to alien monsters. So why are they called gods? It is because there exists a group of worshippers who revere them as gods. The Glocki family is one such example. They fanatically worshipped a mysterious creature named Glocki, and as devotees they received certain benefits, such as the power of a god. These terrifying gods once existed in every corner of the world, yet they all vanished within a certain period. Some believe the Great Old Ones perished in mutual slaughter, but the worshippers of these deities are more inclined to think they merely departed this realm temporarily, and will return one day in the future. Regardless, the only certainty is that the followers of these gods still retain a fraction of their power. Yet over time this power is gradually fading. The Glocki family is a case in point. If they could summon Glocki as freely as in their heyday, how could they have been annihilated by the Death Eaters? I still don't understand, Mr. Firenze. If what you say is true, then what resides in my body is a remnant of Itakuya's limb. Itakuya closed her eyes, pressing a hand to her heart. Cyanthia, she was a follower of Glocki. How could she pursue another god? Wasn't she afraid of the punishment for betraying her deity? Firenze looked at Itakuya with pity. She went mad. She was so desperate to avenge her loved ones that she would rather betray her faith to create a power that could grant her. After she gave birth to you, she gradually lost the abilities of the Glocki family. The bracelet on your wrist, that purple stone, contains Itakuya's blood. There were once two such items acquired by a former head of the Glocki family. After the family's fall, the one on your wrist passed into the Malfoy vaults while the other remained with Cyanthia. It was through this that she found the fragments of Itakuya's limb. Itakuya looked down at the bracelet on her wrist. She had always believed Cyanthia had used some method to forcibly implant something from the Glocki family into her heart. And since the bracelet, which resonated with her own aura, had once belonged to the Glocki family, Itakuya had never suspected it. She had always thought the thing in her heart belonged to the evil god Glocki. Yet it turned out, Itakuya had always loathed the foreign object in her heart. This thing had inflicted decades of inhuman suffering upon her, forcing her to remain constantly calm and restrain her magic. This thing had damaged her soul, making her a monster neither human nor divine. Itakuya had been on the brink of death many times because of it, if not for. But now Itakuya was told that the one who saved her and the one who tormented her shared the same name. What about her? I mean, Itakuya, that embodiment of obsession from the remnants of Itakuya. Itakuya's voice trembled. She's not coming back, Firenze said softly. Itakuya laughed as if hearing an absurd joke, but the smile lingered only a few seconds before stiffening on her face like a clown's mask. She wept silently, her eyes vacant. A fierce wind howled through the forbidden forest. She said Hogwarts was the best magic school in Britain, that there was a way to save me here. I came here for her. But it turns out. Was it all just a deception? Then what meaning does my coming here hold? Firenze sighed softly. The pure moonlight fell through the leaves onto the black soil, looking from afar like a layer of silver frost. I thought you would understand. She did it too. Make sure you were no longer alone. Draco felt something was off about Itakuya. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. She still attended classes and meals with him as before. The only difference was that she no longer spent all her free time in her godfather's office. Instead, she devoted it to Hogwarts library. This didn't seem strange. When Draco first met Itakuya in their first year, she was a bookworm who practically lived in the library. She had an almost obsessive appetite for every book, yet she showed little interest in delving deeply into most of their contents. It was as if she was reading with a specific purpose. Ida, Draco finally spoke up during dinner. You've been staring at that plate of meat for 10 minutes. Itakuya snapped back to reality. Draco, I don't have much of an appetite. No appetite. Ida, you've barely eaten anything today. Draco frowned. What's wrong? Itakuya met Draco's worried gaze, pausing for a moment in his direct stare before looking into the distance where Snape sat at the staff table. This time Itakuya quickly looked away without drawing Snape's attention. She wrestled with her thoughts inside, ultimately making a resolute choice. Draco, I do have something to tell you. Itakuya leaned close to Draco, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Do you remember we planned to go to Hogsmeade together this weekend? Of course, Draco nodded, puzzled. I might not be able to go with you. What? MMPH. Draco started to protest loudly, but Itakuya quickly covered his mouth. Should keep your voice down. Draco, I have a reason I must do this. What reason? Draco pressed. Itakuya took a deep breath and offered the excuse she had prepared. My mother is back. She wants to see me in Hogsmeade. What? Didn't she abandon you? Draco frowned. Does Godfather know? Dad doesn't know yet. I don't want to tell him for now. She suddenly came back for some reason. Itakuya looked into Draco's eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze full of desolation. She said, Draco, I have to meet her. All right, this is important. Draco nodded, unsure what to say to comfort her, and asked worriedly, do you want me to come with you? Itakuya shook her head. He'll go alone. Hermione will escort me to the meeting place. We haven't seen each other for years. It'll be awkward enough without you there. Draco nodded understandingly. Itakuya added, I won't be long. You can go with Blaise first. Draco suddenly took Itakuya's hand. He thought he understood why she had been acting strange. Ida, no matter what, I and Godfather will always be by your side. Itakuya's gaze fell on their intertwined hands, her expression complex and silent. Ida. Itakuya looked up and smiled gently. She said, yes, I know. It was the weekend. The third-year students obediently gathered together, preparing to head to Hogsmeade. Slytherin and Gryffindor had never gotten along, so the students from the two houses naturally stood far apart. Except for Itakuya. Itakuya was standing right next to Gryffindor's Hermione Granger, her expression uneasy as she frowned and grimaced. Hermione was comforting her. Not far behind the two, Ron stood quietly at the end of the line. The Slytherin students were positioned near the front, with Draco idly chatting with the Blaise beside him. Draco was clearly distracted, frequently glancing sidelong at Itakuya. Hermione, too, was secretly looking toward Draco, occasionally letting out a helpless smile. Everything seemed both bizarre and normal. In Hogsmeade Village, Draco, Hermione, and Ron were all shocked when they encountered each other in a certain alley. Malfoy, you're alone? Hermione asked in confusion. Draco's face darkened. Lioness, you actually abandoned Ida to go on a date with your little boyfriend. Are you even her friend? Huh. Hermione looked bewildered. When did I ever abandon Ida? Don't play innocent with me. Do you think I don't know? If you hadn't promised Ida that you'd wait for her, why would I have let you accompany her to see her mother? Draco's voice was laced with anger. And now, you've left her all alone. Tell me, Lioness, where is Ida? Hermione frowned. What are you talking about, Mr. Malfoy? Ida should be with you, shouldn't she? Didn't she turn into Blaise and go with you? What nonsense are you spouting? Malfoy, don't go too far. Ron said, we were helping you, and Itakuya cover things up. Hermione sensed something was amiss, and spoke to Draco calmly and swiftly. Malfoy, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ida never told me anything about her. She came to me a few days ago saying she wanted to go to Hogsmeade with you, but was afraid Professor Snape wouldn't allow it, so she asked me to help with the cover. She brought a batch of Polyjuice potion, saying she'd turn into Blaise and go with you. Ron would take the potion, use Ida's appearance, and go with me. That way to outsiders it would just look like you came to Hogsmeade with Blaise while Itakuya was with me. Professor Snape wouldn't have anything to say. Draco gritted his teeth. I knew nothing about any Polyjuice potion. The one who came to Hogsmeade with me was the real Blaise, not Ida disguised as him. Half an hour later, Draco and Hermione finally cleared up the misunderstanding. At the same time, they realized a grave problem. Itakuya had deceived both of them. In Draco's understanding, Itakuya had left Hogwarts with Hermione and gone to Hogsmeade Village. Hermione would accompany Itakuya to the meeting place with her mother, wait nearby until their talk ended, and then return to Hogwarts with her. In Hermione's understanding, there was no such thing as Itakuya's mother. She had simply been asked by Itakuya to help cover for her and Draco's date. Before leaving for Hogsmeade, Hermione convinced Ron to drink the polyjuice potion laced with Itakua's hair, change into her clothes, and walk with her under Itakua's identity. She had believed all along that the real Itakua would spend a happy weekend with Draco in Hogsmeade. Hermione and Draco fell into mutual silence. They both thought of the same question: where had the real Itakua gone? All the third-year students except Harry came to Hogsmeade today, Hermione analyzed rationally. If the one with you was the real Blaise, then Itakua must have disguised herself as someone else. Hermione said, looking at the red-haired boy beside her, and Draco also turned his gaze knowingly toward him. Ron paused mid-bite. Me. Hermione, Draco, and the others had scoured every inch of Hogsmeade, but there was still no sign of Itakua. The polyjuice potion doesn't last long. If no one has seen Ida, Hermione said seriously, it can only mean she left here before the potion wore off. Draco took a deep breath, his face icy, and returned to Hogwarts without a word. He had to inform his godfather immediately. Itakua was missing. Draco rushed back to the Slytherin dungeons and collided with Snape, who looked equally grim. Snape held a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. Seeing it was Draco, he silently shoved the paper into his arms. Draco took it and realized it was in Itakua's handwriting. A single brief line was written on it, as if left in haste. Dad, Draco, I'm sorry. Please don't come looking for me. When I return, I'll confess everything. Itakua. A few hours earlier in Hogsmeade. Unlike the other excited and curious third years, Ron darted into a deadened alley the moment he set foot in Hogsmeade. He pulled out a wand from his robes and disapparated in a corner where no one was watching. A few minutes later in Diagon Alley, a girl's figure suddenly appeared on the street, cloaked in black robes with a hood covering most of her face. Her sudden appearance drew no attention, as wizards using apparition were common. No one realized she was a girl under 15. The girl entered Flourish and Blots on the north side of Diagon Alley, casually pulled out a book, flipped through it, and then headed up. She slipped into a blind spot between two empty bookshelves and downed a pre-prepared aging potion. A few minutes later, an elderly woman in her 60s left Flourish and Blots. She walked into Gringotts and showed her key to the goblin at the counter. I want to withdraw everything in this vault and close the account, she said. The goblin glanced at her and silently led her toward the vault. He had a strong memory of this account. Every time someone came to deposit or withdraw, it was a different person, sometimes a man, sometimes a woman. But what did that matter to him? As long as they had the key, he didn't care. The vault door slowly opened, revealing hundreds of galleons, some rare gemstones, dozens of potion bottles, mountains of medicinal herbs, and a red leather notebook, half a palm thick. The elderly woman, seemingly in a great hurry, hastily stuffed everything into her bag and left Gringotts without a word. She then entered Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and while pretending to try on clothes, she discreetly plucked a hair from a middle-aged man nearby. She slipped into the fitting room, used polyjuice potion to transform into that middle-aged man, and walked out. The middle-aged man stepped into a magical commercial district beyond Diagon Alley, where most of the people had unfriendly eyes. The middle-aged man's appearance drew little attention, for he wore a black robe and bore an icy gaze, blending in seamlessly with the others. He entered Borgin and Burke's. Good day, sir. Looking for something? Asked Mr. Borgin. I need something that can awaken or mend a soul. Anything will do as long as it can rouse a slumbering soul wounded to the brink of death. Sir, I believe what you describe is more the province of a potion or a spell. As you can see, I deal in mere curiosities here. The man did not reply. He simply fixed his gaze on the other from beneath his black hood. A shrewd glint sparked in Mr. Borgin's eyes. I do have one item here, though it has little to do with soul repair. Mr. Borgin produced a black casket. This is the creation of a dark wizard who lost his beloved. It can replay events from the past. What use is that? To watch one's own memories again. The middle-aged man said impatiently. No, if that were all, it would be no different from a pensive at Hogwarts. Mr. Borgin continued, it is said that the departed may appear as souls at the end of the memory. She is not departed, the middle-aged man warned in a low voice. Mr. Borgin raised an eyebrow slightly. Then it seems this item is not for you, sir. The shop fell silent for a full 5 minutes, as if the middle-aged man was locked in a fierce inner struggle. Finally, the middle-aged man relented. I'll take it. Name your price from what I have here. He emptied all his gold galleons and gems from his bag. Their golden radiance instantly contrasted with the shop's somber tones. No, sir, that is not enough. Mr. Borgin's eyes narrowed, his gaze lingering on the middle-aged man's wrist. I want what is on your wrist. The middle-aged man clutched his right wrist tightly, seeing the sly smile on Mr. Borgin's face across from him. This time his silence stretched even longer, until at last he slowly removed the bracelet and placed it on the table. Do not sell it for now. I will redeem it with something of greater value. Mr. Borgin pondered, then said, Then, sir, please provide your contact address. Should anyone offer to buy this bracelet, I will inform you promptly. The middle-aged man was reluctant to speak. You know, something so fine and exquisite is bound to attract interest. Mr. Borgin pressed on. Perhaps in no more than 3 days someone will come calling. No. 6. Iris Lane, Urquhart County. The middle-aged man spat out the address coldly, then grabbed his belongings and left without looking back. Iris Lane in Carve County was a famously affluent district. It was dominated by over a dozen estates in various styles, and the most peculiar of them all was No. 6, Iris Lane, a place everyone was reluctant to mention, an unspoken taboo. Decades ago this place housed the happy Ian family. Mr. Ian was a merchant in international trade, often away on business, yet his elegant demeanor marked him as a gentleman of refined upbringing. Mrs. Ian was a beautiful and gentle lady whose greatest joy was tending to her flower garden. The couple also had a clever and adorable young daughter named. Alas, it all crumbled one fateful day. It was said that Mr. Ian met with misfortune during one of his trade journeys. Upon hearing the news of his death, Mrs. Ian ended her own life the very next day, leaving behind their 18-year-old daughter Cyanthia. Neighbors were deeply sympathetic toward the poor child, fearing she might also succumb to despair. Yet to everyone's surprise, Cyanthia never returned to Britain, and even Mrs. Ian's remains were handled by proxy. It was not until 15 years ago that Cyanthia appeared alone on Iris Lane. She had changed drastically, now exuding an aura of madness. She wore a black robe that concealed her figure. In her arms, she carried a half-human-sized bundle tightly wrapped in cloth covered in eerie red symbols, its contents a mystery. Silently, under the terrified gazes of onlookers, Cyanthia walked into the Ian estate. From that day on she remained indoors day and night, forbidding anyone from entering the estate. No one knew what Cyanthia was doing, or perhaps Cyanthia had long since died. But no one dared set foot inside the Ian estate. It exuded a sense of dread. Yet today the mysterious Ian estate received a visitor. Itakuya appeared before the estate gates via apparition. The once exquisite redwood door, now dilapidated from years of neglect, let out a grinding sound, as if straining to its limits when Itakuya pushed it open. This had once been an opulently decorated building with floral motifs carved everywhere in honor of the former mistress' favorite blooms. Now, however, dust lay thick everywhere and rats and insects had become the new inhabitants. Itakuya lowered her gaze. At her feet lay a trail of small, bloodied footprints. The blood had long dried to a dark brown, but judging by their direction, they seemed to lead from somewhere inside the building outward. Staring at the dark brown traces, Itakuya seemed to see her own haggard figure leaving this place. Carrying a premeditated lie, she had left the cage with a clear conscience, only to collapse from exhaustion on the hills behind St. Cyr. Itakuya did not wish to dwell on it further. Following the trail of footprints, she arrived before a rug. A Persian carpet, its color now indistinguishable, was pulled aside, revealing a hidden door before Itakuya's eyes. She opened the hidden door and descended the stairs into the basement of the Ian estate. Not a single ray of light penetrated here, and the air was tinged with a strange odor. In the darkness, Itakuya precisely lit a candelabra, and the basement's features finally emerged. It was a sealed space of about 50 square meters. On one side lay a heap of rubble where only faint outlines of what seemed like medical apparatus could be discerned. The other side bore more signs of habitation. In a corner sat a single mattress with a few adult t-shirts atop it, and beside it a neat stack of books, all related to spells or potions. Another corner was set aside for washing. From the very center of the basement floor extended a long chain, its length precisely calculated to allow free movement within the basement, but prevent any escape. Itakuya could not stop trembling, as she could barely breathe. Not far from her feet lay a white skeleton with a sharp kitchen knife lodged in its ribcage. That was Cyanthia Ian. Cyanthia only learned of the existence of the magical world when she was 11. Prior to that, she had been a carefree child. She lived in the finest house in the entire county and attended a local noble school. She had countless beautiful dresses and jewels, and her parents always fulfilled her every desire. Her parents often told her, "Cyanthia, our princess, you deserve the best things in this world." Cyanthia believed her parents were the best in the world. Although her father was often away on business, he would always bring her various gifts whenever he returned. Her mother, Lady Ian, was the gentlest and kindest woman in the world. She never scolded Cyanthia and always indulged her every request. However, everything changed when she turned 11. At first, Cyanthia was frightened when she discovered that she could control objects. But soon Lady Ian explained to her the existence of another world, the magical. "My dear, my little princess Cyanthia, forgive me for not telling you sooner," Lady Ian said, as she held Cyanthia close, stroking her hair. "You showed no signs of magical power. Your father and I thought it was because I had complications during your birth which left you powerless. That's why we didn't tell you." Cyanthia reluctantly accepted this, but soon became troubled about another matter. She had to go to distant America for school. "Why? Are there no magic schools in England?" "None in all of Europe. I do not want to go there at all. My little princess, your father just hopes you can attend the best magical school. My daughter deserves only the best, doesn't she?" Mr. Ian reassured her. Cyanthia spent a relatively pleasant year studying at Ilvermorny in America. However, everything changed when Cyanthia saw her father's face on a newspaper report. She gazed at that familiar face alongside the name Lloyd Grackeye. Lloyd Grackeye. Wasn't her father's name Lloyd Ian? Cyanxia continued reading in confusion, and the report boldly stated Lloyd Grackeye, the current head of the Grackeye family in England, whose wife is the younger sister of the current head of the Travers family, Annie Travers. They had together raised 3 children, the eldest of whom had just come of age while the youngest son was born 3 months ago. Cyanxia felt as if she could no longer comprehend the words. She took the newspaper to her mother and received an answer she could hardly believe. Cyanxia was merely an illegitimate daughter, and her father was not often away on business. Perhaps coming to the Ian estate was what he called a business trip. So you were afraid I would find out, which is why you sent me to America? Cyanxia angrily knocked everything off her vanity. Cyanxia, you must understand your father truly loves us, Lady Ian defended. But I am an illegitimate daughter. What will others think of me? No one will know, my dear. Lady Ian walked over and embraced Cyanxia. The Grackeye family rarely appears in the public eye, and besides, you are far away in America. So will I have to stay in America forever? What will happen when I grow up? Cyanxia cried. Will I have to live my life under the Ian name? Why can't I be Cyanxia Grackeye? Lady Ian was at a loss for words and could only softly comfort her daughter. Cyanxia, the name Grackeye is not a good thing. Once you acknowledge the name Grackeye, you must serve it forever. Cyanxia asked in confusion. Lady Ian realized she had misspoken, but Cyanxia would not let go of this flaw and grabbed her mother's hand, crying and acting spoiled. Lady Ian, worn down, had no choice but to tell her daughter about the dark god Grackeye. However, what Lady Ian never expected was that instead of being frightened by the story of the dark god, Cyanxia instead harbored a nearly insane thought deep within her. She wanted to gain power to acquire the strength of Grackeye to prove to her father that she and her mother should be his first choice, not Annie Travers. It was as if she had truly inherited her father's bloodline. Through her studies in America, Cyanxia gradually learned everything about the dark god. She secretly taught herself the Grackeye family's secret arts, and even awakened a talent more perfect than her father's. She did not need to rely on the power of the Grackeye apocalypse. She could momentarily summon the shadow of Grackeye with her own faithful belief. Cyanxia was thrilled. All her years of effort had finally paid off. She had already planned to surprise her father after graduation, and then walk into the Grackeye estate with her mother proudly. But this beautiful dream shattered when Cyanxia turned 18. The Grackeye family was destroyed, and her father, the one who always doted on her and bought her gifts, died at the hands of a man named Voldemort. And her mother also indirectly died because of Voldemort. In an instant, Cyanxia lost both parents, leaving her all alone. No one would call her my dear again. No one would bring her gifts. She had no home. But Cyanxia did not even have the right to be sad. Her mother left her a message before she died, telling her to stay hidden in America and not come back. She could not even return to see her mother one last time. Cyanxia sat in her room for 3 days, consumed by a madness of hatred that burned like a raging fire, warping her soul. She wanted to grow stronger, to gain power, to seek revenge. Cyanxia looked at the purple crystal bracelet in her hand, a gift from her father for her 18th birthday, yet the one who sent the gift was killed before it could arrive. Cyanxia bit her lip until it bled, silently resolving she would acquire the power of the dark god. From then on, Cyanxia handled her own leave of absence from school, dedicating all her energy to searching for traces of the divine. Ultimately, she dug up what she sought in the perennial snow of a forest in eastern Canada. It was several twisted human forms frozen into a mass of blood and flesh. Deep within there was a piece of black, mysterious substance the size of a palm, shimmering with black-purple light as if it still possessed life. Cyanxia initially intended to bring back only that black object, but when she tried to extract it, she nearly suffocated from an inexplicable wind. At the end of 1979, Cyanxia brought that thing back to England. Having spent nearly 5 years in desolate places searching for news of the evil god, she was no longer the beauty she once was. Her skin was sallow like a shriveled orange, and her hair resembled withered straw. Cyanxia had transformed from a pampered noble lady into a foul-smelling. Her eyes were steeped in madness. After such prolonged research, Cyanxia was no longer content with merely seeking the evil god's mercy. She intended to create an evil god, one that would serve her. Even if it possessed merely 1,000th or 10th of the power of the old ones, it would suffice. For this, she needed a newborn of Glocky. Only the bloodline of a worshipper could be inherently attuned to the power of the old ones and bear such formidable strength to its fullest extent. Only a newborn life could be molded to her will. And as it happened, Cyanxia was the sole surviving descendant of Glocky. It was at a ball. Cyanxia had only intended to infiltrate the event to gather information. She had been away from England for too long and needed to acquaint herself with the latest development. Disguised as a daughter of an American noble family, she used Glocky's ancestral arts to maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old. Under the name Cyanxia Ian, she chatted with other pureblood ladies. Cyanxia was idly conversing with a pureblood lady about to be married when a tall man in a black robe with slightly greasy hair entered. His nose was rather large, and his entire demeanor was icy, utterly out of place amidst the opulent festivity. He walked in with a cold expression, sat alone in a corner, and spoke to no one, as if he were only present to fulfill an obligation. Who is he? Theangxia asked. Severus Snape, just a half-blood. If not for the Dark Lord's regard, someone of his birth would never deserve to be here. Her companions seemed disdainful. Theangxia lowered her head and sipped the red wine from her glass. The crimson liquid mingled with the vivid red of her lips as she idly toyed with her fingers. Her fingertips were also painted blood red. Theangxia glanced sideways at Snape. A Death Eater, or a favored subordinate of the Dark Lord. So he is very powerful. I suppose so, the other replied. I must admit he has remarkable talent in potions and the dark arts. I've heard he's even invented many spells himself. Theangxia smiled with excitement like a venomous scorpion that had spotted its prey. Snape had little interest in such affairs. Had the ball not been hosted by Lucius, who had repeatedly insisted, he would never have set foot in the place. He would rather have spent his time studying the dark arts. In truth, Snape's mind was fraught with irritation. Days earlier he had relayed the prophecy he overheard to the Dark Lord. The prophecy was ambiguous, as both Mrs. Longbottom's child and Lily's child seemed to fit its terms. Snape had begged the Dark Lord to spare Lily. Though the latter had temporarily agreed, Snape knew that the Dark Lord would never allow a potential threat to its existence to live. He calculated in his mind that if it came to the worst, he would have no choice but to seek help from Dumbledore. He could only wonder what price the most cunning of the greatest white wizards would demand. But no matter what, he had to protect Lily. Bored at the ball, Snape found an excuse to leave and stepped into the Manor's garden for some fresh air. He failed to notice that shortly after his departure a lady followed him out of the ball. Theangxia maintained a safe distance from the man ahead. Aware of his keen vigilance, she did not rashly approach. She stood behind a nearby flower bed, drew her dagger, and sliced her wrist. A stream of ancient, ethereal, and enigmatic words flowed from her lips. A dozen seconds later, a palm-sized creature materialized before Theangxia. It resembled a slug, its body covered in slender metal spikes. At its head were 3 antennae-like appendages, and at its tail was a single repulsive yellow eye. Beneath the eye was a thick, serrated mouth. Theangxia reverently kissed one of the creature's antennae and whispered in an enchanting tongue, "Great Master, let that man become a puppet under your dominion for a time." Hearing her plea, the creature appeared behind Snape in an instant and drove its back spikes into his neck. Snape felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, then lost consciousness, standing in a daze with his head drooping. Theangxia approached, lifted his chin, and smiled in satisfaction at his vacant, unseeing eyes. "Take me to your home," Theangxia commanded. Snape, his eyes hollow, operated them both to Spinner's End. The next day, Theangxia had reverted to her original appearance. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the unconscious man on the bed. He was completely naked, the dark mark on his arm exposed. Theangxia drew her dagger and pressed it against the man's throat. Her eyes were cold. She wished for nothing more than to exact revenge at that moment, but the time was. She lacked the strength to confront Voldemort. If the Dark Lord discovered that something had happened to his valued subordinate, it could easily expose Theangxia. She dared not take the risk. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, making the dark mark on Snape's right arm even more prominent. Theangxia's eyes widened and a sinister smile crept across her face. A brilliant idea struck her. What could be more amusing than having the man's own bloodbound child kill him in the future? Theangxia sheathed her dagger, searched the room, and took a notebook from his desk. This would serve as evidence for a future father-son reunion, Theangxia mused, though only after her revenge was complete. Returning to the bedroom, she saw that the glocky parasite on Snape's neck was fading. This meant Snape would soon awaken. Theangxia leaned over and roused him. He opened his eyes, still vacant. "You must remember that last night you were with a woman named Theangxia Ian. But subconsciously you will overlook this fact. You will not question any of its details, nor will you speak of it to anyone." "Yes," Snape replied mechanically. Theangxia let out a delicate laugh and disapparated from Spinner's End. Thereafter she gave birth to a premature child alone at Ian Manor. Not long after, the wizarding world was rocked by a tremendous upheaval. On the third day of Itakua's disappearance, Draco and Snape had searched nearly every corner. Itakua Manor, St. Cyr Orphanage, the vicinity of Hermione, yet Itakua seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Snape even personally visited the ruins of Glocky Manor. He had suspected a connection between Itakua and the Glocky family ever since Lupin told him about the incident in class. For the name Vero Glocky had appeared in Itakua. Though Snape was certain no one in the Glocky family bore that name, he was unwilling to abandon any lead. But when he arrived, Glocky Manor remained a desolate ruin with no signs of anyone having visited. "Godfather, I wrote to Father, and he told me some things." Snape was intercepted by Draco upon returning to Hogwarts, just as he was about to storm Dumbledore's office and pry Itakua's secrets from that old bee. "Draco, I assume your brain isn't stuffed with gillyweed, and you can prioritize." Draco said gravely, "Godfather, it's about Ida. Her mother was actually Glocky's illegitimate daughter." Lucius, never expecting Itakua to run away from school and disappear, immediately wrote down everything he knew about Cyanthia. Snape skimmed the letter's contents, his expression darkening. So Itakua likely went to the Ian family's former residence. Draco nodded. But father doesn't know where the Glocky patriarch kept his mistress. He's certain, however, that it's within Britain. Draco and Snape had also suspected Itakuya might have left Britain. But thanks to the Malfoy family's formidable financial power, her name did not appear on any lists of wizards or muggles who had left the country in the past 3 days. Moreover, forging identification to go abroad couldn't be done in 3 days. So they concluded Itakuya was still somewhere in Britain. Snape fell into deep thought. The more critical the situation, the calmer he became. All information about the Glocky family had been consumed by Voldemort's great fire decades ago, leaving nothing to trace. An owl's cry shattered Snape and Draco's contemplation. They looked up to see a strange, unfamiliar owl drop them an envelope before flying away. Snape opened the envelope, and a silver object fell out, caught swiftly by Draco. Draco froze when he saw what it was. It was the Christmas gift Draco had given Itakuya, which she always wore. Snape realized this too and immediately opened the letter. The paper bore but a single sentence: Borgin and Burkes welcomes your patronage. Snape instantly moved to use the office fireplace to go to Borgin and Burkes, with Draco silently following. Snape glanced at Draco but ultimately said nothing. When the 2 wizards, one old and one young, arrived at Borgin and Burkes, Mr. Borgin had been expecting them. Welcome, gentlemen. Spare me your tedious pleasantries. Where's my daughter? Snape demanded. Mr. Borgin smiled. 200,000 galleons and 5 vials of advanced potions from a potions master. Mr. Borgin had harbored suspicions the moment he saw the middle-aged man Itakuya had disguised herself as. The bracelet on Itakuya's wrist had once been brought to him for appraisal by Lucius, so he knew it was a valuable Malfoy heirloom. He also recalled that when Mr. Malfoy had visited his shop with his son, they had mentioned another girl's name. Word had it she was the daughter of Snape, the Slytherin head. In truth, the item Mr. Borgin had given Itakuya was of little value, a trinket no one cared for, easily affordable with her funds. But the shrewd Mr. Borgin quickly saw a chance to profit. He deliberately took the bracelet and tricked Itakuya into giving him an address. Over the next 3 days, he indeed learned that the Malfoy heir and the Slytherin head were searching for someone. Deal. Agreed. Snape and Draco spoke almost in unison. Mr. Borgin inwardly applauded his own cunning once more. 3 mornings ago, a wizard in black robes bought something from me. She left this bracelet as collateral. Also, for contact purposes, she left an address. 6 Iris Lane, Cadrant County. 6 Iris Lane, Cadrant County. Snape and Draco stood before the dilapidated Ian Manor. Godfather, it looks like it's been abandoned for ages. The Ian Manor before them was decrepit, with overgrown vegetation in the yard, giving the whole building a haunted house vibe. But Snape didn't miss the fresh marks on the door handle. The 2 entered one after the other. Itakuya. Draco called Itakuya's name, his voice echoing through the empty building. No one and nothing answered him. Snape, more calm and experienced, immediately noticed the traces on the floor and followed them to a hidden door leading to the basement. Draco. Snape gestured. As they descended the stairs, the thick smell of potions made them wrinkle their noses. Itakuya. Draco exclaimed upon seeing the figure in the center of the basement, the anxiety of the past 3 days finally easing. Itakuya, have you lost your mind? How dare you lie to me? What are you doing? Are you alright? Itakuya was kneeling in a corner of the room before a steaming cauldron. Around her, herbs and books lay scattered haphazardly, with an open notebook to her right. Her hair was disheveled, dark circles prominent under her eyes, and her lips cracked. She hadn't rested for who knew how long. Hearing Draco's voice, Itakuya showed no surprise, focusing all her attention on the potion before her. Draco tried to pull Itakuya up, but Snape held him back. Snape picked up the notebook beside Itakuya and flipped through it briefly. The notebook contained several spells and 2 potion recipes. A quick glance told Snape they were all related to mending souls and awakening the slumbering. Itakuya had copied them from somewhere. The first 4 were heavily crossed out, leaving only the last potion recipe. Soul Restoration Potion. It was a recipe he had developed in the last 2 years, still in the refinement stage, and never made public. Itakuya must have discovered it by looking through his things when he wasn't around. It was a potion that could slowly restore a soul-damaged person. Snape silently observed Itakuya's cauldron. Her potion was a disaster, far beyond her skill level, with unstable magical output, and even 2 extra stirs in the count. It was perhaps the worst potion Snape had ever seen Itakuya make. Under normal circumstances, he would have given her a thorough scolding. How did you find me? Itakuya finally spoke, her voice alarmingly hoarse. You're curious about that now. You dared to leave without a word. Do you know how long Godfather and I searched for you? Draco snorted. Borgin and Burkes. Snape, unusually calm, answered Itakuya's question briefly. Indeed, I had a feeling at the time that telling that old man might be risky. Itakuya let out a self-deprecating laugh. She should have been more cautious rather than being swept away by her reluctance to part with that bracelet. In that moment of distraction, the potion before her suddenly emitted an unpleasant odor. Itakuya froze at a loss. Are you trying to brew a pot of poison to kill yourself? Snape snorted, casting a cleaning charm on Itakuya's cauldron before transforming the items beside him into a large table. Snape took away Itakuya's cauldron, not sparing her a single glance, and coldly ordered Draco. Draco, come over, and help your godfather process the ingredients. But godfather. Draco hesitated. Hurry up. With Snape personally taking charge, the efficiency and quality of the brewing naturally improved significantly. 2 hours later, a freshly brewed potion was placed in a bottle. Throughout the entire process, Itakuya stood in the corner with her arms crossed, her head bowed, lost in thought. Itakuya walked over, picked up the bottle, and was about to drink it, when Draco hastily stopped her. Are you insane? This is still a work-in-progress potion. Don't stop her, Draco, Snape sneered. It's not the first time she's drunk something like this. Snape could clearly detect the lingering scent in the room, the residue of countless failed potion brews. He guessed that Itakuya had already exhausted all possible solutions, but was unwilling to accept a certain truth, so she kept repeating the process of brewing the final soul-repairing potion. This troll really had audacity, daring to consume an unfinished potion like it was a meal. What? Draco asked in confusion. Itakuya gave Draco a reassuring look and downed the potion in one gulp. An overwhelming surge of magical energy flooded through Itakuya's body, making her feel as if she were immersed in cool spring water. The soothing sensation caused her furrowed brows to relax involuntarily. Itakuya closed her eyes and waited for over 10 minutes. The thing she had prayed for still did not happen. Snape stood by waiting, while Draco, sensing something amiss, watched her with a frown. This potion takes effect the moment it's consumed. Waiting any longer won't change a thing, Snape finally couldn't help but say. Itakuya remained silent, her head bowed. Trelawney's prophecies are sometimes accurate. Itakuya's body began to tremble. Snape understood what Itakuya was about to experience. He had gone through the same ordeal himself. But he had to be firm and help her accept this reality rather than allow her to continue deceiving herself. This was a father's duty. You haven't used the thing you took from Borgin and Burke's yet, have you? Snape said in a low voice. Itakuya could barely stand, but Draco managed to support her in time. She dared not open the black box she had obtained from Borgin and Burke's, because doing so would force her to acknowledge that person's death. Even though she rationally understood that this was likely the truth, she simply refused to believe it, preferring to trap herself in this basement, endlessly brewing potions. Open it, Snape said, a note of sorrow creeping into his voice as he used the summoning charm to bring the black box to Itakuya. Don't be afraid. Draco and I will stay here with you. Itakuya clutched the black box, shaking her head as she wept. Snape did not rush her, silently waiting for her to come to terms with it. Draco felt Itakuya trembling even more violently in his arms. She could barely hold onto the object. Yet the young Malfoy heir instinctively felt that what his godfather was doing was right, even if it caused Itakuya immense pain. Having no other recourse, Draco could only hold Itakuya tightly. She wept uncontrollably, but eventually opened the black box. The moment the black box was opened, a plume of smoke-gray gas surged out, filling the entire space and shrouding the small basement in a haze. Moments later, the smoke formed a black-and-white image, eerily yet harmoniously overlaying the surroundings. A once ruined area transformed into a small operating table with various medical instruments arranged on a nearby shelf. In the corner, there was a massive black silhouette entirely hidden within the dark mist, making it impossible to discern clearly. Upon closer inspection, it was all just a translucent projection. The source of this apparition was a palm-sized black substance suspended in the air at the center. The black object had a slit cut into it from which a dark purple liquid dripped very slowly into a container below. Just as Draco tried to get a better look at what it was, Cyania's figure hurried past him, passing through his body. Cyania was holding a frail infant no more than 6 or 7 months old. She placed the sleeping baby on the operating table and carefully extracted a small amount of the dark purple liquid from the corner container. She diluted the liquid and injected it into the infant's bloodstream. The baby on the table began to cry incessantly, and the moment the substance entered her body, eerie purple light glowed from various parts of her form. A fierce wind whipped around the infant, her face flushed red. Yet Cyania paid no heed to the child's cries. Instead, she wore an expression of excitement. She strapped the child to the operating table to prevent any significant struggle and then began recording something. Throughout the entire process, the child let out heart-wrenching sobs. She was too young to do anything but cry out in pain. Unfortunately, her cries went unheeded. Both Snape and Draco felt their hearts clench, their faces turning grim. Itakuya, however, watched calmly. This procedure was repeated many times until the child turned 2. By then, the black substance had stopped producing liquid, and all of it had been forcibly injected into the young Itakuya's body by Cyania in this manner. She was locked in the basement by Cyania, who only appeared at mealtimes to feed her some unknown paste-like substance. The rest of the time, Itakuya huddled on a mattress in the corner. She was immersed in agony, day and night, groggy and uncomfortable from the overly abundant magical energy within her. The items in the basement were often scattered by an unseen wind. Several times, the overwhelming magical energy caused her to vomit blood, her life hanging by a thread. Yet Cyanea used some unknown secret technique to miraculously revive the dying Itakuya. Itakuya had no memories of her childhood, she only remembered boundless agony. The overwhelming magical power which did not belong to her caused a constant pain in her body, as if it were about to burst. Whenever this pain gradually subsided, Cynthia would appear and inject a new liquid into her body. Then Itakuya would be plunged back into suffering. Until one day, it was a day like hell, yet also a day of rebirth. Cynthia cut open her body and inserted a small piece of that black substance into her heart. When the thing fused with her flesh and blood, Itakuya experienced a pain greater than all her previous sufferings combined. Her soul was torn apart. At that moment, she only wished for a swift death. Cynthia continued chanting something, her voice like the whispers of a demon. After that day, Itakuya did not know how long she remained unconscious. When she awoke, she was astonished to find that she had finally escaped the endless torment caused by the surging, formidable magical power. Even stranger standing before her was another self. It was merely a translucent shadow identical to her except for its purple eyes. "Hello, you're finally awake," the shadow said. Itakuya did not react. Teaching her to speak was not part of Cyantia's plan. "Does it still hurt here?" the shadow asked, pointing to where Itakuya's heart was. Itakuya looked down at her chest, then crawled back into the corner. The shadow's gaze dimmed. Her eyes were gentle and sorrowful. She walked over and gently wrapped her arms around Itakuya. Although Itakuya could not feel the embrace of a physical body, she still tilted her head and frowned in wonder and confusion. "Does it still hurt?" the shadow asked softly. Tom. Itakuya did not understand the words, merely repeating them. The shadow clearly realized this as well. She sighed softly. "Child, it seems I should have taught you to speak first." The shadow pointed at Itakuya's hand and said patiently, "Look, this is hand. S-H. Show." "It's hand," the shadow repeated. "Hand. Yes, you're wonderful." The shadow smiled and gently touched Itakuya's head. Itakuya saw the other's hand hovering above her head. She reached up and covered the spot with her own hand, her black round eyes sparkling. Cynthia continued her experiments. Her ultimate goal was to place all the remains of the old god into Itakuya's body. It was a long process. The magic contained in the remains was far greater than that in blood. For every half-nail-sized piece inserted, Itakuya's body needed months to adapt. But from the day the shadow appeared, Itakuya never saw Cynthia again. She and the shadow shared this body. Or rather, the shadow bore all the pain for her. Whenever Cynthia appeared, or when the magic raged, the shadow would take control of the body, forcing Itakuya, and Itakuya would only wake again after Cynthia left. The shadow taught her to speak. She taught her the common sense of the world and how to perceive it. She taught Itakuya how to be human. To Itakuya, she was mother, sister, and friend, her entire world. Name. Itakuya was puzzled by the new word she learned today. "Yes, a name," the shadow said. "Everyone has a name." "I don't." Itakuya shook her head. She then asked, "You have he?" The shadow paused. Her gaze fell on the translucent shadow of the old god in the distance, where a small piece of the black substance floated in midair. "Yes, I am Itakuya, and so are you. We share this name," the shadow said. "Itakuya." Itakuya repeated the name, a happy smile spreading across her face. "I like Itakuya." The shadow's gaze was complex, but she said nothing more. When Itakuya was about 6 years old, Cynthia began throwing books into the basement. She seemed not to care that Itakuya could speak. Or perhaps this was exactly what she had hoped for. Cynthia constantly demanded that Itakuya learn various spells, powerful, complex, and lethal ones. Whenever Itakuya failed, she was brutally punished. Itakuya was unaware of this, for the shadow bore it all in her place. The shadow sealed away all memories Itakuya should not know, leaving only the beautiful parts. Though this beauty was laughably cheap. With all her being, that shadow built a fairy tale kingdom for the young Itakuya in this sunless basement, shielding her from pain. Yet young Itakuya did not understand this. She only knew that from then on the shadow began teaching her to read and write. After learning most of the words, Itakuya developed a great interest in reading. One day she saw a magical creature in a book, a dragon. Itakuya, have you ever seen a dragon?" The shadow thought for a moment, then guiltily nodded slightly under the child's expectant gaze. "Wow, you're amazing. Itakuya knows everything." "I love Itakuya the most," Itakuya said joyfully. "I want to see a dragon too." "Itakuya, does the outside world you talk about really exist?" Little Itakuya looked at the shadow with a pitiful expression. "Why can I only be here? Why can't I see it?" The shadow was silent for a long time. Before she could answer, a strange sound came from above. It was Cynthia arriving. The shadow's expression grew serious. She immediately took over Itakuya's consciousness. This time Itakuya slept for a very long time. So long that her main consciousness instinctively felt uneasy. She broke through the shadow's control and awoke briefly for a single moment. After years, Itakuya saw Cynthia again. She had gone completely mad, her back hunched, standing before Itakuya with a fanatical look. Itakuya was strapped to an operating table. She was horrified to discover a massive gash cut open on her chest. Beside her heart grew a black, nauseating. The thing pulsed with her heart, each beat flashing with a deep purple light. The searing pain from her chest robbed Itakuya of even the strength to scream. The pain sent her into shock. When Itakuya awoke again, she was completely alone. The shadow, having endured too much suffering, did not wake for 3 whole days. Wah! Itakuya, what's wrong? When the shadow appeared again, Itakuya was sobbing uncontrollably. I'm fine, Itakuya. Don't be afraid. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to disappear. I won't, the shadow said, unable to embrace her, only offering gentle comfort. You will. You disappeared this time. I don't want to face that person alone anymore. I want to be with you, Itakuya said with determination. Don't be difficult, Itakuya. You're still too young, the shadow said softly. I insist. I am the main consciousness. If I refuse to fall asleep, you can't take over, Itakuya declared. The shadow rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Her eyes fell on the half-read book in the distance, its pages still open to the introduction of dragons. All right, Itakuya, I'll tell you a secret. What secret? Actually, I am a dragon. A dragon. Itakuya stopped crying. Yes, I was once a dragon, appearing here only by chance to share a body with you. Really? The shadow nodded. Of course. Itakuya shook her head cautiously. I don't believe you. Fine, I'll prove it to you then. The shadow merged with Itakuya's body, taking control without forcing her original consciousness into slumber. Itakuya watched in astonishment as black mist rose from her own form, enveloping her entirely. The next moment she materialized in another corner of the basement. Itakuya, what is this? It's amazing. This? It's a dragon's ability, the shadow said. Really? But aren't dragons supposed to fly? Itakuya wondered. Yes, that's right. I just flew too fast, that's why you didn't see it. Really? Itakuya grew excited, seemingly convinced. Then Itakuya, can you take me flying? Let's fly away from here. The shadow shook its head silently. Itakuya, the shackles on your wrists are actually linked to our souls. I cannot break free. Not yet, at least, the shadow thought to itself. Itakuya nodded in disappointment, but quickly composed herself. Itakuya, tell me more about dragons. I read in a book that they love gems. Is that true? Of course dragons adore gems. We love all sorts of shiny things. And where do dragons live? In caves. We like to dwell in caves. What do you eat then? Eat. We usually don't need to eat. Sleeping suffices. Really? Itakuya frowned. But that book clearly says dragons eat people. The book is wrong. You know, most authors just make things up. Really, especially this one. This author named Constantine, everything she wrote is pure fabrication. Oh, Itakuya was skeptical. Itakuya, can you transform into a dragon? I want to see a real dragon. The shadow frowned in difficulty. Oi, please, Itakuya. All right, but you need to sleep for a while first. He'll call you when I'm done. Why, oi? Do you still want to see the dragon? The shadow said sternly. Yes. Itakuya quickly closed her eyes obediently. The shadow took over Itakuya's body, its smile fading as it placed a hand over its chest. From the shadow's mouth emerged ancient arcane words of enchantment. Wind Walker Itakuya, lend me your power. The next moment black mist shrouded Itakuya's body. Her human form vanished, leaving only a towering shadow that reached the ceiling. The shadow was a colossal black skeleton wreathed in faint, ethereal black smoke. It stretched out a clawed hand and comically picked up the discarded book, muttering to itself, a dragon. What does a dragon even look like? Why doesn't this lousy book have any pictures? Fine, I'll just improvise. She flipped to the chapter on amphibians and haphazardly combined features from several animals. The next moment, the black skeleton transformed into a black dragon with a lizard's head, bat-like wings, and serpentine scales. The shadow inspected itself, deemed it convincing enough to fool a 7 or 8-year-old, and then safely awakened Itakuya. Wow, I'm a dragon. Itakuya jumped around excitedly. The basement shook several times and 2 candlesticks toppled over. The shadow quickly stopped Itakuya. After a moment's thought, it simply shrank the body proportionally to the size of a kitten. That way, even if Itakuya bounced around wildly, she wouldn't alert Cyanthia. Why, you can shrink too. Why? All dragons can shrink, because we don't eat much, so shrinking conserves energy. So are dragons usually this small? Yes, we only grow large when facing enemies. Normally dragons are this tiny. Wow. The shadow played with Itakuya for a long time until she grew tired, and they sat side by side on the mattress in the corner. So do you believe I'm a dragon now? The shadow asked. Yes, I believe you. Itakuya is a very powerful dragon. Itakuya nodded. Then Itakuya, I want to tell you something. Since I'm a mighty dragon, what Cyanthia does to us means nothing to me. The shadow spoke softly. Really? Itakuya frowned. Of course. See, the book says dragons are an incredibly powerful species. But you said the book was all lies. The shadow was stumped. Anyway, Itakuya, trust me. I am strong enough to handle all this. I can deal with her alone. So next time, please don't wake up on your own, okay? But Itakuya hesitated. Itakuya, trust me. It'll be fine. All right, I believe you. But you mustn't lie to me. Back then, Itakuya didn't notice the shadow's increasingly pale and weary face, completely immersed in her faith in the mighty dragon. Thus she grew to the age of 9 or 10. Itakuya finally faced the fateful day. It was one night. The shadow's complexion had grown terribly pale. Itakuya, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Itakuya asked. I plan to break the chains the next time that woman comes. If luck is on our side, you can leave this place. Itakuya shrank back in fear, shaking her head in refusal. No, don't. That woman Cyanthia, she's terrifying. We can't escape. The shadow stroked Itakuya's hair and whispered comfortingly, we can, Itakuya. Trust me. Itakuya hugged herself tightly, hesitating. But how do we do it? You don't need to do anything, Itakuya. Just sleep completely like before and leave. But what will you do? Itakuya sensed something amiss. Will you still be with me? The shadow was silent for a long time. Itakuya. I might not be. Itakuya immediately shook her head firmly. No, I don't want you to leave me. Knowing how stubborn Itakuya could be, the shadow changed its approach. Sleep, Itakuya. They'll just sleep inside your body. I want truly disappear. No, I don't want you to sleep. I don't want you to vanish. Itakuya cried out. I can stay here forever. We can always be together. I don't want to leave. I don't want to see the outside world anymore. No. The shadow suddenly grew stern. Itakuya, you must leave this place. That woman Cyanthia plans to put the rest of that thing into your body. If she does, both of us will die from its magical surge. The shadow pointed to the transparent silhouette of the evil god in the distance, where the black substance within was still a quarter of its full size. Itakuya frowned, grasping the gravity of the situation. But I don't want you to disappear. I want to stay with you forever. Itakuya, listen to me. Do you remember that notebook I told you to keep safe? It belonged to your father. Father? I have a father. Itakuya asked in confusion. Yes, but he doesn't know you exist yet, the phantom replied. Cyanthia had you without his knowledge. I once heard her speak of him. He is now a professor at a prestigious magic school. Then why don't we ask him to save us? Itakuya suggested. No, I am not certain what kind of person he is. The phantom gazed at Itakuya with a calm, tender look like a mother's final farewell. But perhaps this could be your way into that school. Why must I go to school? Itakuya asked. Because you need friends your own age. You need to meet other people. You need someone who can truly hold you. The phantom whispered coaxingly. Besides, that school is renowned for its magic. Surely they will teach you how to awaken you. Itakuya repeated. The phantom nodded. Yes, as I said, I am merely sleeping. If you find a way to rouse me, I can return. Then we can be together forever out in the world, free from Cyanthia's threat. Really? Itakuya hesitated. Really, the phantom affirmed softly. So Itakuya, live earnestly, make friends, study hard, and you will discover how to awaken me. I am waiting for you to save me. Itakuya nodded firmly, his expression resolute. All right, Itakuya, I will save you. The phantom smiled, gently caressing Itakuya's face. Itakuya, my darling, take care of yourself. Itakuya nodded in innocent confusion. The phantom's gaze grew even softer. Now, Itakuya, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Itakuya, do you remember what I told you about Glocki? Itakuya nodded. You said Cyanthia is Glocki's illegitimate daughter, so I also carry Glocki's bloodline. Glocki was a follower of the evil god, but they were all killed by someone named Voldemort. The phantom nodded. I am not sure if that Voldemort will return, so you must never reveal that you are Glocki's descendant. Do not tell anyone Cyanthia's true name, and never speak of how your heart and blood are different from ordinary people. Guard your secrets well. If anyone asks about your mother, say she ran off with a man and left you alone in the orphanage. Understood? Itakuya nodded. The phantom smiled with relief. Good. Now I will teach you all the spells this body has already mastered. I have cast them many times using your body. Your muscles already remember the movements. You will learn quickly. Once I deal with Cyanthia, take her wand. Use it to cast powerful magic in times of danger. For other spells, rely on wandless magic. That is the talent I have left you. When it is all over, leave this place. Take the currency here and that notebook. Go far away and let no one discover what happened here. Do not be afraid. If your life is truly threatened, let the thing inside your heart surge. The phantom continued her endless instructions, but Itakuya, still only a child, had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. The phantom's voice gradually faded. In the dim basement, her form was no longer Itakuya's face. She grew to 3 meters tall, transforming into a black. That was the true form of the evil god Itakuya. The phantom gazed silently at the sleeping child. I'm sorry, I cannot watch you grow up. She spoke. The phantom was originally nothing but the lingering obsession of those slain by Itakuya. After being frozen for so long alongside Itakuya's remains, she gradually acquired some of Itakuya's abilities and talents. She began to call herself Itakuya. This newborn Itakuya was not as powerful as the old god, and most of her power remained in that fragment of remains. Each time Cyanthia transplanted a small piece of the remains into Itakuya's heart, the phantom's strength grew a little more. The chains Cyanthia used to bind her and Itakuya were a secret art of the Glocki bloodline, imbued with the power of another evil god, Glocki. So the phantom could only wait, biding her time, until Cyanthia slowly strengthened her. In truth, after the last transplantation, the Phantom had already amassed enough power to break free. But at that time, Itakua's body had not yet adapted to the fierce magical energy from the newly transplanted fragment, and the Phantom could not bear to let Itakua face the life-threatening surge of power alone. So she waited. Only when Itakua's body could withstand the excess magic did she decide to truly bid him farewell. The next morning, the basement had no windows. Even in daylight it was as dim as night. The Phantom took over Itakua's body and stood at the center of the room. Black-purple light flowed through Itakua's body, and her eyes sparkled like violet gems, shimmering with the same radiance. Expressionless, she gripped the manacle on her right wrist with her left hand and squeezed. Black mist and metallic yellow light erupted simultaneously, the two forces clashing and creating a massive vortex of magical energy. The Phantom stood at the center of the vortex, calmly observing. Moments later, a crack appeared on the chain binding the Phantom and Itakua. The crack spread in all directions, finally shattering into several pieces. What? How did you break through Glocky's binding? Sensing the disturbance, Cyanthia hurried over. Cyanthia had aged into a woman in her 60s, her hair gone, her body hunched, shrinking into a wide, blackened robe. Seeing the scene in the basement, Cyanthia sensed trouble. Impossible. You are merely a newborn evil god, a god I created. How can you resist the power of a true, ancient one? The Phantom let out a mocking laugh. I thought you saw me as just another personality of this child. It seems you still cling to that foolish dream of creating a god. When Cyanthia suddenly noticed that Itakua had become like a different person, silent, composed, yet glaring at her with resentment, she knew that what she desired had come into being. Yes, what she wanted was a new consciousness born from the flesh and blood of her child and the remnants of an ancient eldritch deity. Cyanthia believed this would allow her to create a new god. To test the upper limits of the new god's magical power she had created, she relentlessly forced Itakua to learn and cast various spells from Incendio to the killing curse. Cyanthia was never satisfied with Itakua's performance. Each time, she would push Itakua to the point of utter exhaustion. As for her own safety, Cyanthia had no concerns, for she had bound Itakua's soul using Glocky's artifact. Whenever she invoked the secret arts of Glocky, Itakua's soul would suffer the torment of being torn asunder. Whenever she thought of this, Cyanthia would feel grateful for having in her youth secretly followed her father into Glocky's manor, where she had stolen many useful items and forbidden arts. Yet she never imagined that one day the Glocky secret arts she prided herself on would be shattered by Itakua. She knew full well that a god artificially induced was merely a low-grade replica of the great old ones. What do you mean? Cyanthia glared at the Phantom. Itakua. Just what I said, the Phantom replied unhurriedly. Black mist emanated from the Phantom's form. The next second she appeared before Cyanthia, seized her by the neck, and flung her toward the operating table. Cyanthia crashed heavily into the shelf holding her experimental supplies. The 2-meter-tall shelf toppled over with its contents. The Phantom stood at a distance, slowly snapping her fingers. In an instant, the basement was eerily divided into two parts. The area where Itakua usually lived remained untouched, while the place where Cyanthia conducted her inhumane experiments was ravaged by a violent gale. The sounds of shattering glass, crashing objects, and Cyanthia's screams mingled together. The Phantom closed her eyes gently, as if savoring a delightful A minute later, what was once an orderly space lay in ruins. In the corner, the Phantom of the god Itakua had vanished, and the remaining fragment of the ancient deity was buried somewhere beneath the debris. Cyanthia barely crawled out of the wreckage. A knife, the very one she had used to cut open Itakua's chest, was lodged in her thigh. Her right arm, twisted in her struggle, was bent at an unnatural angle. A section of steel pipe protruded from her abdomen. Blood pooled on the floor. She was beyond saving. The Phantom approached, using her foot to lift Cyanthia's chin, and sneered down at her. How foolish and arrogant a woman to dare attempt the creation of a god. The so-called Great Old Ones are alien deities utterly unlike humans. They see us as mere ants. Oh, why would they ever ally with us? The Phantom mocked. You? Who? Who are you? Cyanthia asked, unwilling to accept her fate. Merely a lingering obsession dwelling within Itakua's remains. Cyanthia suddenly burst into laughter as though struck by a realization. Her laugh sounded like a broken, wheezing organ. You are not the real Itakua. By destroying the chains imbued with Glocky's power, you have inflicted fatal damage upon this Bodhi's soul. The Phantom spoke calmly. No. My Itakua will be fine. Because I will bear all of this for her, even if it costs me my own annihilation. Cyanthia, you are not her mother. I am. The evil you have wrought I shall bear. Both you and I will end in this sunless place. But this child shall surely live under the sunlight. The Phantom's gaze rested on the distance, a serene smile upon her face. Seconds later, Itakua's consciousness regained control of the body. Itakua looked around in terror. When she saw the dying Cyanthia, she nearly collapsed. Itakua instantly lost control of her magic, summoning a terrifying gale. It's okay, Itakua. Itakua, she whispered, clutching her heart. Seeing that she had finally broken free and that the basement door stood wide open, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Itakuya stepped out cautiously, yet brimming with curiosity. She finally saw what the phantom had told her about sunlight, grass, and the sky. But soon her eyes, unable to adapt, forced her back inside. Barefoot, she stood at the entrance to the basement, where Cyanthia's cries for help echoed from below. "Help me, please help me. I gave birth to you." Amidst the uncontrollable gale, Itakuya searched for everything of value that Cyanthia owned. A dozen minutes later, Itakuya returned to the basement. Cyanthia's face had turned ashen. Seeing Itakuya, she reached out, as if grasping at a lifeline. "Vero Glocki, save me. I was wrong. I am your mother." "Vero Glocki?" Itakuya asked, tilting her head, one hand behind her back. "Who is that?" "It's you. It's you. It's the name I gave you when you were born." Cyanthia clutched desperately at Itakuya's robe. "Save me. I know I was wrong. I regret everything. I won't do those things to you anymore. From now on, let's live well together, okay? You're only 9. Without a guardian, you'll be sent to an orphanage." Itakuya slowly crouched down. In the expectant gaze of the latter, she drove the sharp kitchen knife she had been hiding behind her back into Cyanthia's throat. Blood splattered all over Itakuya, but she watched calmly. At last she would no longer have to hear that woman's grating voice. Itakuya stood up, pried open Cyanthia's hand, and coldly corrected her. "You've got the wrong person. My name is Itakuya." The memory froze on this scene. The young Itakuya stood face to face with the unseeing, staring eyes of Cyanthia. Draco was already silently wiping away his tears. He held Itakuya tightly in his arms, as if he could protect the child she once was. Snape stood behind the two, his face dark and terrifying. He stared coldly in Cyanthia's direction, his hand gripping his wand, so tightly it seemed to tremble. Both men silently absorbed Itakuya's past. Itakuya herself was calmer. She watched her memories quietly, her gaze fixed entirely on the phantom. She was simply yearning for the one who had once been her entire world. The images of the memories slowly faded. From the distant ruins, black mist gradually emerged, coalescing into the form of Itakuya as a 9-year-old. Her eyes were purple, and purple runes shimmered across her skin. Mr. Borgin's words had come true. At the end of the memory, the departed will reappear in the form of a soul. All three of them witnessed the apparition's emergence. Draco cast a furtive glance at Snape, and upon receiving the latter's affirming gaze, he slowly released Itakuya. He and Snape stepped back in silent unison. Itakuya stared mutely at the 9-year-old version of herself before her. Her magic at this moment slipped from its master's control, and the wind sent objects throughout the space, flying in chaotic disarray. Suddenly, Itakuya hurled the black box in her hand with all her might towards the figure. The dark wooden casket passed straight through the other's head and crashed against the wall with a thunderous noise. The resounding crash was ample testament to its owner's fury. Still unsatisfied after throwing just one object, Itakuya casually summoned more things with a summoning charm and flung them viciously. "You promised me with your own lips that you were merely sleeping. You said that if I studied hard I would find a way to save you at Hogwarts. I followed your instructions. I entered Hogwarts, I studied diligently, and I lived earnestly. I searched every single book in the Hogwarts restricted section." Itakuya pointed at the scattered medicinal herbs and notes behind her. "I tried every spell, every method. On the very day I discovered them, I secretly tested them in my dormitory. I even ran back here and experimented for 3 days in this basement. But why doesn't a single one of them work?" Tears streamed down Itakuya's face one after another as she slowly approached the location of the apparition. Yet the apparition remained silent, gazing at Itakuya with a tranquil expression, as if she were merely a painting. Did I do something wrong? Was I not careful enough in my reading, or was my ability insufficient? Speak, Itakuya. Why can't I save you? Itakuya's emotions grew increasingly volatile. She shouted her accusations at the figure, her voice turning hoarse. "How dare you? How could you just deceive me and leave like this? Leaving me to live comfortably and carefreely at Hogwarts for several years. I naively believed all along that you would come back. Itakuya, answer me. Say something." Itakuya rushed before the apparition, attempting to grab its shoulders, but her outstretched hand passed straight through. Itakuya froze for a moment, then collapsed to her knees before it, burying her face in her hands as she wept bitterly. In a voice tinged with supplication, she murmured, "Say something, Itakuya. Please don't leave me like this." Itakuya sobbed uncontrollably, just as Draco and Snape feared she might collapse from exhaustion. The apparition let out a slow, soft sigh. Itakuya jerked her head up. She saw the apparition smile sadly, then gently touch her forehead with its fingertip. The moment the fingertip made contact with Itakuya, she could no longer withstand the days of relentless anxiety and strain, and she fell unconscious. Itakuya did not crumple to the ground. The dark mist emanating from the apparition gently levitated the unconscious Itakuya. The apparition slowly raised its head, calmly regarding Snape and Draco as they hurried over. Its gaze held a hint of probing inquiry. Snape and Draco both halted in their tracks. After a long moment, it was Snape who recovered first. He addressed the apparition in a deep, solemn voice. "I will take good care of her. As her father, I will remain by her side forever until the end of my life. Draco followed, swearing an oath with a grave expression. I swear on the name of Malfoy that I will protect Itakuya well. Having obtained what she sought, the apparition manipulated the dark mist to deliver Itakuya into Snape's arms. He held her securely. The apparition nodded once to the two men. It cast one final look at Itakuya, then slowly dissipated into the air. The Ian Manor was truly no place fit for habitation. Given Itakuya's current condition, returning to Hogwarts was temporarily out of the question. After careful deliberation, Snape decided to take Itakuya and Draco back to Spinner's Inn for the time being. Dumbledore had likely anticipated this event since Itakuya's very first day at Hogwarts. He thoughtfully sent an owl to Snape, informing them that the three of them could return to school after the Christmas holidays. However, Snape was still responsible for remotely brewing the Wolfsbane potion for Lupin and sending it to Hogwarts. Dumbledore also mentioned in his letter that an attack had occurred at Hogwarts and that Sirius Black had infiltrated the Gryffindor Tower. Ever since Lupin had applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Snape had suspected that he might be colluding in secret with that foolish Pat. Upon learning this news from Dumbledore's letter, Snape couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. He had warned Dumbledore long ago. Lupin was very likely untrustworthy. After all, back in their school days, those few were thick as thieves. But Dumbledore, for reasons unknown, not only disregarded his advice to be wary of Lupin, but also appointed him as the defense against the dark arts professor. Defense against the dark arts. Draco silently processed the medicinal ingredients nearby. He noticed that his godfather's demeanor had soured ever since receiving the letter from Hogwarts. Draco was curious about the letter's contents, but lacked the courage to ask. Fortunately, Snape quickly composed himself and graciously enlightened Draco. Dumbledore says you and Itakuya can wait until after Christmas to return to Hogwarts. Really? Draco brightened. Excellent. We can spend Christmas here. Snape's displeased look was enough to silence Draco immediately. He knew well that an extended stay at his godfather's home was ungentlemanly, but his concern for Itakuya overrode propriety. The memory of Itakuya's recollection that day weighed heavily on Draco's mind. He could scarcely believe that anyone in this world could be so vile. Cyanthia, that woman. Draco felt an urge to cast her very bones into the sewers. Every time he recalled the scenes he had witnessed at Ian Manor, his eyes stung. He ached for Itakuya's suffering. Draco knew that his godfather shared his sentiments. On their first night back at Spinner's Inn, the two men sat in silent vigil by the window of the slumbering Itakuya, keeping watch through the entire night. Even in her sleep, Itakuya wept softly like a young beast that had lost its mother. Yet both Snape and Draco felt utterly helpless. The agony of losing a loved one could only be soothed by the slow passage of time. The only thing Snape and Draco could do was to stay by Itakuya's side as much as possible and brew restorative potions for her. Snape had spent 2 nights perfecting the soul-repairing potion. This potion was one he had specifically researched for Itakuya's condition. Fortunately, the potion she had repeatedly attempted to brew in those final days was precisely his own soul-repairing potion. It was a potion with a mild, gentle effect. Thus, even though Itakuya had consumed no fewer than 10 vials of the soul-repairing potion in 3 days, it had not caused any substantial harm to her body. Of course, this was also largely due to the relatively decent quality of Itakuya's previous batches of the soul-repairing potion. If every batch had been as disastrous as her final attempt, she would have poisoned herself long ago. Of course, the smooth perfection of Snape's potion formula was also greatly aided by Draco's assistance, not only in physical labor, but also in financial support. Draco had returned to Malfoy Manor the very next day, and in the presence of the elder Mr. Malfoy cleaned out the Malfoy family's potion ingredient store. Itakuya awoke after being unconscious for about a week. She was not injured. On the contrary, the phantom Itakuya had healed her soul in the very end. The reason for her prolonged slumber was that the phantom Itakuya had shared its memories with her, every single one. How Cyanthia had tormented her, how she had cared for herself, how she had concealed everything. Itakuya understood that the phantom Itakuya had intended through this to impart one final lesson, the true power and usage of the evil god Itakuya. The phantom Itakuya had not revealed this to her younger self before, firstly, because she was too young and her control over magic was too weak, knowing it would only have increased the risk of magical outbursts. Secondly, the phantom Itakuya had not anticipated that the present Itakuya would be caught in such a perilous vortex of danger. Voldemort. The two people Itakuya cared about most were a Death Eater and the child of a Death Eater. This almost predetermined Itakuya's stance. Yet she was also a descendant of the Glocky family. Such a contradictory position meant that once Voldemort returned, he would inevitably take notice of Itakuya's. When that time came, Itakuya would likely fall into danger. The only thing the phantom Itakuya could do was leave her with strength formidable enough. Itakuya had not expected that after all these years she was still exhausting herself to plan for her future, even with only a remnant of her soul left. When Itakuya woke, the sunlight outside the window was perfect. Vast swaths of golden light dazzled her, making it hard to open her eyes. She had always loved the sky and sunlight, because for the past few years, she could only live through the phantom Itakuya's descriptions and her own imagination. She had been confined to a basement with no sunlight, her gaze meeting only an ugly cement ceiling. In her youth, Itakuya had fantasized countless times about how wonderful the so-called blue sky, white clouds, and sunlight must be. In truth, on the day Itakuya gained her freedom, she saw something hundreds of times more perfect than her imagination. Sadly, the one who first taught her everything was no longer by her side. Even the most beautiful scenery loses its luster. Itakuya, you're awake. Draco opened the door and entered only to see Itakuya standing with her back to him, barefoot on the floor. Her long jet black hair cascaded to her waist, obscuring her face. She reached out a hand to catch a beam of golden light. Hearing his voice, Itakuya turned her head and saw a beautiful gem gazing at her with both worry and joy. Itakuya smiled gently. Yes, Draco, I'm awake. Draco rushed over and embraced her tightly, one arm around her waist, and the other stroking her hair, his movements trembling slightly. Ida, my Ida. It's okay, it's all over. I promise I won't let this happen again. Itakuya had grown accustomed to Draco's embraces. She grabbed the corners of his robe, contentedly breathing in his scent within his arms. Itakuya finally understood Firenze's words. She also grasped the deeper meaning behind the phantom Itakuya's deception. The void in her heart left by the phantom Itakuya's departure was slowly being filled by two others. One was embracing her now, the other stood outside the door watching her with a freshly brewed potion in hand. Snape did not play the spoilsport this time. He met Itakuya's gaze over Draco's back, and in her slightly moist eyes he silently set down the potion. He decided to leave the space to Draco and Itakuya for now. Draco was unaware of this. He had already begun to cry the moment he held Itakuya. Seeing him on the verge of crying out all the grievances she had endured over the past decade, Itakuya quickly pulled him over to sit on the bed. That woman, that beast, how dare she treat you like that? Draco clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. I'm fine, didn't you see? All that pain was borne by the other Itakuya. Itakuya held Draco's hand in return. She protected me well. I think my childhood was passable. Your standards for good are awfully low, Draco muttered discontentedly. Itakuya laughed at that. The Patronus charm can only be cast from happy memories. I've shown you my Patronus, haven't I, Mr. Malfoy? Draco was silent for a long moment, then looked up solemnly at Itakuya. Ida, let's be together. I will always protect you. I swear it on the name of Malfoy. Itakuya hadn't expected Draco to say this so suddenly and was momentarily at a loss. Receiving no response, the young Mr. Malfoy quickly fell into panic and self-doubt, his gaze wavering. No way. Could it be that Ida doesn't actually like me? Impossible. She said many times she likes my face. But what if she only likes my face? Watching the flustered and uncertain young lord before her, Itakuya almost burst out laughing. As you command, my little lord. Itakuya held Draco's hand, and the two sat in the brilliant sunlight, the radiant light, making them appear as holy as deities. You don't need to protect me. Just be with me. Stay by my side forever. Draco understood Itakuya's heart. She was not afraid of danger, but of loneliness. Itakuya, Snape, Draco said, holding her hand and reverently placing a kiss on the back of it. Draco Malfoy, heir of the Malfoy family, pledges to you, I will always stand by your side and never leave. The warmth on her hand spread through her. Itakuya looked down, lost in thought for a long moment before she looked up and gently touched Draco's cheek. Draco Malfoy, I swear in the name of the gods, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. Even if it leads to utter ruin, I will not hesitate. Draco's ears burned and he looked away awkwardly. What utter ruin could possibly await us? Who can say about the future? Itakuya smiled mysteriously. For instance, if my father found out about our conversation just now. You might very well be facing utter ruin in the days to come. Draco felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. He calmed down in an instant. For the first time, Mr. Malfoy realized that his future father-in-law, who was also his godfather and professor, was a challenge he could hardly. Also, friendly reminder, Itakuya added with a smile, twisting the knife. When you rushed over and hugged me just now, father was standing right at the door. Itakuya awoke in the afternoon. Draco stayed with her in the room for no more than 2 hours. The two newly committed little snakes dared not do anything earth-shattering under Snape's watchful eyes. They decided to present themselves to the world as merely platonic until graduation, until they had completely left Hogwarts. Ask no further, the teacher's child simply couldn't have a school romance. After Draco left, Itakuya finally remembered the potion Snape had left behind. She knew her father was a potions master, but she hadn't expected him to perfect an immature potion formula in just a few days. Such a feat was far more challenging than publishing a valuable academic paper. Truly remarkable, her father. Itakuya once again lamented that her own potion skills needed improvement. Pinching her nose, she swallowed the potion with its familiar taste. A gentle surge of magic instantly soothed every part of her soul, its potency hundreds of times stronger than before. Itakuya let out a relieved sigh. The tension that had gripped her for days finally released. She lay back on the bed, deciding to indulge in another round of sleep. When Itakuya awoke, the sky had darkened. Only a single candle illuminated her room. Snape had arrived at some point, seated in the chair by the bed, quietly reading by the candlelight. Awake! Itakuya's movements did not escape Snape's notice. She sat up and softly called, "Father." Snape closed his book. Father and daughter regarded each other in the warm yellow glow of the candle and the pitch-black night outside the window. Snape's eyes were a shade darker than Itakuya's. When she looked into them, it was like peering into a bottomless well. "I am sorry," Snape said abruptly. Itakuya was startled. "After that night with Xanthia, I should have been more cautious and found her." Snape's voice was low and clear. Shortly after that night, he received word that Voldemort intended to target Lily. He had to placate Voldemort while secretly meeting with Dumbledore. Caught between two sides, his double-agent identity already consumed him. How could he spare the energy to search for a woman he had never met? Strangely enough, his cautious nature allowed him to gradually forget this matter after everything had settled. If Itakuya hadn't revealed the Sectum Sempra incident, he might never have remembered. "If I had found you sooner, many things might have been different," Snape said. Itakuya lowered her head and silently shook it. She wanted to say it wasn't Snape's fault at all. Xanthia had invoked the power of the evil god Glocky. Snape was merely a victim. But the words of explanation stuck in her throat. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't speak. Only tears escaped instead. She looked up at Snape, her mouth downturned like a child who had been wronged, and come home to a parent crying as she said, "Father, what do I do? She's really dead. She's truly—" Snape's eyes were deep and sorrowful. He said softly, "I know. I have experienced it too." Itakuya threw herself forward, resting her head on Snape's lap, and sobbed loudly. "She lied to me. She lied to me. I really thought Hogwarts could save her. I miss her so much. I don't want her to go." Snape stiffened for a moment at Itakuya's gesture, listening to her cries in bewilderment. This child was acting like a child in front of him for the first time. Snape placed his long, broad hand on Itakuya's back, feeling the trembling beneath his palm. He silently accompanied her as she released her emotions. That night, there were no stars or moon, only pitch darkness. Snape wore his usual black robes, unchanged for decades, blending into the night's dark. Only a single candlestick by the bed was lit, silently radiating light in the dark room. It illuminated both his face and chest, as well as Itakuya. Life at Spinner's Inn was much the same as during the summer break. Snape had pulled Draco into free labor as he had just developed a new potion and had much work to do. Itakuya would have liked to help, but Snape still shuddered at the memory of the disastrous potion she had concocted at Ian Manor. In Snape's words, if such an incident occurred in his potions class, he would first stuff Itakuya into Gryffindor and then deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. Itakuya. And so the utterly bored Itakuya made an earth-shattering decision on the fourth day after waking. "I need to go to Ian Manor." Itakuya announced her plan for the next day at dinner, naturally drawing the intense gazes of both gentlemen. I need to retrieve something. Mr. Ollivander said that because I have the power of an evil god within me, I need a specially made wand. There's some leftover evil god remains in the basement of Ian Manor. I think it could serve as material for my new wand." Draco shook his head decisively. If he weren't afraid Itakuya would object, he would have razed Ian Manor to the ground. Mentioning the name alone made him recall Itakuya's suffering, let alone going there again. The Malfoy family collection includes several items from the Glocky family. I can take you to see them. Why do you talk as if it's not your family's treasure room, but a supermarket anyone can visit? Itakuya said helplessly. "Mr. Malfoy the Elder's such filial piety, truly killing me. If I recall correctly, the bracelet Draco gave you just happens to contain the power of the evil god Itakuya." Snape suddenly spoke up. Yes. But..." Itakuya hesitated. "They'll take you to Ollivander's wand shop tomorrow," Snape said, seeing through Itakuya's little scheme. "The remains of an evil god are not suitable as wand cores." Snape was right. The evil god's remains contained far more abundant and powerful magic than the purple gem on the bracelet. They could potentially reject other parts of the wand. But Itakuya harbored other intentions. Once she possessed a wand with an evil god's remains as its core, her power would greatly increase. This wand might even become second only to Dumbledore's wand. Do I need to remind you? The strength of a wand does not represent the power of its owner. Until you become a powerful wand will only be a death sentence for you. Snape coldly exposed Itakuya's little scheme. Maintain the composure and wisdom of a Slytherin foolish young lady. Itakuya nodded awkwardly. The next morning, Snape and Draco sandwiched Itakuya in between them as the three of them headed to Diagon Alley. "I mean, did you really need to go through so much fuss?" Itakuya awkwardly touched her nose. "I just came to customize a new wand." "Oh, didn't you just run away recently?" Draco kindly reminded Itakuya. Given her previous escapade of skipping class, Itakuya's credibility in Draco and Snape's eyes was now in the negative. "You can't imagine what I and your godfather went through to find you." "What did you do?" Itakuya asked, feeling a bit ashamed. She suddenly remembered that her address had been leaked by the owner of Borgin and Burke's. That old man looked like a cunning calculator and surely wouldn't easily give away the address of Ian Manor. Draco gestured for Itakuya to come closer, and she obediently leaned in. A few minutes later, 200,000. Itakuya's exclamation drew the attention of 200,000 galleons. And 5 bottles of advanced potions. Itakuya winced. Selling me wouldn't even be worth that much. This is a scam. This is simply highway robbery. Draco nodded. Though the Malfoy family was not short on money, 200,000 galleons was indeed no small amount. If you had said so earlier, I could have directly told you the address of Ian Manor for just 100,000 galleons. Itakuya couldn't help but retort. Humph. Draco rolled his eyes. You really think too highly of yourself. This time, even Snape cast Itakuya a cold glance. Itakuya smiled awkwardly. The three of them entered Ollivander's wand shop, and since it wasn't the start of the school year, there were no other customers. Mr. Ollivander recognized Itakuya the moment he saw her. It seems, miss, you have found the materials for the core of your wand. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. Itakuya handed over the box containing the bracelet. He took it and began examining it carefully. Itakuya glanced at Snape and Draco out of the corner of her eye, calculating how to get both of them to leave. Dad, Draco, do you want? Cut that pathetic lie. Snape interrupted Itakuya directly. Since you are prepared, why not show it to your poor old father? Snape's gaze focused on Itakuya's left arm. Itakuya sighed, helplessly thinking she could hide it from her father. She took out a small vial from her robe containing a bright red liquid. At the bottom of the vial there was a sediment of purplish red viscous liquid. Draco caught a whiff of a sweet metallic scent. What is this? It's my blood, and her blood, Itakuya explained. Cyancia had transfused the blood of the evil god Itakuya into her body, and the blood that did not belong to her had been circulating throughout her body. As long as she bled enough, she could extract a bit of the evil god, Itakuya's blood. What? Draco was shocked, pulling Itakuya's arm, and indeed finding a faint red mark on her wrist. She hadn't even had time to fully heal the wound with a spell. Itakuya, why would you do this? Draco frowned, genuinely angry. Well, I wanted to ensure my wand could be as powerful as possible, Itakuya explained. She understood that the power of the wand did not equate to everything, but in a limited time a powerful wand was better than none. For some reason, she always had a feeling that person whose name cannot be mentioned was about to return. She had to be fully prepared before her peaceful life came to an end. Then I hope your unnecessary actions will help strengthen your new wand. Snape reproached her subtly. Otherwise what you're doing now is just harming yourself. Keep in mind this is something even a stupid troll wouldn't do. But it seems that my daughter is gradually becoming indistinguishable from a troll, isn't she? Itakuya, suddenly in need of someone named Harry to divert my father's anger. Cough. Mr. Ollivander awkwardly spoke up from the side and reached for the vial in Itakuya's hand. I will do my best not to waste Miss Snape's efforts. Itakuya nodded. So how long will this take? At least 6 months. We need to find the most suitable wood for this material, and making a core from something never seen before is also a hassle. Itakuya nodded. It seemed she would have to continue using her ill-fitting wand until then. Snape was unwilling to communicate with Itakuya because of her foolish actions, and even Draco felt that Itakuya's behavior was somewhat inappropriate. Feeling guilty, Itakuya had to behave herself. The three of them returned to Spinner's and in silence. Although Dumbledore had given Snape and the others a short break, Hogwarts had been rather unsettled lately. First Sirius had raided Gryffindor, then Dementors had appeared on the Quidditch pitch injuring Harry, and finally Lupin had to suspend classes for some reason. With 2 teachers suddenly missing from Hogwarts, the already strained faculty was further burdened. That day Itakuya cried in Snape's arms, and after expressing her emotions fully she felt much better. Although she still grieved over the departure of the Shadow. However, it must be said that the other party had chosen the easiest way for Itakuya to accept all this, first allowing her to come to terms with the separation from the two, and then helping her adapt to a life without the Shadow Itakuya. Only after Itakuya's mind matured did they reveal the truth. So while Itakuya was sad, she wasn't completely overwhelmed or despondent. It was precisely because of this that Snape decided to return to Hogwarts early with the 2 little snakes. I can do it, Dad. Itakuya nodded. Really? Ida, you don't have to force yourself. Draco asked. It's fine, after all, once we return to Hogwarts he'll be seeing you and Dad every day. Itakuya knew that Draco had worked hard for this year's Quidditch match. If it weren't for her sudden trouble, Draco would have been on the Quidditch pitch days earlier. Although Flint had used this as an excuse, finally achieving his wish to let Gryffindor face off against Hufflepuff, Slytherin had no reason to avoid the next match. Itakuya still hoped that Draco could participate in the Quidditch match as he wished. More importantly, her living conditions in Spinner's Inn had become quite harsh. Snape had maintained a poor attitude towards her due to her skipping class and secretly bleeding, and now Itakuya felt even her breathing was being criticized. Draco was also displeased with Itakuya's recent behavior, always suspecting that she was doing things to harm herself behind his back. Itakuya imroned. Draco, who told you that you are already on the blacklist of untrustworthy people. In short, she desperately needed someone named Potter to divert Snape and Draco's attention. But before that you need to accompany your father to the Ministry of Magic, said Snape. Itakuya had revealed her animagus form at Hogwarts, drawing the attention of the Ministry of Magic early on. Snape had intended to wait until summer to maneuver on Itakuya's behalf with the Ministry. Now, however, it seemed unnecessary. Itakuya's identity as a descendant of Glocky was enough to intimidate the trolls at the Ministry. After all, in the wizarding world, it was well known that members of the Glocky family possessed extraordinary magical talent. Even if Itakuya's animagus form was that of a magical creature, the Ministry would automatically attribute it to the exceptional aptitude of the Glocky bloodline. Now Snape only needed to take Itakuya to the Ministry to prove her identity, and everything would be resolved. This was perhaps the first good news Snape had received since learning of Itakuya's past. At the Ministry of Magic, as Snape led Itakuya onto the Ministry's premises, they drew considerable attention. Snape detested these tedious wizards who spoke nothing of substance, so he seldom visited the Ministry. The last time he was here was due to being accused of being a Death Eater. The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, received the father and daughter in his office. He had received a letter from Dumbledore days earlier which contained the information that Itakuya Snape might be the last descendant of the Glocky bloodline. Glocky, a name that even Fudge could not afford to ignore. This family had not been so renowned several decades ago. Ironically, the very reason for the Glocky family's rise to fame was also the cause of their downfall, Voldemort. This fearsome Dark Lord was so wary of the family that he spared no effort to eliminate every Glocky at the earliest opportunity. At that time, Voldemort had not yet reached the terrifying zenith of his power, and destroying an ancient family might have caused the purebloods backing him to retreat. Yet the Dark Lord was willing to lose some pureblood support just to eradicate the Glocky family. Thus began the mystification of the name Glocky among wizards. People believed the Glocky family possessed powers capable of threatening Voldemort. Consequently, the relics of the Glocky family were kept under tight security by the Ministry. You've arrived, Mr. Snape and Miss Snape. Fudge warmly welcomed Snape and Itakuya. Snape walked over and sat down expressionlessly while Itakuya politely greeted him. Minister, how do you do? Truly you are as outstanding as your father. Both of you are exceptional. Fudge said with a smile. I hear Miss Snape is already a prodigy in wandless magic and her potion-making skills are excellent. Fudge made polite conversation with Snape. Minister, I assume we have more pressing matters today, so could we dispense with the time-wasting pleasantries? Snape interrupted coldly. He needed to return to Hogwarts before this afternoon. Fudge gave an awkward smile. Yes, of course. He turned his gaze to Itakuya. Then if I may be blunt, how do you intend to prove you are a descendant of the Glocky family? The blood relation between Cynthia Ian and the last head of the Glocky family is no longer verifiable. That's simple, Minister. Itakuya smiled. Ooh, she had already planned it before coming. I don't think I need to prove Cynthia's identity at all. I only need to prove that I am a descendant of the Glocky family. The Glocky apocalypse. If I can activate it, isn't that enough? In Itakuya's plan, her identity as a Glocky descendant would inevitably be revealed sooner or later. Although she had made a name for herself among the nobility with preservation potions and mechanical trinkets, as Pansy said, only shared identity would truly make the pure-blood nobles accept her. And the label of Glocky descendant was a perfect stepping stone. Itakuya sought not merely a few Slytherin classmates ordering trinkets from her. She wanted the pure-blood noble families to meet her personally and discuss business. Even without the animagus incident, Itakuya would have found a way to announce her identity to the wizarding world before she turned 16. Fudge hadn't expected Itakuya to directly request access to the Glocky apocalypse. He pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. Minutes later, the heavily guarded Glocky apocalypse appeared before Snape and Itakuya. Itakuya's eyes twitched as she glanced at the 4 Aurors escorting the tome. Fudge made a gesture for Itakuya to proceed, and everyone gathered around her in a circle. They watched her in silence. Even Snape wore a grave expression. Itakuya sighed. Well, it was time for the usual entertaining scam performance. Having done this once, she was now adept as she put on a serious face and chanted in an ancient ethereal language. Sigh, these people are so dull, making such a fuss over a mere missionary book. Look at their expressions as if I'm incredibly impressive. I must say my acting skills. Itakuya finished her chant, slit her palm with a knife, and as blood dripped onto the cover of the Glocky apocalypse, the crimson book instantly turned black. Itakuya inwardly reveled in the gasps of the wizards present. She thought so easy to fool. This time, with ample experience, she only let a few drops of blood. She held her wand, mentally timing it, and lightly tapped the apocalypse's cover just as the blood was about to be consumed. To the onlookers, Itakuya had fully mastered the method to open and seal the Glocky apocalypse. With a wave of her wand, and a light tap, the tome obediently and gradually returned to calm. The crowd thought she truly is a Glocky descendant. The Glocky indeed possess mysterious power. Itakuya thought, remember to download the anti-fraud app. Minister, have I proven my identity? Itakuya smiled innocently at Fudge. Ah yes, Miss Snape. Fudge came to his senses. It seems Glocky has indeed left a thread of bloodline in the wizarding. It is an honor to meet a member of the Glocky family once again, young Miss Glocky. Itakuya gently shook her head. You are mistaken. My father is Severus Snape, and my name is Itakuya Snape. I merely happen to know some Glocky secret arts. From a very young age, Itakuya understood one principle. There is a measure of advance and retreat. Today she could declare her connection to the entire wizarding world, yet she could not admit to being the heir or head of the Glocky family. Theoretically, since Itakuya is the last surviving descendant of the Glocky bloodline, she is indeed worthy of the title heir of Glocky. However, Itakuya is currently too weak, and the disparity between her strength and her title is not a good thing. If she merely presented herself as an ordinary wizard with Glocky blood, the family heads and executives would appreciate her talent and pity her circumstances. But once she becomes the heir of Glocky, presenting herself under the name of a family, those individuals would only harbor wariness and caution towards her. After all, which family did not take one or two items from the Glocky household after its fall? Who can guarantee that the mysteriously powerful Glocky family won't seize the already scarce opportunities once they rise again? As it stands now, Itakuya could have acknowledged Fudge's remark of Miss Glocky, and then rightfully taken the Glocky revelation from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge had no reason to refuse the sole heir of the Glocky family reclaiming what belonged to them. However, Itakuya could have easily predicted that Fudge would not allow her to freely use the Glocky revelation while living too comfortably in the wizarding world. If Itakuya were to deny the Glocky surname in front of Fudge, disavow her status as the heir of Glocky, and relinquish the Glocky revelation, it may seem as though Itakuya has missed an opportunity to enhance her strength, but in reality, she has gained the trust of the Minister of Magic. This trust would spare Itakuya from a lot of trouble before she grows stronger. As for the items of Glocky, Itakuya truly has no interest. Most of Gloarky's belongings are related to the evil god Gloarky. She is now a wielder of the abilities of another evil god, Itakuya, and excessive contact with Gloarky's power would only lead to mutual repulsion between the two forces. Moreover, Itakuya has always despised everything related to that woman Cyanxia. If not for the fact that using the name of Gloarky could spare her a lot of trouble, she would not even consider getting involved. The Snape surname is what she truly desires. Well, I respect your decision, Miss Snape. Fudge nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with Itakuya's understanding. Itakuya nodded, retreating back to Snape's side. Snape swirled his black robe, shielding Itakuya behind him as he addressed Fudge, so I assume the Ministry has a reasonable explanation regarding my daughter's unusual animagus. Yes, Mr. Snape. Fudge nodded. We will inform the relevant departments and the press. I assure you no one will disturb Miss Snape's life. After all, she is still just a little wizard under 15. As for the registration of her animagus, as the Minister of Magic, I grant Miss Snape an exemption from registration until she comes of age. Itakuya quietly sighed in relief. Ever since she learned the truth, her animagus form had transformed into the true evil god Itakuya. If she were to display her animagus, the appearance of the evil god would probably frighten these people into slicing themselves for study. Harry felt that his third year was the happiest he had ever experienced at Hogwarts. This was because a certain professor who was keen on deducting points had not appeared at Hogwarts for a month, and their potions classes were being taught by other professors. Without Snape's cold sarcasm and point deductions, his life at Hogwarts was as joyful as it could be. Moreover, this year's defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin was an old acquaintance of his father, which made him quite satisfied with every day in November. However, recently Professor Lupin seemed to have encountered some trouble, having missed 2 classes in a row. Yet again, it was a defense against the dark arts class. Will Professor Lupin come to class today? Harry quietly asked Ron beside him. I think he will. After all, during the last 2 times he was absent, we just went back to the Great Hall to self-study. Ron shrugged. I guess there are very few professors at Hogwarts who specialize in defense against the dark arts, and Dumbledore hasn't found a substitute teacher in time, so we can only self-study. What do you think, Hermione? Ron suddenly turned to ask Hermione. She was resting her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance, showing no interest in the boys' discussion. She's still worried about Itakuya, Ron scoffed. Yeah, Itakuya hasn't shown up for a month, and neither has Snape or Malfoy. But hasn't Hermione already received a letter from Itakuya? Ron said. I can hardly believe that one day Malfoy's owl would actually deliver us a letter. That was a week ago at noon, when the Malfoy family's owl dropped a letter to Hermione under the astonished gazes of a bunch of little lions. The owl also ruffled Ron's hair and knocked Harry's fork to the ground. Hermione opened the letter and found only a brief sentence from Itakuya. Draco and Dad have found me. Sorry for deceiving you. I'm fine now, and we'll be back soon. It's because of this that I'm worried. Hermione sighed. What she wrote was I'm fine now, not I'm okay. This proves that something truly happened to her. Given Itakuya's character, she wouldn't take ordinary matters to heart. Last semester she was in a coma for 10 days in the hospital wing because of that diary, but she didn't say anything afterward. But this time she actually used the phrase I'm fine now, which means something more serious than her coma has occurred. Hermione sighed heavily. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were already confused by Hermione's deductions. Bro, does she really know what she's talking about? Ron expressed his own doubts to Harry. Harry wanted to say something more, but was startled by a familiar and terrifying figure. Snape strode into the classroom in his signature black robes, using his wand to close all the windows. Itakuya and Draco followed behind him, finding an empty seat at the back of the classroom. Turn to page 394. Snape pulled down the projection screen at the front of the classroom, ignoring the varied gazes of the students below, and instructed in his usual low voice. Yet the students seated below could hardly contain themselves. Not only was it astonishing that Snape had suddenly vanished for an entire month, but he was now appearing in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Sir, where is Professor Lupin? Harry couldn't help but stop Snape as he passed. That is hardly your concern, Mr. Potter, Snape said coldly to Harry. Your professor is unwell and unable to teach. Turn to page 394. Snape explained briefly, then walked to the back of the classroom. My father is practically a workhorse substituting for Professor Lupin on his very first day back at Hogwarts. Itakuya whispered to Draco, who nodded slightly. Then both received Snape's displeasure. Their books flipped open before them, as if by magic. Itakuya thought Careless forgot father was also at the back of the room. Snape had a unique teaching style. His voice was deep, his logic clear, and his points detailed. Compared to Lupin, he rarely quoted classics or told interesting stories, nor did he bring in amusing creatures for students to wave their wands at foolishly. Thus, Snape's classes were always sharply divided. For diligent students who could focus, his lessons were highly enlightening. But for others, daydreaming was as easy as breathing, like most of the little lions. Yet this wasn't entirely the Gryffindors' fault, as they already harbored ill feelings towards Snape. Because Miss Granger speaks out of turn 5 points from Gryffindor. After 30 days, Harry and the others heard this familiar tone and phrasing again, sighing heavily in their hearts. Gryffindor was destined to lose points. The kappa is more common in Mongolia. Snape casually flipped through Ron's homework, sneering. Lupin actually gave you 8 points. I suppose he must pity your brain stuffed full of gillyweed. Itakuya nearly burst out laughing. The so-called kappa is actually the Japanese river spirit living in coastal deep waters, or rivers. Mongolia, being a landlocked country with scarce freshwater resources, could hardly be a common habitat for kappas. It's like searching for tropical plants in Antarctica or seafood in a landlocked nation. Snape didn't spare anyone from the trio, assigning Harry a 4-foot parchment essay, though others also had to write 2 feet of parchment. Itakuya felt relieved watching her father distracted by the trio, letting out a big sigh. She no longer had to live under Snape's scrutiny like at Spinner's End. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class ended amidst the students' resentful stares. Snape had been gone for a full month. As not only the potions professor, but also the head of Slytherin, he naturally had many matters to attend to. He left without looking back. Right after class, Itakuya was surrounded by Hermione and the others. Hermione ran over and hugged Itakuya, checking her all over like a mother hen. Seeing that Itakuya was fine, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Itakuya, what happened? You haven't been at Hogwarts for a month. Harry asked. Potter, what business is it of yours? Draco crossed his arms discontentedly, blocking between Itakuya and the trio. I went to see an old acquaintance. Then I registered my animagus at the Ministry of Magic. You know how strict their reviews are. But why did you sneak out? Hermione couldn't find you that day, as she was frantic. Itakuya sidestepped Harry's question, smiling as she changed the subject. Harry, I heard you were attacked by Dementors during the Quidditch match. Is that true? Yeah. Yes. Hermione sensed Itakuya's bad mood, quietly tugging Harry's sleeve and warning him with a look. Draco had little patience for the trio. Let's go. We still need to catch up on this month's missed lessons. With that, he led Itakuya away, leaving Harry with a displeased. Itakuya, unwilling to explain further, followed Draco's lead. What really happened to Itakuya? Ron wondered. He found it hard to believe that a Hogwarts student could take a month's leave, and not just Itakuya, but also Draco and Snape. And it was Dumbledore himself who approved it. Ron thought, I wish I could take a month off too, preferably during finals. The trio weren't the only ones curious about Itakuya's affairs. The Slytherins were equally intrigued. They surrounded Itakuya and Draco the moment they entered the Slytherin common room. Snape and Itakuya had concocted a story to fend off outsiders. I was summoned by the ministry for review over my animagus matter. Father and Draco helped me a lot. Fortunately, I discovered that my mother was of the Gracchus bloodline. She was a distant relative's child of the Gracchus family head. Living in America and taking her father's surname, she remained unknown. I never expected to be a descendant of Gracchus. Most Slytherin students were purebloods, and their expressions shifted noticeably at the mention of Gracchus. Yes, my mother died in childbirth. If not for the Malfoy family's help in uncovering my lineage, I might never have known I was the descendant of a noble family. Gracchus, you're a descendant of Gracchus. A Slytherin exclaimed. No wonder your animagus can take the form of a magical creature. My father says the Gracchus family has extraordinary talents. Another Slytherin added. These little snakes, like the ministry wizards, automatically rationalized Itakuya's unusual abilities. Itakuya smiled calmly, letting them wildly imagine the mysterious Gracchus. Though I have Gracchus blood, I am still Itakuya Snape. Am not interested in Gracchus affairs. I'd rather inherit my father's talent in potions. Itakuya said modestly. The crowd's enthusiasm for Itakuya's sword. They clustered around her praising her various gifts. A few wealthy young gentlemen even immediately ordered over a dozen mechanical toys from Itakuya, saying they would be Christmas gifts for their siblings. Itakuya appeared calm, but was inwardly overjoyed. After all, her current selling price for a mechanical toy was 500 galleons. These toys were assembled from simple metal parts crafted by Pansy, while Itakuya only needed to inscribe the corresponding enchantment runes on them. Itakuya had already made over 20 mechanical toys, mastering the enchantment runes to perfection, able to complete 2 in a single night. After deducting costs and Pansy's share, Itakuya could net 300 galleons per toy. She thought fortune is right around the corner. No sooner had Itakuya finished recording the order requirements than she turned to see Draco seated on the sofa. She handed the remaining orders to Pansy and walked over to sit beside him. What's wrong? Itakuya's shoulder brushed against Draco's. Is it because they all crowded around me and ignored you? Draco, caught off guard by Itakuya hitting the mark, looked away guiltily. I'm not bothered, I just found them too noisy. Itakuya chuckled softly. Indeed, our noble Master Malfoy wouldn't stoop to their level. Humph. Draco gave a cold snort, staring at his fingertips before murmuring in a barely audible voice. I just think you're brilliant at everything. You don't really need my help. You've never thought to use my status or rely on the Malfoy name. Itakuya pondered for a moment, then rested her head on Draco's shoulder. I do need your help, and I rely on you, Draco. If it weren't for you and Father accompanying me, I might not be as calm as I am now. Draco quietly took Itakuya's hand. That's different. I mean your business. Why don't you come to me? I could have Father set up a mechanical toy shop for you, or simply sell them through our family's company. Why go through all this trouble? My mother never bothers with such things. Itakuya listened to Draco in silence, understanding that he had grown up in a standard patriarchal environment. In such an environment, men and women were bound by unchanging stereotypes and divisions of labor. Men were expected to be perpetually composed and chivalrous, upholding the entire family, while women were to be gentle and submissive, centering their lives around their husbands. It wasn't just Draco, all Slytherin students were the same. Girls preferred spending time on their appearance, while boys strove to socialize as widely as possible in daily life. Among them, Itakuya was an anomaly. And now, influenced by Itakuya, Pansy was gradually becoming nonconformist as well. Draco, do you dislike this about me? Itakuya asked softly. If it makes you happy, then I like it. Draco said, if you enjoy these things, then in the future. He paused, steeling his resolve. Then later I'll share the Malfoy business with you to manage jointly. Itakuya burst into laughter. I don't want that. Lord Malfoy would give you a thorough scolding. Father won't, Draco snorted. Once I become the head of the Malfoy family, everything belonging to the Malfoys will be mine. Of course I can share it with whomever I please. Yes, Itakuya nodded. Master Malfoy is right. But the problem is I don't want the Malfoy estate. Itakuya sat up straight, meeting Draco's gaze. Draco, I hope my future fame isn't built solely on relying on a man's name, Malfoy, Glocky, or even Snape. I hope that in the wizarding world of the future, people will know me as Itakuya, simply Itakuya. I will walk to your side under the name Itakuya. I want us to be equals in status and everything else. Draco frowned, grasping the implication behind Itakuya's words. That will be difficult. So will you stay with me? Itakuya raised an eyebrow. Of course. Didn't I swear to you by the Malfoy surname back in Spinner's End? Draco tilted his head up slightly. Itakuya saw before her a youth both raw and handsome, his face brimming with confidence, his gray-blue eyes bright and clear, just the way she adored him. From the very beginning, Itakuya found it hard to resist Draco's brazen, unrestrained demeanor. Young and oblivious to the vastness of the world, arrogant, and Itakuya envied Draco's willfulness and also his family background and past. Naturally, she also admired the young master's beautiful visage. This conflicting emotion always made her keep an eye on Draco, and what she hadn't expected was that this attention would draw them closer and closer. It even led to her serendipitously reuniting with Snape because of Draco. She hoped the young man she loved would forever keep those bright gray-blue eyes. Itakuya looked into Draco's eyes, silently praying. Draco, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, reached out and covered her eyes. The two dissolved into a fit of laughter and horseplay. During the first week back at Hogwarts, Itakuya and Draco were both busy catching up on the previous month's coursework. Snape's potions and herbology classes were manageable, as he had conveniently taught them the entire next semester's curriculum during the summer at Spinner's End. Flitwick's Charms class also required little worry, as Itakuya's proficiency in charms was comparable to that of a Hogwarts graduate. The main spells to be learned this term were the Growth Charm and the Silencing Charm, which Itakuya had often practiced with Draco while recuperating at Spinner's End. As for Trelawney's divination class, while studying it or not made little difference. What gave them headaches were astronomy and defense against the dark arts. Itakuya and Draco had to borrow notes from Theodore and pull several all-nighters to teach themselves. As for history of magic, Itakuya simply gave up. She hated memorizing those dry historical events. She had no desire to know who proposed what theory in which year and what impact it had on later generations. We have to be grateful that the professor who can't even afford new robes teaches at a much slower pace than our godfather, Draco said. If we had missed a month of the dark arts lessons taught by our godfather, I'd have just given up. Draco was right. Snape would cover an entire chapter about werewolves in a single lesson. Given Professor Lupin's teaching pace, it would take him at least 2 weeks. Itakuya thought Snape ran substitute lessons. 1 session is more effective than 6. Why aren't you reviewing transfiguration materials? Draco asked, fiddling with a stack of books in front of Itakuya. Because I'm already an animagus recognized by the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall said she'd reward me for it in my final grades, Itakuya said, with a triumphant raise of her eyebrow. That's not fair. Your transfiguration hasn't been as good as mine this term, Draco complained. That's because of my wand incompatibility. Itakuya retorted. Transfiguration was a more rigorous and complex discipline than other branches of magic. Even the slightest flaw in a wand movement could lead to a drastically different result. Itakuya's transfiguration performance this term had been consistently unsatisfactory. Speaking of which, has Mr. Ollivander written to you? Draco asked curiously. It was also his first time seeing a custom-made wand. He said he tried several types of wood, but none worked. Itakuya counted on her fingers. Hawthorn the same as yours, and my current one, birch like father's, and the common willow and ash. That's normal. The material you used for the core is simply too unique, Draco consoled her. Itakuya sighed. Fearing that Snape might usurp his authority under the guise of substituting, Lupin arrived early in the classroom for the next defense against the dark arts lesson. When Itakuya and Draco entered, Lupin was surrounded by Gryffindor students. These poor little lions were vividly recounting the grievances they had suffered. Professor Snape made us write 2 feet of parchment for an essay. He also deducted loads of points from Gryffindor. He insisted on teaching us the chapter on werewolves right away, and we didn't understand a thing. Lupin, like a kind old mother, patiently soothed every poor little lion. Upon hearing that Snape had specifically taught the werewolf content, he finally couldn't help but frown. Itakuya secretly harbored a suspicion. Back at Spinner's Inn, Snape brewed wolfsbane potion every few days, sending it to Hogwarts via furball. At the start of this term, Itakuya had also seen Snape brewing the wolfsbane potion. She clearly remembered that Professor Lupin had come looking for him then as well. Itakuya was still unclear about the stance between Snape and Professor Lupin. She guessed that Snape was merely harboring suspicions for now. If he truly intended to harm Lupin, he could have simply given him a faulty batch of wolfsbane potion. Alright, I'll speak with Snape. You won't have to turn in that essay. Lupin said, finally noticing Itakuya and Draco. Seeing Itakuya in his class, once more he paused for a moment. This girl, Snape's daughter, seemed to have an extraordinary background, one that could keep Snape away from classes for an entire month. Itakuya nodded, offering a polite greeting. Lupin returned a smile before withdrawing his gaze, saying nothing more. He understood that everyone has their own secrets. The first weekend after Itakuya and Draco's return happened to be another Hogsmeade visit. Usually Harry was the only third-year forbidden from going to Hogsmeade, but today Harry joyfully welcomed a companion in his predicament, Itakuya. Itakuya stood under the corridor facing the students lined up for Hogsmeade. They'll bring you some sweets from Honeydukes. Draco consoled Itakuya. Alright, then I'll be waiting for the young master's offerings. Itakuya bid Draco farewell. Her being banned from Hogsmeade was only natural considering she had run away immediately after her last visit. However, Itakuya had a feeling that given Snape's tough exterior and soft heart, she would likely be allowed to go to Hogsmeade after Christmas. Itakuya planned to visit the Forbidden Forest again. She needed to thank Firenze for his guidance, and see if she could pry more information from him. After all, in Itakuya's view, Firenze's prophecies were far more reliable than Trelawney's. This time her entry was permitted and Hagrid volunteered to be her guide. I can't believe you sneaked into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, walking ahead of Itakuya. I'd have thought that was something Harry and his lot would do. I'm not as obedient as I appear, Mr. Hagrid. Oh, but you seem so much more mature than others your age. Besides, you're Severus' child. Hagrid sighed wistfully. I envy Severus. He's brilliant, the youngest head of House Hogwarts has ever seen. Itakuya chuckled softly. Ever since Hagrid's beloved Buckbeak had gone berserk in class, he had lost confidence in teaching students about magical creatures. Now his lessons mainly consisted of the boring, safe task of feeding insects. Bringing an uncontrollable magical creature into a classroom without restraint is indeed dangerous, as students' actions are unpredictable. But I believe every professor has their own unique teaching style. Perhaps you should have more confidence in your abilities. Think of Professor Lockhart last term. At least you're far better than someone who only fakes a reputation, aren't you? Itakuya said slowly. She still felt a bond with Hagrid. After all, he was the one who had fetched her from the orphanage. Oh, Itakuya, you're such a good kid. Hagrid's massive frame trembled, his eyes brimming with emotion. The two wandered deep into the Forbidden Forest for so long that Itakuya grew utterly exhausted. I think you might not be able to see Firenze, Hagrid said, looking into the distance. Centaurs are highly intelligent beings. If he doesn't wish to see you, you won't find them. Itakuya nodded resignedly. She guessed Firenze might have foreseen that her visit was more than a simple thank you, and had thus chosen to avoid her. I think you're right, Mr. Hagrid. It seems we'll have to head back. On their way back, Hagrid and Itakuya encountered Harry and Lupin. When the two groups met, Harry was asking Lupin to teach him how to repel Dementors. Itakuya, right, I remember you used that spell that day too, didn't you? Harry asked. Which day, eh? Itakuya inquired. That day on the train. Hermione said she saw you. Oh, you mean the Patronus charm? Itakuya nodded. Can you show it again? Harry pleaded. Itakuya slowly shook her head. She could no longer produce it, not since her visit to Ian Manor. The Patronus charm represents the caster's happiest memory. For Itakuya, it had once been the memory of the phantom Itakuya turning into a so-called black dragon to play with her. But ever since Itakuya learned the truth, she could no longer define that memory simply as happiness. It had become a complex recollection mingled with both joy and my wand has a severe rejection reaction. I can't cast any powerful spells for now. Itakuya used the wand issue as an excuse. Good heavens, that's serious, Lupin frowned. Yes, but father has already taken me to see Mr. Ollivander. He said he would craft a custom wand suited for me. Itakuya looked at Lupin, suddenly recalling something. Professor Lupin, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Yes, what is it, Miss Itakuya? Lupin asked. Father asked me to make you several preserving potion bottles to store the potions he brews for you. He said he doesn't want to have to repeat the brewing process every few days. Lupin nodded, flattered. That would be perfect. I've heard of this. It's become quite popular in the wizarding world lately. The preservation magic bottle, thanks to Pansy's marketing and Snape's personal endorsement as a potions master, had become quite a fashionable item in the wizarding world. Yet Itakuya had positioned her enchanted rune creations as luxury goods from the very beginning, for she was the sole wizard capable of crafting such items. The limited production inherently rendered them inaccessible. Compared to mechanical toys favored by children, the preservation magic bottle appealed to a broader audience, commanding a higher price. A single bottle-sized preservation magic bottle cost 1,000 galleons, adding a magical lock tripled the price. As for the storage case and full set of preservation magic bottles that Itakuya gifted to Snape, they were priceless and unavailable on the market. Itakuya only sold individual bottles. Even so, Itakuya produced merely 20 preservation magic bottles each month. Her order queue extended into the next semester. Lupin had naturally heard of the preservation magic bottle. For a wizard who frequently required potions, the preservation magic bottle was far more beneficial than for the average wizard. The reason he had yet to own one was simple. He lacked the funds. This item was essentially monopolized by nobles and potions masters. I had intended to give you one as a Christmas gift, said Itakuya. Then I shall visit your office tomorrow afternoon, Itakuya replied, bowing humbly. Father is waiting for me in his office. I must take my leave. Lupin watched Itakuya depart. She stood tall and graceful, navigating the uneven terrain of the forbidden forest as if it were level ground. Lupin mused, where on earth did Snape find a daughter? Is it too late for me to get one? As Itakuya entered Snape's office, she caught the familiar scent. It was the soul repair potion. This potion effectively mended the cracks in Itakuya's soul, requiring her to consume it roughly once a week. Itakuya accepted the cup Snape handed her, its contents of viscous bluido-purple liquid. Freshly brewed, it churned with suspicious bubbles. Itakuya sighed inwardly. Snape's personally brewed potions were flawless in every aspect except their appearance and taste, which tested the limits of human. Waiting for your old father to add sugar, Snape urged coldly. Itakuya closed her eyes and downed the potion in 2 gulps. Itakuya thought, thanks for the invitation, but I'm on the brink of death. Have you finished the potion bottles for Lupin? Snape inquired. Itakuya paused. Snape had informed her a week ago, but she had spent that week catching up on homework with Draco, and had completely forgotten. Yet it was no major issue. Itakuya picked up 2 new ordinary potion bottles from her desk, pinching the rim of one while raising her wand with the other. In just 10 minutes, Itakuya set down the finished bottle and began secondary processing on the next. For her, crafting a preservation magic bottle was a simple process. She merely needed to inscribe an enchanted rune onto the body of a standard potion bottle. The time cost of a preservation magic bottle was even less than that of a mechanical toy. This was the fundamental reason Itakuya sought to profit from her talent in enchanted runes. Aside from the initial research and development phase, which demanded considerable time and money to experiment with the logic and sequence of runic words, once the rune sequence was finalized, the corresponding items could be mass-produced at will. It was sheer profit. I've finished, Father. Itakuya placed the newly made preservation magic bottles on Snape's desk. You could produce more, yet you limit it to 20 per month. It seems you've learned the essence of pure blood family dealings from your classmates, Snape remarked. Itakuya gave an awkward smile. The idea had been Pansy's. Itakuya had to admit her wisest move was inviting Pansy to partner early on. Miss Parkinson was a born merchant. She had even launched exclusive custom preservation magic bottles for the 24 pureblood families. Pansy specially designed the bottles' exteriors, engraving each family's crest on the rim. Though these custom bottles offered no unique practicality, pure-blood nobles were willing to pay nearly double for the exclusive design. In Itakuya's words, it was a scheme to fleece wealthy fools. Chief among them was the Malfoy family. Mr. Malfoy had ordered 20 directly from Itakuya. I could actually give Mr. Malfoy a few for free. Also personally, I suggest 1 or 2 preservation magic bottles are sufficient for daily use. Itakuya had replied to Draco upon hearing the news. Look at my father. Even a professional potions master uses only about 10 bottles. Father says he wants to store 1 bottle for each of his most commonly used potions, Draco countered. I still think 20 is too few. I can't believe the potions for our orchids are still kept in ordinary bottles. Itakuya, the Malfoy family foolish and wealthy. When Itakuya returned to the Slytherin common room, Draco had already covered the entire coffee table with his purchased sweets. Itakuya glanced over, suspecting Draco had bought out honeydukes. Eat try some, and see what you like. Itakuya saw enough candy on the table to last her 3 days. She felt a sudden toothache. Opening a pack of toffee, she sat beside Draco. Draco leaned in to taste with her. Treacle toffee. He raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Goyle and Crabbe had been eyeing the feast, but Draco had warned them not to touch anything until Itakuya returned. Finally, with Itakuya back and Draco's permission, they grabbed a box of cookies and stuffed them into their mouths. Pansy walked over and speared a chocolate ball with her fork. If you hadn't returned, Draco would have taken this lot to Professor Snape's office to find you. Pansy, strict about her figure, took only 2 bites before setting it down. Here. Itakuya took the papers from Pansy's hand. This month's orders for preservation magic bottles, plus new mechanical toy orders. Itakuya glanced at the dense list and nodded helplessly. Also, since you slacked off last month, you'll need to make up for it this month. And what stage is the new product you mentioned at? Itakuya thought Pansy is terrifying. Have mercy on me, Lady Pansy. Itakuya pleaded with Pansy. I still need to catch up on this month's missed lessons. Fine. Pansy fidgeted with her nails. But before this semester ends, a new product must be designed. The craze for the preserving magic bottles won't last long. You need to launch something new before your fame fades. Itakuya nodded obediently. She had entrusted almost all the sales work entirely to Pansy, focusing solely on design and production. However, your rumored connection with Glocky has spread like wildfire among the pure-blood nobility, and more people are ordering preserving magic bottles from us. Pansy continued her analysis. Glocky's reputation makes them think you're a once-in-a-century prodigy. So for the summer's new product, I need you to get an A or O in every subject this semester to maintain that genius persona. Pansy, I must remind you my history of magic is atrocious. Plus, Professor Trelawney's grading has always been a mystery. Itakuya tried to bargain with Pansy. Then I suggest you start studying history of magic now and feed Professor Trelawney some confusing concoction at the end of the term. Pansy advised earnestly. She had achieved tremendous success selling Itakuya's enchanted items, earning 2 years' worth of her allowance in just a few months. Many family heads or ministry officials who never bothered with her before now approached her just to get a preserving magic bottle. This success made her increasingly clear-headed and exhilarated. The next afternoon, Itakuya met Lupin in his office on the 3rd floor. In her hand were 3 doses of wolfsbane potion brewed by Snape. Snape knew he couldn't hide this from Itakuya for long. She was sharp, and her potion skills far surpassed her peers. Especially at Spinner's End, he had practically brewed the wolfsbane potion right in front of her. So after they returned to Hogwarts, Snape planned to delegate the task of delivering the potion to Itakuya. He loathed seeing the marauders' faces in any form unless it was at a funeral. However, Lupin was unaware of this beforehand. So when he saw Itakuya delivering him a preserving magic bottle containing wolfsbane potion, he was genuinely embarrassed. Professor Lupin, this is the latest wolfsbane potion Father brewed. The one in the cup is for you to take now. You can keep the other 2 preserving magic bottles for when you need them. The potion will be as potent as freshly brewed. Lupin hadn't expected his werewolf identity to be discovered by his own student. You don't seem afraid, Miss Itakuya. Itakuya nodded. I trust my father's skill in potions. As long as you take the potion on time, there should be no problem. Lupin hadn't anticipated such a response from Itakuya and gave a rather helpless smile. Professor Lupin, I suggest you drink it now. Itakuya pushed the cup of fresh potion towards Lupin. Lupin nodded, pinched his nose, and downed it in one gulp. Dumbledore was right, you do have a more composed nature than most young witches your age. Itakuya smiled politely. You are quite different from your father when he was young. Itakuya raised an eyebrow. But other professors always say I'm very much like him when you resemble him, yet you differ in many ways. Lupin's expression turned reminiscent. For instance, Snape never spoke to me so amiably. Itakuya had gathered some old stories from other professors and elders, chiefly Mr. Malfoy Sr., Harry's father, the fugitive Sirius Black, Professor Lupin, and a man named Peter Pettigrew. These 4 had once been close friends, and they took pleasure in tormenting Snape. Itakuya guessed this was why her father disliked Lupin, and thus her own impression of Lupin was rather poor. Even though Lupin now appeared quite courteous towards Snape. I think father, though usually cold, still maintains due respect and politeness towards others. Itakuya put on an innocent look, frowning in confusion. Actually, I don't understand why father keeps his distance from you among all the professors. Weren't you and he classmates should help one another, shouldn't they? Lupin felt unnerved by Itakuya's guileless yet piercing gaze. He guiltily averted his eyes and fell silent. Professor Lupin. Itakuya called his name, clearly unwilling to let him off the hook. Do you perhaps know something about the relationship between you and my father? Lupin wished he could sink into the floor. How could he tell his student that the professor before her had once bullied her own father in their youth? It was mortifying. Remus, you see, I told you Miss Itakuya is an opponent to be handled with care. Fortunately, Dumbledore's sudden appearance saved Lupin. Lupin breathed a sigh of relief as if seeing Merlin himself, casting a grateful look at Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore. Itakuya smiled and nodded. Are you here to see Professor Lupin? If so, I'll take my leave. Dumbledore waved his hand with a smile, placing a hand on Itakuya's shoulder. Don't rush, Miss Itakuya. I came specifically to see you. Itakuya had no real intention of leaving. She knew Dumbledore was there for her the moment he appeared. More precisely, Itakuya had been waiting for Dumbledore to approach her since the first day back at school. You need me? On the surface, Itakuya still wore a look of confusion, a glint of shrewdness shone behind his half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore was well aware that Itakuya was merely maintaining her good girl persona in front of Lupin. Dumbledore knew perfectly well that Miss Snape before him was clear-sighted about many matters, though she mostly chose to play dumb. Don't be afraid, child. I just wanted to chat. Dumbledore was happy to play along with Itakuya. How about we go to my office for some sweets? Itakuya nodded obediently, the picture of a well-behaved student. The two left Lupin's office one after the other. Once seated on the sofa in Dumbledore's office, the bewilderment and confusion she had shown Lupin vanished. Itakuya met Dumbledore's gaze. You're here about the evil god, aren't you? Yes, please forgive an old man's curiosity about the evil god. Dumbledore, feigning ignorance of Itakuya's shift in expression, offered her a share of his sweets. Itakuya declined with composure. Ever since she had the misfortune of tasting a cockroach cluster at Dumbledore's, she had secretly vowed never to casually place anything from the headmaster's office into her mouth. A fragment of the evil god Itakuya's remains has grown together with my heart. I can now utilize a portion of the evil god Itakuya's power. However, choosing one evil god means I cannot revere another. The abilities of the Glocky family are largely lost to me. The evil god Itakuya. Dumbledore mused. Itakuya the Windwalker. I've heard she inherited Hastur's power, a wanderer of space. Itakuya nodded. The phantom, Itakuya, had also mentioned this name in the memories left for her, though Itakuya herself was still unclear what space wandering. Legend held that a tome called the Necronomicon recorded the entire history of these evil god myths. Perhaps only by finding that book could Itakuya truly comprehend the power of the evil gods. It was said that Glocky had once preserved a copy of the Necronomicon, though its current whereabouts were unknown. Miss Itakuya, this may be presumptuous, but may I ask you to demonstrate your abilities? Dumbledore said. Itakuya met those wise eyes and slowly nodded. She was well aware of what a calculating man Dumbledore was, and she knew that with her current strength, she could not deceive or outmaneuver him. Thus Itakuya wisely chose to cultivate goodwill with Dumbledore. A black mist emanated from Itakuya, enveloping her entire form. In the blink of an eye, snowflakes began to drift within Dumbledore's office. It was like a rare heavy snowstorm, the flakes dense as a net obscuring vision and leaving only a vast expanse of white. Within the blur of white, two violet light sources large as lanterns appeared, as if some colossal unseen entity was gazing at her from the unknown. The purple light in those eyes suddenly blazed, and in an instant thick frost covered the entire space. The temperature plummeted below freezing. Dumbledore watched in wonder, silently assessing the young girl's strength. Itakuya raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The next second the frost and snow vanished, replaced by a hurricane. Wind sharp as biting blades rushed towards Dumbledore, yet his expression remained unchanged. Seconds later it all disappeared. Only the black mist around Itakuya remained pulsating rhythmically, as if alive. Itakuya snapped her fingers again. This time no supernatural phenomenon occurred, but her entire form instantly appeared 3 meters away. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Clearly Itakuya's final ability surprised him more than the previous two. Apparition was forbidden at Hogwarts. Itakuya could not have used it in his presence. Moreover, Dumbledore keenly sensed a great difference. The principle of apparition involves first visualizing the destination, then making one's body insubstantial, and finally reappearing elsewhere. During the process, problems could arise if one's will was not firm or the destination unclear. Also, for a few seconds while casting, the wizard's body, though appearing insubstantial, remained in its original place. This meant experienced wizards could react in those few seconds, casting an anti-apparition jinx, or even a direct offensive spell at the caster. In short, it was merely a spell suited for shortening travel time, not for dodging spell attacks. But Itakuya's ability was vastly different. She required no incantation and no need to become insubstantial. It was more like she folded the space she occupied with another space. This offered many advantages. First, this ability was not restricted by anti-apparition or anti-disapparition jinxes. In fact, no current spell could bind her. Furthermore, Itakuya could use this ability to evade any harm. If she wished, even Voldemort's killing curse could not touch her. Because by the time the opponent raised their wand to aim at her, she would have already teleported elsewhere. Miss Itakuya, I believe you have acquired a very powerful ability. Itakuya was not elated by Dumbledore's praise. She asked calmly, is it more powerful than Voldemort? Dumbledore regretfully shook his head, then added, but you have gained the ability to walk away unscathed even when facing Voldemort. Itakuya spread her palm. Within her veins pulsed a violet light. This was one reason she had revealed her abilities so unreservedly to Dumbledore. She needed someone well-versed in Voldemort's power to make an assessment, as Voldemort was merely a legendary figure to her. If her power could counterbalance Voldemort, she could afford to be bolder. But if not, she would have to tread even more cautiously in every step forward. Walk away unscathed. Itakuya repeated softly. But if someone I care about is trapped, I am destined to be unable to walk away unscathed. Then Miss Itakuya, you are clear on your stance, are you not? Dumbledore asked still kindly. Itakuya remained silent. Professor Dumbledore, I have heard a highly controversial proposition. If a fire were raging in a room and the flames were so severe, you could only save one thing. Would you choose a painting of great significance to human civilization, or a pet you have kept for 10 years? Dumbledore's office fell into a profound silence. For the first time, the eyes behind those half-moon spectacles lost their usual calm wisdom. Once upon a time, Dumbledore himself had faced such a question. He still vividly remembered every scene that had unfolded then. A loved one fell from a high tower, leaving behind only a cold sentence on a chocolate frog card. Albus Dumbledore's most widely known contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Itakuya waited quietly. She saw Dumbledore seemed lost in a memory, a complex, tragic memory, yet filled with pure love. I believe I would choose life, Dumbledore replied. Nothing that can be measured by value can compare to life. And what about Miss Itakuya? Itakuya met Dumbledore's gaze and spoke calmly. I think I would choose the one I care about. Both Itakuya and Dumbledore had chosen the pet over the painting, yet their descriptions of the choice differed, hinting at the different reasons behind their decisions. For Dumbledore, it was a choice between life and inanimate objects. For Itakuya, it was a choice between the people she cherished and the greater good. Mr. Dumbledore, I am a very selfish person. I am not a savior, nor do I wish to be a hero who saves the world. I only want those close to me to be well. In my heart, peace and the lives of the innocent can never outweigh the people I care about. If something happens to the ones I love, then world peace would be nothing but hell to me. I would not harm others, but neither would I sacrifice those beside me for the majority. I live selfishly, neither actively harming anyone's interests nor sacrificing myself for anyone. Dumbledore listened quietly to Itakuya's words. He nodded gently, saying no more. Everyone has the right to choose. As your headmaster, Miss Itakuya, I sincerely hope you get what you wish for. Itakuya nodded, bid Dumbledore a polite farewell, and left the headmaster's office. Draco. Itakuya saw Draco leaning against the corridor with his arms crossed. How did you know I was in Mr. Dumbledore's office? I asked Lupin. He said Dumbledore called for you. Draco seemed rather displeased with Dumbledore's actions, his brows slightly furrowed. What did he say? Itakuya shook her head. Nothing much, just asked about what happened this past month. Did you tell him? Draco said gravely. Does Dumbledore know about the evil god? Itakuya linked her arm with Draco's and they walked back to the Slytherin common room. It's impossible to hide. Mr. Dumbledore would find out eventually. Rather than being evasive and waiting for him to investigate himself, it's better to tell him direct. At least I can curry favor with the great white wizard. Draco nodded helplessly. Though discontent, he couldn't help but agree with Itakuya. Dumbledore indeed possessed that capability. Father wrote that most of Glocky's legacy was collected by various pure-blood families back then. It was utter chaos at the time. Everyone scrambled for Glocky's inheritance, and he doesn't know where that manuscript you mentioned is now. Itakuya nodded. She suspected that the copy of the Necronomicon in Glocky's collection was also written in an enchanted language, just like the revelations of Glocky, and no one but her could comprehend it. Thus, to the current holder of the Necronomicon copy, it was merely a few blank pages. Once she became truly renowned in the wizarding world, people would naturally be willing to trade Glocky's old relics with her for tangible benefits. So in the end, she still had to grow stronger. Why must you find that manuscript you mentioned? Draco asked. Because I want to understand the evil god's power better. Draco turned his head, noticing the slight baby fat that had begun to form on the girl's profile. You seem very anxious. Itakuya was puzzled. You've already mastered wandless magic and learned the Sectum Sempra my godfather invented. Not just among third years, but even among all Hogwarts students, few are more powerful than you. Draco fixed his gray-blue eyes on Itakuya. Yet you still seem unsatisfied, making wands at Ollivander's fine wands, and now insisting on uncovering the history of the evil god. Is something making you uneasy? Itakuya felt as though Draco could see right through her, and she averted his gaze. Just some speculations about the future. You know, I always tend to imagine things turning out for the worst. The worst? Draco was perplexed. Itakuya nudged him with her shoulder, brushing off the topic. Just some pointless guesses. Think of me as overthinking. Draco knew Itakuya was fobbing him off. He shot her an annoyed glare, then warned her in a low voice. Let me be clear, if you dare trick me again like before and sneak, I will really be angry with you. Itakuya giggled. The little lord was soft-hearted and soft-spoken. Even his threats were light and harmless. So were you pretending to be angry with me before? Of course not. The Malfoy wrath is severe, something you simply cannot handle. Draco tried to intimidate her. Itakuya feigned fear for a few seconds, then leaned in and asked, so during the first-year holiday were you faking your anger too? Draco was left speechless, so he could only glare fiercely at Itakuya. She gave a mischievous smile, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger. I still remember in first year you sent me out at night to duel Harry, and we almost got caught by Mr. Filch. You were so angry back then that you called me a mudblood. That was because you tricked me first, and besides, I was just blurting it out. Draco argued, his face reddening. Itakuya pressed on relentlessly. I wonder who it was on the first Hogwarts Express who said. Itakuya crossed her arms, her expression haughty, chin slightly lifted. A perfect replica of the young. She mimicked Draco's tone and accent. It seems you say the same thing to everyone, Miss Itakuya. I'm beginning to wonder if a troll hit you on the head so that everyone looks the same to you. Draco wished he could stuff a sock in Itakuya's mouth. He pinched her cheeks to stop her from talking. Merlin, why can't you use your memory for history of magic? If you studied history of magic with the same attitude you used to remember these things, you'd have gotten an O ages ago. The two of them returned to Slytherin, playfully scuffling. Time passed as usual. Before they knew it, another Christmas was approaching. The last weekend before Christmas was another chance to visit Hogsmeade. Unfortunately, Itakuya still hadn't been granted permission by Snape to go to Hogsmeade. Merlin sagged his socks. I can't believe Godfather has stayed angry for this long, over a month now. It's not that bad. I think Dad isn't angry anymore. Itakuya was curled up on the sofa reading. But Dad always means what he says. I guess my Hogsmeade ban won't be lifted until spring. Draco sighed. He couldn't understand why it was so difficult for him to simply have a date with Itakuya in Hogsmeade. To be honest, Itakuya, Draco whispered conspiratorially to Itakuya. Why don't you use your dark god powers to teleport to Hogsmeade? After all, the disillusionment charm won't work on you at Hogwarts. Draco and Snape had witnessed Itakuya's dark god abilities back in Spider's Tail Alley. Both were equally intrigued by Itakuya's ability to teleport. Snape had even made Itakuya test the limits of each of her abilities. He found that as long as Itakuya wished, crossing the entirety of Europe in an instant was no great feat. Not to mention, I've agreed with Father not to let outsiders know about this ability for now. Itakuya closed the book helplessly. I am currently in my father's reflection period, and if he catches me sneaking out, I will be in serious trouble. Draco sat up dejectedly. Come on, don't be upset, young master. I promise he'll take you to Hogsmeade once winter is over. Draco could only nod helplessly. Itakuya sent Draco and Goyle on their way before curling back into the sofa to read. However, the tranquil atmosphere of reading was soon interrupted. Itakuya put down her book as she heard the hooting of an owl coming from outside the lounge. Itakuya thought it might be her Christmas gifts that had arrived. She had initially wanted to continue her tradition of making enchanted runic trinkets to give to those around her as Christmas gifts. However, the matters at Ian Manor had delayed her too much, and she no longer had time to complete her plans before Christmas. Others were fine. Itakuya intended to gift a preservation magic bottle or a mechanical toy. The trouble lay with Snape and Draco. Fortunately, after Itakuya's careful selection, she finally had Pansy buy something suitable. Itakuya walked over to open the door, only to find that the owl before her did not bring the 2 packages she had expected. Instead, it only delivered a brief letter. It was sent by Mr. Ollivander. Itakuya opened it and glanced at it. Mr. Ollivander stated in the letter that he had found suitable wood for Itakuya's wand, and the wand-making process was going smoothly. He invited Itakuya to come to Ollivander's wand shop to collect her wand after the Christmas holidays. Itakuya was initially delighted until she saw the type of wood mentioned in Ollivander's letter. She slowly furrowed her brows. So what type of wood did Ollivander say is suitable for your wand? Snape asked while handling his potions. You, Itakuya replied in a low voice. Snape's movements paused for a moment before he continued with his potions. What about the length? 13.5 inches. This was quite an interesting coincidence. Yew is known in the world of wands as one of the more unusual types. A Yew wand grants its owner the ability to master life and death, holding a dark and terrible reputation in the realms of spells and curses. The representative of this wand wood is also well known, Voldemort. Interestingly, Voldemort's wand is also 13.5 inches. If Itakuya were not aware that Mr. Ollivander meant no harm, she would have directly questioned him if it was intentional. Don't take it too seriously. I assume you understand that the Yew wand's owner is not just the person you think of. Itakuya nodded. Although yuans are rare, they are not the only two in the entire wizarding world. Itakuya had always had a chance of being noticed by Voldemort, and now even the wand seemed to be so coincidental. Itakuya thought, I want to believe this is just a coincidence, but I fear that some dark lord who is always at odds with children won't. Since you have nothing to do, why not help your old father grade papers? Snape gestured with his eyes to the pile of assignments from first-year students on the table. Itakuya, I politely declined. That afternoon Draco and Goyle returned looking quite disheveled. Draco. Itakuya was startled. Draco's hair was a mess and his robes were wrinkled. What happened? Draco first shot a warning glance at Goyle and the others, who obediently fell silent. Nothing, I just took a fall, Draco said gloomily. You all fell together? Itakuya asked, puzzled, pointing at Draco and the others. Not only Draco but Goyle, Crabbe, and Blaze also looked quiet. Draco remained silent. Seeing this, Itakuya could only nod, pretending to believe Draco's nonsense. Go change your clothes first, I'll make you some black tea. Draco and the others rushed into the boys' dormitory with a sigh of relief. Itakuya watched them leave, shrugging helplessly. Ever since Draco confessed his feelings to her, the rebelliousness hidden in his heart had been ignited. He always tried to prove himself as a reliable man to Itakuya in every way. Draco refused to accept Itakuya's compliments about how cute he was and rejected her attempts to pat his head. Draco wanted to keep anything that might associate him with weakness from Itakuya. Besides that, he seized every opportunity to show Itakuya his strength. For example, he gallantly took on all the dirty work in potions class. Another example is buying Itakuya a quill and parchment that she could use until graduation, thus proving the wealth of the Malfoy family. Yet another example is occasionally, accidentally, informing Itakuya about the Malfoy family's power and status in the wizarding world. To this, Itakuya could only cooperate helplessly, even though to her Draco's displays felt like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Itakuya thought, what can I do? Just indulge him. After all, when Draco flaunts, his proud expression combined with his youthful, handsome face truly is a beautiful sight. And besides, it's really cute. The next day was Christmas. Itakuya was awakened by the sounds of shouting and boasting. She wore an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. This was because the Christmas gift she prepared for Draco was a rocket crossbow. To buy this rocket crossbow, Itakuya spent a third of her savings and even crafted 2 preservation magic bottles to bribe the owner of the Quidditch shop. As for the gift for Snape, it was even more valuable. Itakuya exchanged some ancient potion scrolls from a pure-blood family's vault. What she used for the exchange were several heirlooms of the Glacius family that Itakuya had scavenged from Ian Manor, which all belonged to Cyanxia. Itakuya, yawning, tidied herself up and leisurely walked out of the girls' dormitory. She saw Draco standing in the middle of the Slytherin lounge, surrounded by a crowd. This year's Christmas holiday passed without any major events. Itakuya, Draco, and Snape spent a peaceful Christmas at Hogwarts. Draco spread the news about his new rocket crossbow far and wide, wishing he could ride it to dinner. Unfortunately, this joyful mood did not last long. Draco learned that St. Potter also received a rocket crossbow. Draco, he actually got the same gift as me. If Itakuya hadn't held him back, Draco would have charged into Gryffindor and smashed Harry's crossbow to pieces. It's just a coincidence. The rocket crossbow isn't something only you have. Itakuya comforted him. Oomph. I will make him know that even if he has the same rocket crossbow as mine, he won't be my match. Just wait and see. The Slytherin Quidditch match took place not long after the Christmas holiday, with Slytherin facing off against Ravenclaw. Not only for the experience with the rocket crossbow, but also for the Quidditch match, Draco spent the entire holiday at the Quidditch pitch. Itakuya had no choice but to curl up alone by the Slytherin fireplace with a book. She refused to go out in such cold weather. On the last day before school started, Snape personally took Itakuya to Ollivander's wand shop. Mr. Snape, Miss Snape. Mr. Ollivander had clearly been waiting for a long time. Mr. Ollivander. Itakuya greeted him. Ollivander pulled out a rectangular box from beneath the counter and opened it, revealing a wand lying quietly inside. It was a completely black wand devoid of any patterns or extra embellishments, with only a deep purple vertical line at the end. The compatibility of the core material you provided with you wood is very high, which saved a lot of production time. Itakuya took a deep breath and grasped the wand in her. She could sense the wand emitting an aura that resonated with her own. This is a very special wand, no one, but you can use it. It cannot be taken by a wizard through duel, it will always belong to you. Until your death, this wand will cease to exist. Itakuya nodded. Throughout the process, Snape had maintained the demeanor of a perfect statue, silently paying for Itakuya. The father and daughter exited Ollivander's wand shop. That afternoon, Itakuya finally enjoyed making a happiness potion with the equipment in Snape's office after a long time. It seems this wand truly matches you very well. Snape examined Itakuya's results, finally showing a hint of satisfaction on his face. Itakuya nodded. Regardless of the wand being made of you, which she could finally overcome the rejection issue. Since last summer, she had hardly made any potions and her transfiguration was a complete mess, Even Professor Flitwick had shown some dissatisfaction. She almost lost her status as the class representative for charms. Itakuya, sister has finally returned as a queen. This time what belongs to me, I will take back one by one. In that case, can we discuss the terrible soul repair potion you made at Ian Manor? Itakuya, I will give you a week to study the soul repair potion on your own, and next week you must hand in a 10-page paper to me. Snape tossed her a stack of materials. At the top was his handwritten record of creating the soul repair potion. Itakuya, thank you, but I don't really want to take back everything that belongs to me anymore. Now go make a wolf's bane potion, Snape commanded. An hour later, Itakuya stared at the dark, messy substance in front of her, lost in thought. It turned out that learning is endless. If you don't progress, you regress. After just 2 months without focusing on improving her potion-making skills, she was already flustered. If you weren't a Slytherin student, I would have deducted points from you by now, Snape said, displeased. Wrong stirring direction and incorrect order of ingredient addition. Remember to clear the weeds in your mind before entering my office next time. This was an accident. Itakuya mumbled. Besides, I just started working with the wolf's bane potion before the rejection reaction became obvious. The last time Itakuya self-studied to make a new potion was during the summer when she was following Snape's instructions to learn the wolf's bane potion. Initially the progress was smooth, but who would have thought that Itakuya blew up 2 cauldrons due to the wand's rejection reaction? Afterwards, she had always set aside the challenge of new potions. This resulted in her being capable of making familiar potions, but failing with those she hadn't mastered yet. This only proves that you have been slacking off with your poor potion professor this semester. Snape interrupted coldly. Itakuya pouted, wanting to argue further. Change the paper to 15 pages. Itakuya, sorry, I will keep quiet. Redo it. Okay, Dad. On the last day of the Christmas holiday, Itakuya stayed in Snape's office until dark. She made 5 whole batches of potions and finally managed to succeed, but the quality did not meet Snape's requirements. Itakuya left under Snape's cold gaze. Itakuya, I even have some doubts about my potion-making talent. The Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw took place on the first weekend after school started. With the boost from the rocket crossbow, Slytherin won easily. This was not only good news for Slytherin, but also for Gryffindor. Because Gryffindor just needed to win against Ravenclaw in the next match to return to the second position. And Gryffindor also had a rocket crossbow of victory, was almost within reach. Itakuya watched the entire match with a frown. The tactics devised by Flynn seemed too extreme. In fact, Flynn had shown such tendencies last year, where one of their tactics was to use various means to knock opponents off their flying broomsticks. However, at that time Itakuya was the trump card. She and Draco worked seamlessly together, always catching the golden snitch at the fastest speed. But this year Slytherin's tactics seemed to have boiled down to just knocking people off. Throughout the match, not only did Ravenclaw's Seeker Chiozhong sustain broken arms or legs, but even one of Slytherin's beaters and a chaser fell from the sky. Rather than a Quidditch match, it resembled a multi-person wrestling competition. Madame Hooch's face was as dark as thunder. Yet Flynn took pride in the victory, brought by such extreme tactics, loudly boasting about the benefits of this strategy to his. Itakuya saw Draco standing among the players, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All the members of Slytherin were immersed in this joy, ignoring their injured team. Ida, did you see that? Draco excitedly recounted today's Quidditch match to Itakuya during dinner. The way I rammed into Ravenclaw's Seeker was absolutely brilliant. Flint said Slytherin's victory was thanks to me. Itakuya stared at Draco's exuberant expression, unsure what to say. She wanted to advise him not to do that again. But she also knew it wasn't entirely Draco's decision. As long as Captain Flint insisted, Draco had to cooperate with the team's tactics for the collective good, even if. Moreover, Draco saw nothing wrong with it. He was completely immersed in the joy of victory. If she poured cold water on him, now she would only earn his displeasure. Ida. Noticing her prolonged silence, Draco worried she might be unwell. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Itakuya thought for a moment, then shook her head. Nothing. I was just watching you collide with someone in the stands, and I got really worried. When you hit him, you nearly fell off yourself. Draco raised an eyebrow, quite satisfied with Itakuya's answer. Who was it last year that abandoned their broomstick dozens of feet in the air to fly around hugging a bludger, and ended up permanently banned because of it? Itakuya sighed, helplessly massaging her forehead. Now I understand how Dad felt watching me from the stands last year. Fine, I'll remember to be more careful next time. Draco could barely contain his grin. Itakuya had planned to talk to Flint about Quidditch tactics the next day. But Hermione arriving with red-rimmed eyes forced her to set that aside for now. What's wrong? Itakuya led Hermione to sit by the Black Lake. It's Ron. He says my cat ate his pet, and even Harry believes it. Hermione sobbed, hugging Itakuya. That rat. Itakuya frowned. Crookshanks was a cat. Harry and Ron's suspicion that Hermione's cat had eaten Ron's rat did hold some logic. But who argues logic with a crying friend? At times like this, you're supposed to badmouth the offenders together. They're two boys who always let intuition override reason. Itakuya handed Hermione a handkerchief. If they ever learned to think rationally first, they wouldn't have cost Gryffindor so many points. Hermione nodded vigorously. Exactly. They never study properly. They only panic when exams are upon them. Especially Ron. He's just. His head is completely stuffed with food. I can always find remnants of it on his face. Itakuya finished Hermione said, "You're starting to sound more and more like Professor Snape." Itakuya raised an eyebrow then glanced sternly at Hermione. 10 points from Gryffindor for Miss Granger's disrespect towards her old professor. Hermione burst into laughter despite her tears. If Professor Snape saw you like this, you'd be in trouble. Itakuya breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Feeling better now? Hermione nodded. The two girls sat side by side by the Black Lake. In January, the lakeside wind was still biting, turning both their noses red. Hermione, what are you going to do next? Itakuya asked softly once Hermione had calmed down. Crookshanks can't talk, so even if you find him, it won't prove anything. I don't care about proving anything. Crookshanks wouldn't be remotely interested in Ron's stupid rat, Hermione said huffily. Itakuya nodded helplessly. By the way, she asked curiously, Hermione, don't you have classes? I remember you signed up for a lot of courses this term. Hermione's expression flickered with unease for a moment. I have my ways. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Hermione looked flusteredly in another direction and muttered to herself. Oh no, I forgot I need to be outside the charms corridor soon. Itakuya was bewildered. Ida, wait here for me. They'll be right back. With that, Hermione dashed off, leaving Itakuya staring after her in confusion. Itakuya. She sighed helplessly and obediently sat waiting for Hermione's return. But she didn't enjoy her solitude for long before the clamor of several boys reached her ears, growing louder. It's just a rat. An ordinary rat. It sleeps all the time. It's useless. Fred George. How can you say that about Scabbers? He's been in our family since Percy started school. So what? Scabbers is a member of our family, and now Hermione's cat has eaten him. Itakuya sighed in exasperation, feeling her ears were being assaulted. She stood up and indeed saw the three Weasley boys walking side by side. Good afternoon, Mr. Weasley's. Good afternoon, Itakuya, said Ron. Look, it's the old bat's little bat. Oh, it's the little serpent from Slytherin. I haven't seen her in a while. Yes, she managed not to come to class for a whole month with Dumbledore's approval. Brother, I'm so jealous. How did she do it? Brother, she must have some secret. Itakuya thought there's a reason I don't like the Weasleys. Ron, about your pet. I don't think Hermione wanted this to happen either. Besides, there's no solid proof yet that Crookshanks ate your rat. Humph. Ron was clearly angry. I found Crookshanks' fur on my bed. That's proof enough. That's ridiculous. How can you be sure it wasn't left there months ago? Hermione, returning to find Itakuya, overheard Ron and rushed over to argue. Ron is arguing with the brilliant Hermione. They're fighting over a little rat. Fred and George, eager to watch the drama, commented with relish. Itakuya. Seeing the atmosphere turning tense, she quickly pulled Hermione away. She led Hermione away from the Black Lake. Ron's words had worsened Hermione's mood, and Itakuya had to console her until evening before she barely calmed down. The trio had officially entered a Cold War. Hermione attended classes alone, refusing to speak a single word to Harry or Ron. Itakuya would sometimes chat with her or accompany her to the library to study. But Hermione had so many classes this term that she didn't even have time to complain to Itakuya. Itakuya, is this the gap between a top student and me? In February, Hogwarts hosted the year's second match, Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor. The night before, Itakuya had already seen Draco Goyle and the others huddled together, whispering furtively, as if plotting something. Itakuya instinctively sensed this might not bode well. Yet Draco remained cryptically tight-lipped about it. The following morning, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, Draco, casually buttering his bread, feigned nonchalance as he asked Itakuya, Ida, what are you planning to do today? Watch Quidditch with you, of course. Itakuya replied, puzzled. Don't you want to watch the match later? Of course not. Draco stammered, I just thought you might not enjoy going out in this freezing weather. Itakuya nodded. She despised the sensation of being battered by the wind, and she was sensitive to the cold. So if you're cold, why not stay by the Slytherin fireplace and read? Itakuya could hardly believe such words had escaped Draco's lips. Are you still the Malfoy heir I know? Have you been possessed by something? Draco rolled his eyes. I'm just being a gentleman, thinking of your well-being. Itakuya couldn't help but laugh. Then what about the days you insisted I watch you train on the Quidditch pitch? Draco glared at Itakuya. Tough luck. Just don't go, he repeated. Why? Itakuya asked, bewildered. Since her suspension, her interest in Quidditch had waned. Besides, the cold made her even more reluctant to move. But Draco was an ardent Quidditch fan, so she had little choice but to accompany him. No reason. Draco averted his gaze, spotting an annoying figure in the distance, and a thought struck him. Because I don't want you watching Potter. Huh. What does he have to do with it? Everything. Gryffindor is playing this match. Draco's expression darkened at the thought. I heard Potter will be using a firebolt this time. Itakuya. Fine, I won't go. I still have an essay to finish anyway. Itakuya relented with a sigh. Essays? Draco asked, puzzled. He didn't recall any professor assigning one. Father gave it to me. An essay on soul-repairing potions. Itakuya kindly enlightened him. What? Godfather asked for it in a week. You were supposed to finish it 3 days ago. Draco exclaimed, shocked that Itakuya would dare to defy Snape's assignment. Itakuya gave him a smile more twisted than a cry. Guess why I've been avoiding father lately? 15 pages. I couldn't finish that in a week, even if I were a quill and a— Draco offered a sympathetic look. You poor thing. Draco. Goyle's voice interrupted their conversation. Goyle and Crabbe rushed over excitedly. We're all set. Draco immediately stood up, dragging them away before they could blurt out anything incriminating. Itakuya, even more suspicious. It wasn't until after the match that she understood why Draco had been so adamant about her skipping the Quidditch game. Draco, along with Goyle and Crabbe, had planned to dress as Dementors during the match to scare Harry. Itakuya. I should have known. Draco probably knew Itakuya would stop him if she found out, so he tried to convince her to stay away. Unfortunately, their plan was riddled with flaws. Not only did they fail to frighten Harry, but they were also caught by Professor McGonagall. Furious, she immediately escorted the trio to Snape. At that moment, Itakuya was in Snape's office. She had finally completed the 15-page essay and was now fawningly begging Snape to overlook her late submission. Father, I have my reasons. Professor Lupin assigned a lot of homework this week, and Professor Flitwick asked me to help him organize things. Itakuya used the other professors as excuses. Is that so? My dear daughter is indeed quite busy, Snape said, his lips curling in a mock smile. Why not say Dumbledore assigned you work too? I hear my daughter has been spending time chatting with Miss Granger from Gryffindor. I assume I heard correctly. Well, Hermione's been feeling down lately, so I spent a bit more time with her. Itakuya was sweating. She had indeed spent some time with Hermione, but the main reason was that she had made significant progress on a new enchanted rune product and had forgotten about Snape's essay. What a touching friendship. I'm sorry, Father. Itakuya conceded. After much pleading, she managed to soften Snape's expression slightly. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Professor McGonagall burst into Snape's office with the 3 culprits. Severus, you need to discipline these students. McGonagall said sternly, pointing at the cowering trio behind her. Mr. Malfoy and his friends disrupted the Quidditch match by dressing as Dementors. They climbed over the stands and went to dangerous heights. Itakuya's eyes widened as she looked toward Draco. Fortunately, he had only taken a fall, dirtying his robes with no serious injuries. Snape's face had darkened considerably. He looked ready to mince the 3 into potion. I understand, Minerva. Snape nodded to McGonagall. She left. After her departure, Snape's office fell into a deathly silence. Draco and the others remained silent, hoping to quell Snape's fury. Itakuya knew her father was livid. Uttering a single word in Draco's defense would be adding fuel to the fire. Draco caught Itakuya's eye and signaled desperately. Draco, save me. Itakuya, good luck. Well, father will be going now. Itakuya shot Draco a helpless glance. Snape sat at his desk watching their silent exchange. Snape, death glare. I want a new 15-page essay on my desk before next class. Snape's voice was icy. I hope this time my daughter can hand it in on time. Itakuya, this is unfair. It's collective punishment. Itakuya was released first while Draco and the others remained in Snape's office, their fates uncertain. Writing another 15 pages of paper, thank you, this is no different from being dead. Itakuya sighed. Fortunately, a 15-page paper was not a difficult task for her now. After all, as the daughter of the head of Slytherin and potions professor, Itakuya had been punished with papers by Snape many times. It was getting late. February nights fell quickly. With some time left before curfew, Itakuya thought about going to check on Hermione. She had heard that Hermione had been going to class alone these days. Generally, at such times, Hermione could either be found in the library or studying in the Gryffindor common room. Itakuya decided to try her luck at the library first. She walked through the silent corridors. Being a weekend and nighttime, there were hardly any people wandering outside. Suddenly, Itakuya caught a glimpse of an orange shadow darting into the nearby bushes. Crookshanks. Itakuya frowned. She looked around carefully, confirming that there was no one nearby, and then she felt safe to use the power of the dark god. Itakuya's figure transformed into a cloud of black mist, and in the next moment she appeared in the distant bushes, while the dark mist at the original spot vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Crookshanks. Itakuya called out again. She saw a ginger cat squatting nearby, elegantly licking its paws. Crookshanks, you really are hard for Hermione to find. Itakuya crouched down. Crookshanks meowed and rubbed its head against her leg. All right, let's go back. Your owner is looking for you. Itakuya picked up Crookshanks, but the cat struggled against her embrace. As she struggled, Itakuya heard a sound in the darkness. Who? Itakuya immediately cast a flickering light spell without a wand. The other party clearly did not expect Itakuya to use a wandless spell with such speed and fled in a panic. Itakuya only managed to catch a glimpse of its retreating. It looked like a dog or a wolf. Itakuya's expression turned serious. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Itakuya felt a sense of familiarity. It looked just like the large dog she had seen at the Itaku estate. How could this be? Not to mention that Hogwarts was not a place anyone could just enter, and the Itaku estate was far from here. How could a dog have followed her here? While Itakuya was lost in thought, Crookshanks finally wriggled free from her arms and darted towards the direction where the large dog, Crookshanks, Itakuya called out, but dared not use the dark god's power again. She could only call out Crookshanks' name once more at the original spot. After this delay, it was already late, and Itakuya had no choice but to head back home. On the way back, she was still pondering what had happened today. She remembered that when she was at the Itaku estate, Harry had also muttered that the black dog seemed to be following him. However, at that time, she had been immersed in the joy of petting dogs and had completely disregarded Harry's words. Now that she thought about it, if that dog had been following Harry all along and had mixed into Hogwarts, Itakuya could only think of one possibility, that it was someone's animagus form, and not one registered with the Ministry of Magic, just like herself before. As Itakuya thought of this, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She remembered how when she first saw that tall and handsome black dog, she couldn't help but enthusiastically pet its head and stroke its tail, thoroughly touching it all over. If that truly belonged to someone as an animagus. Itakuya silently looked at her hands. She suddenly felt like wanting to incapacitate her own hands. Itakuya sighed, pondering whether to tell Snape about this matter. After all, so far it was just her speculation. Moreover, she hadn't truly seen the full figure of that thing. What if it was just an ordinary black dog, or some other creature from the Forbidden Forest? Forget it, she should observe a bit more. Draco and the others had each been deducted 50 points from Slytherin and had been personally punished by Professor McGonagall with 4 days of detention. This time, it wasn't a Forbidden Forest adventure, they were required to clean the trophy room without magic. Snape was very angry about this. Draco and the others were only released just before curfew, looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. After this incident, Draco had become much more subdued, quietly attending classes with Itakuya, and the frequency of teasing Harry had dropped sharply. Don't be glum, okay? Itakuya noticed that Draco had been unusually silent lately. Don't you know, Dad? As long as it's not a matter of principle, Dad won't hold a grudge. Dad is indeed very angry, but your detention is over. After some time, Dad will no longer be angry. You don't understand. Next week is the time to go to Hogsmeade. Draco sighed. I'm worried that my godfather will extend your ban because of this matter. I had planned to take you to Hogsmeade days ago. Itakuya did not expect Draco to be worried about whether she could go to Hogsmeade or not, and was at a loss for words. She pulled out a permission form from a book nearby and handed it to Draco. Is this the permission to go to Hogsmeade? Did your godfather give it to you? Draco exclaimed in surprise. Itakuya nodded. Dad gave it to me when I went to submit my paper today. Are you happy now? Draco's gloom lifted, and he excitedly began to tell Itakuya about his plans. We can first go to Honeydukes, then take a stroll by the Shrieking Shack. I heard it's a haunted house. I bet you're definitely interested. I went to see the Leaky Cauldron before. It was filthy, and they actually don't serve students. It's simply unreasonable. I think the Three Broomsticks is better. Itakuya nodded. She hadn't truly explored Hogsmeade Village yet, although she generally lacked interest in such things. However, listening to Draco's animated descriptions, she felt this was a place worth looking forward to. Draco's excitement continued throughout Care of Magical Creatures class with Hagrid. He casually set his book aside and whispered with Itakuya. Itakuya noticed that Hagrid occasionally glanced towards her, and Draco, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Earlier yesterday, Itakuya received a letter from Hagrid. In the letter, Hagrid asked if she had any way to save Buckbeak. Itakuya frowned in confusion. She went to find Ron and Harry to learn the whole story. Draco had told Mr. Malfoy about Buckbeak, who then used his connections to seek Buckbeak's execution. In this matter, Hagrid indeed had made a mistake, and coupled with the Malfoy family's operations, it was said that Buckbeak was to be executed in a few months. How come I didn't know about this? Itakuya said with a headache. Hagrid had already written to her proving that he had exhausted all his options. He was now a professor at Itakuya's side, and an elder, yet he had to ask a younger person for help, which showed he was truly out of options. Though Itakuya had no feelings for the creature named Buckbeak, Hagrid was the one who brought her to Hogwarts. Itakuya had always remembered this friendship in her heart. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Before Christmas, when Hagrid was called in for the hearing. Itakuya rubbed her forehead. If it had been a few months earlier, before the execution order for Buckbeak was issued, she would have had a way. All she needed to do was write a letter to Mr. Malfoy and persuade Draco. She would explain that she was brought into Hogwarts by Hagrid, and that she was very grateful to him. The two Malfoys would likely let it go out of respect for Itakuya. But now Mr. Malfoy had already used the Malfoy family connections, and his stance on the matter was clear. If Itakuya were to persuade Mr. Malfoy to change the verdict now, it would be an outright slap in the face to the Malfoy family. We only found out during the Christmas holidays, Harry said. And Hermione said we mustn't trouble you. Ron added. She said if you knew you'd be caught in the middle between us. Besides, you haven't been very happy since you returned from leave. Even I can tell, Ron emphasized. Itakuya. Was my mood that obvious? Even Ron noticed. All right, we can only think of another way for this matter. Itakuya sighed. What way? The two boys asked simultaneously. Naturally, an unconventional way. Itakuya rolled her eyes. On the day of Buckbeak's execution, I suspect that Mr. Dumbledore and people from the Ministry of Magic will also be present. As long as Buckbeak disappears without a trace in front of them, no one will say anything. But how will you do that? Harry asked, puzzled. Itakuya's teleportation ability allowed her to take one living thing with her. She planned to teleport Buckbeak to another place, though as long as they avoided the Ministry of Magic's eyes, everything would be manageable. You're not Hagrid, you can't take Buckbeak. Buckbeak is very fierce. Ron shook his head. Each time he saw Buckbeak, his legs would go weak. Itakuya wasn't worried about this. Ever since she lost control and almost killed Buckbeak last time, the latter had treated her with utmost respect. When the time comes, you and Hermione must not show up, to avoid raising suspicions from the Ministry of Magic. Itakuya warned, fully aware of the mischief-making abilities of these three, as she didn't want to risk Buckbeak's rescue turning into a disaster. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and then nodded. Also keep this matter a secret from Hagrid. Itakuya thought for a moment, and then added. She felt that Hagrid wasn't someone who could keep secrets well, telling him first would actually be counterproductive. The two immediately nodded vigorously. Time returned to the present. Itakuya resolutely ignored Hagrid's gaze, lowering her head to fiddle with the things in her hands. After some consideration, she still felt this matter should be told to Draco in advance. Just then class ended, and Itakuya pulled Draco to leave ahead of everyone else. Are you in a hurry to have dinner? Draco asked. No, Draco, I have something to discuss with you. Itakuya shook her head. What is it? You're not going to say you can't go to Hogsmeade again, are you? Draco said warily. Itakuya quickly shook her head. If she dared to break her promise again, this young master would indeed become angry. It's not about Hogsmeade. I want to talk to you about Buckbeak. Buckbeak? That beast of Hagrid's. Draco frowned. You know about it. Itakuya nodded. Hagrid wrote to me yesterday. Draco scoffed. Draco, after all, Hagrid is the one who brought me into Hogwarts. He was the one who picked me up from St. Mungo's orphanage. So what? Draco stubbornly said. Don't you forget. That beast almost killed you and me. And Fong. All right, young master, consider it a favor I'm asking from you for my sake. Don't hold this against Hagrid. Itakuya showed weakness. I will not write to my father. If anyone is to write, it should be you. Draco said. Itakuya shook her head. Mr. Malfoy has already used his connections to execute Buckbeak. Going to plead with him now is basically forcing him to retract his previous statements. You know that. Then why are you saying it? Draco said. So, I was thinking if we quietly release Buckbeak before the execution, everyone would be happy. Mr. Malfoy wouldn't be put in a difficult position and Hagrid wouldn't be sad. What do you want to do? Draco frowned. Itakuya had no choice but to briefly share her plan with Draco. So you're planning to teleport that foolish bird to another place right before the execution? Draco frowned tightly. You're going to get that close to that beast. What if it can't hurt me? Itakuya said. Young Master Malfoy standing in front of you is the wielder of the power of the Dark Lord. That bird would be too frightened to even blink. Well, alright then. Draco nodded reluctantly. But on that day, I must be there to watch you. If that bird dares to make a move against you, you must abandon your... Itakuya immediately nodded. Draco crossed his arms. Thank you, young Master Malfoy, for your permission. You truly are handsome and kind-hearted. Itakuya flattered him wisely. I only agreed because you informed me of your plan in advance rather than me discovering it later. Yes. Itakuya nodded vigorously. Draco pinched Itakuya's cheek and said softly, so you need to inform me and father before doing anything dangerous in the future, so we won't worry. Itakuya stiffened. She hadn't yet figured out how to talk to her father about it. Draco, young Master Malfoy. Itakuya smiled at Draco without any doubt. Cut it out. Draco turned his head away from Itakuya's outstretched hand, coldly refusing. I won't go with you to talk to father about this. And before going to Hogsmeade, you mustn't tell father anything. Nothing should affect our trip to Hogsmeade, understand? The day had finally arrived. When Draco and Itakuya appeared side by side in Hogsmeade, Draco's anxious heart finally settled. He was finally going on a date. Draco had been excited since the journey to Hogsmeade, his hair meticulously combed, every inch of skin meticulously cared for, his clothes carefully chosen, not to mention the perfume Itakuya could smell from 10 meters away. In comparison, Itakuya seemed ordinary. She had merely changed into a new dress, asked Pansy to braid her hair, and borrowed Pansy's cosmetics. I thought you two were about to get engaged, Pansy remarked, looking at the exquisitely dressed Itakuya, and Draco rolling her eyes. Draco ignored Pansy's teasing and pulled Itakuya into Honeydukes. The moment Itakuya entered, she was assaulted by a wave of various sugary scents. Honeydukes was a must-visit for all students, always packed with students from every house, and this time was no exception. Neither Itakuya nor Draco enjoyed crowds. They both froze for a moment. Itakuya saw hesitation flicker in Draco's eyes. You've never been inside. Then where did all those candies you brought me come from? Goyle bought them for me, of course. I only waited outside. Draco muttered. Itakuya chuckled, about to say more when the door of Honeydukes opened again, and several students pushed in, laughing and chatting. Itakuya and Draco were standing near the entrance hesitating whether to go in. These sudden noisy students shoved them directly into the crowd. Draco was about to lose his temper when he realized that being jostled by the crowd had pushed Itakuya right into his arms. The girl was half a head shorter than him, the scent of her shampoo lingering around Draco's nose. Draco thought, well, crowds aren't so bad. So we came out here in this half-melted snow just to stand and look from outside. Itakuya sighed, gazing at the distant house through the worn fence. It was early spring, the temperature had not yet warmed, and the snow that had accumulated all winter was slowly melting. Itakuya and Draco hadn't noticed much while walking on the cobblestone streets of the village, but they began to regret it as they approached the shrieking shack. Slush mixed with mud dirted their shoes and trousers. Draco nearly slipped, saved only by Itakuya grabbing him in time. I heard it's haunted, last time Draco began. Last time. Itakuya frowned. She recalled the last trip to Hogsmeade the weekend before Christmas when Draco Goyle and the others had returned in a sorry state. She had probed gently a few times afterward, but Draco had always refused to speak. It wasn't that Draco was intentionally keeping secrets. The incident was simply he and Goyle had cornered the Gryffindors Weasley and Granger and were taunting them when a strange force attacked. Goyle had inexplicably had his trousers pulled down and was dragged several meters by his feet. Draco, terrified, had fled in panic. Afterward, he believed there was something unclean in the area. He wouldn't have come here at all if not to pique Itakuya's curiosity. Nothing. Draco waved his hand. Itakuya looked at him strangely, but since he didn't want to talk, she couldn't force him. All right, Itakuya nodded. Shall we go back then? It's cold here, and let's find somewhere to get a drink. She suggested, sensing that Draco truly disliked this place. Draco nodded, and they trudged back through the mud, their steps heavy. They hadn't gone far when they saw a figure approaching, muttering to himself. I wonder if Itakuya's plan will work. What if she fails or changes her mind? Ron paused, head down. How can she take Buckbeak away? I mean, she's only a third year. How powerful can she be? At least more powerful than you stupid lion. What's wrong, Weasley? Out here, all alone. Tired of your brothers already. Though I suppose sharing a room with them would get on anyone's nerves eventually. Itakuya felt a sense of dread the moment she saw Ron, but she couldn't pull Draco away in time. Malfoy. Ron frowned, his expression hostile. Itaku is willing to help you save that beast, and you dare to doubt her. Draco said angrily. I should have had my father use his influence to have that beast killed before Christmas, instead of being merciful and letting it live until now. Malfoy, you. Ron started to retort, but stopped himself. Itakuya frowned, a strange feeling washing over her. In early March, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. This was one of the abilities Itakuya had inherited from the evil god, who she could summon snow at will, and wherever the snow fell it was within her perception. Itakuya decisively reached out to Draco's left front, moving so fast that none of the boys could react. She precisely snatched off Harry's invisibility cloak. As I thought, Itakuya said. She had known Ron wouldn't be walking alone. This is impossible. Harry was shocked. He hadn't expected Itakuya to see through the invisibility cloak. Only Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts could see him beneath it. No one noticed that the snow had stopped, just as no one had noticed it starting. So it was you, Potter, Draco said, his face darkening as he quickly pieced it together. You were the one who played that trick on me and Goyle last time, weren't you? Exposed. Harry stood there awkwardly at a loss. Hoscarhead, just you wait. Draco's face was grim as he threatened. I'll tell my godfather that you sneaked into Hogsmeade. With that, Draco pulled Itakuya and walked away. Itakuya, dragged along, followed him briskly back to Hogwarts. Throughout the journey, Draco was ecstatic. He could already imagine how much trouble Potter would be in when Snape found out. Snape would deduct 50 points and give him detention, just like Professor McGonagall. Or perhaps worse, he might even expel Potter. Itakuya followed behind Draco, watching him grow more excited with each step. She knew she couldn't stop him now. After all, Draco and Harry were natural enemies, and now that Draco knew Harry had been the one to prank him at Christmas. It was a miracle Draco hadn't started a fight right there. Itakuya sighed. She figured Harry was definitely in for trouble. They went straight to Snape's office. Godfather Potter went to Hogsmeade. The moment they entered, Draco couldn't wait to share the good news. Snape looked up from his papers, puzzled. Godfather Potter used some method to sneak to Hogsmeade. Itaku and I both saw him. Snape's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had heard something intriguing. He turned to look at Itakuya. Itakuya nodded. Excellent. I think I need to have a word with Mr. Potter, Snape said, nodding with satisfaction. When Harry was dragged into Snape's office, Itakuya and Draco were also present. In fact, Itakuya initially intended to leave first, but Draco insisted on staying to watch Harry make a fool of himself. To that end, he was even willing to grade first-year assignments for Snape. Itakuya remarked, I can't tell whose sacrifice is greater in this moment. Snape initially did not want Itakuya and Draco to stay, but then he thought it over. After all, he wasn't the one who caught Harry in Hogsmeade. He needed someone as a witness. Mr. Potter, I heard an interesting story today. Snape's expression was grim, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Malfoy and Miss Itakuya claim they saw you at Hogwarts. I assume you can explain to your poor professor how this came to be. The silence in Snape's office was deafening. Itakuya was nearly drowning in the awkward atmosphere. She and Draco huddled in a corner exchanging glances. Itakuya said, I really can't take this anymore. I just want to leave here. Draco replied, don't say silly things. Watching our dear Harry get embarrassed is such a delightful thing. Draco's smile was stretching from ear to ear. Itakuya wondered, was he really this happy when he was just on a date with me? Maybe Malfoy and Itakuya are just hallucinating, Harry said, trying to hold his ground. Uffed. Draco couldn't help but snicker. Itakuya said, you might as well say you suddenly have a twin brother. Or perhaps Mr. Potter violated the rules and secretly went to Hogsmeade. Snape said. Harry clearly had already discussed strategies with his friends. He adamantly refused to acknowledge that tactic. I don't know what you're talking about, Professor Snape. I was in Gryffindor Tower all day. Harry feigned innocence. You're lying, Potter. You were clearly in Hogsmeade with Ron. Draco immediately retorted. Malfoy, I think you must have seen Ron. What about Itakuya? Did she see Ron too? The three gentlemen in the room turned simultaneously to Itakuya. Itakuya said, I told you I shouldn't be here, right? Although Itakuya's relationship with the Savior could barely be called friendship, on the other side of the scale were Snape. Yes, I saw it too, Itakuya nodded. But Harry was still unwilling to give up his argument. Suddenly Draco rushed over, noticing that Harry had his left hand stuck in his pocket. What are you hiding, Potter? Taking advantage of Harry's surprise, Draco snatched it away. It was a neatly folded blank parchment. Give it back to me, Malfoy. Harry urged, clearly a little flustered. Hand it over, Draco. Snape commanded, clearly recognizing the unusual nature of the item. Snape took the object Draco handed him and tried several spells, but none were effective. Snape glanced at Itakuya, who obediently walked over. Itakuya inspected the parchment and found no enchanted runes on it. It should just be an ordinary magical item. Seeing that Itakuya had not discovered the true purpose of the Marauder's map, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Snape coldly observed Harry's expression, raising his wand once more to tap the parchment. Professor Severus Snape commands you to reveal the hidden information. The parchment appeared to be as if an invisible hand was writing something, brownish-black text emerging. The moon face sends greetings to Professor Snape and requests that he refrain from sticking his abnormally large nose into others' affairs. Both Itakuya and Snape were stunned simultaneously. However, the parchment did not stop. Mr. Pointy Fork agrees and adds that Professor Snape is an Mr. Bigfoot expresses surprise that an idiot has become a professor at Hogwarts. Mr. Wormtail sends his regards to Professor Snape and suggests he wash his hair well. Harry and Draco across the desk could not see the contents of the parchment, but could see Snape's face gradually darkening. The two teenage boys ultimately could not resist their curiosity, leaning in to sneak a peek. Just as they were about to see the words on the paper, Itakuya quickly crumpled it up. It seems this is just a useless piece of scrap paper. Itakuya coldly looked at Harry, instinctively thinking this was some prank created by Harry and his fellow Gryffindors to humiliate Snape. Harry said, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. I wouldn't have the guts to create something like this. She acted as if to throw the Marauder's map into the fire. Don't. Harry intervened. Snape had realized what was going on when he saw those names. This was the work of Potter and his friends, but it had nothing to do with the current Harry Potter. Itakuya. Snape approached to take the parchment from Itakuya's hand, tossing a handful of shimmering powder into the fireplace. Moments later, Lupin crawled out of the fireplace. He first glanced at the people in the room, then asked in confusion, did you call for me? Severus. Lupin's sudden arrival left the students present, including Itakuya, bewildered. Snape threw the parchment into Lupin's arms, and Itakuya noticed the text on it had not yet faded. Lupin's expression was slightly strange. He lowered his head, quickly contemplating something. This parchment is clearly filled with dark magic, and this should be your area of expertise. Where do you think Mr. Potter got this? Snape fixed his intense gaze on Lupin. No, Severus. This thing seems to me just an insulting parchment. Anyone who reads it will be subjected to it. I guess this is just a trinket from a joke shop. Itakuya frowned. Clearly Lupin was lying. An enchanted item that insults anyone who reads it is not difficult to create, but the language that just appeared on the parchment was clearly targeted. Only someone familiar with Snape could design such a thing. The simple truth that Lupin did not understand only proved he knew the person who made it. A joke shop. Snape's expression remained grim. I would lean more towards the idea that Mr. Potter got it from the creator. What do you think, Lupin? Are you referring to Mr. Wormtail and the others? Lupin looked at Harry, his tone as gentle as ever. Harry, do you know these people? I don't know them, Harry replied. Itakuya scoffed, already guessing what Lupin was hiding. He not only knew the creator of this thing, but was also quite familiar with them. Werewolves become frenzied at the sight of the full moon, hence the name Moony. The four names on that parchment correspond exactly to the Marauders. Only they would hurl such unbridled insults at Snape. In truth, Itakuya hadn't initially made this connection. Not until she recalled the appearance of that wolfhound. Though the dog was gaunt as if malnourished, it possessed paws as broad and thick as a bear's. Hence Padfoot. That was Sirius Black's alias among the Marauders. Itakuya deduced that aside from Lupin, the other three were all unregistered animagi. They had named themselves after distinctive traits of their animal forms. Itakuya frowned. If that were the case, then what she had glimpsed at Hogwarts that day might very well have been Sirius Black himself. "Father, I need to speak with you." Itakuya spoke up immediately. This matter was far more serious than any insult scrawled parchment. Sirius was still within Hogwarts, and Hogwarts was not safe. Headmaster Dumbledore must conduct a thorough search of the entire school. "Professor Snape." The door to Snape's office swung open, and Ron rushed in. "That parchment was a gift I bought for Harry from the joke shop." Ron had somehow learned that Harry's Marauder's map had been discovered, or perhaps he had been eavesdropping outside all along. Itakuya's words were cut short. She frowned at Ron's flustered entrance. "Fred George, how could you say such things about Scabbers? He's been in our family since Percy." Itakuya felt as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head. Merlin, she should have realized it sooner. Ron's rat was trouble. Wait, speaking of rats. If you look at a rat's tail alone, it resembles an earthworm. So it could also be called Wormtail. So did this mean that one of the two supposedly deceased Marauders was actually still alive? "Mr. Weasley, I assume you are aware that this is my office, and you are not permitted to enter without authorization." Snape was deeply displeased with Ron's intrusion. "I'm sorry, Professor Snape." Hermione entered from the doorway. Clearly the two of them had been waiting outside out of concern for Harry, but Hermione had failed to restrain Ron from barging in. "Miss Granger." Snape sneered. "Congratulations. For trespassing into a head of house's office, you each lose 5 points. Which one is Mr.?" Itakuya turned to Lupin, her tone leaving no room for argument. Lupin, caught off guard, stared back at her in bewilderment. What was James Potter's nickname? Prongs or Wormtail? Itakuya's expression was grave, and for a moment the room fell silent. "Prongs," Snape answered Itakuya. Itakuya drew in a sharp breath. "What have you thought of?" Snape asked, frowning. Prongs was James Potter. That meant the one who survived was Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew. But Itakuya distinctly remembered Draco recounting the entire affair. Sirius Black had betrayed his friends, leading to the death of Harry's parents. The enraged Peter Pettigrew was then killed by Sirius. He hadn't even left a complete body, only a finger. No complete body. "Ron, you said your rat, Scabbers, has been around since your brother started school. How many years has he lived now?" Itakuya turned her head slowly towards Ron, her question clear and deliberate. Snape and Lupin's expressions turned terribly grim. They both stared sharply at Scabbers. "He's been in my family for 12 years. Ron stammered under the piercing gazes of the two professors. Upon hearing the number 12, both professors struggled to maintain their composure. Even Itakuya found herself clenching the fabric of her robes. "What distinguishing features does it have? Where is it now?" Lupin and Snape spoke at the same time. Ron was startled. He's missing a toe on one paw. He's been gone for a few months." At the critical moment, Hermione calmly answered the professor's questions. "Ill-fetched, Dumbledore." Snape swept out of the office, shooting a meaningful glance at Lupin. The latter nodded solemnly, his wand already in hand. "Professor Lupin, I don't understand. What's happening?" Harry asked. He could feel the tension thickening, but he couldn't piece together the fragments of conversation into useful information. Itakuya walked over to Draco and took his hand. She saw confusion on his face as well, but as the heir of the Malfoy name, he sensed that this was a matter of grave. "Peter Pettigrew died 12 years ago. No one ever found his body, only a finger." Itakuya hinted to Draco. Draco understood instantly. His eyes widened. "He's been hiding in the Weasley house all this time. And now he's here at Hogwarts." Draco said incredulously. Had the atmosphere been less tense, he would have written to his father immediately. Hermione also realized what was happening, her gaze fixed on Harry. Lupin sighed and explained quietly, "We suspect that Peter Pettigrew did not die, but has been living in his animagus form and has come to Hogwarts as Mr. What? Harry asked. "But wasn't he killed by Sirius?" "Perhaps we will only know for sure once we catch the culprit." Lupin sighed. When he had first heard the tragic news over a decade ago, he could hardly believe that Sirius would betray James and Lily. He should have investigated it thoroughly back then. "My Scabbers is actually a person." Ron struggled to digest this revelation. "So who really killed my parents?" Harry's eyes were red. He looked at Lupin, hoping for an answer. But Lupin remained silent. Harry's mind was filled with images of his parents. He wanted to rush out and do something, but Hermione and Ron held him back. "Harry, don't be impulsive. Let me go." The three of them struggled. "Truly a Gryffindor lion brain," Draco muttered disdainfully at the chaos. Itakuya tugged at Draco's robe, signaling him to stop. He glanced at Lupin's somber face and said no more. Using transfiguration, Itakuya conjured 8 chairs in the empty space of the office and placed a long table in the center. She invited everyone to sit. Then she poured a cup of black tea for each person. "Father has gone to fetch Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe this matter will come to a resolution." Lupin looked at Itakuya, who remained composed and courteous, and offered a sincere compliment. Thanks to Miss Snape's timely discovery, we have a chance to get to the truth. Itakuya glanced at Lupin, then said nonchalantly, "After all, I inherited my father's fault of always meddling in others' affairs." That was the very line Lupin had left on the Marauder's map. Lupin heir. When Snape brought Dumbledore back to his office, several people were already calmly sipping tea. If this group of people were to go looking for Dumbledore in a grand manner, one of those two might catch sight of them, raising suspicions. However, Lupin and Snape could not simply send the students back. Itakuya could swear with Draco's hair that if Snape and Lupin dared to let those three out of the office, they would surely cause trouble the next day. This was not like the Philosopher's Stone of the first year or the Chamber of Secrets of the second year. Although dangerous, everything was within Dumbledore's calculations. Especially Peter Pettigrew, who was likely to act recklessly and cast an unforgivable curse on the still-growing savior. Ron had no sense of confidentiality, and what if he revealed something that Peter Pettigrew should not know, leading the latter to escape? "I heard Miss Itakuya's tea is delightful. It seems I am fortunate to try it today," Dumbledore said with a smile as he sat down and accepted Itakuya's tea. "Dumbledore, we need to search the entire Hogwarts," Lupin said urgently. "What a perfect plan," Snape scoffed. "Why don't we just hang a banner in Gryffindor Tower telling the rat to run?" Lupin. Dumbledore nodded. "Remus Severus is right. If Peter is just a rat now, even if we comb through the castle, it would be hard to catch him." Harry and the trio sat close to Lupin and Dumbledore, quietly listening. Suddenly Harry thought of something and quietly handed the Marauder's map to Lupin from under the table. Lupin glanced at it and shook his head. The Marauder's map was indeed useful, but it did not mark all areas of Hogwarts. Furthermore, the map was created by the Marauders, and Peter would surely be wary of it. He could easily hide in Hogsmeade or the Forbidden Forest. "We only have one chance," Dumbledore said. Once they started the capture plan, Peter would realize he had been exposed, and finding a rat in all of Britain was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Why not pretend nothing happened? Snape glanced at Ron. After all, pets will always return to their owners. This was indeed a good idea, provided that the owner could remain calm. However, this was clearly not possible. Ron looked horrified at the two professors and Dumbledore. The lower half of his face trembled as he cried out, "What? Will he kill me?" After Hermione's explanation, Ron had fully understood what kind of existence his pet rat Scabbers was. He was Voldemort's minion. Snape coldly observed Ron's reaction and silently gave up on this plan. "Severus, we cannot gamble with the safety of the students." Dumbledore shook his head. In an instant, the atmosphere fell to freezing point. Everyone was deep in thought except for Itakuya and Draco, who were secretly munching on Honeydukes candies. In fact, it was Itakuya who first opened her mouth, secretly pulling out a chocolate frog from a pocket that had been shrunk under the table. Draco sat beside Itakuya, witnessing her slip away in such a heavy atmosphere. When Itakuya opened the box of chocolate frogs, she almost dropped the chocolate frog inside, but Draco managed to catch it in time. "Are you crazy at a time like this?" Draco said in a hushed voice. "Of course tea should be accompanied by sweets," Itakuya replied, unbothered. She wasn't as greedy as Ron, it was just that the atmosphere was too oppressive, and everyone looked serious. "Alright, mainly it was just too boring. Do you want to try? I found that secretly eating chocolate is much tastier than usual." Draco fell silent for a moment, and then reached under the table towards Itakuya. "I want toffee." Fortunately, Itakuya had intentionally pulled Draco to sit in the corner when they first took their seats. After all, this matter had nothing to do with the two of them. It was just that Itakuya was the first to discover the truth, and Draco couldn't possibly return to the Slytherin, so they could only accompany the professors in the late-night meeting. The two began to sneakily eat like little hamsters, hoarding food, gradually experiencing the joy the Gryffindor lions must feel when snacking in class. "When can we leave?" Draco asked. Itakuya shook her head. She really couldn't think of a better solution. Snape furrowed his brow at the words, but remained silent. "Mr. Dumbledore, I wonder if Itakuya and I might take our leave first. After all, we are merely Slytherin students, unconnected to any Gryffindor graduates." Draco, keenly discerning Dumbledore's intentions, was naturally reluctant to involve Itakuya in such trouble. He addressed Dumbledore, and though only a 15-year-old youth, he was already taking on the semblance of the Malfoy patriarch. Dumbledore looked at Draco, but said nothing. "It's already March. A sudden snowfall would be peculiar," Snape said in a low voice. "On the castle's outskirts after the students have retired for the night." Dumbledore replied, "Wormtail won't anticipate this." Snape continued his silence. "The sooner we apprehend Wormtail, the sooner we can uncover the truth of who truly betrayed the Potters, leading to their demise. We will capture him." Snape shook his head, "but by other means." "Severus, I assure you no one will know," Dumbledore coaxed. "You can cast a memory charm on all present after we catch Wormtail." Itakuya listened in silence, calmly sipping her tea while pressing a hand on Draco to restrain his objections. Admittedly, Dumbledore's plan was thorough. From the very beginning, what Snape and Itakuya dreaded was the exposure of the evil god's power. Dumbledore had clearly already considered this. Itakuya chuckled inwardly, musing that he truly was the greatest white wizard of the wizarding world. Dumbledore's reasoning was nearly irrefutable. Itakuya's fingers traced the edge of her cup. Rather than remain deadlocked, it was better to leverage the current advantage to gain some benefits. Then Headmaster Dumbledore, what reward do you offer? Itakuya suddenly spoke, asking with a smile. That depends on what you desire, Miss Itakuya, Dumbledore replied with a smile of his own. I suppose Miss Itakuya wouldn't care for trophies or such. Itakuya nodded. Indeed, I enjoy reading, especially history books, preferably those concerning the history. Itakuya and Dumbledore gazed at each other across the table, both wearing harmonious smiles. She hoped to use Dumbledore's abilities to locate the Necronomicon. Lupin and the others were utterly bewildered. Even as they left Snape's office and climbed to the astronomy tower, they remained perplexed. It was long past curfew, the castle was deserted, and the path to the tower was devoid of even a single ghost. Itakuya approached the unguarded window ledge. One more step forward, and she would fall. The astronomy tower was the tallest structure in Hogwarts, offering a complete view of the Forbidden Forest. What is Ida planning? Hermione whispered. I have no obligation to explain anything to Gryffindor, Draco replied coldly. Itakuya raised her arm, her fingers held high, pressing downward. Harry and the others were puzzled. Just as they suspected, she might be enchanted, a biting cold wind blew in. Then came snow, fine but dense. Harry and the others instinctively pulled their robes tighter. How is this possible? It's March, why is it snowing? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Itakuya gently closed her eyes, purple light flickering through her veins. This continued for about 30 minutes. Snow had accumulated on everyone's robes. In Hagrid's hut, Itakuya announced. She returned to stand beside Draco and Snape. He slipped through a gap in the window into Hagrid's hut. I'm not certain if Hagrid has noticed him. Draco brushed the snow from Itakuya's shoulders. Having stood in the wind, she was covered in far more than the others. Then, professors, follow me. Students, return to your dormitories, Dumbledore instructed. After a moment's thought, he added, Miss Itakuya, please join us. We may still require your abilities. Itakuya nodded. She and Dumbledore were now in an employer-employee relationship. For the Necronomicon, she was determined to capture Wormtail tonight, no matter what. No, Mr. Dumbledore, I wish to go. I want to see that man, Harry said, gripping his wand tightly, as if prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Draco also looked at Snape, unwilling to be separated from Itakuya. Seeing that Ron and Hermione were equally reluctant, Dumbledore smiled knowingly. Then, Dumbledore winked at the students. I'm delighted to have the chance to take students on a nighttime stroll even after becoming headmaster. Snape said nothing further. After all, with the wizarding world's most formidable force present, even 10 Wormtails wouldn't cause a major incident. It was already past midnight when they reached Hagrid's hut. Dumbledore did not barge in. They halted at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, not far from the hut. All right, students, wait here, Dumbledore instructed. He'll enter alone. Remus and Severus, please guard the door and windows. Lupin and Snape nodded. The three approached Hagrid's hut. Harry and the others watched Dumbledore walk in calmly, as if merely discussing important matters with Hagrid. Meanwhile, Lupin and Snape took positions by the door and window respectively. Brother, do you think they'll catch Wormtail? Ron whispered. I'm certain they will with Dumbledore there, Harry replied, his gaze fixed on the hut. Even Hermione wore a grave expression. Itakuya, however, appeared calm, her eyes resting on Buckbeak asleep in Hagrid's pumpkin patch. Draco, what do you think if I just set that bird free? Itakuya and Draco discussed it. The Dark Lord's servant raids Hogwarts at night and makes off with the dangerous creature from the care of magical creatures class. How does that excuse sound? You're still concerned about that oaf's clumsy bird at a time like this? Draco scowled at her. I'm just improving efficiency. I've done all I can and now we can only wait. Shivering from the wind, Itakuya snuggled closer to Draco. Instead of standing here like fools, we might as well solve other problems on the side. Hi, you're quite the optimist, Draco scoffed. If you free that bird, how will you handle it? Keep it in your Ida manner. Itakuya sighed. That was precisely the crux of the issue. If she waited until the execution day to rescue Buckbeak, she would only need to hide it until the ministry officials gave up. Given their patience, that would be at most half a day. She could then bring Buckbeak back and leave the rest to Hagrid. But if she took Buckbeak now, she would need to find a temporary hiding place where the ministry wouldn't find it until their search concluded. She wasn't sure if, after Dumbledore caught Sirius Black, she would have the mind to find a home for an animal. Who? What's there? Ron's startled cry broke Itakuya's train of thought. A sudden rustling of some beast echoed through the pitch-black Forbidden Forest, startling everyone into drawing their wands. From the darkness came a meow, followed by a pair of eyes appearing behind a tree. Crookshanks. Hermione ventured tentatively. A slightly plump cat waddled over, casting a condescending glance at its owner. Crookshanks. Hermione scooped her feline master into her arms, showering it with joyful kisses. Hermione. Ron stammered, pointing shakily in the direction from which Crookshanks had emerged. The eyes behind that tree did not belong to Crookshanks. They were now fixed on the group. Hermione gasped sharply. Sirius Black. Harry raised his wand, stepping protectively in front of Hermione, and Ron, his expression grave. The figure in the darkness paused for a moment, then slowly stepped out from behind the tree. It was a massive black dog nearly the size of a bear, but gaunt to the point of being skeletal, nothing but skin and bones. As the black dog drew closer, it transformed into a tall, emaciated man. His eyes were shadowed with dark circles, his complexion ashen, and he looked utterly— "Harry, do you know me?" he asked. Sirius tried to step closer, but was halted by Harry's wand. Until the truth was laid bare, Harry found it hard to trust anyone. "Tell me what happened back then. Who betrayed my parents?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. "Was it you or Peter Pettigrew?" "Peter Pettigrew. Who told you that name? Where did you see him?" Sirius grew agitated at the mere mention of the name, his voice rising with each word. "Please calm down, Mr. Padfoot," Itakuya said with a frown. They were not far from Hagrid's hut, separated only by a pumpkin patch, and the noise might easily attract attention from over there. "Oh, Severus' daughter," Black chuckled, studying Itakuya, as if she were some novelty. "I never imagined Severus having a daughter." "Yes, I suppose Mooney thought the same." "How do you know that nickname?" Black asked. "Did Severus tell you?" "I suspected it from the day I saw you near Hogwarts Castle." The fugitive Sirius Black was very likely an animagus, Itakuya stated. She briefly explained her reasoning. Sirius' expression shifted from initial admiration to astonishment. He never expected a third-year student to uncover the truth from mere fragments of words. When Sirius heard that Dumbledore had already led a team to capture Pettigrew, his face became even more dramatic. "I'll go check it out," Sirius said, already eager to go. He could barely contain the exhilaration of imminent revenge. But he was too late. From Hagrid's hut came the sound of furniture crashing, followed by a dark shadow darting out the window, only to be struck by a casual spell from Snape. The rat slowly transformed into a man with a pointed nose and a balding head. Snape pressed his wand against the man's neck. Peter Pettigrew, I presume you were supposed to have died 12 years ago rather than appearing before me." "Say, Severus." "Peter Pettigrew." Sirius lunged forward as if he could devour the man alive. Dumbledore and Lupin also arrived. "Sirius, Remus." Pettigrew forced a smile, attempting to engage his former friends, only to be cowed by their hateful glares. Pettigrew looked around, sensing trouble, and spotted Harry along with several third-year students approaching. Harry, you really look like your father James. We were great friends." Pettigrew reached for Harry's arm, but was thwarted by Snape, Sirius, and Lupin working together. "How dare you mention James in front of him?" Sirius demanded. "Was it you who leaked the secret to the Dark Lord, eh?" Lupin said. "I didn't want to, but it was the Dark Lord." Pettigrew scrambled for excuses. "Perhaps you could continue your endless bickering, old couple-like argument later. Right now I only want to know the truth of what happened." Snape pointed his wand at both Pettigrew and Sirius. "Who was it? Who led the Dark Lord to cause Lily's death? Isn't it obvious?" Sirius retorted as if born to clash with Snape. "Doesn't the appearance of a man who was supposed to be dead prove everything?" "I was asking him, not some fugitive from Azkaban," Snape said coldly. "Severus." Lupin reached out, bewildered, trying to mediate. "Ha, Severus, it seems your usually clever reasoning has failed you once again." Sirius stepped up to Snape. "Perhaps next time you should stick to playing with your little potions. I suggest you stay in your dog form until you're cleared of suspicion, lest the Dementor— I hear the Dementor's kiss is quite terrifying, wouldn't you agree?" Sirius' face turned ashen at the mention of Dementors. Itakuya and Draco watched Snape and Sirius' confrontation, speechless with shock. Indeed, no one could out-argue her father. Harry and the others were equally stunned, unable to believe anyone could challenge Snape's authority. Only Dumbledore seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. "All right, Severus, I believe we have more important matters to attend to, don't we?" Dumbledore signaled to Snape, who immediately used legilimency on Pettigrew. "What is that?" Itakuya asked in amazement, having never seen such a spell. "The legilimency charm, a spell that invades the target's mind and reads their memories," Dumbledore explained. "However, this spell is extremely dangerous for those with damaged souls, as it can easily cause them to fall into an eternal slumber. After all, it is a spell related to the soul." Itakuya nodded. Moments later, Snape had extracted the truth he sought from Pettigrew's memories. They changed the secret keeper at the last moment. The real secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed the Potter's true location. Snape glared at Pettigrew, barely restraining himself from casting a killing curse right then, if not for the student's presence. Harry, your father wouldn't want me dead." Knowing he was doomed, Pettigrew crawled over and clung to Harry's pant leg, pleading. Itakuya sneered, feeling deep contempt for such a wretched man who would utter any vile word to survive. "How would you know what the dead think? Why not go down and ask them yourself?" "No, Pettigrew cannot die." Harry spoke after a long silence. "He must go to the Ministry of Magic for trial. Azkaban is his rightful place." Harry looked towards Sirius Black's direction, "and only in this way can your suspicions be cleared." "Good boy, I'm glad you think so." Dumbledore approached and patted Harry's shoulder. "I will contact the Ministry of Magic and wait for them to send an Auror over." Dumbledore shot a glance at Snape. "I think I have to disturb Fudge at this time," Dumbledore said before vanishing with a disapparation. Snape and Lupin restrained Pettigrew on either side, leading the way, followed by Sirius and the trio of Harry. The godfather and godson finally recognized each other. Itakuya and Draco were once again at the back. As they returned, dawn was approaching, and the dark night sky revealed a hint of light. What a strange and eventful day, Itakuya yawned. This situation teaches us not to report to my father for no reason. You should think less when you have nothing to do, Draco corrected her. If you hadn't so cleverly thought that the Weasley's rat might be a person, would we have to endure the cold wind by the forbidden forest all night? I don't care, you were the one who went to tell your father first. Itakuya retorted, trying to keep her spirits up while bickering with Draco. Why don't you mention that you were the one who discovered Pettigrew sneaking into Hogsmeade first? Draco concluded it's all Pettigrew's fault. Harry. Hearing the sound, Harry and Sirius turned back. Harry was already accustomed to this. His thoughts were entirely occupied with the fact that Pettigrew indirectly caused his parents' deaths, and he merely glanced back before continuing to walk with his head down. Sirius was quite interested in Itakuya, or rather he was very curious about the being referred to as Snape's daughter. If it weren't for that curly-haired little witch who adamantly refused to let him ask about who Itakuya's mother was, he would have already figured out Snape's romantic life. Miss Snape, I must thank you for your cleverness in deducing the truth from such a small detail, Sirius said elegantly and gentlemanly. Otherwise I fear I would have to remain a dog for quite a while. No need to be polite, Mr. Black. Itakuya smiled gracefully. My deductions aren't always correct, and most of the time, I'm just a potion apprentice who enjoys playing house. It's purely a coincidence that I managed to save the reputation of Mr. Black single-handedly. Sirius was stunned for a long time, then murmured, You really are Severus' daughter. You are just as I imagined you would be. Itakuya replied leisurely. What kind of person? Sirius subconsciously asked. Someone who didn't study hard in school, and only caused trouble as they grew up. Sirius. The voices of Itakuya and Sirius were not loud, but Hogwarts was deserted in the early morning, and even Snape and Lupin at the front could hear them. Lupin slightly turned his face and indeed saw Snape beside him, showing a faint smile. The March morning was unusually cold, and everyone wished to wrap themselves tightly in their robes. Even the air they exhaled was misty. The grass was adorned with tiny dewdrops gradually condensing into white frost, a layer of translucent ice spreading beneath everyone's feet. Snape was the first to sense something was wrong, but it was already too late. He and Lupin were moving quickly, with Pettigrew having left the trio of saviors several dozen meters. The distance between Itakuya and Draco at the back was nearly 100 meters. Then Itakuya and Draco sensed that something was amiss. A coldness originating from the soul surged from behind. The two turned around abruptly to see nearly 10 Dementors gathering in the air, the nearest one almost touching Itakuya's face. They had targeted Itakuya, who had just experienced the pain of losing family. At a critical moment, Itakuya suddenly grabbed Draco, who was about to pull her into his arms, and the two instantly disapparated to Snape's position. Snape turned around to shield Itakuya and Draco behind him. The Dementors hesitated for a moment after losing their target, then discovered the exposed Sirius and immediately changed their aim. Sirius was startled by Itakuya's disapparation ability. He lost the best opportunity to hide, and was immobilized as the Dementors sucked away his emotions. Bigfoot! Lupin shouted, rushing forward to draw his wand. At the same time, more and more Dementors gathered. Some rushed towards Sirius, Lupin, and Harry, while others headed straight for Snape. Lupin and Snape immediately cast the Patronus charm to counter the Dementors. Itakuya and Draco stood behind Snape, and before them a silver-white stag emerged from Snape's wand. Itakuya gazed at the stag in a daze, not expecting Snape to still be reminiscing about Aunt Lily up to this moment. Itakuya! Draco suddenly called out, raising the wand he had been holding tightly, swiftly casting Expelliarmus. Itakuya came back to her senses. It turned out that the unrestrained Pettigrew had hidden a wand somewhere. Wisely, he did not attack Snape, but instead cast a spell towards Itakuya. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Soul extraction. Pettigrew was aware that Itakuya's soul was damaged, so he used the Cruciatus Curse from the 3 unforgivable curses. He knew that even if his skill in casting the Cruciatus Curse was average, it would still pose a lethal threat to Itakuya. Although Draco's spell results were good, and he often practiced in combat under Snape's guidance with Itakuya, he was still just a third-year student and could not match an adult. Moreover, the opponent was well prepared. His Expelliarmus did not hit Pettigrew. Avada Kedavra. Snape had to stop the Patronus charm to deal with Pettigrew first. At the same time, Itakuya also disapparated to a safe place again, not forgetting to take the nearest Draco with her. This clearly played into Pettigrew's hands. Having failed one plan, he quickly transformed into his Animagus form to dodge Snape's killing curse. Snape intended to follow up with another strike, but the incessant Dementors left him no time to spare, and Itakuya and Draco had already disapparated to a place several dozen meters away to avoid Pettigrew's previous curse. The small rat form of Pettigrew scurried into the forest, trying to run. Itakuya's wand erupted with deep purple light black mist enveloping her body. Her figure vanished from the spot, leaving only Draco behind. Once again snow began to fall in the forbidden forest, but this time it descended rapidly and heavily with snowflakes swirling like goose feathers in the violent wind. Itakuya darted through the forbidden forest. The little star Peter must die, not only because he betrayed the Porter couple. More importantly, he had already seen his own abilities. If he escaped, and one day revealed them to his master, everything would be over. This was Itakuya's greatest trump card. She and Snape had originally planned to use this ability to catch their enemies off guard. The killing curse. Itakuya suddenly cast a spell at a pile of dead branches beneath a tree. A black gray rat sprang out from among the leaves, and Itakuya's spell missed. The little star Peter, disguised as Ron's rat, was also aware of this genius girl, having begun to pay attention to Itakuya since she transformed into Snape's daughter. Peter knew that Itakuya's spellcasting speed was slightly faster than that of ordinary students, so he was already prepared. When Itakuya's first attempt failed, she remained calm and cast another spell. Avada Kedavra. This green light nearly grazed the rat's head, but unfortunately it still did not hit its target. The little star Peter emerged from behind the tree in human form. Snape actually taught you the unforgivable curses. Dad wouldn't let me learn those, Itakuya coldly replied. Among the 3 unforgivable curses, Itakuya inherited everything except the Imperius curse from the shadow Itakuya. You have great potential, you should join us. Peter mistakenly believed that Itakuya had secretly learned the unforgivable curses, thinking she was a natural death eater. Master will accept you. Come on, your useless master probably doesn't even know where he is hiding now. Itakuya mocked. She couldn't be bothered to waste words with the little star Peter, and cast another killing curse at that face. Although Itakuya had the inheritance of the shadow Itakuya, it wasn't her own experience, and to put it plainly, she was just a third-year student capable of skillfully using many spells. The reason she managed to hit Quirrell possessed by Voldemort in her first year was that Voldemort was frightened by the evil presence emanating from Itakuya. In terms of spell dueling, Itakuya's accuracy and reaction speed were far inferior to the adult wizard, the little star Peter. Fortunately, she could rely on the ability of the evil god to teleport away from Peter's deadly spells. With ample magical reserves, casting 3 killing curses in one breath was also a trivial matter. Thus the battle between the little star Peter and Itakuya reached a stalemate. The little star used the less magical energy-consuming soul curse against Itakuya, while Itakuya evaded with teleportation. Then Itakuya fired 2 or 3 killing curses in quick succession, which Peter dodged. Both were waiting for the other to tire out or make a mistake. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Itakuya's forehead. She felt an unprecedented pressure, death. Even in Ian Manor, under the inhuman torture of Cyanxia, Itakuya had the protection of the shadow Itakuya. And normally she had Snape by her side. Peter's attacks were too experienced. She didn't even have time to activate the remnants of the evil god beside her heart. If she stopped teleporting, she would immediately be hit by Peter's soul curse. Now she only had 2 paths to choose from. Either teleport back to Snape and let the little star Peter go, or continue to hold her ground waiting for an opening or for Snape and the others to find her. Itakuya gritted her teeth. Her gaze was fixed on her opponent. She couldn't let this trouble go after holding out for a few more rounds. Itakuya saw the little star's wand glow again. She habitually teleported 3 meters to the right. However, this time the little star Peter suddenly grinned sad. Itakuya sensed something was amiss as she turned her head and found over a dozen Dementors behind her. Oh no, she had been so focused on the little star Peter that she completely forgot to pay attention to the surrounding temperature. The Dementor's abilities can harm the soul, Miss Itakuya. Good luck. The little star Peter transformed into an animagus again, and this time Itakuya was entirely unable to stop him. Because the Dementors had already set their sights on her. If it had been a few months ago before going to Ian Manor, Itakuya would have found these Dementors completely insignificant. But now Itakuya couldn't even cast the Patronus charm, and any approach from a Dementor could pose a threat to her life. Itakuya cursed inwardly. She had to teleport just to barely evade the threat of the Dementors. She had already used too much magical power today, and the remaining power was insufficient for her to teleport back to Hogwarts Castle. Snape and the others probably wouldn't stay in place waiting for her. Even if she ran back, no one could use the Patronus charm to block the Dementors for her. Itakuya could only teleport the majority of her remaining power to the farthest position, then rush back to Hogwarts Castle as quickly as possible. If she was lucky, she could successfully shake off the Dementors. The worst outcome would be that she was caught by the Dementors. Itakuya reached into her sleeve and drew out a 10-centimeter folding knife, gripping it in her left hand. At worst, she would activate the power of the evil god remnants. She wanted to see if the Dementors could withstand that power. The sky was divided by the early morning sunlight, a mixture of emerald green and azure blue. The black shadows of the Dementors began to thicken, and Snape and the others searching in the forbidden forest finally noticed this anomaly. Itakuya gripped her wand tightly, her pupils turning completely black and purple, resembling a piece of amethyst. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarating the rush of adrenaline made her feel. Itakuya took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She leaned against a 5-meter-tall lush tree, facing a dozen Dementors. Itakuya was preparing to teleport the moment a Dementor approached her. However, before the Dementor could strike, the light of the Patronus charm illuminated behind Itakuya. The movements of the Dementors halted. Itakuya sighed in relief, marveling at Snape's timely arrival. After the flash of white light, a form took shape in place. A silver dragon with lizard-like ears and head and snake-like skin. That was once the form of Itakuya's Patronus. However, it had been a long time since Itakuya had seen this peculiar creature. Itakuya. Itakuya murmured, stunned for a moment before realizing that the shadow Itakuya could not possibly still be alive. The white dragon was very affectionate towards Itakuya, crouching in front of her, its tail wrapped around her waist, wings spread wide ready to attack. Just like the situation at the beginning of this semester in Hagrid's class. Together with Snape's Silver Doe and Lupin's Patronus, the white dragon launched an assault on the clustered Dementors from 3 directions. The latter were utterly routed and vanished without a trace. Itakuya glanced to her left rear, where she vaguely sensed someone's presence. Was that a head of platinum blonde hair? Ida. Draco's voice rang out from afar as he and Snape approached from Itakuya's 3 o'clock direction. Draco, father. Itakuya withdrew her gaze as Draco rushed over and seized her, inspecting her thoroughly from head to toe. I'm fine, just a bit drained of magical energy. Itakuya waved a hand, stealing a glance at Snape. True to her expectations, his face was grim, regarding her with an expression of mingled anger and worry. Itakuya shuddered involuntarily. This was the first time she had seen her father look so terrifying. Was she going to be buried alive? Ida. Itakuya. From another direction, Lupin and Sirius led Hermione, Harry, and Ron over, their faces still etched with shock. Snape's daughter certainly has plenty of Gryffindor courage. Sirius, the most relaxed among the 3 adults, looked at Itakuya with considerable approval. Huh. Snape let out a cold laugh, fixing his dark gaze on Itakuya in silence. I'm sorry, father. It was reckless of me. Itakuya admitted her fault obediently, her head bowed and her spirits utterly deflated. I thought I could catch him, especially since Peter Pettigrew had seen my abilities. So, I assume my eyes aren't failing me, but I didn't see Peter Pettigrew anywhere. Snape's voice was icy. Well, I almost had him, but then the Dementors showed up. Itakuya explained. What, did you honestly believe that being called a prodigy at Hogwarts for a few years would let you hold your own against an adult wizard? Snape cut her off. It seems this fame has made you so arrogant you've lost all sense. His gaze flickered sideways to another Hogwarts third year who had also lost all sense due to fame. Harry. Ahem, well. Severus, I think Itakuya has realized her mistake. She'll certainly learn a great deal from this. Lupin stepped in to smooth things over. A fine sheen of sweat had broken out on his forehead. Though startled by Itakuya's actions, Lupin was clearly of the encouraging school, unlike Snape's stern discipline. Exactly. Lives meaning lies and adventure. Severus, I think your daughter understands that better than you do. Sirius, eager to stir the pot, was even fully supportive of Itakuya's actions. Quiet, Padfoot. Perhaps you should remain silent, Mr. Black. Lupin and Itakuya spoke simultaneously, their words seeming to be ground out from between clenched. Snape cast a cold look at Sirius. He swept his gaze over Itakuya, confirming she was merely drained of magic, then turned and swept away, his black robes billowing behind him. Itakuya looked at Sirius with a baleful expression, silently vowing never to go near a dog again. On the way back, Snape led the way. The students walked in the middle and Lupin and Sirius brought up the rear. I'm doomed. Father is genuinely furious this time. Itakuya covered her face. I don't feel sorry for you at all, honestly. Draco delivered a cold, cutting remark. She had nearly scared him to death. I just got carried away in the moment. I thought we couldn't let Pettigrew escape, or it would cause a lot of trouble. You shouldn't have used your ability. Draco said. If it weren't for Dumbledore, things wouldn't have come to this. Dumbledore's original plan was to capture Peter Pettigrew, and then use a memory charm to erase Itakuya's involvement. That would have efficiently caught Pettigrew while ensuring Itakuya's safety. But no one expected Pettigrew to exploit the chaos of the Dementor attack to escape. I thought I could use my apparition to catch him. Itakuya sighed. Father was right. I was indeed too arrogant. Upon reflection, Itakuya had never truly faced a setback in her spellcasting abilities. She possessed the talent left to her by the Phantom Itakuya and the magic of the Eldritch God. Whether in Flitwick's Charms class or daily life, she always handled things with remarkable ease. The duels she had faced were limited to those between fellow students. Lockhart didn't count. This had given Itakuya a blind confidence that she was already capable of facing adult wizards. This confidence had only swelled after she gained the ability to use the Eldritch God's powers. I should have been more cautious. Itakuya reflected. Dumbledore should be held responsible. If he hadn't suggested using your ability, you wouldn't have been exposed. Draco frowned, making excuses for her. I really wish my father could remove Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore couldn't have predicted the Dementor attack. It was just an accident. Harry frowned, unable to help, retorting. Potter. Why shouldn't he be responsible? As headmaster, he failed in his duty to protect the students. Isn't that negligence? Draco countered. St. Potter. Draco sneered. And you if it weren't for your parents' matter. Draco. Itakuya quickly pulled Draco back, stopping him from continuing. The Potters were gone, and no matter what, the deceased should not be dragged into this. Speaking of which, I was nearly surrounded by Dementors back there. Luckily someone drove them off with the Patronus charm just in time. Itakuya rubbed her chin, recalling another. Of course that was my godfather's Patronus. No. Itakuya shook her head. Father and Professor Lupin's patronuses were a bit late. Before them someone else saved me with the Patronus charm. And that person's Patronus was a dragon, just like mine used to be. What? Draco was astonished. Then who could it be? Itakuya frowned. Wasn't it you? I thought it was your Patronus, since you've been secretly practicing the Patronus charm lately, haven't you? Ever since Draco learned that Itakuya could no longer cast the Patronus charm, he had secretly been learning it from Snape. Draco had been keeping this secret from Itakuya, intending to surprise her, though she had already found out. Who's practicing? Draco's ears turned red. Seeing the sly, knowing smile in Itakuya's eyes, he had to concede defeat. Fine, I was practicing, but I haven't reached the stage of conjuring a corporeal form yet. Hermione, following behind the two, quietly listened to the entire exchange between Itakuya and Draco, her expression turning thoughtful.